Chapter 1176, Power of the Mechanical Elven. Advancing to mid-tier deity level, low-level elementary grade. The morning light was faint. On the battlefield, Bai Yun once again led an army to launch a sneak attack and instigate incite defection. When the Scarlet forces guarding this place saw this scene, they were immediately extremely angry. How many times had this happened? They had ambushed them more than 100 times in one night. Every time they finished a round of true god tier attacks, they would escape without bothering about the results. Could the purpose of these guys be only to launch a sneak attack and not to fight and kill? Which branch of the Blazing Sun Empire did you come from this time? The true god tier leader stationed here asked. The Blazing Sun Empire's sneak attack army didn't attack together like before. Instead, they were divided into 10 sneak attacks teams, each piloting a Cosmos Emperor to carry out a sneak attack mission. Only then could they launch more than 100 sneak attacks on them in one night. Reporting to Your Excellency, it's the Demon Flood Dragon race's true god Dickens and his subordinates. At the moment, our army has already sent troops to chase after them. The Scarlet soldier in charge of gathering information said respectfully. True god tier Scarlet nodded with an ugly expression. He wasn't too optimistic about their pursuit. Even though they had been equipped with a true god tier intermediate grade battleship according to Your Excellency's orders, the other party's battleship seemed to be even more slippery. Every time it looked like it was about to catch up, it was always just a little bit away from letting the other party escape. They were very unwilling to accept this situation, but they could not stop. He could only send more soldiers, god spirits, and battleships to surround and kill the other party every time the other party launched another sneak attack, in an attempt to eliminate them all. At the same time, the true god tier of the Demon Flood Dragon race, Dickens, stood in the combat conference room and looked at the Scarlet Army chasing after his Cosmos Emperor through virtual exterior mode. The other party is getting closer. The incite defection mission has been completed. Let Your Excellency Mechanical Elven stop the other party for a while, then we'll retreat. Dickens said. The Mechanical Elven has been requested to fight. Mechanical Elven is in position. On the Cosmos Emperor, 10 Mechanical Elven flew up from their respective battle positions accompanied by a low rumble. They were 9 low-level true god tier ordinary Mechanical Elven guards and 1 ultimate Mechanical Elven. There was a very obvious difference between the two. Ordinary Mechanical Elven guards were completely silver and had 12,000 silver mechanical wings on their backs. The ultimate Mechanical Elven was entirely golden in color and had 24,000 golden mechanical wings on its back. As for the ultimate Elven commander Wenyi, she was completely black. She wore a black helmet that covered her eyes, black silk gloves, and a sword at her waist. She had 36,000 black mechanical wings on her back. When the 10 Mechanical Elven were out, they immediately faced the true god tier intermediate grade Scarlet battleships chasing after them. Lock on. All Scarlet god spirits locked. Activate god slaying wings. Buzz. A low hum sounded. Then, the bodies of the 10 Mechanical Elven suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Dot. Right on the heels of that, when the energy was accumulated to the extreme, every mechanical wing on the backs of the 10 Mechanical Elven emitted silver and golden rays. When the energy was accumulated to the extreme, every mechanical wing on the backs of the 10 Mechanical Elven emitted silver and golden rays. These Scarlet God Spirits ranged from low-tier deity level elementary grade to high-tier deity level advanced grade Scarlet God Spirits. In a split second, 132,000 Scarlet God Spirits died because their divine sparks shattered. D***MN. The leader, true God tier Scarlet, was enraged. But before he could do anything, another round of God-slaying light descended from the sky and killed another 132,000 Scarlet God Spirits. Run! Pay attention to defense. Your Excellency, save me! The Scarlet God Spirits panicked and fled in all directions. However, it was useless. This was because in the short span of less than a minute, the Mechanical Elven were like precise and terrifying God-slaying machines. Every round of attack could accurately kill 132,000 Scarlet God Spirits. No matter how the Scarlet God Spirit defended or what other methods it used, it could not stop the killing of the God-slaying light. When the other true God tiers saw this scene, they also tried to protect their God Spirits. However, the Mechanical Elven's attacks came with lock-on attacks, and their penetrative power was extremely strong. The defense that these Scarlet True God tier had set up for the Scarlet God Spirits was completely useless. They were easily penetrated and then killed the Scarlet God Spirits protected inside. D***MN. The attacks of these Machina race God Spirits won't cause much damage to us if they are used on us, However, for ordinary Scarlet God spirits, it's enough to kill them instantly. A true God tier bullying an ordinary God spirit. How shameless! A true God tier Scarlet cursed. The other divine level Scarlet remained silent. Most of them agreed with what he said. However, a small number of divine level Scarlet felt that something was amiss. We've already used 100 times the number of troops to fight you and you still want to talk to us about rules? However, they naturally would not say that out loud. They looked ahead. The space in front of them was empty. Cosmos Emperor had already made use of the attack to make him disappear. Even though the Scarlet True God tiers were furious, there was nothing they could do. Similar scenes often occurred in the ambush forces of the Blazing Sun Empire. This was because Zhou Fight had allocated 10 mechanical elven to each sneak attack team to deal with such a situation. This was because Zhou Fight had allocated 10 mechanical elven to each sneak attack team to deal with such a situation. For example, the 10 rounds of attacks from the 10 mechanical elven had consumed a total of 100 divine level divine crystals. Even divine kingdom lords did not dare to fight like this. It was only because Zhou Fight relied upon the King of Loots that he dared to use the mechanical elven, which consumed a lot of energy. At the same time, just as the forces of the Blazing Sun Empire was fighting outside the Blazing Sun Empire. Inside the Samsara Temple, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. He felt the divine pressure that had greatly increased, and a smile appeared upon his face. I've finally reached the mid-tier deity level elementary grade. This checkpoint took him a long time. He had finally broken through. Then, he took a look at the information of his law skill, King, and the smile upon his face intensified. This was because his nomological skill, King, had been upgraded to the mid-tier deity level, elementary grade. It was shocking that he could already add 20% of the subject's power to him. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement for him, who now controlled a massive number of soldiers and god spirits. Chapter 1177, Clone Zhou Marshal. 19.2 trillion recruits. After being happy, he first checked the memories from Zhou Fight. Then, he nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with his subordinate's performance. To be able to launch a sneak attack in front of such a magnanimous enemy, even with Zhou Fight's judgment, there was nothing to be picky about. Still, those forces are still too powerful. I've already replenished the origin power in my body. I can find another helper for Zhou Fight. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he didn't hesitate. He immediately consumed half of his origin power and used the doppelganger technique to create another clone. Greetings, main body. The clone said politely to Zhou Zhou. Your name is Zhou Marshal. You should already know why I summoned you. From now on, when Zhou Fight goes out to fight, you should follow him. Go and help Zhou Fight deal with AUS now. Zhou Zhou asked. All right, main body. Zhou Marshal nodded and immediately teleported away. When Zhou Zhou saw he disappear and sensed that he had depleted a book of origin energy, he did not mind. He casually took out a divine medicine that could replenish the origin energy of a true god tier advanced grade and swallowed it. Sensing that the origin in his body was rapidly replenishing, Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he flew out of the reincarnation sacred palace and arrived at Mu Gu's residence. Greetings, Your Majesty. Mu Gu said respectfully. Has the Homeland Defense Army entered? Zhou Zhou asked after sitting down. Your Majesty, Legion Commander Wu Xian has already led the soldiers of the Homeland Defense Army to advance in 15 minutes. Mu Gu smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded. Now, the Blazing Sun Army and the other main forces were not around. The job of dealing with the Scarlet Broodmother Ranch monsters could only be left to the Homeland Defense Army. Fortunately, this matter was not difficult. With Wu Xian's ability and experience, coupled with the strength of the Homeland Defense Army, it was easy to do. A moment later, a golden dragon-shaped light flew out of the Scarlet Broodmother and landed in front of him. Wu Xian greets Your Majesty. Wu Xian said respectfully. How does it feel to be Legion Commander Wu's first time doing such a job? Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. It feels quite relaxing. Wu Xian smiled. This job was much easier than his previous affairs in the army. He knew what His Majesty meant. He wanted him to retire, and he gladly accepted it. Then, he took out the 3 spatial rings. 2 of the spatial rings contained class change certificates and recruitment books. The last spatial ring contained other loots. Zhou Zhou took them all and looked over. The first spatial ring contained 4.8 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books and 4.8 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books. The second spatial ring contained 4.8 trillion copies of the yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificate and 4.8 trillion copies of the violent storm spirit class change certificate. Even though he was prepared, he couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw so many recruitment books and class change certificates. If he used all these recruitment books and class change certificates, his territory would directly increase by 19.2 trillion recruits. That was nearly 20 trillion soldiers. He only had nearly 10 trillion soldiers before last night. Today's cleaning up of the Scarlet Broodmother had tripled the number of troops under him. Scarlet Broodmother was so terrifying. He looked at the spatial ring in his hand and then handed the spatial ring containing the recruitment books to Wu Xin. Just like Bai Yun, bring the class change certificate to the reserve recruits and let them change their professions to become official Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers and Violent Storm Spirits. Then, let the Violent Storm Spirits go to the Forbidden Archmage statue and change their professions to Forbidden Mages. Finally, let all the soldiers join our main combat army. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Xin nodded solemnly. He knew what was in the spatial ring, so he naturally knew that His Majesty had given him such an important task. With so many new recruits, it was enough to increase the Empire's strength explosively again. Then, he left without saying a word. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he brought the spatial ring containing the recruitment books to the Gate of Summoning. He looked at the Gate of Summoning in front of him and called Cosmos Emperor. As a true God-tier advance-grade battleship, the Cosmos Emperor's internal space was comparable to an entire middle world. Not to mention 10 trillion soldiers. Even Bai Zhao, Xiao Zhao and even Wan Zhao soldiers could fit in. Then, he took out the 4.8 trillion Yellow Talisman Deo soldier recruitment books and the 4.8 trillion Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books from his spatial ring and threw them all into the Gate of Summoning. Then, he used 100 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine crystals to recruit all the new recruits and placed them on Cosmos Emperor, which had just flown over. Then, he took out the 4.8 trillion Yellow Talisman Deo soldier recruitment books and the 4.8 trillion Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books from his spatial ring and threw them all into the Gate of Summoning. Then, he used 100 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine crystals to recruit all the new recruits and placed them on Cosmos Emperor, which had just flown over. After all the task transitions were completed, they would go and support Zhou Fight and the others. After they finished their class advancement. In the distant temple of the Goddess of Magic. The aura on Zhou Yuan's body, which was in seclusion, suddenly soared by a large margin. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed in them. At this moment, a beautiful figure instantly appeared in front of him. Zhou Yuan, you. The Goddess of Magic gazed at him in surprise. Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded. I've already comprehended my Master God Tier Deo. Combine it with the wool technique you gave me. Combine it with the wool technique you gave me. I have to thank the common people's regal. If it weren't for the subjects under him constantly providing me with the power of faith as a forbidden mage, I'm afraid I won't be able to advance to a forbidden mage so quickly. He said. Congratulations, future Master God Tier expert, the Goddess of Magic uttered with a smile. Then, he inquired curiously, what do you plan to do after you become a Master God Tier? I can't let down the kindness of achieving the Deo. From now on, the path of the common people's regal's growth will probably be dangerous. I plan to protect him until he no longer needs me, Zhou Yuan uttered directly. Then, he gazed at the Goddess of Magic. Mistra, are you willing to come with me? Protect the common people's regal. The Goddess of Magic pondered for a moment and shook her head. He isn't qualified for me to protect. Furthermore, he has made too many enemies, especially the original spirit race. They have a certain friendship with me. With this relationship, I can't join his camp. All right. Disappointment flashed across Zhou Yuan's eyes, but he did not force her. Next, I'm going into seclusion to become a Master God Tier. I need you to protect me. Who else can do it? The Goddess of Magic snorted and said, be careful. It's extremely difficult to become a Master God Tier. It's completely different from the advancement of the gods before the Master God Tier. Don't die during the advancement process. Don't worry. I am courting death. Zhou Yuan smiled. The Goddess of Magic nodded. On the other side, Zhou Zhou naturally didn't know that because of him, humanity was about to welcome the first Master God-tier existence. At this moment, he was looking at the gate of summoning, preparing to summon his new subjects and new God spirits. Chapter 1178, Summoning God Spirits. Hint from the Supreme Will. Comprehending the Crimson Law. In front of the gate of summoning, Zhou Zhou looked at the towering door. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou answered in his heart. Then, he immediately spent 100 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine crystals to summon all 3,289,500 new subjects from the gate of summoning. Greetings, my lord, X3,289,500. All the new subjects shouted respectfully. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he got all the professionals and God spirits to step forward and discovered that he had summoned a total of 3,866 professionals and 10 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God spirits. He summoned 856 more professionals than usual. Zhou Zhou did not notice these professionals. His eyes were all on the 10 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God spirits. Zhou Zhou looked at the 10 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God spirits who were extremely respectful to him and smiled. Even though he no longer lacked these 10 low-level God spirits, the feeling of freeloading was pleasant. Then, he checked the attribute information of the 10 low-tier deity-level elementary-grade God spirits. Then, he felt that it was a pity. This was because he discovered that these 10 God spirits were all combat-type God spirits. There were no life-type God spirits. It seemed that even God spirits who walked out of the gate of summoning were extremely rare. However, even though he did not discover any life-type God spirits, he was shocked to discover that the potential of these 10 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God spirits was at least that of a high-tier deity-level elementary grade. There was even a true God-tier intermediate-grade God. It had to be known that these 10 God spirits were all human God spirits. Their potential was not high to begin with. Even with the sword of Xian Yuan increasing their potential by a large level, humans with potential at the God spirit level were still extremely rare. Not to mention humans with true God-tier potential. For countless years, before Zhou Zhou appeared, only the Yellow Emperor and the other 5 true God-tier leaders could tell. He did not expect the human God spirits summoned by the gate of summoning to have such high potential. Is this considered a hidden benefit? Zhou Zhou stroked his chin and thought to himself. After thinking for a while, he didn't think too much about it since he couldn't figure it out. In any case, it wouldn't do him any harm. Then, he got the staff at the side to arrange for these new subjects and God spirits. Then, he came to the Lord's shop alone. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhou Zhenmin, who was eating roasted meat and drinking wine in front of the shop, stood up and chuckled. You're quite free and elegant, aren't you? What's the goods for today? Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. People have to enjoy life. As Zhou Zhenmin spoke, he walked behind the counter and took out 3 white boxes. He opened the 3 boxes one by one, revealing the goods inside. Zhou Zhou took a look and was stunned. This was because these 3 goods were actually 3 law skill books. Moreover, they were not ordinary law skill books, and they were all Crimson Law skill books. They were True God Tier Advanced Grade Law Skill Blood Curtain, True God Tier Advanced Grade Law Skill Chaos Order, True God Tier Advanced Grade Law Skill Bewitching God. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 Crimson Law skill books and compared them with the memories in his heart. He quickly saw that these 3 law skill books were all law skills mastered by the Lords of the Star Alliance today. After using Insight Defection, they had turned the tables on True God Tier Scarlet. This law skill is useless to me. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly and said helplessly. He was a god who walked the Lord's law. The Lord's law represented absolute order and absolute control. The Crimson Law was the complete opposite of the Lord Law. It represented absolute disorder and absolute chaos. The two were not on the same path. It was a waste of time for him to study this. The two were not on the same path. It was a waste of time for him to study this. Of course, most importantly, after he embarked on the path of the Lord's Law, the Crimson Law seemed to have automatically blocked him. The difficulty of comprehending the Crimson Law was almost 10 times or more than comprehending the Lord's Law. The Lord's Law was already difficult enough to comprehend. This was also the main reason why he had given up on the Crimson Law. Your Majesty, do you feel that the 3 goods today are not suitable for you? At this moment, Zhou Zhenmin suddenly laughed. Indeed. Zhou Zhou nodded. If it can be used by my subordinates, I will directly reward my subordinates, the true god tier scarlet. But it doesn't have a special label that can be used by subordinates. In other words, only I can use it. But I'm a lord nomological god spirit. I can't comprehend this crimson law. Towards the end, he shook his head regretfully. The crimson law was extremely powerful and was only slightly inferior to the Lord's law. Of course, he also wanted to grasp it. However, it was difficult to have both worldly affairs. Your Majesty, you should know the source of my goods, right? Oh, Lord Supreme will. Zhou Zhou said without thinking. Then, he was taken aback as though he had guessed something. He gazed at Zhou Zhenmin and said in surprise, could it be that these 3 items were personally sent by the Supreme Will? Then, he was taken aback as though he had guessed something. He gazed at Zhou Zhenmin and said in surprise, could it be that these 3 items were personally sent by the Supreme Will? The Supreme Will knows that your Majesty's speed of comprehending the Lord's laws has been a little slow recently, so he specially sent these 3 crimson law skills over and inquired me to tell your Majesty something. The Lord's laws govern all laws. All laws are within the Lord's laws. The crimson law is no exception. Especially since the crimson law is a law that opposes the Lord law. If we can cultivate both and compare them, His Majesty's Lord law and crimson law will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. As for the problem of getting unable to comprehend it, your Majesty can try to transform into a scarlet life form and comprehend the crimson law technique. This should be more beneficial for understanding the crimson law and indirectly increase the comprehension of the Lord's law. Is that so? Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. But I once transformed into a scarlet life form to comprehend the Lord's laws. It didn't work. Zhou Zhou had the 3 heaven-defying Lord talents, the King, the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, and the Scarlet Natural Enemy. Zhou Zhou had the 3 heaven-defying Lord talents, the King, the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, and the Scarlet Natural Enemy. He had naturally tried understanding the Crimson Law before. However, it was not very useful. The isolation caused by the opposing laws still existed. Your Majesty, you transformed into a Scarlet God Spirit back then, right? The God Spirit's nomological path has already been confirmed, and it's indeed impossible to comprehend the Crimson Law. Zhou Zhenmin grinned and said, I know that your Majesty has the ability to control a clone. Next time, why don't you create a legendary tier advanced grade clone and transform into a scarlet life form to comprehend the Lord's law? This might have a different effect. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He had never tried such a method before. This emperor will try next time. Zhou Zhou said. Zhou Zhenmin nodded. Chapter 1179, Supreme Sacred Body. War Summary. Then, the 2 of them chatted for a while about comprehending the Crimson Law. Finally, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but say, did the Supreme will really ask you to tell me what you said just now? Of course. Zhou Zhenmin was speechless. Otherwise, would I have thought of it myself? I'm just a life form created by a Lord talent. Why is the Supreme Will suddenly paying so much attention to me? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. His Majesty's performance in every event of the Supreme Will is quite outstanding. It's not surprising for him to receive the attention of the Supreme Will. Furthermore, the Scarlet Invasion Force is coming aggressively this time. I'm guessing that the Supreme Will also intends to nurture lords of all races like you, especially you, so he specially reminded you. Zhou Zhenmin voiced his guess. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and could only accept this explanation. This was indeed the most suitable reason to answer this matter among all the things he knew. Then, he stopped thinking and pointed at the 3 items. How many mist cores do these 3 law skills have? 10,000 legendary tier mist cores for each law skill. That adds up to 30,000. Legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he took out 30,000 legendary tier mist cores and handed them to the other party, exchanging them for the 3 law skill books. Then, he directly used it. Then, he tried to comprehend the Lord's laws again. Soon, he gave up on such behavior. Even though he was already a Lord-level God Spirit, it was still very difficult for him to comprehend the Crimson Law. When he created the next legendary tier advanced grade clone, he would use the clone to comprehend it. Zhou Zhou thought. At this moment, an email suddenly came from his personal terminal. Zhou Zhou opened the email and found that it was a summary of the war last night sent by Zero. He looked over, from last night to this morning, Zhou fight led by Yun and the other main combat troops to attack O's Scarlet Army a total of 115 times. These 115 attacks had wiped out a total of 153 trillion Scarlet Soldiers, 18,311,560 Scarlet God Spirits, and 1,021 Scarlet True God Tears. He obtained billions of mist cores of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, basic materials, basic gem resources, lightning, life, and death elemental gems. 27,532,151,777 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 152 Scarlet Lord Talent spheres of different levels. And a large number of other Lord Talent crystal fragments. More than 350 million units of time elemental gems. More than 431 million units of space elemental gems. 3,102,020,000,000 units of divine crystals from low-tier deity level to high-tier deity level. 31,266,521,520 true God tier divine crystals. 318,670 Master God tier divine crystals. More than 156,050,000,000 divine artifacts ranging from low tier to high tier deity level. 1,566,088 true God tier divine artifacts. 126 Master God tier divine artifacts. There were a total of about 12,010,000,000 divine spark fragments, God tier medicinal herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. 2,951,250 Master God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. Other than these normal gains, there was no need to talk about the other fragmented gains. Zhou Zhou's gaze first landed on the huge number of Lord Talent crystal fragments and 152 Scarlet Lord Talent spheres. So many Lord Talent crystal fragments? And so many Lord Talent spheres. His eyes lit up. With so many Lord Talent crystal fragments, it was enough for he to upgrade all the Lord Talents in his hands to the mythical tier. Unique level. He was excited for a while. Just as he was about to immediately upgrade his Lord Talent, he suddenly thought of something and took out the Bodhi Supreme. Bodhi Supreme, the last time you said that when I advanced to the mid-tier deity level, elementary grade, you would tell me what other uses the Lord Talent crystal fragment has. Can you tell me now? Sure, Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Just do as I said last time. Answer an official question once. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded. All right, I'll give you an inheritance. You'll know why these Lord Talent crystal fragments are very useful. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before he became excited. Didn't I say that the number of times I could solve an official question wouldn't be in vain? Sure enough, there was a real gift. Come on. Zhou Zhou said excitedly. Bodhi Supreme did not speak, but his body emitted a faint holy white light. When Zhou Zhou was illuminated by the white light, a legacy naturally appeared in his mind. This inheritance was called the Supreme Sacred Body. He was a supreme cultivation method of the holy body that the Supreme Will had personally created and was still cultivating. This sacred body had countless abilities. The most basic ability was impenetrable. An existence with the Supreme Sacred Body could be immune to any kind of nomological attack. He was invincible among his peers. Even when facing attacks from higher-level existences, he was immune to most of the other party's damage. Moreover, the Supreme Sacred Body was the strongest constitution in the endless heavens. It could suppress any other constitution. It could be said that among the billions of extraordinary tier constitutions, the Supreme Sacred Body was the strongest constitution. Even the chaotic bloodline that had grown to the extreme could not compare to the Supreme Sacred Body. Apart from that, the Supreme Sacred Body also had countless magical uses. For example, during the cultivation process, he could gradually improve his lord's nomological talent. In fact, during the cultivation process, he would gradually awaken some powerful Lord Talents and not need to rely on things like the Lord Talent sphere. In fact, the Lord Talent of a cultivator would gradually increase under the subtle influence of the Supreme Sacred Body until it reached the only level of the mythical tier. And these weren't his strongest abilities. His most powerful ability was that the Supreme Sacred Body could naturally give birth to the corresponding Lord Talent according to the environment of the Constitution holder to help the Constitution holder adapt to the environment and even change it. This effect could be used even in a world beyond the jurisdiction of the Supreme Will. For example, the owner of the Supreme Sacred Body came to an unfamiliar world and discovered that his body was extremely weak. He wanted to strengthen his body. The Supreme Sacred Body would create a Lord Talent that could adapt to the laws of this world by consuming energy according to the owner's thoughts. Another example was that the owner of the Supreme Sacred Body was short of money in this world. The Supreme Sacred Body would subtly change the rules of the world, allowing the world to bless the owner of the Supreme Sacred Body. From there, he would have top-notch wealth and could reasonably obtain a large amount of wealth in a short period of time. There were also other Lord Talents that could be created. It mainly focused on adapting and becoming stronger. However, it was not easy to create such a powerful constitution on his body. This was because if he wanted to successfully cultivate this saint body constitution, he would need to consume a large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments or even Lord Talent spheres to change his constitution. Only then could his constitution approach the Supreme Sacred Body and finally become the Supreme Sacred Body. If he wanted to cultivate with all his might, it was very normal to consume hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of Lord Talent crystal fragments in a day. If he wanted to cultivate with all his might, it was very normal to consume hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of Lord Talent crystal fragments in a day. For example, if all the 27 billion Lord Talent crystal fragments that Zhou Zhou had just obtained were used up, it would be enough to raise the Supreme Sacred Body from the lowest Black Iron tier to the True God tier elementary grade. At that level, even if billions of True God tier elementary grade God spirits attacked Zhou Zhou, he could treat them as nothing. He could even absorb all the attacking energy and convert it into his chaotic sacred power. There was another crucial point. If Zhou Zhou wanted to have a Lord Talent that was stronger than the mythical tier Lord Talent, which was the Supreme God Realm Lord Talent, or even the Willpower Lord Talent, having a Supreme Sacred Body was one of the requirements to become a stronger Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou's expression was solemn. He did not expect the Supreme Sacred Body to be so powerful. Cultivate. He had to cultivate it. Even if it was for the most basic invulnerability, he had to work hard to cultivate this Supreme Sacred Body. Needless to say, the Supreme Sacred Body was also related to the higher level. Lord Talent. Chapter 1180, Massive Military Force. This event is already over. This Supreme Sacred Body inheritance is really powerful. Zhou Zhou exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. This is a cultivation technique of the Supreme Will. Of course it's incomparably powerful, Bodhi Supreme said lazily. You got a chance to officially answer my questions. You're really lucky. Zhou Zhou chuckled. He also felt that he had taken advantage of him. Then it seems that in the future, my Lord Talent crystal fragment and even my Lord Talent sphere can be used to cultivate the Supreme Sacred Body instead of awakening the Lord Talent. He thought for a moment and said. Using the Lord Talent crystal fragment could increase the level of the Lord Talent. Cultivating the Supreme Sacred Body could not only increase the level of the Lord Talent he had, but it could also awaken other Lord Talents on its own. At the same time, he could also become a Supreme Sacred Body. Zhou Zhou had no reason to reject such a win-win situation. It doesn't have to be so absolute. If you feel that a certain Lord Talent needs to be quickly upgraded, you can also directly use the Lord Talent crystal fragment to upgrade your Lord Talent. This can also indirectly increase the efficiency of your cultivation of the Supreme Sacred Body. It's just that there's no balance in your normal cultivation. You can make up for it through normal cultivation later. The Bodhi Supreme reminded. Moreover, I didn't ask you to leave these Lord Talent crystal fragments behind just to cultivate the Supreme Sacred Body. When you need a Supreme or even Willpower Lord Talent in the future, you will also need a huge number of Lord Talent crystal fragments or Lord Talent spheres to create a Lord Talent of this level. At that time, you'll think that the Lord Talent crystal fragment and Lord Talent sphere you have now are nothing. However, you don't have to think too much. You're not even a Master God tier now. It's far from the time you need a higher level Lord Talent. The only mythical tier Lord Talent is enough for you. When you become a Master God tier, it won't be too late to start creating higher level Lord Talents. I see. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Cultivating the Supreme Sacred Body required a large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments or even Lord Talent spheres. Creating a Supreme or even Willpower level Lord Talent required a large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments and Lord Talent spheres. It seemed that he had to work hard to fight. Only war could allow him to protect himself, make himself stronger, and also allow him to cultivate the Supreme Sacred Body and obtain a higher grade Lord Talent. I have one more question. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but ask. In the inheritance of the Supreme Sacred Body, I saw a world that even the Supreme Will can't control. What kind of world is that? Zhou Zhou couldn't help but ask. in the inheritance of the Supreme Sacred Body, I saw a world that even the Supreme Will can't control. What kind of world is that? Zhou Zhou stopped asking. He had a big heart. Even though he would plan ahead, he wouldn't be worried or anxious about something that happened too long ago. In any case, no matter how worried and anxious he was, it would not help him in the future. What was there to be anxious about? Since Bodhi Supreme had said so, he would just accumulate his strength obediently. It would be enough to deal with any accidents when he had enough strength. He stopped thinking and returned his gaze to the war summary. He saw the 152 Lord Talent spheres. From the green bronze tier Lord Talent to the mythical tier 1 and only Lord Talent, there was everything. If it was in the past, he might have been very excited. But now, he had more than 10 mythical tier 1 Lord Talents. Coupled with the fact that he knew about the Supreme Sacred Body and the higher level Lord Talent, he was no longer too affected by these Lord Talent spheres. At most, he was happy. He was happy that he had the resources to advance to a higher level. Therefore, he did not plan to use these Lord Talent spheres for the time being. He planned to keep them for now. He would use them after he cultivated the Supreme Sacred Body or prepared to gather the Lord Talents of the 10 Sacred Protection series. Then, his gaze landed on the Time Elemental Gem and the Space Elemental Gem. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. These Scarlet Empires had indeed brought a large number of empire-building resources. As for Divine Crystals, True God Tier Divine Crystals, Master God Tier Divine Crystals, Divine Artifacts, True God Tier Divine Artifacts, and Master God Tier Divine Crystals, there were even more than expected. Now that Zhou Zhou had the Mechanical Elven, the Eternal Mothership, and various God Tier battleships, these Divine Crystals came at the right time. And those Time Elemental Gems and Space Elemental Gems were enough for him to upgrade his territory again. Then, he looked at the list of Insight defections and the list of new God Spirits. Yesterday night, the 312 Lords of the Star Alliance under him had incited these Scarlet factions 312 times. A total of 4,368,000,000,000 Scarlet Soldiers, 488,126 Scarlet God Spirits, and 512 True God Tiers had been incited by Insight defection. Even if 20% of these soldiers were given to Zhou Zhou, he would still receive more than 8,736,000,000,000 Scarlet Soldiers, 97,625 Scarlet God Spirits, and 102 Scarlet True God Tiers. Including the 19.2 trillion new recruits and 10 God Spirits who had just been recruited and transferred, as well as the new God Spirits and True God Tiers who had broken through in the war, the number of soldiers in his main combat army had shockingly reached 3,865,66,47,036,656 soldiers, 126,288 God Spirits, and 351 True God Tiers. Including the total number of troops and God Spirits in the Star Alliance, the number of soldiers under him had already reached 7,276,830,612,001 soldiers, 597,679 God Spirits, and 761 True God Tiers. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Even though this number was far inferior to the total forces of the 50,000-odd Scarlet Empire and the million-odd Scarlet Kingdoms, it had already reached 120% of the other party. With this army, Zhou Zhou would be able to be arrogant in the high continent. Most importantly, after 312 Insight defections, 40% of the Scarlet Soldiers, the Scarlet God Spirit, and the Scarlet True God Tier had secretly become his subordinates. Today, there would be another round of Insight defection, and tomorrow, there would be another round of Insight defection. He could make nearly 80% of the soldiers, God Spirits, and True God Tier of the 93 high-level Scarlet Empire submit to him. At that time, as long as he gave the order, the 93 high-level Scarlet Empires would be wiped out. Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath. This was the power of 312 lords who had grasped the legendary tier Lord Talent. It was laughable, AUS had clearly grasped a method to restrain him, the 10,000 Spirit Saint. However, he did not expect that his main target had not appeared all this time, so the other party did not have the chance to use that method at all. What was even more unexpected was that by tomorrow, Zhou Zhou's subordinates would be able to incite most of his subordinates to incite defection. Zhou Zhou's mission would have actually been completed when the time comes. Whether the entire King of 10,000 Kings event would end or not was already up to him. Everything happened too quickly. Zhou Zhou did not expect that such a powerful enemy would be defeated so easily. The only thing he was thinking about now was how to kill that AUS clone. O's Chaos Scarlet Empire had yet to appear as yet. The ones in charge of guarding the borders of the Scarlet Army had always been the high-level Scarlet Empires. If he wanted to complete the mission given to him by the Supreme Will, which was to destroy the 100 high-level Scarlet Empires led by O's clone, his primary goal must be to kill Aus and the other kings of the empires. Among the soldiers and god spirits of the other kings, it was easy to kill them because they had incite defection soldiers and god spirits. However, the Chaos Scarlet Empire had never been incited by incite defection. In addition, O's clone was also very vigilant. It would be quite difficult to deal with O's clone from the inside. He didn't think too much about it as he would have the upper hand the next day. At that time, as long as he was prepared to prevent the other party from escaping, the other party would already be a turtle in a jar. There was no need to think too much about it. Then, he looked at the list of newly promoted god spirits. Chapter 1181, Nazario's Advancement. Supreme Conquest Effect. Upgrade Territory. In the many battles last night, they had killed a large number of enemy soldiers, the Scarlet God Spirit, and the Scarlet True God Tier. Therefore, there were many new god spirits under him. A total of 23,725 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. In addition, 55 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied after reading it. This battle had given his soldiers and god spirits a great time. There were actually so many soldiers and god spirits who had advanced to god spirits and true god tiers. He carefully looked at the list of true gods who had advanced to the true god tier. Then, he seemed to have discovered something and frowned slightly. This was because he discovered that Nazario was also in the team that had advanced to true god tier. Nazario was now a true god tier elementary grade. As a legendary dragon, the Abyssal Holy Dragon, it would probably be able to protect itself even if it could not fight head-on against the attacks of a master god tier god spirit. However, he still remembered that Nazario's inheritance of the Abyss Divine Dragon God Spirit had a deep relationship with that Abyss will. It was naturally a good thing for him that Nazario had advanced to become a true God tier elementary grade God Spirit. It would also give the Abyss will a chance to control Nazario. When Nazario received the inheritance of the Abyssal Holy Dragon, he had told him that he could suppress his strength and not make a breakthrough. Why did he suddenly make a breakthrough now? He thought about it and decided to contact Nazario first. Soon, Nazario's response appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. Master, I had a premonition that the danger of my inheritance will not appear at the true God tier level. Instead, it will appear when I advance to the Master God tier. It's precisely because of this premonition that I advanced to the true God tier realm without permission. I was so happy that I forgot to tell Master about it. Nazario replied with some shame. Zhou Zhou frowned. As a legendary dragon, even if Nazario's intuition was not as good as the Chaos humans, it was still much stronger than most races in the myriad worlds. There shouldn't be any problem since it had this intuition. Moreover, it made sense thinking about it. The Abyss will was in existence at the level of will. Moreover, it was also at the top among the many will level existences. Even Supreme God Realm experts had to lower their heads in front of such a will. While Nazario might be an Abyssal Holy Dragon that had just attained true God tier, it would not be of much help to the Abyss will. It was normal not to be noticed by the Abyss will. It could only be of some use to the Abyss will when it reached the Master God tier level. Zhou Zhou, who was relieved, chatted with Nazario for a while more before cutting off the connection. At this moment, Zhang Yuankai was walking towards him excitedly. Your Majesty, I have happy news to report. Just now, there are more than 500 trillion subjects, nearly 800,000 other epic tier heroes, nearly 400,000 legendary tier heroes, more than 100,000 lesser deities, more than 60,000 mid-tier deity-level deities, and more than 30,000 high-tier deity-level deities gathered in our empire's border cities. They hope to join our empire and become our empire's subjects and worshipped god spirits. Also, Your Excellency Zero also discovered the auras of 62 true god tiers among these living beings who want to join our empire. They also want to join our empire and become the true god tiers of our empire. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. This was because his supreme conquest effect had been triggered. He had consecutively conquered the Blood Moon clan, the Yin Ghost clan, and the Heaven Hidden clan yesterday. These three clans combined had 30 Empire tier lord factions. After that, Bai Yun led her army and eliminated 7 high-level Empire tier lord factions. He had also obtained 13 mythical reputation rating talents through the 2 Lord announcements yesterday. It was precisely because of the addition of these talents and the influence of his common people's regal title that so many subjects, god spirits, and even true god tier had joined his blazing sun empire. Double blessings. Zhou Zhou was delighted. Set up with all our might. Report again to this emperor after the results are tabulated. Zhou Zhou was overjoyed and immediately told Zhang Yuankai. Yes, your majesty. Zhang Yuankai said respectfully before heading back to work. Then, Zhou Zhou continued to read the promotion list. To his surprise, he discovered that the Yellow Emperor and the Buddha Lord had also advanced to the True God tier advanced grade. Patriarch Lu and Bai He had also advanced to the True God tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in his heart. These 4 old human leaders had finally advanced. Then, he handed the other matters to Zhou managed to handle. He flew to the sky above the capital and looked down at it. He silently chanted to upgrade his territory. The next second, accompanied by 40,000 trillion units of basic materials, 10,000 low-tier deity-level advanced grade divine crystals, 100 billion origin crystals, 200 million units of space-time elemental gems, and 20 low-tier deity-level elementary grade territory tokens, 10 low-tier deity-level intermediate grade territory tokens, and 3 low-tier deity-level advanced grade territory tokens, they disappeared. Congratulations, your low-tier deity-level intermediate grade shrine, Lord's Law, has been upgraded to low-tier deity-level advanced grade shrine, Lord's Law. Your territory has been upgraded to low-tier deity-level advanced grade. Your low-tier deity-level intermediate grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to low-tier deity-level advanced grade divine origin augmentation formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 2 trillion/2 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 300 million km x 300 million km x 500,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, mythical tier building blueprint treasure chest, low tier deity level advanced grade. Lord Talent notification, your Scarlet Brood Mother can be upgraded. Lord Talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. Zhou Zhou looked at the upgrade notification and nodded in satisfaction. After the Scarlet Brood Mother was upgraded, the Scarlet Brood Mother should be able to produce more than 20 trillion recruitment books and job change certificates tomorrow. Then, he looked at the material requirements for the territory to be upgraded to a low-level mid-tier deity level. Construction upgrade, 200,000 trillion units of wood, 200,000 trillion units of fine sand, 200,000 trillion units of metal, 200,000 trillion units of stone, 10,000 mid-tier deity-level divine crystals, 500 billion origin crystals, 500 million units of time elemental gems, 500 million units of space elemental gems, 10 lower mid-tier deity-level regional territories, 10 lower mid-tier deity-level god spirits, 10,000 racial heroes, 10 lower mid-tier deity-level elemental grade territory tokens. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, he had fulfilled all the other conditions. He was just short of the time elemental gemstone and the spatial elemental gemstone. He looked at his king's treasure box. In his king's treasure box, there were still more than 283 million units of time elemental gems and more than 347 million units of spatial elemental gems. Nothing much, but I should be able to satisfy them all by today, and then I will be able to upgrade the territory again tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought. Chapter 1182, Lord Talent Improvement. The movement of the Supreme Alliance. Zhou Zhou flew back to the shrine, opened his personal terminal, and held a video conference with Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Molly. The territory has just been upgraded. You guys have already felt your improvement, right? Tell me about it. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Mugu was the first to say respectfully. Your Majesty, the Scarlet Brood Mother that I'm currently in, has been upgraded from low-tier deity level intermediate grade to low-tier deity level advanced grade. The number of Mist Mothers evolved from the low-tier deity level advanced grade Scarlet Brood Mother has increased from 50,000 to 70,000. Every Mist Mother world can now nurture 100 million fog monsters. 70,000 Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 7 trillion fog monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high-quality Scarlet Heirs has also increased. Currently, I can at most nurture a Scarlet God Spirit below the high-tier deity level. This process will take about 3 days. If I want to nurture a scarlet descendant of a mid-tier deity level advanced grade, it will only take about a day. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This improvement was not bad. Among your 70,000 mist mothers, you left 10,000 to specially nurture the iron-eating bear and the withered tree. As for the other 60,000 mist mothers, 30,000 will be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirit, and the other 30,000 will be used to nurture the yellow talisman Deo soldier. A total of 60,000 mist mothers could nurture a total of 6 trillion ranch monsters. With the help of the King of Loots, he could obtain 9 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 9 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates, 9 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 9 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificates tomorrow. If he converted all these recruitment books into new recruits, he would have a total of 36 trillion soldiers, which was 36 trillion soldiers. He only had 38 trillion troops under him. He would be transformed by the Scarlet Brood Mother the next day. I've only improved by a small level, but I've obtained such a huge improvement. Looks like one day, I'll be able to transform into 100 trillion soldiers. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Gu said respectfully. Then, in the video, Zhang Fugui said with a smile. Your Majesty, now, the number of mysterious merchant has increased from 200 million to 300 million after our territory was promoted to low-tier deity level advanced grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 300 million. All of us mysterious merchants' strength has also increased to low-tier deity level advanced grade. Our treasure hunting ability has increased again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 100 treasures each time. Moreover, the quality of each treasure is comparable to a god-tier treasure. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. 300 million low-tier deity level advanced grade god spirits. Even if it was a living god spirit, such a large group of god spirits together was still an extremely shocking battle power. Unfortunately, as mysterious merchant, they not only represented Zhou Zhou, but also represented the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce, an extremely huge and mysterious organization in the myriad worlds. In the face of war, they could only be neutral and could not fight for themselves. Otherwise, his power could totally increase by several times with the help of the mysterious merchant. After Zhang Fugui finished speaking, Carol Molly continued. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, after the territory was upgraded to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade, our life arc already has 500 billion clergymen, 500 billion priests, 500 billion nuns, and 5,000 billion life holy knights. These clergymen are enough to complete the war healing missions and resurrection missions of quadrillions of troops. Also, currently, there are 10,000 high-level divine duty members of the Life Arc's God Spirit level. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, I'm still at the true God tier intermediate grade. It can revive any God spirits below the Master God tier level. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he chatted with the three of them for a while before ending the video call. He sat quietly on the throne for a while before suddenly asking. Zero, are there any movements from the Lords of the Supreme Alliance and the myriad races? As a consciousness incarnation of the Master God tier, Zero's intelligence exceeded that of any Machina race in the myriad worlds. Zhou Zhou naturally wouldn't let this top-notch intelligent life form off. Therefore, after he arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire, Zhou Zhou handed over all the intelligence systems of the Blazing Sun Empire to Zero to manage. Zhou Zhou had also handed over all the work that Wenya had done in the past to Zero. As a mechanical elven, Wenya should focus on combat. This would not waste the other party's talent. Reporting to Your Majesty. Currently, most of the races and factions in the Supreme Alliance led by the original Spirit race are not taking the initiative to participate in the special event of the Tribulation of 10,000 races. Even though they had already led their armies out of their respective territories and were rushing towards the Blazing Sun Empire, their marching speed was extremely slow. They would probably only reach the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire tomorrow night. As for the Lord of all races, even though Your Majesty has already said that you won't have any arrangements for them, they value the key targets mentioned by the Supreme Will very much. Currently, they are rushing towards our territory with all their might. However, because their means of transportation are too low level, the Lord faction that will be able to arrive the fastest will need to arrive at our Blazing Sun Empire tomorrow morning. Zhou Zhou was speechless. This group of races was not active in the battle. Instead, the weak lords of all races were rushing to die. Did they really think that the god spirits and soldiers of AUS were jealous? As for the key targets, after verification by Zhou Fight, they were confirmed to be the targets of the Eye of the Heavens anger. Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zhan did not care much about these goals. This was because they had already decided to destroy the 100 high-level Scarlet Empires led by AUS. Those key targets would be dealt with in passing, and they would not specially look for them. Then, he frowned and asked in puzzlement, are these fellows from the Supreme Alliance going to risk the punishment of reducing the luck of their race and drag it out until the end before coming to resist these Scarlet armies? Your Majesty, as far as I know, the factions of the Supreme Alliance know that you have already sent troops to launch a sneak attack on the Scarlet Army led by AUS. According to the data, there is an 83.9% chance that the other party wanted to wait until you were destroyed by the Scarlet Army before coming to help resist the invading Scarlet Army. This way, not only could they eliminate you, the greatest threat to them, and ascend to the Lord of all races, they would also not violate the special requirements of the Supreme Will. There is a 16% chance that they wanted to attack at the last moment. This way, not only could they destroy most of your soldiers, they could also protect their own lives and leave them alone. This way, they would not be a threat to the lords of all races and could complete the mission of the Supreme Will. The last 0.1% probability includes other possibilities. Zhou Zhou sneered. Chapter 1183, Counterattack of the Empire's Rulers. Eternal Holy Land. These guys are dreaming. However, they might not have expected that when they faced this enemy that was hundreds of times stronger than them, not only would their lives be in danger, he would also make use of this crisis to eat their fill. He would even have the ability to decide when this King of 10,000 Kings event would end. His Blazing Sun Empire would become a true behemoth that many Divine Kingdom lords would fear after this event. It would be enough to dominate the heavens. Just as well, so be it. It just so happens that I've used up all my insight defections. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. As for the lords of all races, their strength posed no threat to Zhou Zhou or those high-level Scarlet Empires, so Zhou Zhou was not worried that they would affect his activity mission. Time passed quickly. It was already the next night in the blink of an eye. In the Scarlet Army, the war conference room of the Chaos Scarlet Empire's base. 93 high-level kings of the Scarlet Empire were gathered here. Their expressions were gloomy, and the atmosphere in the conference room seemed a little oppressive. The king of the Demon Slaughter Scarlet Empire, the Demon Slaughter Lord, was finally the first to speak to AUS. He suppressed the anger in his voice. Our wise Excellency AUS, do we have to watch helplessly as the army of the common people's regal continuously launches sneak attacks on us? Our Demon Slaughter Scarlet Empire has already lost more than 300 billion Scarlet soldiers, more than 8,000 Scarlet God spirits, and 3 Scarlet True God tiers because of your defensive counterattack order. And this is the loss of a high-level Scarlet Empire. The entire army of the Scarlet Alliance has already lost 6% of their Scarlet soldiers. Almost half of the Scarlet God spirits and True God tiers have died. Don't tell me that we're going to continue advancing towards the Blazing Sun Imperial capital and not fight to the death with them here. Towards the end, he could no longer control his anger and flew into a rage at AUS. Even though they gave AUS his dignity temporarily, they were all kings of their empires. They were just allies and were not much inferior to AUS. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all when he was angry at AUS. The other kings could not control their emotions and complained to AUS as the Demon Slaughter Lord spoke. Many kings were also very aggrieved and depressed. Who would have thought that they originally had such a shocking military advantage, but they were actually in such a sad position now. They had been beaten up along the way, yet the other party did not even lose a single strand of hair. AUS did not say anything. Now that things had developed to this point, he had to bear the main responsibility for this matter. Therefore, he allowed them to vent the anger in their hearts. After the quarrel subsided, AUS said, I didn't expect it either. The battleship of the Blazing Sun Empire is actually a true God tier advance grade battleship. Even though we have 100 times more soldiers, God spirits, and true God tiers than the other party, we can't do anything against the enemy's warship that is several times faster. Are we just going to watch them beat us up? I've never suffered so much in my life. This is the most aggrieved war I've ever fought. I won't give up. The other rulers of the empires said angrily. There are only 2 ways. The first is to continue advancing towards the Blazing Sun Empire according to the original plan. When the Blazing Sun Empire is destroyed, the common people's regal and his army will naturally collapse on their own. As for the second method, AUS said, I've already set up ambushes on the way here. Now, these ambushes have already surrounded the area within a radius of 10 light years. The common people's regal and his army have been ambushing us. Their soldiers' encampment must not be far from us. If everyone agrees, we can mobilize all our troops now and surround the common people's regal and his army. Then, we can seal the time and space and finally use the strength of our entire army to ambush and kill them all. But there's a risk. I'm worried that the other party's True God Tier Advance Grade battleship has the ability to travel through time and space at the True God Tier level or even the Master God Tier level. If the other party has this ability, our ambush plan will probably be meaningless. I know that you should more or less have some Master God Tier level methods in your hands since you can represent the Scarlet Divine Kingdom behind you to come to the High Continent to fight. If you have the Master God Tier means to reinforce the space-time seal, why don't you take it out now? Once we successfully kill the common people's regal, the king who brought out such a method will definitely be able to obtain more rewards from the Crimson Overlord. In addition, that common people's regal has many methods. Moreover, he doesn't lack Master God Tier methods. When we start fighting them, when the other party counterattacks with Master God Tier methods, I hope that everyone can also use their own Master God Tier methods to destroy the common people's regal and his army in addition to me. After this battle is over, when you make a summary of the battle in front of Lord Crimson Overlord, you can also show your contributions to Lord Crimson Overlord and gain recognition. What do you think? With that, AUS looked at the 92 high-level Scarlet Kings. Among the 92 kings, 20 to 30 of them hesitated after hearing O's words. They were all kings of empires with Master God Tier level means but they couldn't bear to use it. That was because a Master God Tier technique was a rare national level trump card even among the Divine Kingdom lords behind them. There would be one less every time they used one. The strength and fate of their empire would be weaker every time there was one lesser. This matter concerned the fate of the country, so they had to be cautious. However, in the end, the idea of contributing to the Crimson Overlord moved them. I have a small pile of eternal sacred land that can seal space and time. Even the 10 Master God Tier can't escape the sealed space and time range of the eternal sacred land through space and time concealment. If your encirclement successfully ambushes common people's regal and his army, I can use the eternal sacred land to help you kill the common people's regal. However, that common people's regal should only be a clone of the common people's regal's main body, right? You should have a fate method that involves the main body, right? A transparent ruler of the empire, whose body reflected the spatial illusion, hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. As soon as these words were spoken, the other kings immediately exclaimed. Eternal sacred land? Is it the supreme sacred land that wraps the river of time and space? Not only can the legendary tier eternal sacred land restrict the flow of the river of time and space, it can also restrict the flow of fate. Your Time Scarlet Empire actually has such a sacred artifact. It's said that the Crimson Empire has a secret law technique to ferry people in the river of time and space. It can harvest countless treasures from the river of time and space. Looks like it's true. AUS was also shocked. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. Of course, I brought the fate method that involves the main body. As long as you can seal time and space, I promise to turn that common people's regal into ashes. Chapter 1184, Space-Time Stagnation. Just as AUS and the other kings were discussing how to surround and kill the army, Zhou Fight, Zhou Marshal, Zero, and the generals were also discussing their next battle plan. Currently, the Scarlet Army, led by AUS, still has 7,753 trillion Scarlet soldiers, more than 14 million Scarlet God spirits, and more than 3,200 Scarlet True God tiers after our repeated incite defections and sneak attacks. And our military strength, including the incite defection forces, is currently 9,012,125,936,881,906 soldiers, 798,929 God spirits, and 973 Scarlet True God tiers. Even though the current difference in military strength is still very large, the individual combat quality of our soldiers and the God spirits is very high. Each of them can fight against 100 people alone. In addition, we have the insider of the incite defection. Once the war begins, as long as the insider suddenly counterattacks the enemy's internal center, once the enemy's center is destroyed, coupled with the fierce attacks of our elite troops, even if the enemy has hidden trump cards, we have a 35.75% chance of winning. Zero concluded. Zhou Fight and the others nodded slightly. We only have a 33% chance of winning. In other words, there's still a certain risk, especially when we don't know how many trump cards the other party has. It's better for us not to attack easily. And we don't have to rush now. We have the Eternal Mothership. It's more than enough to protect ourselves. As long as we wait for the Supreme Alliance's troops to arrive, the main force of the Scarlet Army will naturally be dealt with by the Supreme Alliance. Even though the Supreme Alliance isn't willing to help us, He definitely won't watch helplessly as the Blazing Sun Empire is destroyed. Otherwise, they will violate the content of the event arranged by the Supreme Will. They can delay, but they definitely won't not do it. After the Supreme Alliance's forces restrain the main force of the Scarlet Army, we can carry out our war plan more safely. Bai Yun said. The other generals nodded slightly. What do you think of the ambushers? Zhou Fai suddenly asked. Even though the ambush troops arranged by AUS were hidden very well, among them was a spy arranged by Zhou Fai, Insight Defection. With these insiders providing him with the latest information, he naturally knew the ambush troops that AUS had arranged easily. He even knew the location, number, mechanical means of war, and so on. They're just trying to ambush us. We have the Eternal Mothership, so it shouldn't be a problem. Bai Yun said. Zhou Fai thought about it and nodded. The Eternal Mothership's teleportation, spatial travel, and other abilities were all top-notch Master God tier advanced grade abilities. Among the Master God tier level, it was very difficult to find a method comparable to it in the entire myriad worlds. As for Supreme God Realm techniques? As a lord like him, if he could use Supreme God Realm methods, he would immediately tell the Supreme Will that a lord had cheated on the Crimson Overlord's side. Of course, another key point was that his innate intuition didn't warn him. That was why he did not deny Bai Yun's idea. At this moment, a low hum sounded. Subsequently, Zhou Fai and Zhou Wu felt that their thoughts seemed to have become stagnant, causing them to be stunned on the spot for a second or two. After a second or two, they came back to their senses. They immediately activated the Lord's Law in their bodies and used the Law skill, King, to increase their strength to a level infinitely close to that of a Master God tier. Only then did they escape from the stagnant state just now. Time lockdown. No, it's space-time stagnation. What a powerful space-time stagnation. Even a true God tier is frozen on the spot. Zhou Fai and Zhou Wu suddenly stood up from their scats and looked solemnly at all their subordinates who were controlled by the space-time stagnation. The two of them spread their senses at the same time. Then, they realized that not only were their subordinates controlled, but all the soldiers, heroes, and god spirits of the entire Blazing Sun Empire were also scaled by the space-time stagnation at this moment. Only the legendary dragons, the Abyssal Holy Dragon Nazario and the Light Sacred Dragon Injsal, were barely conscious, but it was difficult for them to move. Zero, what's going on? Zhou Fai said in a deep voice. Even though he had suddenly encountered a huge change. Zhou Fai and Zhou Wu did not panic. Your Majesty, even though Zero was only a trace of the machine god tier's consciousness, he was not affected at all. His voice was exceptionally clear at this moment. 1. There are top-notch Master God treasures in the outside world. The Eternal Sacred Land has frozen this space-time. Currently, most of the functions of the Eternal Mothership are restricted by the Eternal Sacred Land. Moreover, the owner of the Eternal Sacred Land has already discovered our location. We have already fallen into a huge crisis. Eternal Sacred Land. Zhou Fai raised his eyebrows. He had many top-notch bloodline inheritances in his mind, so he naturally knew what kind of treasure this Eternal Sacred Land was. This group of high-level Scarlet Empire members indeed had an extremely high foundation. They actually took out such a supreme treasure to use. So, are we going to face these guys head-on? Zhou Fai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Zero replied. Zhou Fai shook his head slightly. Originally, he wanted to use Insight Defection again and wait for the Supreme Alliance's army to arrive before starting a war with them. From the looks of it, man proposes, God disposes. This war was about to begin early. However, he, who had the Battle Resurrection Scroll, did not panic. If they came, they would fight. The many trump cards in his hands were not to be trifled with. He looked at the generals and soldiers who were still in the state of space-time stagnation and had an idea. Chaotic sacred power with the Lord's Law attribute spread out in all directions with him as the center. Then, it quickly enveloped all the soldiers and god spirits in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. The space-time stagnation state on these soldiers and god spirits immediately dissipated after a few seconds after being touched by the Lord's laws. All the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire, including Bai Yun, broke free from the space-time stagnation state and regained their freedom. After they escaped from the space-time stagnation state, they did not react to what had just happened for a moment. They were still staring blankly at Zhou Fai and Zhou Wu, who had already stood up with solemn expressions. "Your Majesty, what are you? What happened? When did you stand up, Your Majesty? Not good. Enemies are attacking. Everyone, be on guard." Yuan Kong was the first to react. She immediately looked out her true god-tier divine artifacts and looked outside the Eternal Mothership warily with a serious expression. Only then did the other soldiers realize what had happened. They immediately took out their divine artifacts and were on guard. Many people had already turned on the virtual exterior mode and looked outside. Then, they were shocked to see that their current location was not a starry sky, but a scarlet-yellow floating continent. On this floating continent, there was an illusory river that was billions of light-years long and reflected countless space-time phantoms. It flowed on this continent without changing since ancient times. The eternal mainland? The river of time and space. Yuan Kong was stunned for a long time before it could not help but widen its eyes and cry out. As a member of the Shepherd's God race, he naturally had a secret legacy regarding this in his mind. However, this was the first time he had seen him. This was a supreme forbidden mystic realm that even Master God tier could die in the myriad worlds. Even existences like the Supreme God realm could not come and go as they pleased here. Only existences with wills could freely come and go here. Why did they suddenly come to such a place? Chapter 1185, O's Persuasion. You and your main body will die at my hand. This isn't the real eternal mainland or the river of space-time. It's just a small pile of space-time illusions born from the eternal sacred land. It only has the effect of space-time stagnation. There's no real harm done to us. At this moment, Zhou Fai's calm voice resounded in everyone's ears. Yuan Kong was stunned for a moment. Then, it took a closer look and patted its chest. It heaved a huge sigh of relief and smiled bitterly as if it had escaped death. I knew it, if I really came to the eternal mainland, how could a small true god tier like me still be alive? At this moment, Zero's voice sounded. The enemy's location has been found. The enemy is approaching us. 10 light years. 7 light years. 2 light years. 1 light year, 530 million kilometers. During the reporting period, Zhou Fai, Zhou Marshall, and the generals could already see the distant starry sky. Round after round of true god-tier battleships and other registered battleships were carrying hundreds of trillions of scarlet armies, scarlet god spirits, scarlet true gods, various war machines, and other war buildings as they broke through the layers of nebulae and finally arrived about a light year away from them. Compared to this, the eternal mothership that Zhou Fai and the others were on, as well as the surrounding 10 cosmos emperors, were as insignificant as ants were to an elephant. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. O's voice came from the scarlet battleship high in the sky, and his voice spread to the ears of all the life forms present. You have already been trapped by my Master God tier elementary grade array 10 directions infinite array and the eternal sacred land. In front of you, other than dying on the battlefield, there's only one choice left: surrender. You're extremely talented on the path of a lord. You're the lord of all races that the Supreme will values the most. The King of the Chaos Scarlet Empire, AUS, and the Crimson Overlord behind me also value you very much. I know you're a regal. You're very arrogant and don't want to be subordinate to other races. But are you really willing to give up your abilities and foundation and die meaninglessly on this battlefield? Join my camp. Join the arms of our Crimson Overlord. The treatment you receive from Lord Crimson Overlord will only far exceed the treatment you receive from the Supreme Will. Frankly, I'm jealous of you. That's why I'll only give you 15 minutes to consider. If you still don't choose to surrender after 15 minutes, I can only follow the will in my heart and personally destroy you, a regal. Inside the Eternal Mothership. Zhou Fai laughed lightly after he heard this. On the one hand, he wants to pretend to recruit me. On the other hand, he wants to use these words to attack our morale? Unfortunately, the soldiers under my command have long used various skills, hero skills, law skills, and even lord talents to stabilize their morale at their peak. Defeating morale? Not possible. Still. Since the other party was so confident, he would fight them head-on. He said that he had 100 times more troops than him. Then, he would let the other party see what it meant to fight against 100 people alone. Attack! Let these guys know what it's like to beat the lord of all races and factions in the high continent until they tremble in fear. Zhou Fight said. Yes, your majesty. The generals replied coldly. Even if the enemy had 100 times more troops than him, so what? It was not their first time experiencing such a crisis. After experiencing several war crises, they already had a belief in their hearts. They would be victorious in every battle as long as they were under the leadership of His Majesty. Enemy? Just kill them. Died? What was there to be afraid of? Bai Yun did not waste any time. She immediately arranged for the god spirits and armies of the various commanders to fly out of the Eternal Mothership and Cosmos Emperor. Then, she quickly arranged the troop arrangement outside. In just half a minute, she summoned 70 true god-level army spirits, 9-headed hellhounds and more than 100,000 god-level army spirits. These spirits of the military formation were the growth they had obtained after experiencing this day and night. Even though it was slightly inferior to the growth efficiency obtained in the time world, it was already 100 times the usual results obtained through training. Zhou Fight nodded slightly when he saw this. War. It was indeed one of the fastest ways for the soldiers to familiarize themselves with and master the spirit of the military formation. At the same time, when Aus and the other kings saw the army of the Blazing Sun Empire fly out of the warship, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly with surprised expressions. He actually escaped the space-time stagnation of the eternal sacred land. The common people's regal is indeed capable. So what if they escape the space-time stagnation of the eternal sacred land? Facing our 100x reward and the other party's military strength, they will only lose in the end. Haha, you're right. The kings of the Scarlet Empire laughed as they discussed. There was no possibility of losing this battle. Even Aus was the same. At this moment, Aus suddenly raised his eyebrows. This was because he saw 2 Zhou Zhous fly out of the Eternal Mothership. One of them is Zhou Zhou's clone. Could the other be Zhou Zhou's main body? Zhou Zhou and his main body are here. That's right. In the current situation, Zhou Zhou's main body has to come. Otherwise, once he is defeated, even if his main body is at the rear, he will lose the possibility of rising again. In that situation, he might as well die on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, we can kill them together and complete the mission given to us by the Crimson Overlord. Then, we can carry out the normal invasion mission. When the Scarlet Kings saw Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, they were instantly overjoyed. So the target was right in front of him. Aus narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that these 2 guys might not be Zhou Zhou's main body, but Zhou Zhou's clone. However, it did not matter if it was his main body or his clone. He had a treasure that included his main body. It made no difference whether he killed his clone or his main body. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Since you've appeared, let me ask you, are you willing to surrender to me? Aus said in a low voice. Zhou Fight's expression was calm. Aus. You will be defeated by this emperor. This emperor is not only talking about you, but also your main body. As for today's battle, this emperor will definitely win. He said nonchalantly. His voice did not waver at all, as though the quadrillion-strong army was nothing. O's face turned cold. Courting death. Looks like I'll have to take your corpse to report. Attack. Exterminate common people's regal and his army. Leave no one alive. Zhou Fight said coldly. Everyone, attack. As for Aus, leave him to me. After saying this, he looked at the starry sky. It was nighttime. The great lunar star was hanging high in the starry sky, scattering endless moonlight. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu closed their eyes at the same time. Talent Moon Demon. Activate. Chapter 1186, Huge Battle. 1. The terrifying Master God tier pressure spread in all directions with Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire battlefield. Not only that, this pressure also formed a world of its own, pulling the Blazing Sun Empire and Aus into this world created by the Master God tier. At this moment, both sides looked at Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu in shock. This was the first time they had seen Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu display the strength of a Master God tier. After seeing it, the Blazing Sun Empire's side was naturally incomparably excited. On the other hand, O's side had a solemn expression. I thought that the Lord of the Blazing Sun only grasped a treasure with the power of a Master God tier. I didn't expect him to actually grasp a mystic technique to raise his strength to the level of a master god tier. Where did this regal blazing sun get so many top-notch secret techniques to increase his strength? If I'm not wrong, this guy's strength is only at the mid-tier deity level, right? Is the Lord's law really so omnipotent? It can even easily break through the master god tier bottleneck. It's fine if we win this battle, but if we lose, this common people's regal is probably really qualified to lead the human race to survive openly in the myriad worlds. The Scarlet Kings said solemnly. The reason why Master God tier existences were called clan-protecting experts. It was because a race with a main god-level powerhouse was enough to protect their race and survive in the myriad worlds for countless years without fear of being exterminated. It could even allow a race to grow smoothly under the power of time, giving birth to countless experts and becoming a top race. Unless a main god tier was courting death, it would be very difficult for a main god tier existence of the same level to eliminate an expert of this level after all. Only a supreme god realm expert with a higher level of existence could easily kill a lord god realm expert. However, such existences would not easily appear after all. Master god tiers were basically the top experts in the myriad worlds. The races under the protection of the master god tier would not be easily destroyed. They could grow up safely. That was why they were called clan protecting experts. Even so, AUS and the others were not afraid. Among these kings, they had mastered many master god tier methods. Even if Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had the strength of a master god tier elementary grade, they could still kill them if they used master god tier methods together. At this moment, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, who had completely advanced to the master god tier elementary grade at the last minute, slowly opened their eyes. The cold great lunar light shone on the two of them, making them look like the emperors of the moon. The two of them had a thought. He was surrounded by 6 Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts. With a total of 6 Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu felt that even if an advanced grade Master God tier existence appeared in front of the two of them would still have the courage to take a gamble. The two of them didn't speak as they rushed to the front of the Blazing Sun Empire's army. Their goal was very clear. It was AUS, who was in the middle of the Scarlet Army. Attack together! AUS ordered. When all the Scarlet Kings saw this scene, they also got their true God tier subordinates to take out their Master God tier techniques that they had long prepared and prepare to fight Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu who were charging over. However, at this moment, a strange glint flashed across Zhou Fight's eyes. The next second, other than the Chaos Scarlet Empire, more than 60% of the soldiers and god spirits of the other 92 high-level Scarlet Empires suddenly aimed their weapons at their comrades beside them. Before the Scarlet Kings could react, they began to kill without restraint. In the blink of an eye, almost 10% of the Scarlet Soldiers and Scarlet God Spirits were killed or severely injured because they could not react in time. There was no lack of Scarlet True God tiers among them who had perished. What? The Scarlet Monarchs watched this scene with their mouths agape. Then, they immediately reacted. It's the insight defection ability of the common people's regal. When did he bewitch our soldiers? We clearly didn't see the common people's regal attack before. It's the sneak attack from before. At this moment, AUS said with a dark expression. He never expected that to happen. He was already prepared, but the other party still succeeded in instigating the insight defection. Even though they were only insight defection's 92 high-level troops and god spirits. The rest of the Crimson Kingdom and the Crimson Kingdom were unaffected, and the main force was fine. However, they still felt terrible. This was because they were the most elite and core part of the entire Scarlet Army. The war had just begun, but their core elites had problems, which was a huge blow to their morale. There was no time to think since Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had already charged into the Scarlet Army. Facing its terrifying Master God tier pressure, not to mention ordinary Scarlet soldiers, even the Scarlet God Spirit and the Scarlet True God tier did not dare to block each other's path. He made way for the other party to reach AUS unknowingly. A bunch of trash! AUS cursed. Then, he took a deep breath and took out a statue. He looked at the statue, and a look of heartache flashed in his eyes. However, he still pressed it against his chest. Then, he saw that the statue had been forcefully pressed into his heart. And after this statue completely fused into his heart. Bang! 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 A loud heartbeat resounded throughout the entire battlefield. The surrounding Scarlet Kings watched in astonishment as O's strength increased rapidly. True God tier elementary grade. True God tier intermediate grade. True God tier advanced grade. Master God tier elementary grade. Zhou's power had also risen to the same level as Zhou Zhou's, a Master God tier elementary grade. Then, he held a tricolored pagoda that emitted the aura of a Master God tier elementary grade. With a thought, he saw the pagoda rapidly smash towards Zhou Zhou. Zhou Fight's eyes flashed. Then, he slashed down. Boom! This Master God tier elementary grade tricolored pagoda was actually sent flying by this saber strike. It smashed Aus, who caught the tricolored pagoda, back millions of kilometers. Aus was shocked. When he looked at his tricolored pagoda, the expression on his face became even more horrified. This was because he saw a huge crack appear on his pagoda. This. Aus was in disbelief. Even though the three-colored pagoda in his hand was not a Master God tier divine artifact, it was still an offensive treasure at Master God tier elementary grade. The other party could actually break the Master God tier pagoda in one strike. A Master God tier elementary grade God spirit definitely could not have such astonishing destructive power. Could the other party's weapon be? He suddenly looked at the weapons and armor on Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. Even though they did not emit any aura and looked like ordinary arms and armor, his Scarlet Chaos human bloodline inexplicably gave him an intuition. That was a Master God tier weapon. Master God tier arms and Master God tier strength. Even though these two duplicates of Zhou Zhou don't understand Master God tier level nomological laws, with the nomological laws of the Master God tier divine artifact, they probably have the combat prowess of an intermediate or even an advanced grade Master God. Aus could not hide his shock. This Lord of the Blazing Sun had given him too many surprises. Chapter 1187, Great Battle, 2. No wonder Lord Crimson Overlord wants to destroy him so badly. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become the right-hand man of the Supreme Will in the future. He might even become the Lord of all races. He muttered to himself. At the same time, just as Zhou General Aus was sent flying, he and Zhou Zhan also rushed into the encirclement of the Scarlet Kingdom's king. Seeing the arrival of these two enemies, the Scarlet Kings couldn't help but recall the mission given to them by the Crimson Overlord. As long as they destroyed the Lord of the Blazing Sun, they would be able to obtain unimaginable rewards from the Crimson Overlord. At the thought of this, their eyes immediately turned red. Kill him. Destroy the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Use all the Master God tier techniques. Attack together. All the Scarlet Monarchs gave their orders almost at the same time. A portion of them even used their Master God tier treasures to attack Zhou Zhou. In the blink of an eye, there were 8 true God tier advanced grade Scarlet Empire rulers who used Master God tier treasures to raise their strength to the Master God tier elementary grade. Then, they brought their respective Master God tier treasures and attacked Zhou Zhou. The other true God tier Scarlet also used their Master God tier techniques to deal with Zhou Zhou from afar. Demon Nightmare Magic. A true God tier Demon Nightmare from the abyss took out a scarlet rib bone. There were many black runes on the rib bone. The moment it appeared, it made the surrounding scarlet life forms feel very uncomfortable. He aimed the Demon Nightmare Divine Bone at Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu and injected divine power into it to activate the curse. Black runes flew out from the ribs and flew towards Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. They imprinted themselves on Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu's bodies at an astonishing speed. When these black incantations appeared on the surface of Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu's bodies, the two of them immediately felt their strength begin to rapidly decrease. It was as if they had fallen from the Master God tier elementary grade to the true God tier advanced grade. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu's expressions did not change. As they fought the 8 pseudo-Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet Master God tiers, they activated the chaotic sacred power in their bodies in an attempt to expel these black incantations. In the end, it was useless. Then, the two of them took out 2 Master God tier intermediate grade divine medicines to dispel the curse. They wanted to use the medicinal power to dispel the curse. However, these black incantations stuck to the two of them like maggots. No matter how hard they tried, they could not be removed. The two of them felt that their strength realm was about to fall to the level of a Master God tier elementary grade. Humph! Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu snorted and activated their supreme sacred body. Holy white divine runes that emitted a hazy white light appeared on Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. These divine runes seemed to be the essence of the laws, containing the mysteries of endless laws. They originated from endless nomological laws, but they were higher than endless nomological laws and ruled endless nomological laws. As soon as these holy white divine runes appeared, these black incantations seemed to have encountered something of a higher level. They actually had a faint feeling that they were about to be absorbed. These black incantations were extremely intelligent. When they realized that they were about to be absorbed, they immediately wanted to escape from Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu's bodies. However, how could Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu ignore such an opportunity? They immediately swallowed another Master God Tier Elementary Grade Nomological Law Enhancement Potion to strengthen their supreme sacred body. With the help of the divine medicine, these black incantations could no longer resist the absorption of the holy white divine runes. They were forced to be absorbed into Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu's divine bodies. At this moment, be it Zhou Fight, Zhou Marshall, Zhou Zhou, or his other clones, they all vaguely felt that their supreme sacred body had been strengthened. So the supreme sacred body is the same as the myriad method star palm. They are both moves that become stronger the more they fight. They came to a realization. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu smiled. Even though the main body of the supreme sacred body had just cultivated for a day, even with the help of the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, it had only advanced to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade. However, it could actually help him on a Master God tier battlefield. It could be seen how high its potential was. If it's a Master God tier elementary grade supreme sacred body, even if billions of low-level Master God tier elementary grades gang up on me, they probably won't be able to hurt me at all. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Back to the battlefield, even though Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had escaped the effects of the curse, they were still facing the siege of 8 pseudo-Master God tiers. Then, AUS joined in and attacked the two of them together. However, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu relied on the top-notch defensive capabilities of the Master God tier elementary grade armor. Naturally, they were extremely calm. Even if a portion of the attacks landed on them, they could not injure them at all. Soon, AUS and the other fake Master God tiers also realized this. Master God tier armor. They looked at Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu in shock. Did the Lord of the Blazing Sun inherit some Supreme God Realm's treasure vault? Why was it that other than Master God tier weapons, there was even Master God tier armor? Meanwhile, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu looked at each other. He had to end this quickly. They relied on the mystic technique to raise their pseudo-Master God tier elementary grade strength. It was still too difficult for them to forcefully control 6 Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts. It would not take long for the chaotic sacred power in their bodies to be exhausted. Even with the addition of the 3000 divine court realm apertures and the Lord Talent, King, they would not be able to last long. Kill. A cold glint flashed across their eyes. Subsequently, Zhou Fight teleported to the side of a Scarlet King. This king of the Scarlet Kingdom was called Wu Li. He was the king of the Scarlet Kingdom and was also one of the 8 pseudo-lord gods who besieged Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. Seeing Zhou Fight suddenly appear in front of him, he was shocked and subconsciously wanted to counterattack. However, Zhou Fight directly slashed out with his saber to transmit the other party's attack before slashing down at him. A black saber river descended from the sky and directly slashed through the main god tier divine power protective shield on the other party's body, splitting this Scarlet Empire King into two. The other party did not even have the time to say his last words before he died under this saber river. The Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact in his hands was called the Infinite Heavenly River Saber. It contained 2 Master God tier laws, the Heavenly River Law and the Sword Law, and also the Master God tier law skill, the Heavenly River Fall. Even among all the Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts that Zhou Zhou had, this Master God tier divine artifact could be considered top-notch. Zhou Fight used Heavenly River Fall to kill a fake Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God Spirit that didn't even have any Master God tier divine artifacts. It was naturally very simple. However, he had also paid a huge price to use this move. He could feel that there was less than 10% of the chaotic sacred power left in his body. That move just now had used 90% of his reserves of chaotic sacred power. As he activated the king to replenish the chaotic sacred power in his body, he turned his head to look. Zhou Marshall, who was tens of millions of kilometers away, also killed another false Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God Spirit with the green scale splitting rod in his hand. Just as the two of them were about to continue killing the other pseudo Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God Spirits. Everlasting. An old voice that seemed to have come from countless years ago sounded. In the next moment, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu felt their speed drop by at least 10,000 times. Even their thoughts were fixed for a second. In that 1 second, countless Master God tier level attacks landed on Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. Even with the protection of a Master God tier elementary grade defensive divine artifact, the two of them were still beaten until they vomited blood, and their bodies were injured to a certain extent. However, they were not dead. That was enough. A second later, the two of them activated the Lord's Law and dispelled the space-time stagnation state again. Then, they appeared in front of the king of the time Scarlet Empire at the same time. Under his terrified gaze, they killed him with a saber and a stick. Zhou Marshal took the eternal sacred land that had fallen from his hand. Chapter 1188, Great Battle, 3. After Zhou Marshal obtained the eternal sacred land, he injected divine power into it without hesitation. The next second, the eternal continent and the space-time river illusory realm that filled the sky emitted invisible space-time fluctuations. Under this spatial fluctuation, the Scarlet Army led by AUS immediately fell into a stagnation. Even the 20-odd Master God Tier True God Tiers and King of Scarlet were rooted to the ground. Only AUS was protected by some unknown treasure and was not affected by the eternal sacred land at all. When Bai Yun and the other soldiers saw this scene, they immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity to fight. The generals and god spirits immediately ordered all the soldiers to abandon all their defenses and attack the Scarlet Army that had fallen into the space-time stagnation state with all their might. At that time, countless Scarlet soldiers, Scarlet god spirits, and even Scarlet True God Tiers were killed by the army of the Blazing Sun Empire. Those who were lucky enough not to die were also heavily injured and could not continue fighting. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 trillion Scarlet soldiers, 1,000,000 Scarlet god spirits, and nearly 1,000 Scarlet True God Tier were either dead or injured. AUS widened his eyes and looked at Zhou Marshal, who controlled the eternal sacred land, and the countless casualties of the Scarlet Army. He felt so regretful that he wanted to bleed. If he had known that the king of the Scarlet Empire was so useless, he would have kept this fellow's eternal sacred land for his own use. Great! It has become the opponent's weapon instead. At this moment, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu flew straight at him. He completely ignored the 6 fake Master God Tiers who had fallen into the state of space-time stagnation. AUS was so angry that he wanted to curse seeing this scene. How much hatred did he have for him? He did not kill the 6 fake Master God Tiers who were waiting to die, yet he specially came to kill him, who was not restricted by the eternal sacred land. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were about to reach him. AUS did not have time to think, so he suddenly disappeared. It was as if the other party no longer existed in the vast high continent. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had the supreme sacred body and the chaos human bloodline. Their 6 senses were shockingly sensitive, yet they could not sense where the other party was. Zhou Fight immediately took out the Bodhi Supreme from his king's treasure box. "Where is O's clone?" he asked directly. "You really know how to cheat?" "One ordinary question," Bodhi Supreme said helplessly. "Sure," Zhou Fight said without hesitation. "Over there." As soon as Bodhi Supreme finished speaking, he saw AUS holding a grey umbrella in his right hand in the distant sky. He was looking at the Bodhi Supreme in his hands in shock and disbelief. "The Bodhi Supreme," he said in disbelief. "This supreme treasure that existed more than 10,000 years ago and attracted the covetous eyes of countless races. Even AUS had only seen it in a secret ancient book in the treasure vault of the chaotic Scarlet Empire. He never expected that this thing would actually appear in the hands of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Wasn't this thing long gone with the disappearance of the illusory life race?" He was extremely puzzled. However, he also realized that his hiding technique had been seen through. He had to hide again. "You have to catch him quickly. Otherwise, he will have to hide again. Then you'll have to waste another chance to answer ordinary questions. Otherwise, you can also use an official question to resolve your doubts. I can teach you a Master God Tier mystic technique so that you can see through his concealment technique," the Bodhi Supreme said lazily. "No need," Zhou Fight said. Then, he looked at AUS, who was about to disappear, and immediately activated Thief of Heart. A text notification immediately appeared. "Current items that can be stolen, Heart of the Thousand World item, contains a large number of treasures, success rate of stealing, 95%, 1 True God Tier Divine Artifact, Heaven Ascending Boots, success rate of stealing, 94%, 1 True God Tier Divine Artifact, 1000 Illusion Divine Seal, success rate of stealing, 95%, 1 True God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact, Chaos Magic Armor, success rate of stealing, 94%, 1 Master God Tier Divine Artifact, Chaos Corpse Statue. Success rate of stealing, 90%, 1 Master God Tier Divine Crystal Formation, 10 Directions Infinite World Formation, success rate of stealing, 90%, 1 Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact, Fate Scarecrow, success rate of stealing, 85%, 1 Master God Tier Advanced Treasure Pseudo Reverse Path Wheel, success rate of stealing, 80%, 1 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Treasure Pseudo Heaven Shielding Umbrella, success rate of stealing, 80%. 8 Master God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Crystals, success rate of stealing, 99%, 5 Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Crystals, success rate of stealing, 99%, 3 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals, success rate of stealing, 99%. Zhou Zhou took a rough look and could not help but be shocked. This AUS is actually so wealthy? It is clearly just a clone, but it actually brought along an entire set of true God Tier divine artifacts and 4 Master God Tier treasures. Aren't you afraid of dying in battle and falling into the hands of the enemy? Or could it be that while AUS knew that this invasion of the High Continent was of the utmost importance, he cherished his life even more? Therefore, he would rather hang all these treasures on his clone than let his main body take the risk? Zhou Fight felt that his guess should be near to the truth. There was no time to think. Zhou Fight roughly took a look at the effects of these treasures before locking his gaze on the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Treasure Pseudo Sky Shielding Umbrella. Treasure Name, Pseudo Sky Shielding Umbrella. Treasure Grade, Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure Effect, a replica of the Supreme Divine Artifact, the Sky Shielding Umbrella. It can block out one's voice, smell, figure, aura, traces, presence, fate, and other treasures that might expose one's existence. It can block the detection of most Master Gods and below. Treasure Introduction, a casual creation of the Supreme God Realm. It fell into the Crimson Universe during a war and was accidentally obtained by AUS. It's actually the creation of the Supreme God Realm. Zhou Fight was shocked. However, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he didn't hesitate to use the Thief of Heart to steal the Pseudo Sky Shielding Umbrella once a day with a 100% chance of success. The next second, a grey umbrella appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the Pseudo Sky Shielding Umbrella. When the Pseudo Sky Shielding Umbrella landed in Zhou Fight's hands, O's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. He looked at his empty left hand in a daze. Then, he reacted and said in a panic, "Where's my Sky Shielding Umbrella?" He subconsciously looked at Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, only to discover that they had suddenly disappeared. AUS suddenly had an ominous premonition. Then, he saw Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, who were holding the Pseudo Sky Shielding Umbrella, quietly appear behind AUS. Then, the two of them slashed and struck, severely injuring AUS and sending him flying hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Puff! AUS spat out a large mouthful of blood. Swoosh! Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu teleported in front of AUS. With their respective Master God Tier divine artifacts in hand, they ruthlessly chopped down at Os's head. With this slash, even if AUS was at the Master God Tier level, he would not be able to escape death. AUS was shocked. Wait a minute. Don't you want to know why I also have the Chaos Human bloodline? He hurriedly shouted. Chapter 1189, End of the Event and New Event. He wanted to escape this calamity of certain death. He was only a clone of O's main body, even if he died, it would not implicate O's main body. However, he had too many true God Tier divine artifacts and Master God Tier level treasures on him. He didn't want to leave these treasures on the High Continent. That would be an incomparably huge loss for him. Therefore, he wanted to beg for mercy first before escaping and returning to his main body. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would never provoke the Lord of the Blazing Sun again before he completely inherited the treasures of the Lord Talent. This guy was really too terrifying. He had already led so many troops to besiege him, but he was still unable to do anything to this fellow. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu sneered. I have the Bodhi Supreme, so why would I ask you? The two of them smashed him to death with their sabers and hammers without another word and looted him at the same time. It did not trigger the effect of the King of Loots as he had only killed a clone and not the main body. The spoils of war that he had just seen through Thief of Heart were of the same grade. However, Zhou Fight was already very satisfied since there were several very useful Master God Tier treasures here after all. Then, Zhou Wu and him turned around and flew towards the other 6 Pseudo-Master God Tier Elementary Grade Scarlet God Spirits. At this moment, they had already forcefully escaped from the space-time stagnation. However, because of the powerful space-time stagnation ability of the Eternal Sacred Land, their mobility and combat ability were still affected. That was not the most important thing. Most importantly, they, who had recovered most of their mobility, saw the scene of Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu joining forces to kill AUS. They were stunned. AUS, was killed. Even though he is only the new generation Scarlet Lord, with the support of many Master God tier treasures, he is the strongest among us. The strongest is no longer important. What's important is that AUS is the Supreme Commander appointed by the Crimson Overlord to invade the Supreme Continent. What will happen to our invasion of the High Continent if he dies? I wonder if we're going to choose a new Supreme Commander. I have a bad feeling about this. They saw Zhou fight and Zhou Wu turn around and fly towards them right after that. This made their expressions change. Not good. The two of them are going to deal with us. What are you panicking for? We're 6 Master God tier elementary grade God spirits. Why would we be afraid of him alone? Attack together. The 6 pseudo Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God spirits immediately came to a consensus and charged towards Zhou fight and Zhou Wu together. However, in the next second, Zhou fight opened the pseudo sky shielding umbrella and instantly disappeared. Destroy the other clone. Even though they were shocked seeing Zhou fight disappear, they immediately made the next move. However, at this moment, Zhou fight suddenly appeared behind them and slashed into one of their bodies. The nomological power from the Master God tier divine artifact, the immeasurable heavenly river saber, suddenly erupted and directly killed this pseudo Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God spirit. Out of the 6 pseudo Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God spirits was lost. Kill this guy. They immediately changed their target and wanted to destroy Zhou fight seeing that he had arrived in the middle of them. A few of the pseudo Master God tier and elementary grade Scarlet God spirits' eyes were burning with passion. This fellow actually dared to appear in their encirclement. Did he really think that they were pushovers? Next, as long as they attacked the other party together, even if the other party was wearing a Master God tier divine artifact, it would be difficult for them to escape serious injuries. In fact, if they cooperated perfectly, it was completely possible for them to kill this clone here. At the thought of this, the 5 pseudo Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God spirits no longer hesitated. They all brought out their strongest offensive methods, and there was no lack of other Master God tier level offensive treasures to surround and kill Zhou fight. Rumble. A large number of Master God tier level nomological attacks exploded in their encirclement, causing a monstrous energy shockwave. The 5 pseudo Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God spirits had no choice but to retreat hundreds of millions of kilometers away. After they stopped, they immediately widened their eyes and looked at the center of the explosion. Is the common people's regal dead? The next second, 4 streams of light that emitted the aura of a Master God tier flew out from the center of the explosion and charged at one of the pseudo Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God spirits at an extremely fast speed. How could these 4 pseudo Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God spirits have expected such a thing to happen? How did 4 Master Gods with such similar auras suddenly appear? They could not help but feel a sense of fear that was like an omen of death. This feeling made them instinctively want to escape. However, it was too late. Zhou fight instantly arrived in front of one of the kings and killed him with one slash. Zhou martial teleported in front of yet another king and killed the coward who wanted to escape. Zhou managed shot in front of the king of the 9-armed Scarlet Empire. With the Xian Yuan divine sword in hand, he decapitated the other party and shattered his divine spark. Zhou Tianming quietly appeared in front of another king and shook the Master God tier bell in his hand slightly. When the bell rang faintly, the other party's temporary divine soul had already quietly disappeared. As expected, the remaining king was killed by Zhou fight and the other 3. At this point, the 9 strongest high-level kings, including AUS, had all fallen. I'm late. Zhou Tianming said. He was no longer in the High Continent, he was doing a mission in a middle world called the Bright Emperor World. After receiving Zhou Zhou's order, he immediately put down the mission and rushed over. He had already done his best to rush over at this time. No, you're right on time. Zhou fight smiled and said seriously. Next, I'll be in charge of maintaining the Eternal Sacred Land and the 10 Directions Infinite World formations so that the first 2 high-level soldiers of the Scarlet Empire, including the Chaos Scarlet Empire, won't be able to escape the range of the Eternal Sacred Land's 10 Directions Infinite World formation. Just cooperate with the soldiers and god spirits and kill the remaining high-level soldiers and god spirits of the Scarlet Empire. We don't have to use all of them perfectly. We just have to destroy more than 90% of them. My main body has already asked the Supreme Will. As long as we eliminate more than 90% of the soldiers and god spirits of these 2 high-level Scarlet Empires, we will complete the mission. Okay. Zhou Marshal, Zhou Manage, and Zhou Tianming nodded. Afterwards, the three of them didn't waste any more words and flew back into the army of the Blazing Sun Empire, slaughtering the Scarlet Army. This was because Zhou Fight and the rest had killed the 9 kings of the Scarlet Empire led by AUS and used the Eternal Sacred Land to restrict the strength of the Scarlet Army. The double blow to their spirit and strength had lowered their morale. However, because they knew that their forces had the advantage, their morale did not decrease too much. They could still persevere in the battle. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon the next day. Zhou Fight and the others, who were fighting a bloody battle in the army, suddenly realized that the Scarlet Army in front of them seemed to have received some order and began to flee in all directions. Just as they did not understand what was going on, lines of text notifications suddenly appeared in front of them. Special event notification from the King of 10,000 Kings. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun for eliminating the top 100 high-level Scarlet Empires, led by AUS. The Scarlet Army is leaderless, and the Crimson Overlord has decided to give up on the invasion of the High Continent. This King of 10,000 Kings event has officially ended early. The reward for this event will begin tomorrow morning. After the event reward ends, a new event preview will be carried out. Lord of the Races. Latest event hint, this latest event will help the Lords return and protect the home of their original race. Please be prepared in advance. Chapter 1190, All Races are Shocked. The activity notification of the Supreme will appear in front of all the Lords of all races. All the Lords of all races were stunned when they saw the latest information. It is over just like that. The King of 10,000 Kings event lasted for a total of 30 days. Now, only 22 days had passed, which was a little more than 2/3 of the time. It was over? Also, didn't you just announce the content of the King of 10,000 Kings special event the day before yesterday? The special event has ended early. It has only been 2 days. How heaven-defying was the common people's regal to be able to destroy 100 high-level Scarlet Empires in 2 days. Now, even the high-level Scarlet Empire was so simple in front of the common people's regal? If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that even the beginner-level Divine Kingdom's Lord faction, the common people's regal, could lead troops to deal with them now? Thinking of this possibility, all the Lords of all races were stunned for a long time before hurriedly reporting this news to the races behind them. Then, they looked at the latest activity information and fell into deep thought. The leader of the race? They could even return to the home of their original race? Home of the original race? Could it be? He thought of a possibility and his eyes immediately lit up. Soon, the various races and factions behind the Lord of all races knew that the King of 10,000 Kings event had ended early. After seeing this news, they were also stunned. That's not right. The Supreme will only announced the content of the King of 10,000 Kings special event 2 days ago. Why is it over already? Furthermore, the Lord of the Blazing Sun had personally ended this special event of the King of 10,000 Kings? If you're so powerful, what's the meaning of the Supreme will announcing the content of this special event of the King of 10,000 Kings? You specially informed us in order to show off your prowess? If that's the case, then wouldn't it be a waste for us, the allied army from the Supreme Alliance that has already led our armies out of our territories and prepared to support the Blazing Sun Empire, to come here? That was what they thought. They completely disregarded their tacit agreement to go and reinforce the Blazing Sun Empire later, so that the Blazing Sun Empire would be annihilated by the Scarlet Army. This way, their allied army would be the last to make a move. This was timely. Their allied army had arrived. The crisis at the Blazing Sun Empire was resolved by the Lord of the Blazing Sun alone. They had become the most awkward clowns. This was not the most important thing. Most importantly, there was only one question in their minds. How strong was the Blazing Sun Empire of the common people's regal and him now? Therefore, at this moment, countless experts of various races gathered their divine telekinesis from billions of light years away and began to communicate. Is the Blazing Sun Empire of the common people's regal really that strong? Could it be that the Supreme will secretly made a move? Otherwise, how could the Blazing Sun Empire destroy all the Scarlet Army with just a beginner empire? You're wrong. It wasn't a beginner empire that destroyed all the Scarlet Army. Instead, it destroyed the top 100 high-level Scarlet Empires, including the Chaos Scarlet Empire. The other 50,000 high-level Scarlet Empires and the million-strong Crimson Kingdoms didn't lose much. After the Crimson Overlord issued the order to cancel this invasion of the Supreme Continent, these Scarlet Empires and Crimson Kingdoms collapsed on the spot and returned to their respective homes. Even so, it was still unbelievable. That was the 100 strongest high-level Scarlet Empires. It was said that they even had the support of the Divine Kingdom Scarlet Lord faction. Under such circumstances, how could the other party lose? A loss is a loss. Isn't that a good thing? True God tier Fei Yun, you're a lone master God tier and don't have any racial ties. Naturally, you don't care who's stronger or weaker among these lords of the myriad races. However, as the leaders of the races, the new lords of all races in our race shoulder the heavy responsibility of competing for the position of lords of all races and allowing our race to rise. Naturally, we have to care. I have a video of the battle between Common People's Regal's Blazing Sun Empire and O's Scarlet Army. Do you want to watch it? Yes, yes, yes. Give me one too. 1 true God tier elementary grade divine crystals. Profiteer. Give me a serving. I've sent it to you. Send me a copy quickly. Alright, alright. I've already sent it to you. Under the sale of the profiteers, many experts of various races obtained this war video in a short while. When they finished watching the war video, they were instantly shocked speechless by the content of the war video. This Common People's Regal is actually so powerful. 9 pseudo-master god tier powerhouses were actually killed by the Common People's Regal alone? And it's not the main body, it's just his 4 clones. Can't you guys tell? These 4 clones of the Common People's Regal are all wearing Master God tier divine artifacts. If I had a full set of Master God divine artifacts, I would even dare to fight a Master God tier advanced grade God spirit. Even a real Master God tier might not have a single Master God tier divine artifact. Where did this guy get so many Master God tier divine artifacts? If you count the Master God tier divine artifacts on them, the true combat power of the Common People's Regal is probably not inferior to a true elementary grade Master God tier powerhouse, or even, an intermediate grade Master God tier powerhouse. It seems that we have to admit a fact. The human race, which we once regarded as ants, has now risen. With Common People's Regal protecting the human race, the rise of the human race has become a reality. It's too scary. The Common People's Regal has only cultivated for a short period of time, but he already has the combat power of a Master God tier? I kind of understand why the Supreme will disregarded the opposition of the myriad races and insisted on choosing the Lord of all races to participate in the Lord of all races competition. The local lords of the High Continent will definitely not give birth to such a monstrous lord. Now, there's a question. How should we deal with the Common People's Regal, who already has the combat power of a Master God tier, and the humans he is protecting? I'm ready to withdraw. My heavenly dream race only has the protection of a true God tier, and without the protection of a Master God tier, I don't dare to go up and court death in the face of a God tier existence like the Common People's Regal. Who's willing to deal with the Common People's Regal? I'll retreat first. Even though my race has the protection of a Master God tier ancestor, my ancestors are not willing to provoke existences of the same level easily. If there are any actions against the Common People's Regal in the future, please don't look for my race. My race doesn't want to have a Master God tier enemy for no reason. A bunch of cowards. You don't dare to continue just because you've encountered some setbacks? The battle for the Lord of all races involves the future of all races. Once you give up, it means that you've given up the opportunity to fight for the future and destiny of your race. To think that you call yourselves the leaders of your race. You're a bunch of irresponsible people. If the Common People's Regal becomes the Lord of all races, he will treat the human subjects and the people of foreign races equally. You traitor! Do you know what you're saying? Do you want the Terrans to ride over you and your race? Haha! Everyone, don't be in a hurry to withdraw or continue. Look at Lord Supreme Will's latest activity. The content of the next activity should involve competition at the race level. If that's the case, the foundation of the Common People's Regal will definitely be weaker than us, a powerful race that has existed for countless years. At that time, as the race behind the lords of all races, we can directly exert strength to help our lords of all races. Even though the Common People's Regal is powerful, the human race behind he is very weak. He won't be able to obtain much help from the human race at all. Once the race foundation competition begins, the winner will definitely be us. At that time, the position of the Lord of all races will still be ours. That makes sense. Let's wait and see for now. I agree to continue watching. On the battlefield, Zhou Fight, Zhou Marshall, Zhou Manage, and Zhou Tianming looked at the scarlet fog monsters that were fleeing in all directions. Chapter 1191, Rankings. The dejected Eli's Ariel. Are we going to let them leave just like that? Zhou Tianming frowned slightly. What else can we do? Leave them behind to continue the war with us. Zhou Fight shook his head. These scarlet fog monsters that escaped are the true main force of the Scarlet Army. If we go against them, we will only suffer losses. Destroying those 100 high-level Scarlet Empires is enough for us. Let them go. They all came from the Crimson Great Cosmos. They should be going back now. They won't stay on the High Continent. It won't affect us. Zhou Tianming nodded. Then, they turned to look at the battlefield. The soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire were returning to the Eternal Mothership in an orderly manner. As for the Scarlet Monster corpses and loots on the battlefield, they had all been collected by the Eternal Mothership's loot collection system and stored in the loot's warehouse. I didn't expect to really win this battle. Zhou managed sighed. It's all thanks to my main body's innate intuition that I was able to upgrade the Master Thief's robbery gloves to Heart Thief. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to win. Zhou Fight said. In the process of dealing with O's Scarlet Army, this group of Scarlet Kings used many treasures with powerful war effects. If not for Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu stealing one item after another, the difficulty of ambushing O's Scarlet Army would have increased by at least tens or even hundreds of times. Indeed, it's all thanks to the many trump cards these guys prepared. We used Heart Pirate to turn their trump cards into our own trump cards. Otherwise, we wouldn't have won so easily. Heart Pirate has indeed made a great contribution. Zhou Marshall nodded in understanding. Among the trump cards they had prepared, the strongest was naturally the small pile of Eternal Sacred Land. If they had not stolen the Eternal Sacred Land and used it to weaken the combat strength of this Scarlet Army, they would not have won so quickly. At this moment, Zhou Fight opened the faction points ranking. The details are as follows. First place, Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun 5,205 billion faction points. Second place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 80.8 billion faction points. Third place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord 75.01 billion faction points. Fourth place, Chaotic Race Great One Lord 77.718 billion faction points. Fourth place, Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord 70.096 billion faction points. After he finished reading, he smiled. The hard work of the past 2 days was indeed not in vain. The difference between him and the second place was like the difference between heaven and earth. Then he returned to the Sun Kingdom on the Eternal Mothership with the soldiers. The Blazing Sun Imperial Capital. When the Eternal Mothership landed above the capital, countless citizens of the Blazing Sun territory below cheered. They looked at the Eternal Mothership with zeal and reverence, as if they were welcoming the arrival of the god spirits in their hearts. The recruits who had just joined the Blazing Sun Empire through incite defection could not help but click their tongues when they saw this scene. Even though the Blazing Sun Empire wasn't a country of faith, it was still better than a country of faith. When Zhou Fight and the rest saw the subjects welcoming their return, they couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Wasn't they fighting to the death outside to protect this group of cute subjects? Let's go down. Zhou Fight said. Zhou Marshall, Zhou Manage, and Zhou Tianming nodded. Then, the four of them flew off the Eternal Mothership and arrived above the divine capital to receive the cheers and shouts of the subjects. Then, they returned to the shrine together. As Zhou Zhou was currently cultivating the supreme sacred body in the time world, they did not disturb him. After they sat down and chatted for a while, Zhou Tianming stood up and said, I still have a Master God tier mission to do in the Minghuang realm. This mission can't be delayed. I'll go back first. A Master God tier mission? Will it reward a Master God tier divine artifact? Zhou Fight and the others exclaimed in surprise. I don't have a Master God tier divine artifact, Zhou Tianming said with a smile. But I might be able to bring back a Master God tier divine artifact for my main body. A true Master God tier divine artifact. The others' eyes lit up. A true Master God tier divine artifact. Zhou Fight and company still wanted to ask, but Zhou Tianming waved his hand and said, just share my memories. In addition, I want to take a Cosmos Emperor with me. Zhou Fight and the rest had no objections. Cosmos Emperor was only an advanced grade true god tier battleship. There were 100 of them on the Eternal Mothership. Taking one away was nothing. Then, Zhou Tianming left. After Zhou Tianming left, Zhou Manage stood up. I'll get back to work. The King of 10,000 Kings event has ended. I have to make some preparations and issue some decrees in advance. After the main body comes out of seclusion, we'll discuss the new activity. If I'm not wrong, this Lord of Races event is to let us return to the cerulean planet and unify all the lords of the cerulean planet. There are also some other activities. We have to make preparations early. Zhou Manage said. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu nodded. Do you think it's possible for us to return to Earth? Zhou Marshall suddenly asked. That shouldn't be possible, right? Zhou Manage hesitated. According to the information given to us by Your Excellency Yellow Emperor, the humans on Earth don't seem to have participated in the Lord of All Races tournament. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu nodded in disinterest. What's with your expressions? With our current abilities, it's easy for us to return to Earth. Why are you disappointed? Zhou Manage scolded jokingly. It's just a pity. If Earth. Forget it, it's better not to participate. Zhou Fight originally wanted to tell the humans of Cerulean Planet to join the Lord of All Races, but when he thought of the cruelty of this war, he gave up on the idea. Zhou Manage smiled and shook his head before leaving. Seeing Zhou Manage leave, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu looked at each other in tacit understanding. Then, they stood up together and rushed towards the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. In the past world of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, there were countless Master God-tier existences from the past. They were prepared to enter and sharpen their combat techniques with these Master God-tier existences from the past era. After today's battle, not only did they not feel proud, they even deeply experienced their own shortcomings. Time passed quickly. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, because of Zhou Manage's orders, the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire were resting to recover from the damage and losses caused by the continuous battles over the past 2 days. In the face of such a situation, the magnanimous Zhou Manage directly opened the Empire's treasury and let the soldiers and god spirits who had been injured or lost treasures in the war exchange treasures of the same value in the Empire's treasury to make up for their losses. At that time, all the generals and god spirits were even more grateful to their lords, and their loyalty increased again. A group of low-spirited female soldiers from the Elven Empire gathered in a mountain forest about 50 million kilometers away from the Blazing Sun imperial capital. The leader was none other than the original queen of the Elven Empire, Elise Ariel. At this moment, Elise Ariel's clothes were in tatters, and she had many injuries. Her aura was also unstable, and she looked extremely pathetic and weak. At this moment, astrologer Miault, who was also in a sorry state, was reporting the latest battle report about the Blazing Sun Imperial Empire to Elise Ariel. Both astrologer Miault and Elise Ariel were stunned with his achievement. Astrologer Miault could not believe that the Lord of the Blazing Sun mentioned in the battle report was the weak human lord who was reluctant to part with Nadia. Elise Ariel looked at the sorry state she was in and thought about the glorious battle achievements that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had created. Her heart also felt bitter. Do I still have the right to stand in front of him? She muttered inwardly. Chapter 1192, Cultivation Results of the Supreme Sacred Body. 2 Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talents. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. He looked at the surroundings of the sacred palace and his calm gaze suddenly focused. Boom! A terrifying pressure that seemed to collapse the sky silently descended. All the non-lord talent creations in the surroundings immediately let out a sound that made one's teeth ache. Low-quality items were crushed into powder and disappeared. Only the divine artifact was unharmed. However, even the divine artifacts and true god-tier divine artifacts were trembling under this pressure. Only the Master God-tier divine artifact remained motionless. Zhou Zhou ignored the phenomena around him and only looked at his divine body. Divine runes that emitted holy white divine light appeared on his body. Every divine rune seemed to be explaining the rules of heaven and earth from different angles. No matter what kind of divine decree a divine spirit walked on, as long as they faced any one of the divine texts, they would be able to comprehend their own path of the natural order. And there were tens of thousands of such divine runes on Zhou Zhou's body. A low-level true god-tier supreme sacred body. Zhou Zhou exhaled and a faint smile appeared on his face. With this true god-tier elementary grade supreme sacred body, from now on, even if he did not use the Lord talent, he would not be injured at all even if billions of true god-tier god spirits suddenly attacked him. Among the true god-tier elementary grade god spirits, they were absolutely invincible. Moreover, this was normal combat strength. It was a completely different concept from the combat strength of the Law Skill King in the past and made Zhou Zhou feel more at ease. That's nice. Zhou Zhou sighed. It had to be said that as long as he was willing to use the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment to cultivate the Supreme Sacred Body, the cultivation speed of this Supreme Sacred Body technique was indeed fast. However, this was not without a price. That was, He had already used up all the Lord Talent crystal fragments he had, leaving only the only mythical tier, unique Lord Talent sphere. This was a rare high-level Lord Talent sphere after all. Zhou Zhou could not bear to fuse it into his supreme sacred body. Instead, he planned to open it and take a look. Zhou Zhou also made a decision because of this. In the future, unless it was the mythical tier 1 and only Lord Talent sphere, he planned to cultivate, he would store the other Lord Talent spheres into his supreme sacred body. For the current Zhou Zhou and the Blazing Sun Empire, other than a few Lord Talents with special effects, the other low-level Lord Talents were actually not very helpful to him and his territory. Therefore, instead of keeping it, it was better to use it to increase the progress of the supreme sacred body. Then, he took a look at his Lord Talent list. When he cultivated the supreme sacred body to the low-level true God tier elementary grade, he seemed to have felt that a Lord Talent had awakened in his divine body, and one of his Lord Talents had also been greatly improved. He looked through all the Lord Talents he had and finally confirmed his goal. The upgraded Lord Talent was the extraordinary tier Lord Talent blessing of the 10 Gods Wisdom Master God's blessing. After he cultivated the supreme sacred body to the low-level true God tier elementary grade, the supreme sacred body seemed to have sensed that he wanted to gather the blessing of the 10 Gods Lord Talents. It actually raised this Lord Talent by 3 levels in a row and directly raised it to the mythical tier, the only level. He looked over. Lord Talent, 10 Sacred Blessings Wisdom Master God taught birth as protection, mythical unique. Specific Talent Effect 1 taught birth as supreme blessing, one of the 10 Master Gods under the supreme will, the Wisdom Master God taught birth, has cast the supreme blessing on you and the wisdom-related professionals under your command. You and the intelligent professionals under your command will receive an additional 10,000% promotion energy when they work in intelligence-related jobs. Specific Talent Effect 2 Diligence makes up for weakness. When you and the intelligent professionals under you reach the limit of your potential, you can reach and break through the limit of your potential step by step through repeated practice, thinking, summarizing, consulting, and other methods to increase your experience and wisdom. Finally, you can reach a new profession realm. Specific Talent Effect 3 World Viewing Questioning Method. God spirits with intelligence can improve their comprehension of laws by walking through the myriad worlds and experiencing the rise and fall of all living beings, thus completing the breakthrough of their God spirit realm. Specific Talent Effect 4 Master God's Protection. The development process of your Lord's faction will not be hindered by other Master God level powerhouses. The Master God taught birth will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction, stopping or killing any Master God level powerhouses who dare to come and have malicious intentions. Specific Talent Effect 5 Protector of the Divine Kingdom. When your Lord faction advances to the beginner level Divine Kingdom, the Wisdom Master God taught birth will automatically join your Lord faction and become a loyal worshipper of your Master God. However, you have to promise him that you will help the Wisdom Master God taught birth worshipper of your Master God. However, you have to promise him that you will help the Wisdom Master God taught birth advance to the Supreme God realm in the future. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up after reading it. As expected, the Lord Talent blessing of the 10 Gods Wisdom Master God's blessing would also attract Wisdom Master Gods to join their faction as worshippers when they advanced to the mythical tier unique Lord level. As long as he raised his Lord faction to the beginner level Divine Kingdom, it would be fine. His Lord faction was already a beginner Empire Lord faction. Even though he was still far from being a Lord of the beginner level Divine Kingdom, it should not be difficult for him to reach that level with the level and foundation he had now. Moreover, even though his Lord level faction was still only at the beginner Empire level, when a Master God tier came knocking on his door, the Wisdom Master tier and the Master God tier would still come up to help. That was no ordinary Master God tier. It was 2 of the 10 Master God tiers. That would be of great help to him. At the very least, he did not have to worry about being ambushed or hindered by other Master God tier levels when he was doing activity missions outside the High Continent. How dare they come looking for trouble? They directly invited the Master God tier and the Master God tier of Wisdom to take action. Apart from making the Wisdom Master God tier his future Master God tier, the effects of this mythical tier unique Lord Talent were also quite good. Not merely would the intelligent professionals under him be capable to obtain more promotion energy, but there would additionally be a way to break through the professional bottleneck and even the God Spirit nomological bottleneck. This was great news for the life profession superhumans under him. With this mythical tier unique Lord Talent, countless high-level lifestyle professionals and even life profession God Spirits could be born under him. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. Then, he looked at the other newly awakened Lord Talent. This Lord Talent derived from the Supreme Sacred Body was also extremely high. He was at the mythical tier unique level. He glanced over. Lord Talent, Twin, Mythical Tier, Unique. Specific talent effect. You can set up a second independent identity of the Lord of all races for yourself. This identity will be recognized by the Supreme Will and is related to your first identity as Lord of all races. You cannot be seen by any existence below the Master God tier level. Do you want to start setting up your status as Lord of the 20,000th race? After reading it, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. This Lord Talent specific talent effect possessed the least text introduction among all the mythical and unique Lord Talents he has seen so far. That was not the most important thing. Most importantly, how might such a simple function of a second identity be evaluated as a mythical tier unique? Could the Supreme Will have formed a mistake? No matter how I look at it, it feels like an ordinary Lord Talent. It's too much to say that it's a white silver tier Lord Talent. At most, it's a green bronze tier or a black iron tier Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself, his mind filled with confusion. Chapter 1193, Mythical Tier. The only Lord Talent 10 Divine Protection Machinery Master God Zero's Protection. However, even though he complained inwardly, he knew that the Supreme Will wasn't suffering from dementia. He definitely wouldn't make such a mistake. So, is there a secret that I don't know about? Or is it the hidden effect of the Lord Talent? Zhou Zhou guessed. Then, he carefully looked at this Lord Talent several times, but he still couldn't see anything special. In the end, he gave up. If he couldn't figure it out now, so be it. In the future, when he used this Lord Talent, he might know what hidden function it had. Moreover, it was just a free Lord Talent. Even if there was no effect, he would not lose anything. Coincidentally, there's a high chance that the next activity of the Lord of the Races will leave the High Continent and head to the Infinite Worlds to carry out an activity mission. Perhaps this identity as the Lord of the 20,000th race can help me keep a low profile in the upcoming activities. Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this. Then, he immediately understood. Perhaps it was precisely because he had this request in his heart that the Supreme Sacred Body gave him such a Lord Talent. Thinking of this, he stopped letting his imagination run wild and directly began setting up. The next second, a new text notification appeared. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Please state the name of your second Lord's identity. The contents of the other Lord's factions will be generated by the Lord Talent. After they are generated, tell the Lord. Mortal Lord. Zhou Zhou casually said a low-key name. Second Lord's identity is being generated, completed. A large amount of information about the Lord suddenly appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. Mortal Lords were also Lords of the Beginner Empire, but this Lord of the Beginner Empire was a Lord of all races from the human race on Earth. He walked the path of the Qi Practitioner Extraordinary Tier Profession, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, True God. His territory was called the Qing Yuan Empire, and he was good at using a Khanate Numinous Treasure Green Emperor Sword. He had many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Golden Immortal Realm, and other immortal level experts under him. The reason why mortal lords were so strong was because the other party was the Azure Emperor of the Immortal World in his previous life, also known as Heavenly Lord Qing Yuan. In order to seek opportunities to advance to the Saint Realm, Master God tier, he specially reincarnated as a human on Earth and joined the Lord of all races competition this time. That was why he rose so quickly. Zhou Zhou's expression turned slightly strange after seeing it. This background story fabricated by the Lord Talent was actually related to Earth. He did not expect this. Then, he carefully familiarized himself with the specific content of this identity and realized that the many subordinates of the Azure Emperor that were introduced corresponded to his soldiers and ministers. For example, the number 1 general under the Azure Thearch, Bai Yongxian, who was at the early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, was the Legion commander of the Blazing Sun Army Bai Yun. For example, Qi Jian Huang, who was also at the early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, was the worshipped god spirit of the Blazing Sun Empire Qi Xiantian. Another example was the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm Shadow Ancestor, the worshipped god spirit of the Blazing Sun Empire, Tarot Call from the Shadow race. The other subordinates also had their own identities. If one wanted to investigate further, they could even find out that the identities of every soldier were different. Zhou Zhou was surprised. It turned out that not only did he have a new identity, but his subordinates also had new identities. Then, he continued to investigate the effects of this Lord Talent. He realized that the method to use it was very simple. He and his subordinates could directly change from lords and generals of the Blazing Sun Empire to lords and generals of the Mortal Empire as long as he thought about the concept of changing his identity. As for the other living beings in the outside world, they wouldn't find this change strange at all. They would only wonder where the former Blazing Sun Empire had gone. And this upper limit was Master God tier advanced grade. In other words, only Supreme God realm and higher level existences would be able to tell that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was a mortal lord, and a mortal lord was the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he finally felt the horror of this mythical tier-only lord talent. This was forcefully changing the understanding of other life forms, or even the understanding of countless life forms in the myriad worlds. With this lord talent, I can do things that the Lord of the Blazing Sun wouldn't dare to do or couldn't do. For example, interacting with those top bloodline races. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. He suddenly had a premonition. This Lord talent would play a huge role in the Supreme Will event. I have to find an opportunity to plan how to use this talent. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the mythical tier unique Lord talent sphere. Absorb. He thought to himself. The next second, this mythical tier Lord talent sphere immediately turned into countless 7-colored light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened the Lord's personal information and looked at the latest Lord talent information. This was also his 37th Lord talent. However, when he saw the new Lord talent, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he smiled. This Lord talent is really easy to obtain. He shook his head and smiled. Lord talent, 10 sacred blessings, Machina God Zero's protection, mythical, unique. Specific talent effect 1, Machina God, Zero's supreme blessing, one of the 10 master gods under the supreme will, the machine master god, Zero, granted the supreme blessing to the mechanical creations under your command. The mechanical creatures under your command have obtained the eternal characteristic where the mechanical creations under your command will not be damaged by the passage of time. When mechanical creations are attacked by the outside world, the wear and tear will recover for a short period of time until they are completely restored to a perfect state. Specific talent effect 2 AI life, is the eternal dream of mechanical creations, and also the God's domain of the mechanical race. The AI of your mechanical creations can easily evolve into an AI through learning. Specific talent effect 3 mechanical treasure, within your territory, it will be easier to nurture various materials that are conducive to the development of machinery and technology. Among the subjects under your command, there is a chance of changing to an enhanceable life profession mechanic when researching machinery. Specific talent effect 4, Master God's protection, the development process of your Lord's faction will not be hindered by other Master God level powerhouses. The Machina God, Zero, will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction, stopping or killing any Master God level powerhouses who dare to come and have malicious intentions. Specific talent effect 4 Guardian of the Divine Kingdom, when your Lord faction advances to beginner level Divine Kingdom Lord faction, the War God Terrence will automatically join your Lord faction and become a loyal worshipper of your Master God. However, you have to promise him that you will help him advance to the Supreme God realm in the future. Tisk tisk. It's actually Master God Tier Zero's blessing of the 10 Gods Lord talent. It's even at the mythical tier unique level. My relationship with the Machina race has to be good now, right? Zhou Zhou looked at this Lord talent and touched his chin as he thought smugly. Chapter 1194, Master God Tier Elementary Grade Treasure Chaos Corpse Statue. Battle Summary. A strange smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Speaking of which, it was magical. He clearly did not have much interaction with the Machina race and had not even officially met them. However, because of his Lord talent, his diplomatic relations with the Machina race had inexplicably reached the highest level, the eternal contract. Now, even the Master God tier was going to be his worshipped Master God in the future. He wondered how the Machina race would react if they knew. If I operate it well in the future, perhaps the Machina race will become my most loyal ally. Zhou Zhou pondered. The Machina race was a top race and was considered a second-tier race among the myriad races in the world. It was on par with the Titan God race, the Elven race, the myriad spirit race, and other races. It was second only to the 3 first-class races, the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos gods race. If he could pull the other party to be his ally, his strength, faction, and prestige would rise to an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly received a message from his personal terminal. He opened it and took a look. It was a summary of the war from yesterday to today. He retracted his thoughts and looked at it carefully. From yesterday morning until noon today, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu led Bai Yun and the other main combat troops to attack O's Scarlet Army a total of 120 times. In addition to the head-on battles that followed, a total of 1,325 trillion Scarlet soldiers, 25,601,850 Scarlet God Spirits, and 1,506 Scarlet True God Tears were eliminated. After this battle, he obtained hundreds of trillions of mist cores of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, basic materials, basic gem resources, lightning, life, and death elemental gems. There were also 10,333,962,503 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 872 legendary tier and below Scarlet Lord Talent spheres. And a large number of other Lord Talent crystal fragments. More than 2,836,000,000 units of time elemental gems. More than 2,655,000,000 units of space elemental gems. 3,638,812,000,000 units of divine crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. 289,612,052,900 true God tier divine crystals. 2,801,690 master God tier divine crystals. More than 960,230,000,000 low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 6,981,250 true God tier divine artifacts. 796 master God tier divine artifacts. There were a total of about 220 billion and 100 million divine spark fragments, God tier medicinal herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. 21,031,550 master God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. After reading it, Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. The gains this time were not bad. It was not in vain that he had spent so much time and effort to eliminate the 100 high-level Scarlet Empires. Especially the space-time elemental gemstones, which added up to more than 5 billion. It was completely enough for him to upgrade his territory to the mid-tier deity level elementary grade, or even the intermediate grade. At that time, he could also upgrade his Blazing Sun Empire from a beginner empire to an intermediate grade empire. Then, he looked at the list of Insight defections and God Spirits. From yesterday morning until noon today, the 312 Lords of the Star Union under he had incited these Scarlet factions 624 times. A total of 6,212,000,000,000 Scarlet Soldiers, 511,865 Scarlet God Spirits, and 315 True God Tier had been incited by Insight defection. At the same time, this morning, after Zhou Zhou swept through the Scarlet Brood Mother, he obtained another 1.8 billion Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers and 1.8 billion Forbidden Mage soldiers. In addition, the effect of the Supreme Conquest had been triggered frequently in the past 2 days. It had brought he more than 200 trillion subjects of various races, more than 3.2 million other epic tier heroes, more than 2 million legendary level heroes, 357,135 lesser God Spirits, 241,505 mid-tier deity level God Spirits, 125,966 high-tier deity level God Spirits, and 262 true God Tiers. Finally, there was also a small number of new God Spirits and true God Tiers who had advanced through war. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 9,012,125,936,881,906 soldiers. In terms of the number of God Spirits, there were 798,929 God Spirits and 973 Scarlet True God Tiers. Including the additional soldiers and God Spirits mentioned above, the number of soldiers under him had already reached 15,224,495,208,906 soldiers. The number of God Spirits had reached 2,035,466 God Spirits, and the number of True God Tiers had reached 1,562 True God Tiers. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction when he saw the number of troops and God Spirits. Even though this number was far inferior to the Scarlet Invasion Army led by AUS at his peak. At least he wasn't as defenseless as he was before the battle. He sighed inwardly. War was a danger that countless life forms feared. However, if they could seize the opportunity to develop, it would also be an unprecedented opportunity. If he had only developed calmly, he would definitely not have been able to suddenly have so many soldiers, god spirits, and true god tier in just 2 days. There are so many troops, god spirits, and true god tiers. Coupled with my regular true god tier combat strength, even if it's a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction, I might be able to fight them. The only thing I lack now is the Divine Kingdom soldier type. Then we can really start a war with a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Zhou Zhou's eyes flickered as he thought. However, after he pondered for a long time, he temporarily dispelled this tempting thought. Tomorrow was the day of the announcement of the new event. There was no need for him to cause trouble at this critical moment. Moreover, he did not have any thoughts about attacking the Divine Kingdom Lord faction. After all, the upgrade of his territory did not require the treasures of the Divine Kingdom Lord faction, such as Divine Kingdom tokens and True God tier territory tokens. Moreover, without a normal Divine Kingdom soldier type, this was his weakness. He still liked to do things when he was ready. Then, Zhou Zhou took out the few Master God tier treasures he had obtained from O's clone from the King's treasure box. The first was the Master God tier elementary grade treasure, the Chaos Corpse statue. Treasure name, Chaos Corpse statue. Treasure grade, Master God tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, using a Master God tier elementary grade Chaos Human's corpse as the main material, combined with more than 100 Master God tier materials to create a Master God tier possession puppet. It can be fused into the user's heart. At the cost of consuming the divine blood in the Chaos Corpse statue, the user will temporarily possess the strength of a Master God tier elementary grade. When the divine blood in the Chaos Corpse statue was exhausted, the user's strength would return to its original level and fall into a period of weakness. Moreover, the Chaos Corpse statue would collapse and disappear because the divine blood was exhausted. Treasure description: a secret technique puppet of the Chaos human race. It can temporarily allow life forms to possess extremely high strength. As the Chaos human race gradually declined, this puppet gradually became unknown to all races. Current usage of Chaos Corpse statues, 1/1. Prompt: with the enhancement of your Collector Lord talent, the current usage of the Chaos Corpse statue has increased to 5/5. After Zhou Zhou finished reading it, he could not help but recall the scene of Aus using this statue to fuse into his heart, allowing him to temporarily obtain the strength of an elementary grade Master God tier. So this is what Aus used back then. I remember that the creation of the Chaos Corpse statue is also one of the achievements of the Chaos human race's civilization. However, this technique requires the corpses of the dead Chaos humans as materials. Furthermore, the Chaos humans respect the remains of the warriors who died outside. Therefore, even at the peak of the Chaos human race, such things are extremely rare. I didn't expect Aus to be able to obtain one. The Lord talent that he possesses is indeed closely related to the Chaos humans. Zhou Zhou pondered. He thought for a moment and did not continue looking at the Master God tier treasures behind. Instead, he took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked, "What happened to the Chaos humans back then?" Chapter 1195, The Myth of Creation. Secret of the Chaos Human Race. Ale answer to a formal question. Bodhi Supreme said. "Is that question that expensive?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Of course, this is a secret at the level of the Supreme Will. How can it not be expensive?" Bodhi Supreme said. "Secrets of the Supreme Will. Alright, I'll use it." Zhou Zhou asked. "Actually, normally, one wouldn't tell you about this even if you asked me. But now, your combat strength has already reached the level of a Master God tier. You can know a small portion of the secrets of that level. Then I'll reluctantly tell you. I have to start from the myth of creation." The Bodhi Supreme said leisurely, "Before the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos were born, the entire universe was in chaos. At that time, it wasn't Lord Supreme Will or Lord Crimson Overlord who ruled the entire Chaos universe, but the Chaos Will. As for Lord Supreme Will and Lord Crimson Overlord, they were the eldest and second daughter of the Chaos Will. Wait, there's also kinship between these will-level existences?" Zhou Zhou suddenly asked with a strange expression. Relationships are one of the boundless laws. Even among the boundless laws, the law of relationship is in the top 20. Isn't it normal for the Chaos Will, the Crimson Overlord, and the Supreme Will to be related? Furthermore, the Lord Supreme Will and Lord Crimson Overlord were born from the laws of chaos. The two of them are also willing to acknowledge the Chaos Will as their father. It's just that later on, Lord Supreme Will was a natural ruler and supreme being, so he caught up and surpassed Lord Chaos Will. That's why it's Lord Supreme Will's world now. Bodhi Supreme did not mind Zhou Zhou interrupting him and explained calmly. I understand. Continue. Zhou Zhou nodded. Later on, the Chaos Will realized that it was about to split the world apart, which also meant its demise. Therefore, it decided to give the authority of his Chaos origin to one of his eldest and second daughters before it died. In the end, the law characteristics of the Supreme Will were suitable to be the ruler of the new universe. The Supreme Will gave the authority of him to the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will naturally took over the Chaos origin and used half of the Chaos Will's corpse to derive the Supreme Great Cosmos. Half the corpse. Zhou Zhou was surprised. The Chaos Will was dismembered. Yes. Bodhi Supreme's tone was unusually solemn. The Crimson Overlord was extremely dissatisfied with this because the Chaos Will decided to hand over the authority of the Chaos origin to the Supreme Will. It felt that it was the best candidate to inherit the authority of the Chaos origin. The two of them fought over the authority of the Chaos origin. In the end, the corpse of the Chaos Will that represented the authority of the Chaos origin was split into two. Half of it fell into the hands of the Supreme Will, and the other half fell into the hands of the Crimson Overlord. The two Supreme Wills each used this half of the Chaos Will's corpse to create the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos. In order to continue fighting for each other's authority, they fought each other and have continued until now. From now on, I'll talk about the Chaos Humans. After the Chaos Will's corpse was split into two, the Chaos Human race that represented the Chaos Will's dependents also suffered a split. Among them, about 5% of the Chaos Humans reside in the territory of the Supreme Will. As for the remaining Chaos Humans, they changed their name to the Scarlet Chaos Humans and became the subordinates of the Crimson Overlord, becoming one of its most important subordinates. And because there were too few Chaos Humans under the Supreme Will, coupled with the Chaos God's race as a substitute, the Supreme Will did not pay much attention to the Chaos Human race, which was already rare to begin with. Hence, the Chaos Human race gradually declined. In the end, they could not even hold their coming-of-age ceremony normally. Even though the Scarlet Chaos Humans under the Crimson Overlord can have their coming-of-age ceremony, it's actually a coming-of-age ceremony that belongs to the Scarlet Rule. It's completely different from the coming-of-age ceremony under the rule of the Chaos Will back then. It's more murderous and less peaceful. This is also the reason why the Chaos Humans you see are so different from the Chaos Humans that AUS has. The Bodhi Supreme said. So that's what happened. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he put away the Bodhi Supreme and looked at the effects of the Chaos Corpse statue again. The effect was not bad, but he could not use it. However, he could give it to his subordinates so that he could have another fake Master God tier combat power. Then, he looked at the last notification. The effects of a collector can actually be used here. Zhou Zhou could not help but be surprised. Could it be that after using the Chaos Corpse statue once, the collector's talent would automatically replenish the divine blood in the Chaos Corpse statue? He guessed inwardly. He did not think too much about it. It was fine as long as it could be used. Then, he looked at the next Master God level treasure, which was the Master God tier elementary grade array, the 10 Directions Infinite World. Formation. This array formation could create an endless world that could be used to seal and imprison enemies. Even if the enemy mastered spatial abilities such as teleportation, they would not be able to escape from this 10 Directions Infinite World formation. It could even allow the user to move the prisoner's position at will or directly use the array to suppress the other party. Zhou Fight had already been used on the battlefield before, and the effect was extremely good, especially when facing an enemy army. Therefore, he only took a glance before looking at the next Master God tier intermediate grade treasure. It was an ordinary looking scarecrow with a white patch on it, as if something could be written on it. Treasure name, Fate Scarecrow. Treasure grade, Master God tier intermediate grade. Treasure effect, write the name of the enemy you want to kill on the Fate Scarecrow. After killing the other party, you can destroy the other party's fate together, preventing the other party from using any methods to revive. Treasure description, this is a scarecrow that can curse fate. It contains a terrifying curse power. Zhou Zhou looked at the scarecrow in his hand with some fear. As a person who was proficient in hiding and knew many resurrection methods, he was most worried about encountering such items. Fortunately, this item had already fallen into his hands. However, he still had to find more Master God tier advanced grade or even Supreme God realm resurrection methods in the future. Otherwise, if he encountered such a tool again and happened to die, he would really die. He was not sure if the Lord of the Ends Nirvana could handle such a master god tier level killing method. Then, he put away the Fate Scarecrow and looked at the next master god tier treasure. Treasure name, Pseudo Reverse Path Wheel. Treasure grade, Master God tier Advanced grade. Treasure effect, a replica of the supreme divine artifact the Reverse Path Wheel. It can absorb and reflect attacks from any Master God tier Advanced grade, or below. Treasure description, a divine artifact created by the Heavenly Fire Master God. It can absorb and rebound any Master God tier level attack. Current usage of the Pseudo Reverse Path Wheel, 3/3. Prompt, with the enhancement of your Collector Lord talent, the current usage of the Pseudo Reverse Path Wheel has increased to 7/7. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and showed. This treasure was not bad. If it was used well, it might have a miraculous effect. Then, he looked at the last Master God tier Advanced grade treasure. Chapter 1196, Upgrading the Territory. Upgrading to an intermediate grade empire. Zhou Zhou had seen the effect of this before. He couldn't discover the effect of his concealment even as a chaos human. It could be seen how powerful his concealment ability was. Zhou Zhou naturally liked this item very much. He put away the sky shielding umbrella and flew out of the shrine, then he came to the sky above the divine capital and looked down at his capital. He silently chanted upgrade in his heart. The next second, accompanied by 1,000,000 trillion units of basic materials, 1,000 mid-tier deity level divine crystals, 500 billion origin crystals, 1 billion units of time and space elemental gems, 20 low-tier deity level elementary grade territory tokens, and 10 mid-tier deity level territory tokens disappeared. Congratulations, your low-tier deity level advanced grade shrine, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to mid-tier deity level elementary grade shrine, Lord's Law. Your territory has been upgraded to mid-tier deity level elementary grade. Your low-tier deity level advanced grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to mid-tier deity level elementary grade divine origin augmentation formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 10 trillion/10 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 1 billion km times 1 billion km times 1 million m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Mythical Tier Building Blueprint Treasure Chest, Mid-Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade. Lord Talent Notification, your Scarlet Brood Mother can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint, your Mysterious Caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. A strange glint flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. Now that his territory had advanced to the mid-tier deity level elementary grade, it also meant that he could upgrade the Blazing Sun Empire from the beginner empire to the intermediate grade empire. In just 2 days, he had done this. This was something that most lords in the myriad worlds could not do. As for the lords who had done so in history, according to his bloodline inheritance, most of them had obtained the resources of the race behind them in advance to achieve this. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to advance to the beginner empire and become an intermediate empire in just 2 days. In the myriad worlds, those who could really do this alone were as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. He himself had become one of the rarest members. He took a deep breath and did not feel proud. Then, he quickly flew back to the shrine and arrived in front of the golden tablet. Zhou Zhou looked at the kingdom's golden tablet in front of him and chanted the advancement in his heart. The next second. Prompt, you have met all the requirements to advance to an intermediate grade empire. Do you want to advance to an intermediate grade empire? Upgrade. Zhou Zhou said. Prompt, you have one chance to change the location of the imperial capital. Do you want to change/retain it? Retain. Zhou Zhou answered without hesitation. The Blazing Sun Emperor was the place where he rose to prominence. The significance of this place to him was not something that other regions could compare to. To the subjects under him, this was also the origin of the Blazing Sun Empire. It was the root of the hearts of countless subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire. The subjects had extremely deep feelings for this land. Even if it was a true God-tier regional territory, or even a master God-tier regional territory, he would not exchange for it. Moreover, if he really wanted a true God-tier regional territory, or even a master God-tier regional territory, he could completely rely on the regional fusion certificate in his hands to fuse the Divine Sun Imperial Capital into a true God-tier regional territory. It was not impossible for him to fuse it into a master God-tier regional territory in the future. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't change the location of the capital. Prompt: your choice has been confirmed. Prompt: your Lord's Territory Beginner Grade Empire. Blazing Sun Empire is in the process of upgrading. Prompt: level up successful. Congratulations, your beginner grade Empire's Lord Territory, the Blazing Sun Empire, has officially been promoted to the intermediate grade Lord Territory, the Blazing Sun Empire. Prompt: you can display your Empire Territory level on any channel. Zhou Zhou's lips curled up slightly. This promotion was much simpler than the previous one. Hopefully, it would not be difficult for an intermediate grade Empire to advance to an advanced Empire. The next second, a new Lord announcement appeared on the entire channel. Lord of all races Lord announcement: congratulations to the human race, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully establishing the first intermediate kingdom. Rewards: Lord of all races mythical tier treasure chest +1, intermediate kingdom treasure chest +1, reputation rating +10. Mythical reputation rating +1. Lord of all races announcement: congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement: congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou's smile became even more obvious. He was already prepared for this. When the Blazing Sun Kingdom advanced from a beginner kingdom to an intermediate kingdom, it also triggered this announcement after all. He opened the various channels he was in. He realized that be it the humans, elves, or other races on the cerulean planet, almost all of them were discussing the fact that he had just advanced to an intermediate grade empire. The humans of the cerulean planet were fine, since they were already used to how powerful their emperor was. They even felt that it remained only natural that the Lord of the Blazing Sun's name had appeared in the announcement many times. The Lord of the Blazing Sun of the human race on cerulean planet was so strong that he was ridiculously strong. Wasn't it normal for him to make a few announcements about the races? The lords of the other races had the most intense reaction. For example, the lords of the myriad races in the Myriad Race Lord channel, where Zhou Zhou remained the channel administrator. This channel was originally set up by the Supreme Will to make it easier for Zhou Zhou to do the special event mission of the King of 10,000 Kings. It was to let he unite all the lords of the myriad races to deal with O's Scarlet Army together. In the end, O's Scarlet Army had already been taken down by Zhou Zhou alone in advance. The King of 10,000 Kings event would officially end tomorrow morning. It was unknown if the Supreme Will had forgotten, but this Lord of 10,000 Races channel had yet to disband. At this moment, many lords of the myriad races in this channel were chatting crazily in the channel before the channel disbanded, afraid that they would be forced to leave the group in the next second. The main topic of their conversation remained Zhou Zhou's upgrade to an intermediate grade empire. It's too ridiculous. It's only been 2 days, and it's already upgraded from a beginner empire to an advanced empire. Until now, the Lord of the Blazing Sun seems to be the only one who has made an announcement on all the lords of all races. If you've seen the video of the Lord of the Blazing Sun fighting O's Scarlet Army alone, you wouldn't be so surprised. Let me put it this way. The Lord of the Blazing Sun's power is no longer inferior to some weaker high-level bloodline races. I won't believe you, unless you send me a video. Give me a copy. Boss, I desire it too. I've already posted it. Soon, the video of the Lord of the Blazing Sun leading the army of the Blazing Sun Empire to fight AUS alone remained seen by a large number of lords. Then, they tumbled silent. Is this Lord of the Blazing Sun, really from the same batch as them? Why remained the difference so huge regardless of whether it was the Lord's faction or individual strength? Chapter 1197, Race Divine Artifact God-Slaying Bloodstained Spear. Requirements for Advanced Empire. Zhou Zhou took a glance and turned off all the channels. Then, he first opened the mythical tier treasure chest that had appeared out of thin air. There were N bottles of potions quietly placed inside. Zhou Zhou took it out to take a look. Among them, 10 bottles of potions were true God tier potential advancement potions that could raise the potential of a life form to the level of a true God tier advance grade. The last bottle was the Master God tier potential advancement potion. Furthermore, when Zhou Zhou saw the effects of this bottle of Master God tier potential advancement potion, him immediately trembled. Potion name, Potential Advancement Potion. Potion grade, Master God tier. Potion effect, after consumption, it can directly raise the potential of living beings below the Master God tier advance grade to the Master God tier advance grade. If the potential of this life form has already reached the Master God tier advance grade, after consumption of this potion, it can allow this life form to have the potential to comprehend will. Potion description: a bottle of supreme potential potion that can sublimate life. It can actually help a potential life form at the Master God tier level comprehend the power of will. Zhou Zhou was surprised. The power of will was something that countless true God tier in the myriad worlds yearned to comprehend. The strongest genius of the Titan God race, Uriel, had never been able to comprehend the power of will. It was only when he used a special treasure to temporarily raise his strength to the level of a Master God tier elementary grade before he died that he barely comprehended the power of will. This bottle of Master God tier potential advancement potion could actually allow a life form to have the potential to comprehend the power of will. If the Titan God race knew about this treasure, even a race or faction like the Titan God race would go crazy. An existence that had grasped the power of will was very likely to become a clan-protecting expert in the future after all. As for clan-protecting experts, they were top-notch experts that even top-notch bloodline races like the original spirit race valued greatly. Zhou Zhou put it away. There were very few treasures that could assist in comprehending the power of will. Even though Zhou Zhou did not have much, he was prepared to reward a subordinate he values on another day. He opened the intermediate grade Empire treasure chest beside him and guessed. According to the previous examples, this intermediate grade Empire treasure chest is probably something like a racial divine artifact. The treasure chest was opened as soon as he finished speaking. A broken blood-red steel fork was lying quietly in the intermediate grade Empire treasure chest. As expected. Moreover, it's a part of the race's divine artifact that I possess. Zhou Zhou looked at this incomplete race divine artifact and clicked his tongue in wonder. The incomplete blood-red steel fork in front of him was a part of the incomplete spear of Longinus that he had previously obtained. It was called the God-slaying blood-stained spear. From the looks of it, it should be the middle part of the spear of Longinus. Now, he only had to hold one end to complete the spear of Longinus. He did not hesitate. He directly took out the tip of the steel fork from the king's treasure box and fused the two incomplete blood-red steel forks together. When the two incomplete divine artifacts approached, they suddenly emitted a faint blood light. Then, before Zhou Zhou could approach, they took the initiative to approach and quickly fused together. Furthermore, there was not even a crack at the interface. It could be said that the fusion was rather perfect, as if it had never broken. Zhou Zhou was not surprised when he saw this. He directly looked at the information on the attributes of the spear of Longinus that was incomplete. Race divine artifact name, incomplete spear of Longinus. Equipment grade, unique in the race. Race divine artifact ability 1 infinite piercing spear, the spear of Longinus can pierce through any matter in life without any damage. Race divine artifact ability 2 god-slaying blood-stained spear, the spear of Longinus is a god-slaying demon spear. It has a special effect on gods and can break through the defense of any god spirit's divine body. Even a supreme god realm expert will be injured by the spear and the other party will be stained with blood on the spear. Race divine artifact ability 3 spear of Longinus, unknown. To activate this race's divine artifact ability, you need to collect and integrate the steel fork at the end of the spear of Longinus. Introduction to race divine artifact, spear of Longinus, the divine artifact of the human race on Cerulean planet. It is also the god-slaying spear of a mortal. Even a high and mighty god spirit can be stabbed or even assassinated by a mortal with the spear of Longinus. After reading it, Zhou Zhou's eyes widened in shock. This can actually injure a supreme god realm. Just based on this point alone, it's enough to say that he is a supreme divine artifact, right? As expected of the god-slaying blood-stained spear. This name is really right. He muttered to himself. He could not hide the shock in his voice. This was the first time he had seen such a species divine artifact that specialized in offense. For example, the race divine artifacts he had obtained previously, be it the Xianyuan divine sword, the lucky star, or the divine artifacts of other races, all of them had the ability to assist the development of races and lords. However, the spear of Longinus did not have any support abilities. Be it the infinite piercing spear or the god-slaying blood-stained spear, they were both offensive abilities. Looking at this trend, if nothing went wrong, the final spear of Longinus should also have offensive abilities. I kind of like this gun. Zhou Zhou looked at the spear and smiled. Then, he thought for a moment and prepared to hand it over to Zhou Fight to use. Zhou Fight was the main battle avatar after all. He would definitely like this racial divine artifact that only attacked but did not defend. The Xianyuan divine sword was used by Zhou Manage. As his main body, he used the regal sage Dao sword. As for Zhou Marshall and Zhou Tianming, they used the other master god tier divine artifacts that Zhou Zhou had. Zhou Zhou put away the incomplete spear of Longinus and looked at the final reward. 10 reputation rating and 1 mythical reputation rating. In the past, Zhou Zhou might have been very excited. However, he was very calm now. He had high standards after all. Even if a true god tier came and wanted to worship Zhou Zhou wouldn't be too excited. If this bit of mythical reputation rating could attract a master god tier, then he would truly be pleasantly surprised. Then, he looked at the promotion requirements to a high-level empire. Kingdom name, Blazing Sun Empire. King, Blazing Sun Emperor. Empire level, Intermediate Grade Empire. Imperial Flag, Day of the Stars. Imperial Legion, Blazing Sun Army, True God Tier Elementary Grade, Monster Army, True God Tier Elementary Grade, Dragon God Army, True God Tier Elementary Grade, 10,000 Races Army, True God Tier Elementary Grade, Heavenly Map Army, High God Tier, Homeland Defense Army, Epic Tier. Requirements for advancing to a high-tier deity level empire, advancing to a high-tier deity level lower elementary grade territory, advancing to a high-tier deity level territory, 1000 high-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals, conquering the 3 Crimson Overlords Intermediate Crimson Empire, 0/3, conquering 2 intermediate grade empires that are not under the Crimson Overlord, 0/2, conquering any high-tier lord faction and possessing its high-tier deity level empire token. 0/1, 1 million independent regional territories, 50,000 racial heroes, and 100 divine consecrations of various races. Chapter 1198, Upgrading Territory. Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. True God Tier Army. Heirloom Jade Seal of the Realm. Zhou Zhou first glanced at the ranks of his imperial army. The result made him very satisfied. The few battle-hardened legions under him had all advanced to the True God Tier elementary grade after 2 days of bloody battles. Only the Heavenly Map Army and the Homeland Defense Army had not reached the True God Tier level, but it was understandable. One of them was in charge of scouting for information, while the other was in charge of guarding the Blazing Sun Empire after all. They rarely came into contact with large-scale battles. At most, they would clean up the scattered fog monsters around the Empire's territory. It was normal for his level to be low. Then, his gaze landed on the few True God Tier elementary grade troops of the Blazing Sun Army, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. A True God Tier army. He muttered to himself. In fact, only Divine Kingdom Lord factions would have an army of this level. Moreover, Divine Kingdom Lord factions that were more proficient in battle would have such an army. He actually already had more than one army of this level in advance as an intermediate grade Empire Lord. If other Divine Kingdom Lord factions saw this, they would probably not believe their eyes. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not mind. He casually opened the door in front of the army and looked at the army enhancement. Now, it was no longer as simple and crude as before in front of a True God Tier elementary grade army. Especially in terms of army enhancements, he had a total of 13 army enhancements. It was much better than the lonely army enhancement Braveness in the past. Zhou Zhou opened a few more enhancements and looked at them. Army enhancement, Braveness. Enhancement level, True God Tier elementary grade. Enhance effect, your legionnaires will be more courageous when fighting on the battlefield. At the same time, their overall strength will be increased by 220%. Legion enhancement, strict discipline. Enhancement level, True God Tier elementary grade. Enhancement effect, your soldiers will strictly abide by the military discipline, and every soldier can accurately and perfectly execute the orders of a higher level general. Legion enhancement, Heart of the Iron Blood Army. Enhancement level, True God Tier elementary grade. Legion enhancement, your army will not be affected by confusion type laws and skills. Legion enhancement, as many fierce generals as the clouds. Enhancement level, True God Tier elementary grade. Enhancement effect, when your generals fight on the battlefield, their overall strength will increase by an additional 100%. It will be easier for your soldiers to train on the battlefield and become wise and brave generals. Legion enhancement, accompanying battle pet. Enhancement level, True God Tier elementary grade. Enhancement effect, your army general can contract an additional combat type pet. The potential of this pet will automatically increase to the True God Tier elementary grade until the contract is terminated. After Zhou Zhou saw all the Legion enhancement, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. The True God elementary grade army was indeed a True God Tier army. These enhancements were all extremely practical and could provide a huge boost to the combat strength of his soldiers. Sure. Then, his gaze landed on the need to advance to a high-level empire. He took a glance and his eyes lit up. I've actually satisfied most of these advancement requirements. Even if I'm not satisfied for the time being, I can easily do it in a day or two. The only requirement that might take a little longer is this first requirement. Upgrading my territory to high-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin and looked at this requirement. Only then did he open the upgrade requirement for his territory to advance from the mid-tier deity level elementary grade to the intermediate grade. Construction upgrade, 1 million trillion units of wood, 1 million trillion units of fine sand, 1 million trillion units of metal, 1 million trillion units of stone, 1000 mid-tier deity grade divine crystals, 1 trillion origin crystals, 2 billion units of time elemental gems, 2 billion units of space elemental gems, 10 regional territories of mid-tier deity level god spirits, 20,000 race heroes, 10 mid-tier deity level territory orders. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up after reading it. The materials he had accumulated could indeed support him to continue leveling up. Without any hesitation, he chanted in his heart to upgrade his territory. The next second, accompanied by 4 million trillion units of basic materials, 1000 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine crystals, 1 trillion origin crystals, 4 billion units of space-time elemental gems, and 10 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade territory tokens, they disappeared. Congratulations, your mid-tier deity level elementary grade shrine, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade shrine, Lord's Law. Your territory has been upgraded to mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Your mid-tier deity level elementary grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine origin augmentation formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 20 trillion/20 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 2 billion km times 2 billion km times 1 million m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Mythical Tier Building Blueprint Treasure Chest, Mid-Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade. Lord Talent Notification, your Scarlet Brood Mother can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint, your Mysterious Caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly, then opened the requirements to upgrade the Mid-Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade Territory to the Mid-Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade Territory. Construction Upgrade, 200,000 trillion units of wood, 200,000 trillion units of fine sand, 200,000 trillion units of metal, 200,000 trillion units of stone, 10,000 mid-tier deity level divine crystals, 500 billion origin crystals, 500 million units of time elemental gems, 500 million units of space elemental gems, 10 lower mid-tier deity level regional territories, 10 lower mid-tier deity level god spirits, 10,000 racial heroes, 10 lower mid-tier deity level elemental grade territory tokens. After reading it, Zhou Zhou could not help but feel a headache coming on. He looked at the remaining space-time elemental gems in his king's treasure box. After upgrading his territory twice, he now had more than 2,119,000,000 space elemental gems and 2,020,000,000 time elemental gems left. It was far from enough to upgrade his territory. This was a total of 10 billion space-time elemental gems. Where could he get it? Previously, during the battle with O's Scarlet Army, he had only obtained a total of 6 billion space-time elemental gems. Moreover, the most important thing was that the King of 10,000 Kings event was almost officially over. All that was left was the reward. Next, he had to prepare for the new event, so he couldn't take the time to conquer the various countries in the High Continent to gather the space-time elemental gems. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath. Looks like I can only wait until the new event begins and see if I can think of a way to gather enough space-time elemental gems during the new event before upgrading the territory. He thought. Oh right, I almost forgot to look at this reward. Zhou Zhou suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to check the Supreme Treasure Chest reward and the latest Glory of the Pioneer X title information after his territory leveled up to the mid-tier deity level elementary grade. He opened the Supreme Treasure Chest first. There was a seal quietly placed inside. The jade seal was light green in color and had a radius of 4 inches. The top button was connected to the 5 dragons, and the front was engraved with the words "Receive the orders of the heavens and live forever." Heirloom Jade Seal of the Realm. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened and looked over. Race Divine Artifact Name, Heirloom Jade Seal of the Realm. Equipment Grade, Unique in the Race. Race Divine Artifact Ability 1 Execution of Words. Living beings who possess the heirloom jade seal of the realm are the supreme emperors of the cerulean planet's human race. They can possess the ability to command the laws in the territory of the cerulean planet's human race. Once the holy word is spoken, all laws will be respected. Race Divine Artifact Ability 2 Ordered by Heaven. Creatures with the heirloom jade seal of the realm possess the status of the heavenly king. No matter what life form they face, they will not be suppressed by the other party. Moreover, their luck will increase greatly. When fighting the enemy, you and the soldiers under your command will receive an additional 100% increase in combat power. Race Divine Artifact Ability 3 Eternal Longevity. As the holder of the position of the Heavenly Emperor, the lifespan of you and your subjects will greatly increase. When you receive damage, the recovery speed of your injuries will also greatly increase. The providence of you and your lord's faction will be protected by the heirloom jade seal of the realm. You will encounter more lucky things in your life, and you will be immune to most fate-type attacks and curses. Introduction to the Race Divine Artifact, the Imperial Seal of the Human Race on the Cerulean Planet. The owner is the Orthodox Emperor of the human race on the Cerulean Planet. The execution of words is ordered by the heavens to live forever. Good, good, good. They're all good abilities. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Then, he looked at the new title. Title, Glory of the Pioneer X. Title Quality, Unique Title of the Race. Title Effect 1, Your name has spread far and wide among the lords of Cerulean Planet. More people admire your reputation and desire to join your territory. The number of subjects that can be summoned by the Gate of Summoning every day plus 1000%. Among the subjects summoned, there are professional talents of the same level as the territory plus 11. Title Effect 2, same as before. Title Effect 3, when you become the first lord of Cerulean Planet with a high-tier deity level elementary grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 11, and more title effects will be unlocked. Title Introduction, same as before. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. From today onwards, he could summon 11 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade god spirits every day. Even though it was nothing to him, a mosquito leg was still meat. Then, he came to the Gate of Summoning and spent some materials and divine crystals to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been successfully upgraded to a mid-tier deity level intermediate grade building. You can summon 200,000 subjects every day. You will summon 10,000 professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer X, the number of subjects you can summon every day has reached 21,655,000. You will summon 10,011 professionals every day. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. The number of subjects summoned by the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade Gate of Summoning was 2,165,500. After being enhanced by the Glory of the Pioneer X, the number of players increased by 10 times, becoming 21,655,000. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements of the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade, 10,000 trillion units of wood, 10,000 trillion units of fine sand, 10,000 trillion units of metal, 10,000 trillion units of stone, 10,000 divine crystals of mid-tier deity level, territory level upgraded to mid-tier deity level advanced grade. Zhou Zhou took a look and pulled back his gaze. Then, he returned to the shrine and prepared to possess a chat with Mu Gu and the others to familiarize him with the latest effects of the Lord Talent. Now that he territory had won 2 consecutive rounds, Mu Gu's abilities should possess greatly improved. At the believed of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but look forward to it. Chapter 1199, Lord Talent Improvement. News of the Elven Empire. In the shrine, Zhou Zhou and Mu Gu were having a virtual video conference. Now that your territory has been upgraded to mid-tier deity level intermediate grade, tell me about your respective upgrades. Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and said to Mu Gu, Zhang Fugui and Carol Moli with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. The three of them said in unison. Then, Mu Gu was the first to speak. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Scarlet Broodmother I'm currently in has advanced from low-tier deity level advanced grade to mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. The number of Mist Mothers evolved from the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade Scarlet Broodmother has increased from 70,000 to 150,000. Every Mist Mother world can now nurture 500 million fog monsters. 150,000 Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 75 trillion fog monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high-quality scarlet heirs has also increased. Currently, I can at most nurture a high-tier deity-level god-tier scarlet god spirit. This process will take about a day. If I want to nurture a mid-tier deity-level scarlet descendant or a low-tier scarlet descendant, I can nurture 10 mid-tier deity-level scarlet descendants and hundreds of low-tier deity-level scarlet descendants in a day. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Could he actually nurture more than 100 descendants of the scarlet god spirit in a day? After the territory was upgraded to the mid-tier deity-level intermediate grade, the Scarlet Broodmother actually improved so much. When will you be able to nurture a true god tier? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. It's very difficult for a mid-tier deity-level Scarlet Broodmother to nurture a Scarlet True God tier. I estimate that only a high-tier deity-level Scarlet Broodmother can nurture a Scarlet True God tier. Mu Gu thought for a moment and replied. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. His territory was at the mid-tier deity-level intermediate grade, and he was not far from the high-tier deity level. At that time, he would be able to create a true god tier. Then, he thought for a moment and said. Of the 150,000 mist mothers you have, 30,000 are left behind to nurture the iron-eating bear and the withered tree. The other 120,000 mist mothers, 60,000 will be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirit, and the other 60,000 will be used to nurture the yellow talisman Deo soldier. 120,000 mist mothers could nurture a total of 60 trillion ranch monsters. With the help of the King of Loots, he could obtain 90 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 90 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates, 90 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 90 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificates tomorrow. If he converted all these recruitment books and class change certificates into new recruits, it would be a total of 360 trillion soldiers, which was 360 trillion soldiers. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, the smile on his face was about to overflow. He only had a total of 150 trillion troops. This time, the number of new recruits summoned was more than twice the total number of his troops. Anyone who heard of his recruitment of troops would probably say that he was terrifying. According to this recruitment speed, I'll have a quadrillion troops under my command in 2 days. Zhou Zhou felt a sense of pride. Os 50,000 odd Crimson Kingdoms and millions of Crimson Kingdoms only added up to 8,000 trillion. Now, even if his efficiency in recruiting troops remained unchanged, he could still recruit a total of 8,000 trillion troops in less than a month. As my strength and faction continue to increase, the effects of the Scarlet Broodmother's mythical tier unique lord talent also become stronger and stronger. I even feel that he is not inferior to my talent as the King of Loot. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Gu said respectfully after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Then, Zhang Fugui said respectfully. Your Majesty, now, the number of mysterious merchant has increased from 300 million to 1 billion after the territory upgraded to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 1 billion. All of us mysterious merchants force has also increased to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Our treasure hunting ability has increased again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 100 treasures each time. Moreover, the standard of each gem is comparable to a god-tier treasure. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. 1 billion god spirits. Only the mysterious caravan could produce such a terrifying god spirit team. If it were any other lord faction, even if it was a divine kingdom lord faction, they might probably not be able to produce so many god spirits. Perhaps an overlord level lord faction would have so many god spirits under them. Perhaps an overlord level lord faction might have so many god spirits under them. Zhou Zhou lamented in his heart countless times. After Zhang Fugui finished speaking, Carol Molly smiled and said. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, after the territory has been upgraded to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade, our life arc already has 5 trillion clergymen, 5 trillion priests, 5 trillion nuns, and 50 trillion life holy knights. These clergymen are enough to complete the war healing missions and resurrection missions of quadrillions of troops. Also, currently, there are 100,000 high-level members of the Life Arc God Spirit. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, I'm still at the true God tier intermediate grade. My force hasn't improved yet. I can only revive existences below the Master God tier level. It's already very good. Zhou Zhou comforted Carol Molly. In any case, he didn't have any Master God tier God spirits under him at the moment, so he didn't need him to revive the Master God tier. Then, Zhou Zhou and company chatted for a while before ending the virtual video conference. Not long after they left, Wu Tu suddenly requested to see them. After Zhou Zhou let Wu Tu in, Wu Tu immediately knelt down and stated respectfully. Your Majesty, there's new news from the original Elven Empire. Shoot! Zhou Zhou said. Ever since the collapse of the original Elven Empire, it has been divided into 3 parts. Currently, the scattered soldiers who only care about escaping have been found and killed by the Behemoth Divine Kingdom's army. The original Elven Empire soldiers who fled to the other Elven Empires were all taken in by the Ash Elven Empire. The other Elven Empires also wanted a share of the loot, but the Ash Elven Empire mobilized collectively and forcefully snatched the remnants of the original Elven Empire from the other Elven Empires. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Ash Elven Empire? The weakest Elven Empire among all the Elven Empires, but once had the only Elven true God tier. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu stated respectfully. Why is the Ash Elven Empire so desperate? Zhou Zhou asked. According to the intelligence gathered by the Heavenly Map Army, the reason why the Ash Empire is so desperate is because the heavily injured Elven Mother Tree, Sea Gates, is with these fleeing soldiers of the original Elven Empire. The Ash Empire probably wants to welcome the new true God tier of the Elven Mother Tree and become the new true God tier of the Ash Elven Empire. That's why they're fighting so hard. Wu Tu stated respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded, not minding one bit because there was only one thing that he cared about. Did you get Nadia's relic? Zhou Zhou asked. I've already got it. It's currently on its way back. It should be delivered tomorrow. Also, I've found out that Elizariel's remnant forces are also rushing to us with Nadia's remains. Wu Tu said. Zhou Zhou nodded calmly. Chapter 1200, Discussion and Decision. Behemoth Emperor Collier. Nadia's remains. Eli's Ariel came with Nadia's remains probably because she wanted him to owe her a favor so that he could help her. Of course, it was also possible that she just wanted to send it to him. However, no matter which possibility it was, he would still owe the other party a favor. As Zhou Zhou thought about it, his eyes gradually became firm. If that was really the other party's motive for coming, he could owe the other party a favor but he would never help the Elven Empire deal with the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. Zhou Zhou was naturally not afraid of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom as a newly established beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. If he wanted to destroy it, he could almost easily do so. However, the Blazing Sun Empire had no enmity with the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. In addition, their territories were quite far away, so Zhou Zhou was not interested in attacking the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. Most importantly, Zhou Zhou did not want to become a sharp blade in the hands of others and help them deal with the other party. That would make him feel like he was being played by the other party. No one would like that feeling, including Zhou Zhou. If Eli's Ariel comes to see this emperor with Nadia's remains, this emperor can meet him. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Nadia was a good friend of his, so he couldn't let her remains wander around. Furthermore, if the other party really suggested that he help the other party deal with the Behemoth Divine Kingdom, he would not agree. He would compensate Eli's Ariel in other aspects at the very most. Any more and it would be impossible. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu said respectfully. How are the people of foreign races around our territory recently? Are there any signs of them wanting to attack us? Your Majesty. However, there are many alliance masters who seem to be afraid that we will attack them. Almost all of them have formed an alliance in a hurry in the past few days. However, even if they had formed alliances, they didn't show any signs of attacking us. Wu Tu smiled. He felt very proud to see these people of foreign races cowering with a powerful country like the Blazing Sun Empire as his backing. He was proud of the strength of his country and the strength of his lord. Zhou Zhou smiled when he heard that. He had the confidence to destroy even a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord with his current strength as a lord. He also had the courage to fight head-on with an intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord. He did not plan to provoke an advanced Divine Kingdom Lord. The most powerful people of foreign races in the surrounding areas of the Blazing Sun Empire were only Empire-tier lords. It would be strange if they dared to show their fangs to him. This was the benefit of being powerful. They formed an alliance just to protect themselves and had no intention of attacking them. It wasn't like the alliances he met in the past, where most of them had bad intentions towards him. This emperor understands. Continue to pay attention to the news of the surrounding people of foreign races. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, Wu Tu left. Not long after Wu Tu left, Zhou Manage, Zhou Fight, and Zhou Wu arrived. Main body, let's discuss the upcoming new activities. Zhou Manage said. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded. He had the same intention. The four of them then started chatting. The new event is called the Lord of the Races. If I'm not wrong, it should be the activity of the Lord of the Races of the Cerulean planet's human race, not the entire human race. Otherwise, some weak lords of all races would probably not be qualified to participate in this new event. Zhou Manage speculated. The other three nodded. If a lord of all races was backed by a top-notch race faction with a master god tier god spirit, such a race naturally would not allow the weak lords of the myriad races under their command to suddenly become the leaders of their race. Even if the lord of all races was willing, the original leaders of such a top race would not be willing. Needless to say, many members of a top race often became lords of all races. He couldn't possibly let so many lords of all ethnicities suddenly become the leaders of their races because of an event, right? Then the myriad worlds would be in chaos. The Supreme Will definitely wouldn't want to see this either. I haven't been back to the Cerulean planet in a long time. Zhou Manage sighed. I want to go back to Earth. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. Me too. Zhou Marshall smiled. I want both of them to go back, Zhou Zhou said with a smile. Then, he said seriously, let's not joke around for now. Let's get down to business. It will be considered walking out of the high continent and fighting in the myriad worlds if the new event really returns to the Cerulean planet. Even though the four of us can barely be considered to have the combat power of 4 Master God tiers, we won't be in a good situation if we face the sneak attacks of more Master God tiers. As for the Master God tier that the 10 Holy Protection Lord talent can invite, I don't scheme to expose this trump card until the last moment. Therefore, I plan to participate in this event as a mortal lord at the beginning of the new event so that those top bloodline ethnicities who want to handle with us won't be able to find us for the time being. No problem. That's what I thought. That's what I contemplated too. Zhou Manage and the other two nodded. Then this matter is decided for the time being. Zhou Zhou asked. The others had no objections. Then, they did not have any intention of chatting. This was a speculative meeting about the new event, so there was nothing to talk about. By the way, there's one more thing, Zhou Zhou said. Send an invitation to the Master God tiers of the High Continent and even the myriad worlds. Tell them that we can use a Master God tier divine artifact as the price to hire them as the Master God tier offerings of our Blazing Sun Empire. They only need 100 years to become offerings of the Master God tier. As long as you are willing to come and worship the Master God tier of the Blazing Sun Empire and sign a contract, once the contract is established, we can give the Master God tier divine artifact to the other party on the spot. The new event was about to begin. No matter how much Zhou Zhou and company desired to avoid fighting enemies at the Master God tier level, they could probably eventually encounter enemies at the Master God tier level. In that case, he might as well make preparations in advance. Using a Master God tier divine artifact as the price to hire a Master God level expert to be the worshipper of his empire's Master God tier, he believed that very few Master Gods in the myriad worlds could be able to resist the temptation of his. In any case, he wasn't lacking in Master God tier divine artifacts anymore. What he lacked was a Master God tier divine artifact expert who could use a Master God tier divine artifact and was willing to stand on his side. All right. Zhou Manage nodded. I'll handle this. Zhou Zhou nodded. After that, they chatted for a while more before Zhou Manage went to do something. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, one went to the Time World to comprehend the Lord's laws, while the other went to the Time World to find experts from the past to sharpen his combat skills. Zhou Zhou, on the other hand, was in his cultivation room, improving his supreme sacred body by refining the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment and the Lord Talent Sphere. At the same time, about 10,000 kilometers away from the Blazing Sun Empire, a dark purple amethyst behemoth battleship that looked like a purple diamond was standing in the interlayer of space, concealing itself. Inside the battleship, the King of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom, 1941. Collier, was sitting upright on the amethyst throne, listening to the intelligence report of a white-silver behemoth below. The King of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom, Collier, who was already more than 10,000 years old and was about the level of a true god tier elementary grade, was an amethyst behemoth. At this moment, he frowned deeply after hearing the intelligence report from the white-silver behemoths below. Chapter 1201, Mythical Tier, the only Lord Talent King of Undying. You're saying that Eli's Ariel has already brought the remnants of his army into the borders of the Blazing Sun Empire? He asked. Can't we go after them? Collier asked. I'm afraid not, Emperor. Even though they haven't reached the borders of the Blazing Sun Empire yet, they're already within the perimeter of the Blazing Sun Empire. The other side has led the remaining troops into the perimeter. Because their military strength is weak and they don't have many experts, they won't be able to threaten the Radiant Sun Empire. The Radiant Sun Empire's garrison won't be vigilant and do anything because of this. However, if we lead our army close to the perimeter of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, the other party has every reason to think that we're going to wage war against them. Once the other party catches hold of this reason and doesn't let go, we'll have provoked a huge enemy for no reason. The white-silver behemoth said. Anger flashed across the amethyst behemoth's face. However, when he thought of the video of the battle between the Blazing Sun Empire and O's Scarlet Army, his anger inexplicably dissipated, and he even felt a little afraid. The Blazing Sun Empire was able to defeat O's Scarlet Army, so he was naturally no match for them. Not to mention the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. Even if 10 Behemoth Divine Kingdoms fought the Blazing Sun Kingdom together, victory might not necessarily belong to him. There was indeed nothing wrong with what the white-silver behemoth said. It was better not to make such a great enemy for the Behemoth Divine Kingdom for no reason. Everyone, what are your thoughts? If you have any, tell me. Collier looked at the more than 100 ministers with the yellow gold tier behemoth bloodline and more than 10 ministers with the amethyst behemoth bloodline below. Even though he felt that he couldn't defeat Eli's Ariel, he was still unwilling to watch Eli's Ariel escape. As the only possessor of the original elven bloodline of the elven race, Eli's Ariel had extremely high potential. It was even possible for her to grow into a main god tier in the future. Letting such a formidable enemy escape made him feel uneasy. The behemoth ministers were silent for a moment. No one spoke. Facing a behemoth like the Blazing Sun Empire, they really couldn't think of a way to eliminate Eli's Ariel. His true god tier aura was faintly discernible. He seemed to be a true god tier expert who had just broken through to the true god tier and had yet to stabilize his realm. Please speak, Master D. Collier hurriedly said. This person was the teacher of his father. His name was Gurch. He still had to treat him with respect even if he was the current Behemoth Emperor. Your Majesty, Gu Urkai said, it is an irreversible fact that we are unable to enter the borders of the Blazing Sun Empire. It's said that the common people's regal has some friendship with Eli's Ariel to begin with. I think that tomorrow, the common people's regal will most likely accept Eli's Ariel and the remnants of him. I think there are 2 ways to deal with Eli's Ariel. Then, he told Collier and the ministers his thoughts. After Collier heard this, he pondered for a while before nodding. Fine. In this situation, we can only do this. He said. Then, he thought to himself. I hope that common people's regal is willing to give me face. The next day, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged on the divine artifact mat, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his divine body and felt the Supreme God Realm runes imprinted in it. He nodded slightly. I used up all the Lord Talent crystal fragments and most of the Lord Talent spheres and finally raised the Supreme Sacred Body to the True God Tier intermediate grade in one night. However, upgrading a small level at the True God Tier level consumes so many Lord Talent materials, it is really heart-wrenching to part with them. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's heart ached. So many Lord Talent crystal fragments and Lord Talent spheres were lost. How many Lord Talents would he awaken if he were to use them to awaken the Lord Talent? However, his brows relaxed, and his eyes became firm again. The Supreme Sacred Body is related to the creation of the Master God Tier Lord Talent, the invincible constitution, the ability to awaken the adaptability of the Lord Talent in a special environment, and various other abilities. Those who don't plan for eternity are not worthy of a moment. Those who don't plan for the overall situation are not worthy of a region. I must cultivate this Supreme Sacred Body. Zhou Zhou was extremely determined. Of course, that was not the point. The main point was the environment that the Bodhi Supreme had mentioned previously. Even though the Bodhi Supreme did not answer him directly, it was precisely because of this that Zhou Zhou felt very uneasy. The Bodhi Supreme was unwilling to elaborate. The level of this secret must be ridiculously high, and it also represented ridiculous danger. If one day, he really reached a dangerous environment that even the Supreme Will could not control, Perhaps this supreme sacred body that could create an adaptable Lord talent would be his only life-saving straw. Therefore, he had to cultivate the supreme sacred body. In any case, in the current situation, the 30-odd Lord talents on he were enough to deal with it. At the moment, he was not lacking any Lord talents. Then he would use them all to cultivate the supreme sacred body. Then, he took a look at his newly awakened Lord talent after a night of cultivation. This Lord talent was also a mythical tier unique Lord talent. Lord talent, Undying King, mythical tier, unique. Specific talent effect: one indestructible body. Even if you are reduced towards one drop of blood, you can instantly be reborn in your peak state with this drop of blood. Specific talent effect: 2 embrace of fate, you are protected by the law of fate. No curse of fate below the Master God tier level can curse your fate. Specific talent effect: 3 child of rebirth, you will automatically obtain a resurrection opportunity once a day. Specific talent effect: 4 endless reincarnation, your will contains an independent law of reincarnation. When all your resurrection methods seem ineffective, you will obtain a brand new life source and eliminate all traces of reincarnation. You will enter a reincarnation that belongs solely to you and be randomly reborn in the myriad worlds. You can likewise preserve your memories and talents from when you were alive and help the reincarnators grow quickly. Unless the universe is destroyed, you can reincarnate infinitely. Specific talent effect: 5 void will, when your law of samsara disappears, you shall lose everything and become an eternal, indestructible, but powerless, void will. Zhou Zhou appeared stunned as he looked at the second effect of embrace of fate. Could this Lord talent of the Undying King be derived by the supreme sacred body? After I saw the Fate Scarecrow yesterday and appeared afraid of the Fate Scarecrow's killing effect. Zhou Zhou muttered towards himself. Chapter 1202, Meeting Eli's Ariel. That's most likely the case. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. It had to be said that even though the cultivation of the supreme sacred body consumed a lot, the effect was also extraordinary. This was only the beginning of his cultivation, but it had already provided he with 2 mythical tier unique Lord talents that he needed very much. In reality, even if he had the help of the Bodhi Supreme, he might not be able to find these 2 Lord talents that were extremely suitable for him. As a Lord who pursues noble development, the Lord talent effect of this King of Immortality suited his intentions too well. However, this wasn't what excited him the most. What excited him the most was that the event rewards for the King of 10,000 Kings would be given out today. According to the past, the rewards should be officially distributed at 6 o'clock. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the time. It was only 5 o'clock, an hour away from 6 o'clock. Zhou Zhou was about to head to the Scarlet Brood Mother when Zero's voice suddenly sounded. Your Majesty! Eli's Ariel and the remaining elves led by her have arrived at the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire and are applying to meet your Majesty. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. She's actually here at this time? How many remnants of the Elven Empire did Eli's Ariel bring? How many god spirits and true god tiers are there? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Less than 10,000. Besides the high-tier deity level Eli's Ariel, there were no other god spirits or true god tiers. Currently stationed at an uninhabited plain outside the capital. Zero said. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. The miserable Eli's Ariel. She was a top-notch Empire Lord faction that could fight the behemoth Divine Kingdom for the throne. Who would have thought that not only had the Divine Kingdom's battle for the throne failed, but even their own Lord faction had fallen to such a state in just a few days. With such strength, it would be difficult to establish a kingdom. The victor was a noble, and the loser was a bandit. Get Eli's Ariel here alone. Zhou Zhou said without thinking too much. Yes, Your Majesty. Zero said. The next second, Eli's Ariel suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It was Zero who had used spatial teleportation to teleport Eli's Ariel over. Eli's Ariel was stunned when she teleported into the shrine's main hall. Then, she saw Zhou Zhou sitting on the throne. Eli's Ariel greets Your Excellency Common People's Regal. Elizariel's heart was filled with complicated emotions, but in the end, she still lowered her once arrogant head and spoke respectfully to Zhou Zhou. But in the next second, Zhou Zhou raised his hand and made her raise her head that was about to lower. You and I have some friendship. There's no need to be so polite. Zhou Zhou smiled. Elizariel's heart ached. For some reason, this simple sentence made her feel aggrieved, indignant, terrified, and panicky. It was as if all the negative emotions in her heart were about to erupt at this moment. She almost teared up. Thank you, Common People's Regal. Eli's Ariel forcefully suppressed her emotions and bowed slightly to him. She was very grateful to this common people's regal, grateful that this common people's regal had preserved some of her former dignity for her who was now in dire straits. This emperor already knows about your situation. Tell me, what do you have in mind for me? Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. Eli's Ariel opened her mouth, but no words came out for a moment. She originally wanted to ask the common people's regal for help and borrow his troops to let her lead an army to counterattack the behemoth divine kingdom. However, at that moment, she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Moreover, so what if she really led troops to counterattack the behemoth divine kingdom? After this failed battle for the throne of the divine kingdom, Seagates, the mother of the elves, was severely injured and snatched away by the Ash Elven Empire. After this battle, Octavel also left her kingdom and announced that she would have nothing to do with the Elven Divine Kingdom from now on. Another true god of the people of foreign races, who had originally planned to become the worshipped true god tier god spirit of the Elven Empire, immediately refused to be the worshipped god spirit of the Divine Kingdom of the original Elven Empire after seeing the original Elven Empire being defeated. The failed battle for the throne of the Divine Kingdom had caused all of her backers to fall. More than half of the soldiers of the original Elven Empire had died. The huge number 1 Elven Empire was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye because of her ambitions. Under such circumstances, was she really going to forcefully retaliate? Was she still qualified to continue fighting with the name of the original Elven Empire? The more Eli's Ariel thought about it, the paler her face became, and her body began to tremble. Perhaps she was in a hurry to escape when she came, so she did not have time to think. Now that she was resting, all sorts of thoughts surged into her mind, causing Eli's Ariel to instantly sink into extreme self-blame and despair. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly when he saw her expression. This Eli's Ariel. Why did she suddenly give off a despairing aura? At this moment, Elizariel's aura returned to normal. Then, she took out a spatial ring and held it with both hands. Your Excellency Common People's Regal. Eli's Ariel knows that you have some friendship with my hero, the Blood Fire Arrow Elf, Nadia. However, this war was too dangerous. I couldn't protect Nadia. Instead, Nadia died at the hands of the true god tier of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom to protect me. At this point, Elizariel's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She still couldn't forget the scene of Nadia rushing in front of her and helping her block the attack of true god tier Behemoth. Inside this spatial ring are Nadia's remains and relics. I'm here to deliver them back to His Majesty. With that, she stopped talking. Zhou Zhou waited for a while. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows seeing that she really didn't say anything else. She actually didn't say that she desired to ask for help. He could clearly tell that the other party had the intention to say this. Why did she suddenly change her mind? He contemplated for a second or two before raising his right hand. He saw the spatial ring in Elizariel's hand fly into his hand. Zhou Zhou gently stroked the spatial ring in his hand and could not help but sigh. Nadia told this emperor a long moment ago that her life was given to her by you. She is also willing to sacrifice her life for you. Even though she has died in battle, she will definitely not regret what she has done for you. He stated lightly. Nadia is a true hero, and I am an unqualified and failed emperor. I don't deserve a hero like Nadia. Eli's Ariel lowered her head. Even though Zhou Zhou had different opinions when he heard this, he sensed lonely at the moment and had no intention of saying anything else. This emperor will revive Nadia, he said after a long silence. Really? A glimmer of light finally appeared in Elizariel's dim eyes. Of course, I'm not joking. Zhou Zhou nodded. Nadia is so lucky to have met an emperor like you. Eli's Ariel stared blankly at Zhou Zhou. This emperor also feels very lucky to have a loyal friend like Nadia. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Eli's Ariel was stunned for a moment before smiling. Then, my business is over. I'll take my leave now. Zhou Zhou glanced at Eli's Ariel for a while before nodding slowly. Have a safe journey. Thank you, Your Majesty. Eli's Ariel left. After Elizariel's figure completely disappeared, Zhou Zhou suddenly said, Wu Tuesday. Your Majesty. Wu Tu's virtual projection quickly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Yes, Your Majesty. What can I do for you? Keep an eye on Eli's Ariel. Inform this emperor immediately once there is any news about her. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu stated respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and waved his hand to turn off the projection. Then, he sat on the throne and began to ponder. Elizariel's situation before she left bestowed him a bad feeling. However, he didn't think too much about it. His relationship with the other party was not deep to begin with. His deepest camaraderie was during the faction quests. She still owed him a mission reward for helping her raise her ranking. Now that the event was over, this mission reward was equivalent to invalidated. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to care too much. He shook his crown and stopped thinking about it. However, at this moment, his personal terminal sent another virtual video call. Chapter 1203, Over 500 Trillion Soldiers. Divine Artifact Forger's Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou saw that it was Wu Tu. He picked up the call. Your subject, Wu Tu, greets your majesty. Wu Tu said respectfully. What's the matter? Zhou Zhou asked. Just now, the king of the behemoth divine kingdom suddenly sent a divine runic letter to our country. We have received it. Your majesty, please take a look. With that, Wu Tu opened the letter and let Zhou Zhou read the divine text, without reading it himself. Zhou Zhou looked at it. The so-called divine text message was actually a message compiled from the rules of heaven and earth. Only gods who grasped the rules of heaven and earth could understand the meaning of the divine runic message. And this divine runic information personally compiled by the king of the behemoth divine kingdom had reached the level of true god tier elementary grade. Generally speaking, only a true god tier god spirit could understand the meaning of these divine runic messages. But who was Zhou Zhou? Even though he was only a mid-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit, he had grasped all the law comprehensions of more than 2 million god spirits and more than 1,500 true god tiers under him with king law skills. He had even dabbled in master god tier laws with the nomological secret techniques, moon demons, and a few master god tier divine artifacts. He could understand a bit of it even if it was a master god tier divine runic message, what more this true god tier letter. Therefore, he could easily see the content of this letter. After reading it, he shook his head. You hope that I'll give you Eli's Ariel and give me a true god tier gift in return. Or I can keep Eli's Ariel, but hope that Eli's Ariel can sign a contract to never become a lord. Quite polite. Pity that this letter came too late. Zhou Zhou shook his head and muttered to himself. Then, he personally wrote a reply. He didn't hide anything. He just said that Eli's Ariel had only passed by his place and had already left. As for where she had gone, he didn't know. Send this letter to the king of the behemoth divine kingdom. Zhou Zhou sent the letter to Wu Tu. Yes, your majesty. Wu Tu said respectfully and went to do his work. Thereafter, he did not stay idle either. He came to Mugu and found that Bai Yun had already led her army into the Scarlet Brood Mother and began to eliminate the nest monsters inside. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he and Mugu started drinking tea and chatting. Half an hour later, Bai Yun emerged. Greetings, your majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Give it to me. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly and extended his right hand. Bai Yun immediately took out the 3 world rings and handed them to Zhou Zhou with both hands. Zhou Zhou's divine sense entered to check. One of the world rings contained a large number of iron-eating bear pet eggs, tree core gems, and other loots. Of the other 2 world rings, one contained 90 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier recruitment books and 90 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books. The other world ring contained 90 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate and 90 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw these class change certificates. After he changed all these class change certificates and class change certificates into new recruits, the number of soldiers under him alone would exceed 500 trillion, reaching 512,249,542,081,906 soldiers. You go and aid the profession change for the new recruits. I'll go and recruit new recruits. Zhou Zhou left the world ring containing the class change certificate for Bai Yun, while he left the world rings with the recruitment books and loots. Yes, your majesty. Bai Yun said reverently and left with the world ring. Zhou Zhou did not say much. He took the world rings and arrived to the gate of summoning. He summoned a Cosmos Emperor and threw all 180 trillion recruitment books into the gate of summoning. He used 100 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine crystals to summon all the recruits in one go. He briefly said a few words to these recruits through the virtual video. Then, he asked Zero to bring the Violent Storm Spirit among these recruits to change their professions to forbidden mages. He stayed in front of the gate of summoning and spent another 100 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine crystals. Then, with a thought, he summoned all 21,655,000 new subjects and let them appear on a galaxy. Then, he used the virtual video to get the professionals and god spirits to reveal their identities. He discovered that a total of 15,125 professionals and 10 god spirits had been summoned. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and showed. This time, he summoned 5,125 more professionals than usual. Then, he thought for a moment and decided not to let them join the main combat army. Instead, he would join the Homeland Defense Army and be responsible for protecting the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire. There were too few god spirits in the Homeland Defense Army, and the responsibilities he shouldered were too heavy. He had to increase his strength and influence. In the future, he would arrange for the combat-type professionals and god spirits summoned from the Gate of Summoning to be in the Homeland Defense Army. Then, he got the officials to arrange these new subjects and god spirits according to his orders. He then came to the Lord's shop alone. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhou Zhou, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled and said, "This emperor is not used to not seeing you playing games." Zhou Zhou teased. "Your Majesty must be teasing me." Zhou Zhou smiled and walked to the counter. He took out the 3 golden boxes under the counter and opened them one by one to show the goods inside. "I hope it's not like yesterday, where they're all useless goods." Zhou Zhou had also come yesterday, but all of them were goods that weren't of much utilize to him, making he feel a little disappointed. "You can't blame me. With Your Majesty's current strength and foundation, there are very few treasures in the entire territory that can interest Your Majesty." Zhou Zhou smiled bitterly. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Well, with his current pseudo-master god tier level combat power, he wasn't even very interested in master god tier divine artifacts, let alone treasures of lower levels than master god tier divine artifacts. Perhaps only supreme god realm treasures would interest him. However, how could his territory have such a treasure? Not to mention his territory, there were very few supreme god realm treasures even in the myriad worlds. He didn't think too much about it. He swept his gaze across the 3 items. One of the items was the Royal Chef Class Change Certificate of the Legendary Tier Advanced Grade. It could be considered a special profession for chefs. The other item was a mid-tier deity level advanced grade armor type sacred artifact. It was unknown from which god spirit it was a replica of. Zhou Zhou was naturally not interested in these 2 items. He looked directly at the 3rd item. Looking at it this way, his eyes immediately lit up. Item name, Divine Artifact Forger's Class Change Certificate. Item level, True God Tier. Item effect, a True God level life profession class change item. After using it, one can become a True God level lifestyle professional's Divine Artifact Forgers. Also possesses the basic theory of Divine Artifact Forging, 10,000 years of Divine Artifact Forger's profession experience, enhanceable Divine Artifact Sun God Fire Fans Divine Artifact Forging Legacy. Item description, a True God level life profession class change certificate. It was inherited from a low-tier deity level elementary grade sacred artifact forger Jik. His teacher is the god of forging and Sun Oro Fa. It seems that Jik has finally become a sacred artifact forgers with his teacher's help. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face after reading the item introduction. Chapter 1204, Wind Emperor World and Wind Emperor Xi. Zhou Zhou sized up this Divine Artifact Forger's Class Change Certificate and threw it into the military merit exchange system without hesitation. He specified that only a legendary tier advanced grade craftsman lifestyle professionals with true god tier potential could exchange for it and change their class. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Oro Fa should have already repaired my pseudo-race Divine Artifact Shadow Canopy by now, right? Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He thought for a while and stopped caring. For the time being, new activities are more important. He looked at the time. It was 5:40. In 20 minutes, it would be 6 o'clock. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath, his heart filled with anticipation. At this moment, Zhang Yuankai walked over quickly. Your Majesty, 4 more true god level powerhouses wanted to join our country and become our true god tiers worshippers just now. He said with an excited expression. Over the past 2 days, true god tier powerhouses had been joining the Blazing Sun Empire continuously. At least dozens of true god tier powerhouses joined every day. However, the more experts of this level, the better. No matter who knew that a true god tier had joined their camp, they would be happy. 4 of them. They should be the mythical reputation rating talents attracted by yesterday's 4 points of mythical reputation rating. Zhou Zhou thought. The attractive effect of the supreme conquest had already passed. Those who could come at this time were most likely mythical reputation-rating talents. Let them join the empire and bring them over for this emperor to take a look. Zhou Zhou asked. Even though he had more than 1,000 true god tier worshippers under him, existences like true gods could still be ranked among the strongest in the universe. Even if he had the combat power of a master god tier and 1,000 true god tier subordinates, he still had to maintain a certain level of respect for such an existence. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yuankai nodded and immediately turned to leave. A moment later. In the shrine, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the true god experts below. One of them was a human true god, while the other three were ice elemental true gods Bing Lai, Mara race true god Sha Na and heavenly ghost race true god Xian Du. Welcome to this Emperor's Blazing Sun Empire. In the future, there will definitely be many true god tier offerings. This is a little bit of sincerity. One believe that you won't regret joining our Blazing Sun Empire after you've seen this. Zhou Zhou smiled as he handed 4 world rings to the 4 true god tiers. Thank you, Your Majesty. These 4 true god tiers had long heard of the generosity of this common people's regal. Upon hearing this, they immediately received the 4 world rings in anticipation. When their divine senses entered it and saw the 6 true god tier divine artifacts that were suitable for their nomological path and true god tier realm, their divine bodies immediately trembled. The excitement on their faces was indescribable. Then, they immediately knelt on one knee, ecstatic and respectful. Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. Try it on. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. These 4 true god tiers had long wanted to do this. Upon hearing this, they didn't hesitate and directly recognized these 6 true god tier divine artifacts as their masters. Then, they immediately put them on. In the blink of an eye, the vast shrine was illuminated even brighter and more colorful by the nomological light of the true god tier divine artifacts on their bodies. It wasn't until these 4 true god tiers intentionally controlled the light of the true god tier divine artifacts on their bodies that they suppressed the light of these true god tier divine artifacts and returned to their ordinary appearances. During the process of recognizing their master, they also knew that only one of the 6 true god tier divine artifacts was truly given to them. The other 5 needed to be exchanged with military merits. However, they did not mind. The exchange channels for true god tier divine artifacts and other true god tier artifacts had already surprised them. Many true god tiers in the outside world had accumulated a large number of divine crystals, but they couldn't even buy a single true god tier divine artifact. They now had more than 90% of the true god tier in the outside world. While they were rejoicing over their true god tier divine artifacts, Zhou Zhou was also checking the potential of these 4 true god tiers. Not surprisingly, with the help of the Xian Yuan divine sword, their potential had all reached the master god tier level. 2 of them had intermediate grade master god potential, while the other 2 had advanced grade master god potential. This was already extremely high potential. After checking the attributes panel, he began chatting with them to increase his feelings. When talking about the human true god tier, Zhou Zhou sized him up as he chatted. This human true god tier was a true god tier elementary grade while his potential had reached the level of master god tier advanced grade. You are not a human true god tier from the high continent, right? This emperor has checked the information of the human race's true god tier god spirits and you are not on the list. Zhou Zhou said. Your Majesty, I'm indeed not a native of the high continent, but from the middle world Wind Emperor world. A few days ago, because the Wind Emperor world was invaded by 3 super large-scale mist sources, all living beings in the entire world were transformed into scarlet boundless universe and scarlet fog monsters. Because one had just broken through to the true god tier, I relied on my true god tier strength to barely escape from that world. Later, I learned of Your Majesty's reputation and knew that Your Majesty was the master of the human race, so one specially came to seek refuge with Your Majesty. The human true god tier named Zhang Zhujian said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. In this era where the Crimson Overlord and the Supreme Will were fighting each other, it was normal for both sides to take over the world. Among the many bloodline inheritances that Zhou Zhou had grasped, there were many such incidents recorded, so he was not surprised at all. Wind Emperor World. One remember that it's a human world created by the deceased true god tier Wind Emperor Xi. He muttered to himself. The Wind Emperor Xi, he had a more famous name in Earth's Chinese mythology. Fu Xi. In the human race, he was a true god tier expert. Furthermore, he was a human expert who was good at the most mysterious divination. He had a deep relationship with the Yellow Emperor and the others and was the leader of the human race who jointly supported the development of the human race. In terms of contributions to the human race, he was not inferior to the Yellow Emperor and the others at all. Unfortunately, because the other party had divined the fate of the human race too many times, he had suffered many backlashes from the origin. Even though his divination had allowed humans to avoid many extermination crises when they lost Imperial Lord Pangu. However, he had suffered too many backlashes, causing this true god tier, who could enjoy an endless lifespan, to eventually die from exhaustion. As for his intrinsic world, the Wind Emperor world, if it weren't for the humans supporting the survival of this world behind the scenes, this world might have collapsed because of the death of Fu Xi. Even so, the world grade of this former middle world also began to slowly decrease because of Fu Xi's death. Even if the humans continuously transported world treasures into it, they would not be able to save this world whose source had already begun to dry up. It was said that on the day of his death, countless human powerhouses came to mourn for him. All the humans admired him, no one was jealous of his treatment. His Excellency Wind Emperor Xi, Zhou Zhou pondered. Chapter 1205, Settlement Event Reward. To him, who had the means to convert faith divine crystals, he might have to pay a small price to revive the wind god Xi to increase the strength of the human race. Now that he was the master of the human race, increasing the strength of the human race was equivalent to increasing his strength. This was not a loss to him at all. He had even profited. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. He was currently in the high continent and couldn't do much for the time being. Then, he looked up at Zhang Zhijian. If there's a chance, this emperor will personally return to the Wind Emperor world with you and save the entire Wind Emperor world. Maybe we can revive your Excellency Wind Emperor Xi. He said. Is His Majesty telling the truth? When Zhang Zhijian heard this, he was so excited that he started to speak incoherently. As the master of the Wind Emperor world, his reputation was unparalleled in the entire Wind Emperor world. Countless life forms regarded Wind Emperor Xi as their biological parent, and even Zhang Zhijian was no exception. If he could save the Wind Emperor world and His Excellency Wind Emperor Xi at the same time, he would rather exchange his life for this result. Of course. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you, Your Majesty. I, Zhang Zhijian, will never be able to repay Your Majesty's kindness. Zhang Zhijian is willing to serve His Majesty with this weak body. Zhang Zhijian said firmly. At the same time, your subject Zhang Zhijian's loyalty has increased to 100 and he has become your fanatic believer. Zhou Zhou was speechless. He was just saying it, but the other party had become his fanatic believer? He was indeed an honest and loyal true god tier. You can tell this emperor when you see your Excellency Wind Emperor Xi in the future. Zhou Zhou laughed. Receiving such a loyal subordinate, he would be in an extremely good mood even if his strength was average. As he became a lord for a longer period of time, he gradually understood why some company leaders valued those who were weak but knew how to flatter others and not those subordinates who were strong but not very obedient. Loyalty was more important than ability to a leader. Loyalty meant that one could rely on and entrust heavy responsibilities to others. Even if he couldn't do anything big because he was a little weak, at least it wouldn't be bad, once the leader handed over an important task to someone extremely capable, but not very loyal, and even wanted to jump ship at any time. Once such a person suddenly defected and even joined an enemy company, this leader and his company might very well be in danger of being overturned. The previous nurturing costs would also be wasted. If a loyal person made a mistake, they might not earn much. They might even suffer a small loss, but at most, it would only be a small loss. It would not affect their foundation. However, once a capable and high-ranking person defected, the leader's life would be over. It was obvious at a glance which was more important. Moreover, abilities and talents could actually be bought with a high salary. However, loyalty and trust required a lot of time and energy to cultivate. For corporate leaders who were not short of money, time and energy were the real big cost. Cost? It would just be a small cost as long as it was not too overboard. Of course, the most perfect subordinates were actually those who were loyal and capable. However, such a talent required unpredictable luck and a lot of time, energy, and money to meet. He was like a good brother worth befriending. Most people were already very content to have one or two in their lives. At this moment, a male and female voice suddenly resounded in the hearts of all the lords. At the same time, rows of text notifications appeared in front of them. The King of 10,000 Kings event has officially ended. Starting to calculate your Lord faction points ranking. Your current Lord faction points are 5,205,000,019,000,000 faction points. Congratulations, your Lord faction points are ranked first among the Lords of all races. You have successfully reached the top of the Lord faction points ranking. The next second, the announcement of the Lord of all races resounded in the hearts of all the Lords. Lords of 10,000 races, all channel announcement. Congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully reaching the top of the Lords of 10,000 races camp points rankings, and will be rewarded with +1 mythic treasure box of 10,000 clans, and +10 mythical reputation rating. Reputation ranking +1000. Lord of all races announcement. Congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement. Congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Just as Zhou Zhou smiled, he saw a new text notification appear. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully ascending to the top of the original Elven Empire / Divine Sword Empire / Knight Empire / Saha Empire faction points ranking. You have obtained titles King of Lords, Mythical tier, and title King of Lords, Legendary tier. As you have two types of Lord titles at the same time, and these two types of titles with similar attributes cannot be stacked, you have obtained a strengthened title King of Lords, Mythical tier unique, 1 epic advance grade kingdom token, 10,000 reputation rating, and 10 faction summit reward treasure chests. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sunday. As you have reached the top of the Lord of 10,000 races faction points ranking, you have received the supreme and permanent title of King of 10,000 Kings, a kingdom token with special abilities, 100,000 reputation rating points, 10 mythical reputation rating points, 1 point exclusive faction reward, and 1 mythical treasure chest reward. Hidden event hint: as you have defeated the Crimson Overlord's invasion war plan and obtained the praise of the Supreme Will, you have received a special reward from the Supreme Will. Your Lord channel of all races has been retained, and your channel administrator status has been retained. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Zhou Zhou immediately felt a large number of rewards appear in his king's treasure box. He only took a glance and confirmed that these rewards were event rewards. A smile appeared on his face. After working hard for more than 20 days, he finally obtained results. However, he was not in a hurry to check these rewards immediately. Instead, he opened his various channels, including the channel of the Lords of Cerulean Planet, to see the reactions of the Lords. The Lords of the various races, including the Lord of Cerulean Planet, were mostly discussing Zhou Zhou's return to the top of the event. The human Lords of Cerulean Planet were naturally cheering. As for the Lords of the other people of foreign races, some were happy, some were jealous, and some were jealous. Zhou Zhou was magnanimous and watched happily as these people discussed him with the people of foreign races. Then, he opened the last channel. It was the Lord channel of 10,000 races that the Supreme Will had specially reserved for him. Almost all the people of foreign races were discussing the matter of the Lord of the Blazing Sun ascending to the top again. Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun for once again becoming the number one of all races. Fire Tiger Race Lord Qi Feng, the dust has finally settled. As expected, Lord of the Blazing Sun has reached the top again. Demon Sealing Race Lord Zhen Lu, this little lord watched as the big shot ascended to the top while rejoicing that he had survived another Supreme Will event. Thunder God Race Lord Bao Bao, in the next event, I will definitely surpass Lord of the Blazing Sun, represent all Thunder God tribe members, and reach the top of the list of all races. Item Spirit Race Lord of the Divine Weapon, the original Spirit Race doesn't even speak. Even though you, the Thunder God tribe, are considered a high-level race, where do you have the face to say this? Elemental Race Lord of the Four Elements, I hope I can enter the top 100 in the next event. Don't let me meet the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou took a look. While thinking about what benefits this Lord channel could bring him and the direction to uncover his potential, he began to check the mission rewards. Chapter 1206 to 1206 Checking the Reward, 1. A palm-sized colorful eagle lay quietly inside. Zhou Zhou originally thought that it was a treasure like a race divine artifact, but when he took a closer look, he realized that this colorful eagle was actually a colorful eagle figure made with his appearance as the model. It's a souvenir. Zhou Zhou was surprised. He took it out and looked at it. Race Divine Artifact Name, King of 10,000 Kings Lord of the Blazing Sun. Equipment Grade, unique in the race. Race Divine Artifact Ability Blessing of the King of 10,000 Kings. The Supreme Will is a race divine artifact specially created by the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the person who reached the top of the King of 10,000 Kings event. Place this race divine artifact in the territory of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, and all the subjects under the Lord of the Blazing Sun's command will receive the protection of the King of 10,000 Kings. Their potential will automatically increase by a large level. The upper limit of the increase cannot exceed the legendary tier advance grade, and can be stacked with other treasures that increase their potential. Introduction to the race's divine artifact, the statue of the King of 10,000 Kings specially made by the Supreme Will for the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. It is a supreme race divine artifact that can increase the potential of the race's citizens. It is used to reward the Lord of the Blazing Sun for defeating the Lord competitors and Scarlet invaders of all races and becoming the first in the King of 10,000 Kings event. After Zhou Zhou saw the effects of this race's divine artifact, his eyes were immediately filled with surprise. All the subjects under my command? The number of soldiers and ordinary subjects under my command is almost 10 trillion. The potential of so many life forms has increased by a large level. With such a shocking number, it was still an extremely terrifying increase even if the maximum increase in limit was the legendary tier advance grade. The key was to combine it with the sword of Xianyu and the Sun Moon Star sword's increase in potential, as well as various treasures and lord talent effects that could increase the upper limit of a subject's potential. From today onwards, more and more subjects under him would have the possibility of becoming gods. Perhaps everyone can become a god in the future in my territory. Zhou Zhou's heart was burning. At that time, even if the Blazing Sun human race wasn't a top bloodline race, it wouldn't be inferior to a top bloodline race. His eyes lit up as he looked at this race divine artifact. It was no exaggeration to say that just this race's divine artifact was comparable to a top-grade mythical tier 1 and only lord talent. After a long while, Zhou Zhou gradually calmed down. Then, he began to think about where to place the statue. Such an important race divine artifact definitely can't be casually placed in the outside world. Why don't you just put it in my shrine? My shrine is the safest place in the world with me around. If I die one day, then nothing will matter. Zhou Zhou thought. His shrine was in the Divine Kingdom world, and the Divine Kingdom world was in the Supreme Domain. In the myriad worlds, which place was safer than the Supreme Domain? At the thought of this, he raised his right hand and saw the statue of the King of 10,000 Kings in his hand float into the air before quickly flying towards the central square in the Divine Kingdom. When the colorful eagle arrived at the central square, it expanded in the wind and instantly turned into a magnificent statue that was about 100,000 feet tall. There was a loud bang. The statue of the King of 10,000 Kings landed steadily and heavily in the central square. A faint golden light lit up from its body. Then, with the statue of the King of 10,000 Kings as the center, this light quickly spread in all directions and covered the entire territory of the Blazing Sun Empire in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it did not stop at this point. Instead, it continued to expand outwards and quickly covered the entire high continent. Then, it radiated into the myriad worlds. When its influence completely spread to the entire supreme great cosmos, most of the subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire trembled. In the dark, they seemed to have sensed their potential, as if under the influence of their emperor's colorful condor, they had silently advanced by a large level. Green bronze tier potential became white silver tier potential. Yellow gold tier potential became white platinum tier potential. Diamond tier potential became extraordinary tier potential. Epic tier potential became legendary tier potential. At this moment, almost 90% of the subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire had their potential increased. The highest was at the legendary tier advance grade. Only those subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire with potential at the low tier deity level elementary grade and above did not obtain the effect of this potential advancement. However, be it those who had obtained potential advancement or those who had not, they vaguely sensed an infinitely tall and magnificent statue standing in the depths of their hearts. The statue gazed exactly like their lord, whom they respected the most. Looking at the statue in the depths of their hearts, they had an inexplicable feeling. This was their liege protecting them. An indescribable sense of security made them smile unconsciously. Countless subjects' faith in His Majesty increased again at this moment. In the shrine, Zhou Zhou sensed the sudden increase in the power of faith in the air and raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now, he sensed that his Holy Spirit tier believers had increased by more than 100. As for the fanatic believers, there were more than 100 million of them. Some of these believers were professionals, some were subjects without any extraordinary tier powers, some were humans, some were people of foreign races, some were elderly, and some were even children. At this moment, because of the statue of the race's divine artifact, the king of 10,000 kings, the lord of the blazing sun, their faith skyrocketed. This race's divine artifact actually has such an additional effect. I didn't expect this. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. He sensed the changes in the subject's beliefs, and his comprehension of Lord's law deepened. Water can overturn a boat, but it can also make the boat ride the wind and break the waves. At the end of the day, the Lord's law is indeed the law of interaction between lords, subjects, and the world. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Boom! A terrifying and dignified aura suddenly erupted from his body. It was like a supreme nomological fluctuation that gazed down on the world. It was the fluctuation of the Lord's laws. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses. Sensing the nomological fluctuations and the amplify in his chaotic sacred power, a smile emerged on his face. I've advanced to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. I even feel that I'm not far from becoming a mid-tier deity. Level advance grade. He nodded in satisfaction. He should have had an epiphany just now. The effect was surprisingly good. The effect of a single epiphany was indeed equivalent to 500 years or more of Zhou Zhou's time in the time world. However, this kind of thing could only be chanced upon by luck, so Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. Instead, he examined the next reward. Mythical reputation rating plus 10 and reputation rating plus 1000 were also not bad rewards. This was especially true for the mythical reputation rating talents represented by 10 mythical reputation rating points. In the future, they could become the pillars of his territory. Then, Zhou Zhou gazed at the mythical tier unique title. King of Lords. Chapter 1207 Checking the Reward, 2. Title Name, King of Lords. Title Quality, Mythical Tier Unique. Title Effect, you are the King of Lords of all lords. When you fight with other lords, you can suppress 50% of the other party's strength. When the army under you fights with the army of other lords, your soldiers can also suppress 50% of the enemy's strength. Title Description, the Supreme Will is a title specially bestowed by the lords who have reached the top of the Kingdom Faction Points ranking and Empire Faction Points ranking during the King of 10,000 Kings event. Whoever obtains this title will be the king among the lords. Zhou Zhou looked at the title and nodded slightly. Even though the effect of this title was very simple, it was also quite practical and violent. From then on, when he encountered a lord who was not a king of lords, he and his army could almost defeat the other party 100% of the time. Even if the other party had a Divine Kingdom soldier type, with the title of King of Lords, he might be able to defeat the other party. Zhou Zhou put away his title and looked at the other rewards. An epic tier advance grade kingdom token was naturally nothing to Zhou Zhou, who already had an empire. He directly threw it to the Star Alliance. If the lords of the Star Alliance needed it, they could directly buy it through an auction. 10,000 reputation rating points was not bad. However, it was nothing much to Zhou Zhou. Then, he looked at the treasure chests that were rewarded for reaching the top of the 10 factions. He opened the treasure chest and could not help but raise his eyebrows. There were 100 scrolls in each of the treasure chests. Zhou Zhou picked up a scroll and looked at it. Treasure Name, Hero Reincarnation Scroll. Grade, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade. Treasure Ability, after using it, a racial hero with the strength of an extraordinary tier advance grade can be born from the river of time and space. If there are no heroes of the Lord's race in the river of time and space, they will be randomly reincarnated from heroes of other races. Introduction, a magical scroll that can summon heroes. It can allow heroes who have fallen in history to appear in the world again. If a hero reincarnation scroll can produce a hero, then I have a total of 1000 scrolls here. Doesn't that mean I can summon a total of 1000 human heroes? What is the Supreme Will doing? Is he asking us, the lords of all races, to engage in a chaotic battle? Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. He was definitely not the only lord who had reached the top of the faction points rankings. There were many more. There were countless kingdom-level lord factions and empire-tier lord factions on the high continent alone after all. Every lord who reached the top of these lord faction points rankings could obtain an uneven number of treasure chests from the faction peak and obtain a large number of hero reincarnation scrolls. After these hero reincarnation scrolls were all reincarnated, a large number of heroes who had died in history but had now reincarnated would appear in the world where the lords of the other races lived. As such, the number of heroes in the myriad worlds, including the high continent, would probably reach the peak in history. The strength of the Lord of all races would also increase greatly because of this. Zhou Zhou did not feel anything. The difference in strength between him and the Lord of all races was too great. It was not something that could be made up for by increasing the quantity of heroes. Moreover, he had also obtained 1000 hero reincarnation scrolls. After grinding each other, the strength of his Lord faction had increased even more. He was thinking about why the Supreme Will had taken out so many hero reincarnation scrolls. Suddenly, he thought of something and opened the Empire panel of the Blazing Sun Empire. The Blazing Sun Empire needed a total of 50,000 race heroes to upgrade from an intermediate grade empire to an advanced kingdom. He recalled that when he upgraded the kingdom, he also needed a lot of heroes. The establishment of the beginner kingdom alone required 3 heroes of their own race. Upgrading the intermediate kingdom required 10 heroes of their own race. As for upgrading the advanced kingdom, it required a total of 50 heroes of their race. I understand. The Supreme Will must have sensed that the development progress of the Lord of all races has already reached the era of the kingdom. The Lord of all races have already begun to need racial heroes to join them to help them make up for the conditions for establishing a kingdom. That's why the Supreme Will rewarded so many hero reincarnation scrolls in this reward. After all, according to the normal birth process of heroes, a race might not be able to produce a hero in hundreds of years. In comparison, the probability of giving birth to a god spirit is even higher than the probability of giving birth to a hero. Zhou Zhou had his own guess. Well, calculating the time, there were indeed many lords of the people of foreign races who had already begun to build their own kingdoms among the lords of the 10,000 races who were still alive. Especially those top-notch blood lords. With their race's foundation, they had lengthy established their own kingdoms. They were only slightly slower than him. Still, Zhou Zhou looked at his shrine with a strange expression. He had already established an intermediate-grade empire and was not far from an advanced empire. The strength of his faction was already comparable to or even surpassed some intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions. The other Lord factions had just officially entered the era of the kingdom. As expected, I'm way ahead of the game. Zhou Zhou pondered smugly. Then, his gaze landed on the 1000 hero reincarnation scrolls again. He took a cursory glance and discovered that these hero reincarnation scrolls were of all grades. They were basically within the strength range of extraordinary tier to elementary grade to legendary tier advanced grade. Are there no god spirit level heroes? Zhou Zhou was stunned. He recalled that there were still some god spirit level hero inheritances in the human race's heroic spirit hall. Could it be that the Supreme Will had restricted the strength of the reincarnated heroes and only allowed them to reincarnate with the strength of a legendary tier advanced grade? Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and nodded slightly. That was a possibility. God spirits were not the conventional combat power of the kingdom era after all. Even the lowest low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit could only be found in the beginner empire. If the Lord of all races in the kingdom era had the combat strength of a god spirit, that would be too much. Perhaps the Supreme Will would allow heroes to reincarnate with the strength of god spirits when the Lord of all races developed to the empire era. Zhou Zhou casually took out the highest level legendary advanced grade hero reincarnation scroll and summoned it. An illusory river of time and space and a faintly discernible ancient continent gradually appeared above the shrine. Then, a blood-colored light suddenly flickered from the river of time and space. Then, this blood-colored light suddenly flew up and broke free from the restraints of the river of time and space. It landed in front of the shrine hall and gradually condensed into a handsome young man of the human race who was wearing blood-colored ferocious armor and holding a blood-colored coiling dragon spear. He had a tall figure and a dignified appearance. He glanced dignified and had the aura of the pugilistic world. 10-directional martial Emperor Zun Wu. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zun Wu uttered respectfully. Zun Wu. Zhou Zhou lifted his eyebrows. Then, he remembered. Wasn't the legacy Feng Luo obtained from the heroic spirit temple the legacy of the 10-directional martial emperor, Zun Wu? He did not expect to summon someone he knew. However, why did his hero title change? Furthermore, the hero level had also increased from the epic tier to the legendary tier advanced grade? Chapter 1208, 1208:1,000 Human Heroes. The title of the King of 10,000 Kings. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It's an honor to meet you, General Zun Wu. I finally get to meet you today. Zhou Zhou smiled. Your Majesty must be teasing me. Your Majesty's reputation is truly unprecedented and renowned among all races. Zun Wu hurriedly said respectfully. As a hero who had been reincarnated by Zhou Zhou, he naturally recognized Zhou Zhou as his master. There was also a lot of information about his lord in his mind. After knowing his lord's background, experience, and achievements, even Zun Wu, who was full of arrogance when he was alive and could be said to be a hero who looked down on the world, could not help but feel admiration. His Majesty was the true big shot and hero of the human race. The achievements he made are even comparable to Pangu, who overcame all obstacles and led the human race to rise. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly and asked curiously. By the way, General Zun Wu. This emperor remembers that you were an epic tier hero with the fate level directional martial emperor. How did you become a top legendary tier hero after you reincarnated? This, Zun Wu's eyes revealed a lost expression as he pondered. Then, he shook his head and said, one don't know either. After one reincarnated, one naturally obtained such a status. Perhaps it's a reward from the Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Then, he looked at the 999 hero reincarnation scrolls in front of him and gently stroked them with his right hand. He saw that the 999 hero reincarnation scrolls lit up with various colors and summoned their corresponding existences in the river of time and space. Under the summoning of the hero reincarnation scroll, various light spots appeared from the river of time and space. Then, they broke free from the restraints of the river of time and space and landed in the hall of the temple. Then, they condensed into human heroes with different temperaments, auras, appearances, and outfits. After all these humans appeared, they all bowed to Zhou Zhou in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 999 heroes said respectfully and fervently. Welcome back to the human race, seniors. Zhou Zhou stood up slowly and smiled at the heroes. He felt respect for these heroes. Only humans who had been recognized by their race and had made outstanding contributions and sacrifices to their race could create a heroic biography under the tempering and achievements of various hardships and opportunities. They could condense their heroic fate level and become heroes. The 1,000 heroes in front of him were undoubtedly people worthy of respect. According to what Rob once told me, there are a total of 5 heroic spirit halls in the human race. In total, there are only 541 hero inheritances. But now, I actually summoned a total of 1,000 heroes. And from the looks of it, if one have more hero reincarnation scrolls, I might be able to summon more human heroes. It seems that there are still many heroes of the human race after endless accumulation. It's just that there are fewer hero inheritances left behind by humans. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he swept his gaze across the heroes, and his stats information appeared in front of him. Legendary Hero High Priest of Purgatory. Epic Tier Advanced Grade Hero Blood Shadow Sword Emperor. Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Hero Puppet Emperor. Legendary Grade Hero Overlord Blood Axe. Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Hero Secret Spell Supremacy. Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Hero, Sealed, Pale Whale Lord. Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Hero Shadow Assassin. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder after reading it. Now, he was already the patriarch of the human race. After specialized learning, he already knew the information about the human heroes that the human race once had like the back of his hand. Even so, he could only recognize less than half of them among the human heroes present. He didn't know much about the other half. He could only roughly guess his origins from some unofficial human legendary tier, but he wasn't very sure. However, this confirmed his guess. These human heroes should be human heroes that were not recorded in human history. Unfortunately, time passed quickly. Even though they had left behind a reputation and legendary tier in their era, under the scouring of time, not many people remembered them now. Zhou Zhou was determined and did not feel sentimental. His gaze landed on the heroes carrying the seal label. After he read their personal introduction, he thought that it was as expected. These sealed human heroes were actually at the god spirit level when they were alive. However, because of the reincarnation of the scroll, his strength was forcefully sealed as a legendary tier advanced grade. This is indeed the work of the Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. However, he did not care. He wasn't lacking in these god spirits. Following that, he exchanged a few simple words with the heroes before smiling. This emperor plans to hold a grand ceremony for the return of heroes tonight to celebrate everyone's reincarnation from the river of time and space. Don't miss it. At that time, you might be able to meet the good friends you knew when you were alive. Okay. Your Majesty is wise. Before I died, my disciple had already become a hero. One wonder if my disciple will still be around after I reincarnate. My teacher is a god spirit level expert. He should still be alive in this world, right? I wish one could see my teacher. I can't wait to attend this banquet. The heroes discussed animatedly, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. It could be seen that even if Zhou Zhou had not specially instructed them, they would definitely have participated in this grand ceremony. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou chatted with them for a while more. Then, he summoned Aaliyah and the others and asked them to lead this group of reincarnated heroes to arrange accommodation and food. He specially instructed them to treat them well. The Aaliyah sisters immediately accepted the order and left with the 1,000 heroes. Seeing that they had all left, Zhou Zhou smiled. Looks like it's going to be a lively night. Then, he continued to look at the rewards. The next reward was the reward for Zhou Zhou reaching the top of the Lord faction points ranking. At the same time, it was also the reward that Zhou Zhou looked forward to the most. The first was the supreme reward, permanent, King of 10,000 Kings title. Title name, King of 10,000 Kings. Title quality, supreme permanent. Title effect 1 deprivation of the king, you are the legendary King of 10,000 Kings. You have obtained the fate level of the King of 10,000 Kings. When you face a faction of lords whose level and luck are far lower than yours, you can use the fate level of the King of 10,000 Kings to directly strip the other party's lord status and make the other party's lord power directly submit to your lord power. Moreover, unless you agree, the other party can't regain the lord status in any way. The ability can be used 10 times a day. Title effect 2 King's gift, you are the legendary King of 10,000 Kings. You have a pair of discerning eyes that can determine if the other party has the talent to become a lord. When you face any non-lord life form, you can use the fate level of the King of 10,000 Kings to give the other party the status of a lord and make the lord directly loyal to you. This ability can be used 10 times a day. Title effect 3, when you speak on any channel, including but not limited to the internal channel of the races and the channel of the lords of all races, you can add an additional suffix to your title of lord. You can take the initiative to turn it off or turn it on. Title effect 4 King of 10,000 Kings money bag, when you and your subjects are extracting loots, the number of spoils of war you obtain will increase by 100%. Unique/special loots will not receive this bonus. Title description, only when a lord reaches the top of the King of 10,000 Kings event can he obtain the supreme and permanent title. The lord who obtains this title is the fully deserving King of 10,000 Kings. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw this title. Chapter 1209, Special Kingdom Token. Blazing Sun Rice. Nong Chinglin becomes a god. Even with the 2 restrictions of the Lord's faction and the strength of Providence, this was still an extremely impressive ability. The title effect for King of 10,000 Kings money bag, was what surprised Zhou Zhou the most. It had to be known that his spoils of war were affected by the titles of Strongest Lord of all races and Strongest Lord of all races. He could obtain an additional 150% of the loots. In addition to the basic loots, the total number of spoils of war was 250%. When they encountered spoils that could not be divided, they would directly be rounded up into 300% of the spoils. The reason why he received so many recruitment books and class change certificates every day was because of the 300% multiplier effect. If he added the effects of the King of 10,000 Kings money bag, he would obtain 350% of the spoils of war for every monster he killed. When they encountered loot that could not be divided, they would immediately round it up and become 400% of the loot. At this thought, the smile on Zhou Zhou's lips became even more obvious. It seemed that he would be able to obtain more recruitment books and job change certificates tomorrow. Furthermore, when he eliminated enemies in the future, be it the Mist Core, Divine Crystals, Skill Books, Equipment, Divine Artifacts, True God Tier Divine Artifacts, or even Master God Tier Divine Artifacts, he would be able to obtain 350% or even 400% of the spoils of war. He calmed down and looked at the next Lutza Kingdom token with special abilities. Zhou Zhou was curious. What is so special about the Kingdom token? He looked over. Treasure name, Kingdom token. Treasure grade, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade Special. Treasure effect, with the Kingdom token, you have the basic qualifications to establish a kingdom. After establishing a kingdom with the Kingdom token, the food production in the kingdom can be increased by an additional 100%. Treasure introduction, you can build a country that is loved by the heavens. Note, if the owner has already formed his own kingdom, he can integrate the Kingdom token into his own Kingdom Stone Tablet/Golden Tablet/Jade Tablet of the Divine Kingdom. He can also obtain this additional buff ability. This is the kingdom token with special effects. Zhou Zhou looked at the kingdom token in his hand in wonder. Different from the appearance of other ordinary kingdom tokens, the surface of this kingdom token was engraved with patterns of rice growing healthily. And he was originally not very interested in this kingdom token. He had already established an empire after all. What was the use of having a kingdom token? However, now, he was instantly energized. He had too many soldiers and subjects under him. It had already reached more than 10 trillion. Moreover, this number would only increase in the future. Even some bloodline races that were proficient in reproduction could not compare to the total number of subjects in him, an empire that counted lords. With so many subjects, they naturally needed a huge amount of food as their daily food. In the face of such a situation, Zhou Zhou and Zheng Yuankai naturally had already made plans and actions. Zheng Yuankai had long ordered the officials of the various departments under his command to develop agriculture vigorously. At the same time, he ordered the various chambers of commerce in the country to actively go to various places in the high continent to buy food and bring it back to the country to sell it to replenish the domestic food reserves. Zhou Zhou also ordered the various races to distribute about 50% of their reserves to the Blazing Sun Empire. As an agricultural expert with the Lord talent, Nong Qinglin, with the support of the human and financial resources of the Blazing Sun Empire, was also vigorously developing agriculture, nurturing agricultural talents, and speeding up the plantation and development of food. In addition, the farming and nurturing sword of the Xian Yuan Divine Sword was also constantly being used. There were other ways to help. Even so, the food market of the Blazing Sun Empire was in huge demand. Zhou Zhou's development in the high continent was still too short. Even though he had all sorts of unique advantages, in less than 2 months, he was unable to develop to supply the needs of tens of millions of subjects. Food was not fond of loot that could drop several times more after all. There were examples of basic daily necessities dropping from the enemy, but in the end, there were only a few of them. Most of them were battle loots. And now, this buff that increased food production by an additional 100% could undoubtedly alleviate the Blazing Sun Empire's plight in terms of food. Thinking of this, he immediately came to the golden imperial tablet in the deepest part of the shrine and slowly stuck the kingdom token to the surface of the golden imperial tablet. The moment the two came into contact, Zhou Zhou saw that the kingdom token in his hand had smoothly fused into the empire's golden tablet, as if the two were one. After the kingdom token completely fused into the empire's golden tablet, a line of golden text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Empire hint: your Blazing Sun Empire's Empire Golden Tablet absorbed a special extraordinary tier advance grade kingdom token and gained a plus 100% food output gain. The duration of this gain is permanent. In the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, in a legendary tier territory called the Harmonious Plain. This was an endless plain of black soil. In this plain of black soil, was an extraordinary 32 hybrid food plant experimental base called Basking in Coolness Under the Wheat. This experimental base was created by the Blazing Sun Empire. It was specialized in researching and creating high-yielding, high-quality, and high-quality food seeds. There were more than 1,000 such experimental bases in the entire Blazing Sun Empire, and more were still being built. At this moment, in this experimental base, Nong Qinglin was standing in a rice field with a group of dark-skinned agricultural experts. He was using various grafting skills, accelerating the ripening skills, and other farmer profession skills to carry out the grain seed experiment. Good seed technique. Accelerate maturity. Strengthening root technique. Spiritual rain technique. Fertilizer technique. Fusion technique. Numerous extremely skilled peasant spells were released from Nong Qinglin's hands and landed on the paddy field in front of him. Nong Qinglin was very focused. The rice seed in front of him was named Blazing Sun Rice. It was the rice seed with the highest grain production in the Blazing Sun Empire. Each Blazing Sun rice stalk was about 6 meters long and can produce 1,000 to 2,000 grains of rice, and each grain can produce 10,000 to 20,000 grains of rice. The dream of basking in coolness under the wheat that could not be realized on the Cerulean planet had already been realized in the Blazing Sun Empire. However, Nong Qinglin knew that this was not enough. He had to increase the yield of the single stalk of Blazing Sun rice by at least 5 times in order to resolve the food needs of his subjects. He cast countless spells again. At this moment, the rice seeds in front of Nong Qinglin and the other agricultural experts suddenly emitted bursts of light. Then, they suddenly became visibly larger and heavier. In the blink of an eye, it became more than 10 meters tall. The agricultural experts who witnessed this scene immediately went forward to take a look. In the end, they discovered that for some reason, the yield of each blazing sun rice seed had doubled. Minister Nong, come and take a look. After the agricultural experts were overjoyed, they immediately turned around and named Nong Chinglin. However, they noticed Nong Chinglin standing there with his eyes closed, recalling the entire process of the blazing sun rice's transformation. Gradually, a divine might that was as heavy as the earth spread out from him. Nong Chinglin had become a god. Moreover, he was the first god of agriculture in the Blazing Sun Empire. Chapter 1210, Exclusive and Only Profession Power Heavenly Emperor. Zhou Zhou sensed the change in Nong Chinglin the moment he became a god. He actually became a god. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Nong Chinglin rarely participated in wars. Even the subjects in his territory were mostly peasant professions. There were very few combat professionals. Furthermore, he spent almost every day studying agricultural crops in the fields. He didn't even comprehend the laws, yet Nong Chinglin became a god just like that. He's a talent. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. It was very difficult for lifestyle professionals to become gods. This could be seen from the difficulty of creating a divine artifact forgers. Nong Chinglin was able to break through the bottleneck between gods and superhumans with his own ability, which showed his talent. Then, he looked at the rewards. A total of 100,000 reputation rating points and 10 mythical reputation rating points surprised Zhou Zhou. They represented a total of 100,000 reputation rating talents and 10 mythical reputation rating talents. Furthermore, they represented an astonishing reputation behind them. In the past, Zhou Zhou was overjoyed when he received a reputation rating reward from an internal race announcement. Now, he was actually giving out 100,000 points at once. The Supreme Will was really generous. Then, he looked at the exclusive faction reward. The exclusive faction reward was a golden blessing bag the size of a basketball. Zhou Zhou opened it and saw a golden certificate inside. Zhou Zhou picked it up and looked at it. Treasure name, Power Heavenly Emperor Class Change Certificate. Treasure grade, Exclusive Unique. Treasure effect, Exclusive Unique Lord Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become the Exclusive Unique Lord Class, the Lord of the End. You will also receive the blessing of the Battlefield of the End and automatically have exclusive class equipment, class law skills, and exclusive soldier type class change authority. Treasure description, Exclusive Unique Lord Profession Class Change Certificate. The ultimate profession created by the Supreme Will according to the law of strength. Only the Lord who ranked first in the King of 10,000 Kings event is qualified to change his profession to the Power Heavenly Emperor. The Power Heavenly Emperor. What a domineering class name. Zhou Zhou frowned. He was a little curious. What kind of profession dared to call themselves the Power Heavenly Emperor? He immediately chose to use this profession change tool. In any case, his fighting god full-time Master 6 still had a few job openings that he had yet to use. This profession change tool came at the right time. The next second, the golden class advancement tool suddenly dissipated into countless golden mist that surged into Zhou Zhou's glabella. Zhou Zhou felt his glabella warm up slightly. Then, lines of text appeared in front of him. You have successfully taken on the exclusive unique Lord profession. Power Heavenly Emperor. You have received the blessing of the Law of Strength. You have received the profession-specific equipment Unlimited Fist Armor. You have received the blessing of the Law of Strength. You have obtained the profession Law Skill Strength Breaks All Laws. You have received the blessing of the Law of Strength. You have obtained the profession Law Skill Strength Begets All Techniques. You have received the blessing of the Law of Strength. You have obtained the profession-specific Soldier Type Power Heavenly God. Boom! It was as if there was a terrifying law supporting him. The moment Zhou Zhou changed his profession to the Power Heavenly Emperor, he instantly felt his strength soar. It was not the kind of increase of a few thousand kilograms, tens of thousands of kilograms, or even hundreds of thousands of kilograms. It was the kind of explosive increase that had no limit. Even Zhou Zhou, the Power Heavenly Emperor, this divine being, did not know the limits of his strength. He silently felt the power of power surging in his divine body. 15 minutes later, the surge in strength did not stop. Half an hour later, his strength continued to increase, but the speed of growth stabilized. 35 minutes later, Zhou Zhou only felt that the increase in his strength seemed endless. He gradually came to a realization. As the Power Heavenly Emperor, the increase in my strength is limitless. My power will grow indefinitely over time. Even if the universe collapses and everything returns to the end, as long as I'm alive, the growth of my power will never stop. This is the power Heavenly Emperor. Theoretically, as long as it takes long enough, I can even be strong enough to destroy the Supreme Will with one punch. However, the amount of time needed to do this will be unimaginable. Moreover, it's impossible for the strength of the Supreme Will to not increase over such a long period of time. Even so, the potential of the power Heavenly Emperor indeed has the possibility of surpassing the Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. As for why he didn't sense the aura of the law of strength from his own strength, it was very simple. That was because when the law of strength was developed to the extreme, it would actually be the purest form of strength. Strength was law and law was power. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly sensed the power of the law of strength surging in his body. A moment later. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly sensed the power of the law of strength surging in his body. I see. The power Heavenly Emperor's law of ultimate strength has actually evolved into a different Lord law. It can be called the law of the Lord of Strength. The so-called power Heavenly Emperor is the Lord who controls absolute power. He can be said to be the power Heavenly Emperor or the Regal of Strength. Its Lord law form is manifested in the form of power. As long as you have absolute supreme power, you can rule everything with just strength. You can also destroy everything with absolute strength. And the two professional law skills behind it, strength breaks all laws and strength begets all techniques, are the best proof of using strength to destroy and control everything. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This profession of the power Heavenly Emperor was actually another path of the Lord's law. To a Lord nomological God spirit like him, it could be said to be a great reference. When he thought of this, he could not wait to look at his fist. With a solemn expression, he took a deep breath and first activated King to raise his strength to the level of an advanced grade true God tier, infinitely close to the level of a master God tier. Then, he slowly clenched his fists. Crack, crack, crack. Beams of black lightning spread out from his fist. It was not lightning. Instead, it was the extreme power produced by Zhou Zhou's fist that caused the surrounding space to be forcefully cracked by him. Those black lightning bolts were actually spatial cracks. Zhou Zhou's expression remained unchanged. However, he was very surprised. Breaking through space was not difficult for any true God tier. However, the key was that he had only used less than 1/1000th of his strength. He felt that before he could even exert any strength, the surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand it. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up with interest and he continued to exert force. This time, he increased his strength to 1/10,000. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions could be heard. The space within a radius of 500 kilometers of Zhou Zhou exploded. He was forced to fall directly into the interlayer of space. He was surrounded by darkness, and only the void in the darkness was whispering. The space within a radius of 500 kilometers of Zhou Zhou exploded. He was forced to fall directly into the interlayer of space. He was surrounded by darkness, and only the void in the darkness was whispering. Chapter 1211, Infinite Boxing Gloves. Strength breaks all laws. Strength begets all techniques. Again. Zhou Zhou exerted a little more force. This time, he used 10% of his strength. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fists colliding could be heard. At the same time, a wave of power appeared from the place where he had clenched his fist. Then, it quickly spread out. 1 light year. 100 light years. 10,000 light years, 1 million light years. 100 million light years, 1 trillion light years. It finally stopped when the power fluctuation spread to a diameter of 1 trillion light years. In the blink of an eye, a world membrane was formed within this trillion light years. Outside was the depths of space, and inside was an undeveloped chaotic world. Zhou Zhou, who was standing at the core of the chaos, looked at the middle world that had derived itself because of his terrifying power and raised his eyebrows slightly. 1/10 of its power is already enough to create an extreme middle world and reach the limit of the true God tier level. Which means, the current me can match any true God tier existence with just 1/10 of my strength. If I use a little more power, no one among the true God tier will be my match. His eyes lit up. Then, how about adding some more strength? It's 100% strength now. Zhou Zhou clenched his fists. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations burst forth from his fist. In the blink of an eye, he had forcefully expanded this newly born chaotic world. Terrifying energy fluctuations burst forth from his fist. In the blink of an eye, he had forcefully expanded this newly born chaotic world. In the blink of an eye, this new world had a diameter of 500 trillion light years. I haven't reached the Master God tier level yet. Then, 10 times the strength. Zhou Zhou growled and his body suddenly doubled in size. The muscles in his body were bulging, especially his tightly clenched fists. He looked extremely powerful and beautiful. Boom! The powerful fluctuation of power erupted again, forcefully expanding the newly expanded chaotic world again and increasing it to a diameter of 1 trillion light years. This diameter was already the diameter of a standard world in the boundless universe. Normally speaking, only Master God tier elementary grade God spirits and higher level Master God tiers could use their divine power to create such a huge world. Zhou Zhou panted slightly and his face turned slightly red. It was his limit to unleash such a terrifying power. He could no longer unleash a higher level of power. However, at this moment, the even more terrifying aspect of the power Heavenly Emperor was revealed. At that moment, he could actually sense that a large number of new powers were constantly emerging from the depths of his body. This power seemed to be endless, and it could support he to continue maintaining the power at the Master God tier level. He even had a feeling he could rely on this endless power and the terrifying power of a Master God tier to fight until the end of time without exhausting his power. Is this the power Heavenly Emperor? A true God tier can unleash the power of a Master God tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. This power Heavenly Emperor's strength was really simple and domineering. In the future, he wouldn't even need to be a moon demon to have the combat power of a Master God. If he used his talent as a moon demon, coupled with his Master Divine Artifact and the power Heavenly Emperor's exclusive profession law skill, his combat strength would probably reach the Master God tier intermediate grade level. In fact, his combat strength would probably be one of the best among the Master God tier intermediate grade level. After a while, he calmed down and cancelled the enhancement of the king's strength. He looked at the power Heavenly Emperor's other professional abilities. First was the Unlimited Fist Armor. Divine Artifact Name, Unlimited Fist Armor. Divine Artifact Grade, Mid-tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, Enhanceable. Divine Artifact Ability Immeasurable Divine Power, you, who have the Unlimited Fist Armor, will obtain some permanent power growth feedback for every enemy you kill. The stronger the enemy you kill, the more permanent power growth feedback you will obtain. The weaker the enemy you kill, the less permanent power feedback you will obtain. There is no limit to this growth. Divine Artifact Ability 2 Power of the Heavenly Emperor, you can convert all the attributes in your body into pure power, allowing your strength to obtain an explosive and terrifying increase in a short period of time. After using it for a period of time, the power Heavenly Emperor will fall into a long period of weakness. Divine Artifact Ability 3 God of War of Strength, in the process of fighting enemies with unlimited gloves, your strength will increase rapidly without limit until the battle ends. Divine Artifact Description, the exclusive divine artifact of the power Heavenly Emperor. It contains ultimate power that can break through limits. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up after reading it. This was actually an enhanceable divine artifact. Moreover, every time he killed an enemy, he could obtain a permanent increase in combat strength from the enemy. Coupled with the God of War of Strength's effect of Divine Artifact Ability 3, it could be said that this divine artifact could allow the already powerful power Heavenly Emperor professionals to achieve a terrifying effect of becoming stronger and stronger the more they fought. As for the power of the Heavenly Emperor, it was obvious that it was an explosive ultimate move. He could not use it easily unless it was a critical moment. Then, he looked at the next two law skills. They were Strength Breaks All Laws and Strength Begets All Techniques. Law Skill Name, Strength Breaks All Laws. Law Skill Quality, Master God Tier Advance Grade. Introduction to Law Skill Power, the power Heavenly Emperor can make his power have the characteristic of Strength Breaks All Laws. Any power of law that is not a power attribute can be broken by power Heavenly Emperor's pure power. Law Skill Name, Strength Begets All Techniques. Law Skill Quality, Master God Tier Advance Grade. Introduction to Law Skill Power, power Heavenly Emperor has raised the law of power to the extreme, allowing his power to have the characteristic of Strength Begets All Techniques. With one force, all laws can be born. Zhou Zhou carefully comprehended the difference between these two law skills and quickly realized it. Strength Breaks All Laws was equivalent to relying on pure strength to break through the attack and defense of any nomological power. The Strength Begets All Techniques could allow the power Heavenly Emperor to grasp the power of endless laws. He could attack with a fist that was purely made of strength. He could also unleash the destructive fist attack of the law of destruction that could destroy everything. It could also unleash a fire fist attack that had the characteristics of burning all the laws of the world. It could also attack with the fist of life that could nourish the characteristics of all living beings and revive life forms. In short, law skills like the law of 10,000 laws could be displayed through fists. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. These two law skills were extremely unique to Lord Laws. Then, he looked at the Power Heavenly Emperor's professional soldier type, the Power Heavenly God. Soldier type, Power Heavenly God. Soldier type quality, Divine Kingdom tier. Creation method for soldier types: when the Power Heavenly Emperor leads the Lord faction under him to conquer a kingdom level or above Lord faction, he will automatically obtain the loyalty of one or even several Power Heavenly Gods. Soldier type description: the exclusive soldier type of the Power Heavenly Emperor. A super soldier type blessed by the law of strength. It will live and die with the Power Heavenly Emperor. It is loyal to the Power Heavenly Emperor and has unparalleled strength. Moreover, it has the two power characteristics of the universal break and universal life bestowed by the Power Heavenly Emperor. Even a god spirit can be killed by the Power Heavenly God with a punch. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This Power Heavenly God's method of creating soldier types was similar to the final guards. He obtained soldier types like them through conquering other countries. Moreover, both of them were Divine Kingdom soldier types. It also had the characteristics of breaking all techniques and creating all techniques at the same time. It was equivalent to the smaller Power Heavenly Emperor. Not bad, not bad. A top-grade soldier type. Chapter 1212, Race Divine Artifact Fortune Gathering Basin. Activating the Marketplace function. In the shrine, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the mythical tier treasure chest in front of him. He had a thought. Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the mythical tier treasure chest in front of him. There was a golden cauldron quietly placed inside. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Race Divine Artifact Name, Fortune Gathering Basin. Equipment Grade, Unique Title of the Race Human Bind, Replaceable. Race Divine Artifact Ability Wealth Gathering: when all humans retrieve loots, the Mist Core/Divine Crystals obtained will increase by 10%. Owners of the Fortune Gathering Basin can obtain 1% of their total Mist Core/Divine Crystals from the Fortune Gathering Basin every day. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. He didn't care much about the first aspect of his ability to gather wealth. However, the latter part, I can obtain 1% of my total Mist Core/Divine Crystals from the Fortune Gathering Basin every day, truly shocked him. One had to know that with the total number of Mist Core and Divine Crystals he had, it was no exaggeration to say that even 1% of them was comparable to the total Mist Core and total Divine Crystals reserves of a high-level Empire Tier Lord faction. After all, just 2 days ago, the wealth provided to he by the 100 high-level Scarlet Empires that he had led his troops to destroy had already made him eat a lot. Not to mention his previous accumulation. Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something. Now that he had the Fortune Gathering Basin, as long as he didn't spend extravagantly in the future, he could rely on the interest of the Fortune Gathering Basin for the rest of his life. He could even use it to support his Blazing Sun Empire. Of course, he understood that money wasn't saved. He naturally wouldn't slow down his development in order to save money. He would still spend where he needed to spend. What a Fortune Gathering Basin! The more Zhou Zhou looked at the Fortune Gathering Basin, the more he liked it. Then, he put it into his king's treasure box. The Fortune Gathering Basin did not need any other special usage. It only needed to recognize its master to be of use. Then, he looked at the last reward. It was the Lord of all Races channels specially rewarded by the Supreme Will. It was the Lord channel of 10,000 races specially rewarded by the Supreme Will. How could this channel be used to bring him the greatest benefits? As he pondered, he opened the channel administrator's backend to see what unique functions the channel administrator had. Interesting. As Zhou Zhou did not want to rely on the power of the Lord of all Races to deal with O's Scarlet Army from the beginning, he did not even take a closer look at this channel that was very precious to the lords of the outside world. Only now did he begin to check. Remove channel member function. Invite to join function. Channel nickname function. Channel virtual game function. There are quite a lot of fancy things. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. This was because he saw an interesting function called the channel member teleportation function. This function was very simple. As long as the members of both parties in the channel agreed to enter each other's territory, they could use the channel members' teleportation function to carry out a one-way teleportation or two-way teleportation. This function could be used many times. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, he continued reading and quickly found the function he wanted. Marketplace function. This function was exactly the same as the market function of the human world channel on Cerulean planet. The members of the channel could trade items owned by both parties through the marketplace function. Now this function is off. Zhou Zhou could actively activate this function or turn it off again without the approval of the other channel members as the only channel administrator. He could even unilaterally close the trading rights of some channel members after activating the marketplace function, preventing them from conducting private transactions through the marketplace. He only allowed the channel members he allowed to carry out the channel's internal transactions. It could be said to be very domineering. But Zhou Zhou liked it very much. The beneficiary was he himself after all. I can use the authority of this marketplace to rope in some lords of the myriad races and make the lords of the myriad races who are on good terms with me stronger. The benefits of the lords of the myriad races who are not on good terms with me will be damaged because of the marketplace. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he clicked his tongue in wonder. There were too many things that could be done with just the marketplace function. He thought for a moment and chose to activate the marketplace function. However, he had made a special setting, making this marketplace only open in one direction. In other words, he could only allow other lords to trade with him, but he could not let lords make private deals with each other. Which meant, this marketplace function could only be used by oneself. Other lords wanted to use it. No way. As for whether to open it to the lord of all races in the future, that was a matter for the future. In any case, Zhou Zhou did not think much of it now. They were all lords of all races. Even though they were far inferior to him, he didn't want to do anything to support the enemy. Then, he began typing in the Lord of all races channel. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator Lords, let me tell you something. This Lord Channel of all races has been rewarded to me by the Supreme Will and has become my private property. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator, I see that everyone seems to like this place very much, so I don't intend to close this place down. Instead, I plan to keep it open for everyone to chat when they're bored. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator. By the way, this world channel currently has a marketplace function, and I've already activated this marketplace function. However, I'm the only one who can trade now. I'll post a transaction on the marketplace later. If you're interested, you can take a look. Zhou Zhou did not care about the reactions of the other lords and directly opened the trade center to set up the transaction after he finished speaking. What he wanted was naturally food. This was the basic material that he lacked the most in his territory. As for the trading method, it was done in the Mist Core, the currency most recognized by all races. In terms of the transaction price, he didn't do anything like raising the price. The lord of all races who survived were no longer the lords who lacked everything in the beginning. If they lacked everything, Zhou Zhou could naturally raise the transaction price without any scruples and maximize his benefits. However, they performed not lack any. The protagonist could solely transaction at a normal price. Otherwise, no lord would be willing to do such an unsuitable transaction. What the protagonist wanted was a sustainable business, so he would not do such a thing. Soon, the transaction setup was complete and the protagonist published the post. The Lord of all races in the Lord channel quickly saw the deal that the protagonist had posted. Chapter 1213, The Generosity of the Lords of all races. Goblin Race Bloodlust Lord, it's very possible. In the war videos of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the number of soldiers under the Lord of the Blazing Sun has already reached more than 100 trillion. From this point of view, the number of subjects under him will only increase. It might even reach more than 1 trillion. With so many extraordinaires and subjects, it would be strange if the Lord of the Blazing Sun doesn't lack food. Vulcan Clan Lord Wild Heaven, couldn't we use this to control the Lord of the Blazing Sun? Let the Blazing Sun Empire collapse due to lack of food? I guess, with the current scale of the Lord of the Blazing Sun's power, even if the human race behind him fully supports the development of his power, he probably won't have that many resources, right? Special announcement, Vulcan Clan Lord Wild Heaven has been removed from the Lord channel. The Lord's channel instantly fell silent. When they saw Lord Wild Heaven of the Fire God race being moved out of the Lord channel, they were all stunned. He was removed just like that? Up, TED on B, X, 0vel.c, m. Even though this lord of all races could not do anything except chat, to them, even if they could only chat, they could still play a huge role. For example, exchanging information. In such a vast place like the High Continent, even the Machina race, which had the most advanced technology, could not communicate across the entire High Continent in an instant through communication technology. Not to mention the other races. Only God spirits at the true God tier level and above could use their powerful divine senses to transcend space and distance to communicate. However, that was the true God tier God spirits. They didn't even have many God spirits around them now, so it was impossible for them to do such a thing. However, the Lord of all races could. Therefore, for lords who needed information, losing the communication channel of the Lord of all races was absolutely unacceptable. At this moment, Zhou Zhou stopped talking. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator sorry, my hand slipped. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator. However, I have to say that the Lord of the Fire Gods is right. Our Blazing Sun Empire is indeed short of food. After all, there are too many subjects and I haven't developed for long. How can I have so much food accumulation? If this continues, we can only eat meat. When the Lord of all races saw this, their expressions darkened. There was no food, so they could only eat meat. This was equivalent to spending divine crystals without the mist core. You're a human, but why can't you speak human language? At this moment, Zhou Zhou spoke again. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator. Actually, there's another way, which is to expand and plunder food and other supplies from the Scarlet Lord faction and the Lord faction of the myriad races through war. However, everyone knows that I hate war the most, so unless I'm in a desperate situation, I really don't want to start a war with you. Lord of all races. Earth Spirit Lord Xianzhong, I'll buy, alright. Descendant of the God Spirit race Blood God Lord, actually, I do lack some mist core recently. Coincidentally, my territory has excess food. Your Excellency Regal, this transaction came at the right time. Lord Pegasus Lord Horse King, that's right, that's right. Recently, our horse needs the mist core to cultivate. I've also hoarded a batch of unneeded food, which can be used to trade for the mist core. Magma Spirit Race Fire Monkey Lord, our Magma Spirit Race happened to obtain a batch of unneeded food some time ago. I was originally worried about how to deal with it, but now I've thought it through. It turns out that the heavens have given us this to trade with Your Excellency Regal. The Lord of all races generously offered their money to trade the food to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou also received more than 100,000 grain transactions in a short period of time. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he smiled and opened the automatic trading function to eat all the food resources sold by these lords. And the mist core that he spent was nothing to him. He rolled his eyes and started typing again. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator. Thank you for the food trade. True Lord? Great One Lord? Heaven Chasing Lord? Beast God Lord? Titan Lord? There are also other lords with top-notch bloodlines. As an example of the myriad races, aren't you going to take out some food to show off your strength? The Lord of all races could not help but click their tongues when they saw Zhou Zhou's words. The lords could not help but click their tongues when they saw Zhou Zhou's words. However, they had no choice but to accept it, because he did have the ability. After a while, the spiritual venerable lord of the 10,000 spirit race was the first to speak. Myriad spirit race spiritual venerable lord, congratulations to your excellency, common people's regal, for becoming the number one of all races. Your excellency is short of food, and I happen to have 1 billion units of food on my side. I'll trade with your excellency now. With that, the spiritual venerable lord immediately traded 1 billion units of provisions with Zhou Zhou and obtained a batch of mist cores. Zhou Zhou also received news that the transaction was successful. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator Boss is so generous. Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator at Original Spirit Race True Lord at Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord at Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord at Titan God Race Heavenly Lord. The Lord of all races sweated profusely. This common people's regal really didn't care about their reputation at all. These top-notch lords also spoke after a while. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord, I also have 1.5 billion units of grain here. I will trade with your excellency. Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord, my territory has 2 billion units of food. I've already traded with your excellency. Titan God Race Heavenly Lord, my territory has 3 billion units of food. I can share half of which with your excellency. Original Spirit Race True Lord, your excellency, the transaction has been completed. It's a little small. There are only 4.5 billion units of food. I hope it can alleviate your excellency's provisions crisis. Actually, they were very unwilling to make a deal with Zhou Zhou. However, firstly, they could not bear to part with the Lord of all Races channel, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the Lord of the Vulcan clan. Secondly, they didn't dare to offend the Lord of the Blazing Sun at this time. They were afraid that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would end their days as lords in advance. If that happened, they would have no hope in the future. Thirdly, they knew that the gap between them and the other party was not something that this bit of provisions could make up for. Therefore, they did not feel any pressure about the food they had traded. In any case, if he did not trade, he would not be able to defeat the other party. It was better to choose a transaction for the time being in order to make a comeback in the future. Zhou Zhou looked at the transactions of these top-notch lords in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the lords of the top bloodlines had a lot of provisions reserves indeed. One transaction that was worth deals from hundreds of lords. As for the mist core that was traded to the other party, Zhou Zhou had nothing to worry about. The difference between him and these lords was too great. It was not something that some mist core could make up for. Zhou Zhou's current enemy was no longer these 10,000-year-old lords, but the lords behind them. He had long realized this. Chapter 1214, Trillions of Troops. When the lords of all races saw that even these top-notch bloodline lords were accommodating to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, for some reason, they actually felt relaxed and even delighted. So what if he was a lord from a top-notch race? Facing the Lord of the Blazing Sun, isn't he the same as us? They no longer hesitated and took out their spare food to trade with Zhou Zhou. Frankly speaking, their number of subjects was not as ridiculous as Zhou Zhou's, so they had a lot of spare food. Up, TED on B, X, 0vel.c, m. Moreover, compared to food, Mist Core was the real hard currency. In addition, Zhou Zhou did not lower the price. Excluding the competition between lords, they were quite willing to trade with Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw that the lords of the myriad races were willing to trade food with him, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. The lords who could survive until now were not simple. With their food, he should be able to alleviate a portion of the food crisis. He thought of something and typed. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator. By the way, what is the reward for reaching the top of the treasure chest in your faction? Is it also the Hero Reincarnation Scroll? Earth Martial Race Ice Fist Lord, I didn't reach the top, but I'm also very curious. I ask the same question. Cloth Magician Race SEMO Lord, does your majesty want to purchase the Hero Reincarnation Scroll? No lord would want to sell such a precious treasure. 5 Light Tribe Lord of Refining Light, yes, I have communicated with several friends from other races who have climbed to the top. All the treasure boxes contain Scroll of Reincarnation of Heroes. I have opened 10 copies and have used them all. There are now 10 heroes in my Light Refining Kingdom. Didn't your majesty receive one too? Wind Hell Clan Lord Splitting Wind, I reached the top of the Three Kingdoms camp. I was given the Three Kingdoms camp a summit treasure chest and opened 30 copies of Hero Reincarnation Scrolls. Now I have used 20 copies and left them. I have 10 copies left. If your majesty wants to buy it, it's not impossible, but the price. Hehe, your majesty, these scrolls will be able to reveal the senior hero of my race. You have to add mist cores if you want to buy them. Sword God Clan Lord of Abyss, no way? No way? Is there really a lord who wants to sell the Hero Reincarnation Scroll? This treasure will be one of the necessary conditions for establishing a kingdom in the future. Zhou Zhou didn't say anything. He just sent the photos of the 1000 reincarnated human heroes to the Lord channel. Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, King of 10,000 Kings, Channel Administrator. I created this, not counting the heroes I had before. 6-Winged Knife Zerg King Slashing Lord, fuck. Colorful God Clan Lord Hong Yu, fuck. Heavenly Water Clan Shang Yi Lord, fuck. Moonshine Clan Lord Zero, fuck. The lords exclaimed. Even though there was a language barrier, through the translation function of the Lord's channel, they all translated more or less the same meaning. The lords who initially said that Zhou Zhou wanted to buy the hero reincarnation scroll from the lords of all races fell silent after seeing these 1,000 human heroes. They already had a total of 1,000 human heroes, and this was only the number obtained from the treasure chest. They did not dare to imagine how many heroes Zhou Zhou had in total. Under such circumstances, did Zhou Zhou still need the hero reincarnation scrolls in their hands? He still wanted it. Who would complain about having too many heroes after all? But it didn't matter if he didn't want it. Indeed, Zhou Zhou did not need these peanuts in their hands. Moreover, this group of lords knew that heroes were one of the basic conditions for establishing a kingdom. It was something that even lords who had yet to establish a kingdom needed. They would definitely increase the price. At this time, unless there was really a need to establish a kingdom, whoever bought it would be resentful. In any case, Zhou Zhou did not want to be a resentful spawn when he was not lacking in heroes. Then, he watched the Lord's channel for a while. After seeing that the food trade was going smoothly, he closed the channel and waited for the new event to arrive. However, at that moment, Alia's voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty! Legion Commander Bai Yun requests an audience. Let him in. Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Alia said respectfully. Soon. Bai Yun came over. Your Majesty, the Scarlet Broodmother's nest monster has been dealt with. These are all the loots we have collected. He held the 3 world rings with both hands and said respectfully. With a thought, Zhou Zhou saw the 3 rings appear on his palm. His divine sense entered it. One of the world rings contained a large number of iron, eating bear pet eggs, tree core gems, and other loots. Of the other 2 world rings, one contained 120 trillion yellow talisman Dao soldier recruitment books and 120 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books. The other world ring contained 120 trillion yellow talisman Dao soldier class change certificates and 120 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificates. Zhou Zhou looked at the recruitment books and recruitment certificates and nodded in satisfaction. The title of King of 10,000 Kings had indeed increased his spoils of war by 1/3. As long as he converted all these recruitment books and class change certificates into new recruits, the number of new recruits alone would reach 480 trillion in a day. He already had more than 51.2 billion soldiers. Including the 48 billion new recruits that were about to arrive, there were a total of more than 992 trillion soldiers. Today, I'll just casually instigate some soldiers to join incite defection, and I'll be able to officially raise the military strength under my command to a quadrillion. Originally, I thought that this number would take 2 days to reach. I didn't expect that my plan wouldn't keep up with the changes. I actually succeeded in a day. Zhou Zhou had a smile on his face. 1,000 trillion soldiers. In addition, there were more than 2 million god spirits and more than 1,000 true god tier. This should be comparable to some weaker high-level divine kingdom sovereign factions, right? Then, he did not waste any time and directly threw the world ring containing the class change certificate to Bai Yun. He asked Bai Yun to change the extra soldiers in the territory to the violent storm spirit and the yellow talisman Dao soldier. Then, he changed the violent storm spirits to forbidden mages. And he took advantage of the fact that the content of the new event had yet to be announced to come to the gate of summoning and summon a Cosmos Emperor. Then, he threw the 240 trillion enlistment books into the gate of summoning and used another 100 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine crystals to summon all 240 trillion recruits and place them in Indiana the Cosmos Emperor's internal world. Then, he conversed with the recruits through the virtual screen and chatted briefly with them. Then, he got Zero to bring the recruits to the Forbidden Archmage statue. Then, Zhou Zhou spent another 100 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine crystals to summon today's new subjects from the gate of summoning. He placed all 21,655,000 new subjects on a galaxy. This time, he didn't even look at how many professionals there were among these new subjects. It was fine as long as there were 11 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade god spirits that were summoned regularly. Then, he came to the sovereign shop. Zhou Zhenmin was sitting in front of the counter, looking sleepy. Zhou Zhou walked up to him and knocked on the counter. Wake up, wake up. Time to go to work, he said. Zhou Zhenmin looked up sleepily and saw Zhou Zhou. Then, he stated with a pained expression, why are you working again? Zhou Zhou looked at him with disdain. With the help of the supreme will and the salary I gave you, you are not working for more than 15 minutes a day and you are playing games the rest of the time. How can you despise this? Zhou Zhou didn't say anything. He just chuckled. Then, he stood up and took out 3 purple boxes from under the counter. Zhou Zhou opened the box and asked, "Why are you so sleepy? I played all night yesterday." "I knew it. Is your majesty coming tonight? I just discovered a good 2-person game. It's definitely fun. The key is that it can unlock achievements. Who's playing a 2-person game with you? Tell me your name. I'll go back and play with Li Yi." Inseparable. Zhou Zhou. This old man was really willing to do anything in order to unlock his achievements. He was even willing to play such a game that was obviously prepared for a male and a female with a male. Zhou Zhou was speechless. At the same time, he looked at the items in the 3 purple boxes. Chapter 1215, Divine Death. 3 goods. 2 of the items in the 3 boxes were the legendary elementary grade hero class change certificate and the high tier deity level hero class change certificate of the Pale Whale Lord. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Wasn't this the fate level of 2 of the 1000 human heroes that he had summoned this morning? Damn! It was included in the range of the Lord Shop's products so quickly and was even put up for sale? Up, TED on B, X, 0vel.c, M. He was fast enough. He then looked at the last item. When he saw a product, he couldn't help but be stunned. That was because it was a Lord Talent Sphere that emitted a green bronze tier glow. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Agricultural Expert. Treasure grade, green bronze tier. Treasure effect, the Lord will have a green bronze tier Lord Talent Agricultural Expert after absorbing it. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a green bronze tier Lord Talent Agricultural Expert. Isn't this Nongqinglan's Lord Talent? Zhou Zhou was surprised. Then, he fell into deep thought. According to Zhou Zhou, the Lord Shop copied goods from the subjects according to his thoughts and then placed them in the Lord Shop for the Lord to buy. It seemed that the Lord Shop had sensed the food predicament of the Jiaoyang Empire that he was worried about, so it directly included Nongqinglan's Lord Talent in the Lord Shop. I didn't expect the range of goods in the Lord Shop to include the Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou could not help but shake his head. The Lord Shop can include everything about the subjects, including their Lord Talents. Zhou Zhou smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded. True. A 100% drop rate Lord Talent that could drop other Lord Talents. The Master Thief's robbery gloves could also steal other people's Lord Talent crystal fragments, let alone the King of Loots. Since so many Lord Talents could drop Lord Talents and Lord Talent crystal fragments, why couldn't other Lord Talents drop? The only difference between them was probably the way they obtained it. How much mist cores do these 3 products cost? Zhou Zhou did not think too much and asked directly. Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Hero Class Change Certificate of the Puppet Emperor, worth 100 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. The Pale Whale Lord's High Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade Hero Class Change Certificate is worth 20,000 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Sphere Agricultural Expert, worth 100,000 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. Zhou Zhou said. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. The Lord Talent was indeed expensive. It was only a green bronze tier Lord Talent, but it was worth 100,000 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. It was comparable to a true God tier product. However, he didn't say anything. He directly took out 121,000 Legendary Tier Mist Cores and handed them to the other party. Then, he successfully obtained the 3 items. Among them, Zhou Zhou did not directly throw the Puppet Emperor and Pale Whale Lord's Hero Inheritance Manuals into the military merit exchange system. Instead, he traded them to the Puppet Emperor and Pale Whale Lord through the army interface. A hero of a generation was already alive after all, and he was his subordinate. He didn't want to spread the hero inheritance of his subordinates. After all, this wasn't good. He might as well let them handle it themselves. As for this agricultural expert, he used it himself. Then, he took a look at the effect of this Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Agricultural Expert, Green Bronze Tier. Talent Effect 1, you are born with a special life profession Agricultural Expert. You also have rich agricultural knowledge and practical ability. Talent Effect 2, when you summon your subjects every day, there is a higher chance of summoning a farmer-type life profession. There is also a very small chance of attracting farmers from the outside world to join your territory. Talent Effect 3, you and the farmer-type professionals in your territory can obtain promotion energy by planting and harvesting crops, thereby increasing your strength and the level of the farmers in your territory. Zhou Zhou looked at this Lord Talent thoughtfully. Then, he made a decision. It's better not to level up directly through the Lord Talent crystal fragment. I'll improve it while cultivating the Supreme Sacred Body. This way, not only can I cultivate the Supreme Sacred Body, one can also upgrade this Lord Talent and not waste the Lord Talent crystal fragment. He thought to himself. At this moment, Wu Tu quickly ran over from afar and respectfully said to him. Your Majesty, Eli's Ariel has the latest news. What news? Zhou Zhou asked casually. In order to stop the behemoth Divine Kingdom from continuing to hunt down the remaining citizens of the original Elven Empire, Eli's Ariel voluntarily committed suicide in front of the behemoth Divine Kingdom's army. She has already died in an extraordinary tier regional territory outside the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, the Sacred Plains. After the king of the behemoth Divine Kingdom confirmed that Eli's Ariel had really died, he didn't take her corpse away. Instead, he left with his troops. Currently, Elizariel's corpse is still in the Sacred Plains. No one dares to touch it. Zhou Zhou looked at Wu Tu in a daze. Following that, he frowned deeply. He closed his eyes before opening them. Following that, his body vanished from the spot. Sacred Plains. Zhou Zhou's divine body suddenly appeared here. He looked at Eli's Ariel, who was kneeling on the ground with her hands on her sword and her head lowered in silence, and couldn't help but fall silent. He sighed faintly after a while. Why choose this path? He asked. Then, he took a deep breath and used King to enter his strongest state. He then reached out and prepared to place his hand on Elizariel's head, preparing to use the Great Resurrection spell on her. However, in the next second, his expression suddenly froze. Just as he placed his hand on Elizariel's head, Elizariel's divine body disintegrated into countless pale white spots of light like sand. These spots of light were like stars that gradually dissipated in the air. At the same time, a light and magnetic female voice sounded in his ears. It was Elizariel's voice. Zhou Zhou. I knew it had to be you. You're going to use the Great Resurrection spell on me, right? But I, Eli's Ariel, the last empress of the original Elven Empire, don't want to accept your Great Resurrection spell. I died for my people, for my empire. If I were to turn around and be resurrected by you, everything I've done would be meaningless. In fact, it would be a little ridiculous. Your Excellency Regal. This is my holy death. Please don't change it. Also, I'm very lucky to know such an outstanding lord and man like you before I die. It's a pity that we're not fated. I have one last request. Please help me set up a cenotaph in the ruins of the original Elven Empire. Then, let Nadia pay her last respects to me. Let me see Nadia again in front of the tomb and I won't have any more regrets. Lastly, thank you. Zhou Zhou. Her voice came to an abrupt end. Zhou Zhou stood on the spot and stared blankly at the gradually disappearing light spots in front of him. He did not speak for a long time. Chapter 1216, 3 Relics. Collier's Ambition. He saw a purple imperial robe, a purple divine sword, and a necklace made of various colored stardust quietly placed on the ground. He took a rough look. The purple imperial robe was called the Primordial Divine Robe. It was a high-tier deity-level advanced-grade divine artifact. That purple divine sword was called the Primordial Bone Sword. It was forged from the spine of a true god-tier primordial elf. It was actually a true god divine elementary-grade artifact. As for the string of beads, they looked very ordinary and were not even extraordinary tier items. Zhou Zhou picked up the string of beads. Item name, Elizariel's Stardust Necklace. Item level, Normal. Item effect, evokes Elizariel's happiest memories. Item introduction, when Eli's Ariel was young, she played with her parents at the edge of the Sea of Stars in the shrine. She also knitted this stardust necklace made of various stardusts with them. This was also Elizariel's happiest time. Even many years later, he found it difficult to forget his carefree life back then. However, he understood that he had more important things to do: fight for the original Elven Empire. He looked at it for a few seconds before putting away the Emperor's robe, divine sword, and necklace. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. Your Excellency Collier, after watching for so long, you should have seen enough, right? He said lightly. The air seemed a little quiet. After a while, a purple amethyst behemoth slowly appeared from the space. Then, it smiled and said, as expected of the common people's Regal. You actually saw through where I was hiding at a glance. Then, he looked at the place where Eli's Ariel had died and sighed. Even though I'm a little ashamed, if it were me, I probably wouldn't do something like him, sacrificing his precious life for the sake of a few subjects. Keeping my life and looking for an opportunity to rebuild the empire in the future will be my choice. Then, seeing that Zhou Zhou didn't say anything, Collier couldn't help but ask curiously. Why didn't Your Excellency resurrect him? I respect his choice. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Even though Eli's Ariel chose to let her soul and divine body dissipate into the world at the same time, if it were an ordinary god spirit, even if he mastered the great resurrection spell, he would not be able to revive them in such a situation. However, as a Lord Law god spirit who had mastered a law skill like the king, Zhou Zhou could actually reverse time to save him before Eli's Ariel committed suicide. However, just as Eli's Ariel had said, he was willing to die. Even if he really used the time reversal and arrived in front of Eli's Ariel to save her, she would still insist on committing suicide. Therefore, Zhou Zhou chose to respect the other party's choice. Collier smiled and nodded. As someone who had personally witnessed Elizariel's death, he naturally knew that ordinary methods couldn't revive Eli's Ariel. However, it was only an ordinary method. In the myriad worlds where there were many supreme god spirits, any shocking method could appear. As long as the other party was strong enough. And the common people's regal in front of him, who had the combat power of a master god tier, was undoubtedly one of such terrifying existences. Get out of my face before I want to kill you. Zhou Zhou suddenly said. Collier was shocked, and he couldn't help but panic. Even though he was the lord of a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord's faction, in front of this common people's regal, this identity did not bring him any sense of security. However, as the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, he was also a courageous person. In the face of Zhou Zhou's threat, not only did he not retreat, he even had an extremely crazy thought. How about we work together, Regal? Collier asked. Zhou Zhou looked at him in surprise before saying with a smile. Work with me. Now, most of the races see me as a thorn in their side and want me to die tomorrow. When the new event begins, the races will definitely use all kinds of methods against me. Are you sure you want to cooperate with me at this time? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by those top bloodline races? I'm the lord of all races. I have the protection of the rules set by the supreme will. I'm also powerful, so I'm not afraid of them. You're just a god lord with the strength of a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord. You don't have the protection of the rules set by the supreme will, and there's no master god tier in the country. Aren't you afraid of death? Collier's expression changed slightly. After a second or two of silence, he suddenly laughed. Zhou Zhou looked at him with a calm expression and smiled without any reaction. Perhaps it was because even Collier felt that it was a little awkward to laugh like this. He stopped laughing and stated proudly. Your Excellency Common People's Regal, you also realize that our Beeman race once had an incomparably glorious history. During that period of time, even the insufferably arrogant dragons had to lower their heads and become dragons in front of us. However, after a prolonged war, not only did our behemoth clan's power shrink greatly, but our clan's most important bloodline advancement method also failed. When Collier stated this, he could not help but grit his teeth. Now, I'm the only beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord left in the behemoth race. Moreover, I fought it myself. Back then, our behemoth race had several overlord-level lord factions. When he said this, he gazed at Zhou Zhou with a burning gaze that contained astonishing ambition and arrogance. I'm now the only ruler of the Divine Kingdom of the Behemoth clan, and also the most powerful founder. I'm willing to take a gamble. I can place all my bets on you. I want to see you overturn those races that possess been born with top bloodlines since the fall of chaos. Let them see that those who come later can also step on them to reach the top. Zhou Zhou gazed at him in surprise. The fire of ambition in those eyes was definitely not fake. This god lord behemoth not only wanted to restore the former glory of the behemoth clan, but he also wanted to surpass the peak of the behemoth clan and reach a new height. Even if the price he had to pay for this failure was everything he had, as well as the entire behemoth race. He did not hesitate. Zhou Zhou was surprised. Collier and Eli's Ariel were two completely different extremes. The former was willing to give up everything for his ambition. The latter was willing to sacrifice everything for the empire. Perhaps this was the boldness of the founding king. It had to be stated that Zhou Zhou quite liked this kind of ambitious and bold existence, even if he did not say whether it was good or bad. Still, You desire me to accept you with just a few words. I'm not attracted to you enough. Zhou Zhou stated calmly. Chapter 1217, Behemoth Race's Holy Prayer Ritual. Golden Lion Old Man. That's right, he was asking to be accepted. As for the cooperation he mentioned, only a matched family could negotiate a collaboration. With his current lord strength, he was qualified to cooperate with high-level Divine Kingdom lords. What right did a newly established beginner-level Divine Kingdom lord faction have to say that they wanted to cooperate with him? Did he want him to help the poor? Collier also understood what Zhou Zhou meant and immediately felt a little humiliated. As the only king of the Behemoth's Divine Kingdom, he wanted to cooperate with a human, but he was actually rejected by the other party because he looked down on him. Collier took a deep breath. Soon, he threw away this feeling. The other party had the combat strength of a Master God tier and the strength of a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord. He indeed had the right to look down on him. Your Excellency. Collier suddenly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, I'm willing to lead the entire Collier Behemoth Divine Kingdom to join the Blazing Sun Empire and become your subsidiary Divine Kingdom. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He even felt that he had misheard. Say again. He frowned. I, Collier, am willing to lead the entire Collier Behemoth Divine Kingdom to join the Blazing Sun Empire and become your subsidiary Divine Kingdom. Collier said in a firmer tone. Zhou Zhou's expression did not change, but he was greatly shocked. A Divine Kingdom becoming a subsidiary country of an empire? He had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. Ever since the fall of the Chaos Will, the Lord of all races had risen one after another. Nothing like this had happened before. If Collier really did it, then he would be the first in this field. It might be nailed to the shameful shelf of history. Of course, it was also possible that his name would follow him for eternity. Just as Zhou Zhou was thinking, Collier thought that Zhou Zhou was still hesitating. He gritted his teeth and held up a square black stone slab with both hands. The stone slab was engraved with ancient and complicated people of foreign race words. It was the Behemoth race's language. Your Excellency, this is the most precious treasure and heritage of our Behemoth race. I'm willing to give this treasure to Your Excellency to express my sincerity. Collier gritted his teeth. Giving this treasure to the other party was equivalent to handing over the future of their Behemoth race to the other party. Even Collier, who was extremely ambitious, could not help but feel nervous. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He just took the square black stone slab and looked at it. The Behemoth words on it were naturally nothing to him, who had grasped the heritage of many top races. He easily understood the words inside. He couldn't help but look deeply at Collier after he finished reading. Didn't you say that the method to advance the Behemoth bloodline has been lost? What is this? He asked. What was recorded on this black slate was a method to upgrade the Behemoth bloodline. This method was called the Sacred Worship Ceremony. First, it required a Saint Deo potion, then an ancient sacrificial method. When the two were combined, it could upgrade a Behemoth bloodline. The most shocking thing was that this Sacred Worship Ceremony was even effective on yellow gold tier behemoths. It could give a yellow gold tier behemoth a 20% chance of evolving into an amethyst behemoth. Even if the ritual failed, its life would not be in danger. It would only be severely injured for a period of time. Its only disadvantage might be that the ingredients for the Saint Deo potion were expensive and rare. However, the problem with the Behemoth Divine Kingdom, not the problem of the Saint Deo potion. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the Behemoth Divine Kingdom developed steadily and secretly, with this sacred worship ceremony, they would sooner or later be able to restore the former glory of the Behemoth race. Collier had given this race's heritage to him. If he were to leak it out and the myriad races targeted the behemoths according to this sacred worship ceremony, the behemoths would basically have no chance of rising again. This Collier was really bold. After the advancement method failed back then, even though our behemoth clan declined because of this, we didn't give up on looking for another advancement method. This sacred worship ceremony was exchanged by countless ancestors of our behemoth clan with countless blood, sweat, and tears. Collier said. Zhou Zhou nodded and then fell silent. Collier was a little anxious when he saw this. Could he still have no way to move the other party after giving so much? Fortunately, Zhou Zhou spoke very quickly. My Blazing Sun Empire is only an intermediate grade empire at the moment. I can't take in a beginner divine kingdom as a subordinate divine kingdom yet. If you have a way, go and get a true god tier master servant territory contract. Then come and find me. With that. Without waiting for the other party to react, Zhou Zhou's divine body vanished from the spot. Collier was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Following that, he didn't waste any time and teleported away. At the same time, Sun Divine Kingdom Alliance, Sun Divine Court, Divine God Division, Sacred Weapon Association, Forging Ground Mystic Heaven's Sacred Fire Continent. Oro Fa stood behind an old man in a golden robe with wild golden hair. His expression was extremely respectful. Oro Fa, why aren't you practicing your forging skills? What are you doing here? The Elder One asked. Teacher, I'm here to bid you farewell. Oro Fa lowered his head and said, my granddaughter and my disciple have already changed their professions to divine artifact forgers. According to my agreement with the common people's regal, one want to bring them back to the Blazing Sun Empire and continue to serve the common people's regal. You still need to look for me for such a small matter? Hehe, little fellow, do you have something else to look for me for? Not only was Oro Fa not angry at being called a little guy, he even revealed a blissful smile. Following that, he thought of something and his expression turned slightly gloomy. As expected, this disciple's thoughts can't escape teacher's eyes. Teacher, I want to ask if I still have a chance to advance to the ancestor of creation. There was a deep yearning in his eyes as he said this. The ancestor of creation. It was the promotion of a master god-tier divine artifact forgers to a profession. The creator of a divine artifact of this level had already broken the limits of the divine artifact law and walked his own nomological path. He could even add a new divine artifact law to this world. It was enough to be called a Deo ancestor. That was why it was called the ancestor of creation. This was also the dream that Oro Fa had been pursuing all his life. Master of creation, it's impossible for you. The Elder One rejected him directly. What am I missing? Oro Fa could not help but ask. The Elder One turned his head, revealing the sacred face of a golden lion. He looked at Oro Fa with a dignified and pitiful gaze. Disciple. Put it down. What you care about has become your shackles. He said. Oro Fa was stunned for a long time. Then, he remained silent for a long time. Finally, he bowed to the Elder Lion King and left. The Elder Lion pursed his lips slightly when he saw this. Then, he looked into the distance, as if he could see the destination Oro Fa was heading to. God King Heaven Punishment. Common People's Regal. Spring Autumn Dharma Lord. Myriad Evil Demon Ancestor. This infinite worlds, is getting more and more interesting. At the same time, the Blazing Sun Imperial Capital. Zhou Zhou was about to revive with Nadia's remains. At this moment, lines of text notifications suddenly appeared in front of him. Introduction to the activities of the Lord of Races and rules of activities will now be announced. Chapter 1218, the first stage of the Lord of the Race event Race Reunification. Zhou Zhou looked at the words in front of him and could not help but be stunned. A new activity notification actually appeared at this moment. That only happened once recently when he was leading the battles against the Scarlet Forces. He didn't think much of it and continued reading. Introduction to the activities of the Lord of the Race and rules of activities will now be announced. Introduction to the Lord of the Race event. First of all, congratulations to the Lords of all races. You who are still alive are already qualified to resist the Scarlet Invasion Force and the other Lords of all races. You can protect the territory of the race behind you and fight on behalf of the race behind you. At the same time, being able to participate in this event means that you have truly stepped into the era where you will fight in the myriad worlds and compete for the supreme position of the Lord of all races. In the following event, everyone will first become the race masters of your race's territory. There will be unlimited Lord Wars, Race Wars, and even World Wars. Your enemies will be the Lords of all races, the Scarlet Lords, races, other worlds, and even unimaginable natural disasters and world calamities. May the Lords of all races overcome all obstacles and walk towards the end. The one who stands tall after experiencing all kinds of wars is the winner. The following are the specific rules of the event. Specific Activity Rule 1, this event will be held in 5 stages. The first stage of the event will now be announced. The first stage of the event is Race Unification. The activity duration of this stage is 3 days. In these 3 days, the Lords of all races can return to the territory of the race they were in before coming to the High Continent through the Gate of Summoning. According to the ranking of the activity of the King of 10,000 Kings, they will be assigned to territories of different sizes in this race's territory. The higher the ranking, the larger the territory occupied in the race's territory. The lower the ranking, the smaller the territory occupied in the race's territory. After reaching the location of the territory of your race, the lords of all races can attack each other among the lords of the surrounding races. After completing the unification of the internal territory of the race, you can obtain the standard of the first stage, the first order lord of the race and the treasure chest. The lord of all races who is the fastest to unify all the territories in the territory of the race can obtain the title of the unique lord of the race and the unique lord treasure chest. If no one completed the unification of the territory within the race within the specified time, all the lords of all races in the territory of this race will randomly deprive 50% of the lord status of the lords of all races. Then, from the remaining 50% of the lords of all races, and then the strongest lord of all races would automatically be chosen to become the second order lord of all races. Moreover, he or she will not be able to obtain the treasure chest of the lord of the race. During the activity of the lords of the races, the lords can travel between the two worlds at any time through the gate of summoning and carry out the transfer of supplies and people between the two worlds. The stronger the lord is in the high continent, the more supplies and people can be transferred in a short period of time. During the event, the lords can also choose to go out of their territories to engage in cross-border wars. They can snatch the resources of other lords, invade and occupy the territories of other lords, and obtain the reward of exploring the treasure chest in their territories. 3 days later, the lord who has the title of the lord of any race in the first stage will be qualified to enter the second stage of the event base camp. This is the lord's personal event notification. Lord of the race event hint 1, your gate of summoning has been activated. Race territory shuttle ability. You can transfer a different number of troops and resources according to the level of your territory and return to your original racial territory Cerulean Plain T/Earth. Lord of the race event hint 2, you will automatically become the leader of the races on Earth as your hometown is Earth. However, you will not receive any event rewards. Lord of the race event hint 3, since your territory is a mid-tier deity level intermediate grade territory, you can transfer up to 10 billion Black Iron Tier citizens / 10 billion units of Black Iron Tier materials and 1 billion Green Bronze Tier citizens / 1 billion units Green Bronze Tier supplies, 100 million White Silver Tier citizens / 100 million units of White Silver Tier supplies, IO Low Tier Deity Level God Spirits / 10 units of Low Tier Deity Level supplies, 1 Mid-Tier Deity Level God Spirits / 1 unit of Mid-Tier Deity Level supplies go to Cerulean Planet / Earth every day. Lord of the race event hint 3, as you have obtained the title of the strongest novice lord in the novice lord test, the subjects and resources you can transfer every day would have an additional plus 100%. Lord of the race event hint 4, since you obtained the title of the strongest lord of all races in the lords of all races battlefield event, the people and resources you can transfer every day will be increased by an additional plus 100%. Lord of the race event hint 5, since you obtained the title of the strongest lord of all races in the lords of all races battlefield event, the people and resources you can transfer every day will be increased by an additional plus 100%. Lord of the race event hint 6, due to the favor of the supreme will, you have obtained an additional event divine artifact. The universe star map. Lord of the race event hint 7, since you are the scarlet natural enemy, you are naturally hostile to the Lord of Scarlet. The number of fog monsters born around your territory will increase by plus 1000%, and there is a very small probability of attracting the mist source. Zhou Zhou looked serious after reading it. This activity condition was a little disadvantageous to him. If he went to the Cerulean planet, it would naturally be easy for him to obtain the title of the Lord of the race among the lords of the Cerulean planet with his prestige and strength. However, the rules that restricted him from transporting troops and supplies to the Cerulean planet every day had really restricted him. One had to know that there was an insurmountable gap between him and the other lords of all races. However, because of this rule, the difference between him and the other lord of all races would be greatly reduced. This was nothing. He had the combat power of a master god tier after all. Even if he did not bring a single soldier over, the other lords of all races would not be able to do anything to him, a master god tier. Even if they attacked together, they would only be wiped out when facing him. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he was worried that after going to Cerulean planet, the races behind the lords of all races would take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring troops over to jointly destroy him. At that time, he would be a little overstretched. Of course, it was just that he was unable to make ends meet. With the Lord talent of the 10 divine protection, it was not a problem for him to pull the 10 master god tiers, the war god, the wisdom god tier, and the machina god tier over to protect himself from danger. He was mainly worried about those top races. If he couldn't defeat them openly and secretly obstructed him from completing the activity mission, he would have a headache. Coupled with the threat posed by the scarlet natural enemy, he didn't want to be attacked from both sides. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment before muttering to himself. Looks like I can only rely on the Lord talent of the twin body to create the fake Lord identity, the mortal Lord, to hide my identity and complete the mission in the early stages. However, we have to pretend to be the Lord of the Blazing Sun on the surface to attract the attention of those top races. At this moment, a new text notification appeared in front of him. Notice, in an hour, the Gate of Summoning will officially activate the Race Territory Shuttle ability. Please prepare the subject and resources that need to be transferred in advance. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and immediately called Bai Yun and Zheng Yuankai over. Chapter 1219, Arrangement. Return to the Cerulean Planet. Before Bai Yun and Zheng Yuankai arrived, Zhou Zhou was still thinking about the rules of this event alone. Suddenly, he thought of something and suddenly asked excitedly. Supreme Will, if I don't go to my race's territory through the Gate of Summoning and drive the spaceship to my race's territory myself, there shouldn't be any restrictions on me, right? The Gate of Summoning had a restriction on transferring subjects and resources. Then can't I just bypass the Gate of Summoning and pilot the spaceship to the Cerulean Planet and Earth? He had the Master God tier spaceship, the Eternal Mothership. As long as he knew the location of Cerulean Planet and Earth, even if it was at the end of the Supreme Great Cosmos, he could rush over in 3 days. The air was silent for a while before a line of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Supreme Will notification, the Lord can use his own method to go to his race's territory alone without relying on the Gate of Summoning. He is not restricted by the rules this time and is allowed to go to his race's territory. Zhou Zhou clenched his fists when he saw this. Very good. This so-called transfer restriction doesn't matter to me anymore. Of course, if he could think of it, the other lords of all races could definitely think of it too. However, they did not have a Master God tier spaceship like the Eternal Mothership. They did not even know if there was a God Spirit spaceship. Under such circumstances, they could not imitate him at all and bring unlimited supplies and subjects to their race's territory. Therefore, this shortcut could almost be said to be a shortcut that belonged to him. To the other lords of all races, it was useless even if they knew. At this moment, Bai Yun and Zheng Yuankai also came over. Zhou Zhou immediately told them the rules of the first stage of the Lord of the Race event. I will immediately select the most elite subjects and the highest quality resources and bring them to the Cerulean Planet. Zheng Yuankai immediately said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and told the two of them the matter and answer he had just asked the Supreme Will. Since transferring subjects and resources alone is not restricted, Bai Yun, Zheng Yuankai, immediately transfer a large number of subjects and resources to the space carrier. Then, wait for this Emperor's orders and be prepared to pilot the space carrier to Cerulean Planet at any time. The process must be hidden to prevent those experts of the people of foreign races from discovering it. However, don't be afraid even if you are discovered. Our territory is protected by the Master God tier, the Master God tier of Wisdom, and the Master God tier of Machina. Even if they really want to ambush you after you leave the High Continent, nothing will happen to you under the protection of the 3 Master God tiers. Zhou Zhou said in the end. The Master God tier and the other 10 Master God tiers were all existences closest to the Supreme God realm among the Master God tiers. The 3 Master God tiers had gathered together to protect the Blazing Sun Empire. Even if those people of foreign races with top-notch bloodlines sent 30 Master God tiers of other races to descend, they might not be able to defeat them. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not too worried about the safety of the Eternal Mothership. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun and Zheng Yuankai said respectfully in unison. They were excited as they did not expect to be able to bring subjects and resources to the Cerulean Planet alone. In that case, not only did the gap between them and the Lord of all races not shrink because of this activity, it also widened. Even though it would take some time to fly the cosmic mothership to the Cerulean Planet, His Majesty's forces on the Cerulean Planet might be a little weak during this period of time. However, as long as this period of time passed and the Blazing Sun Empire's army descended on the Cerulean Planet, this event would be their world. However, as long as this period of time passed and the Blazing Sun Empire's army descended on the Cerulean Planet, this event would be their world. Bai Yun didn't know why His Majesty had 2 hometowns, but he was smart enough not to ask further. He only wanted to ask what to do. Earth is not the chosen place of the Lord of all races. Furthermore, the outside world doesn't know that this Emperor has a hometown called Earth, so the possibility of Earth being threatened by the myriad races is extremely low. This Emperor plans to make a trip to Earth myself. I will immediately return to the cerulean planet after ensuring that Earth is not in danger. You have to be careful too. Don't spread the news about Earth. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yuankai and Bai Yi hurriedly said. Zhou Zhou nodded. After that, Bai Yun and Zhang Yuankai did not waste any more time and immediately went to prepare to transfer people and supplies. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou opened the world channel again and gathered all the lords of the cerulean planet. Then, he told them that he wanted to unify all the lords of the cerulean planet. The Dragon Lady Lord, the Overlord Lord, the Military Industry Lord, the Gold Merchant Lord, and the other human lords of the cerulean planet responded one after another. They said that they would bring the lords of the cerulean planet in their alliance to join Zhou Zhou's plan. Things were different now. Zhou Zhou's experiences, achievements, strength, faction, battle results, and the favors and care he had given them all convinced the humans and even the myriad races of the cerulean planet. Coupled with the fact that they were now a united entity, they had already abandoned their arrogance as former lords and were determined to wholeheartedly assist Zhou Zhou to ascend to the position of the Lord of all races. Unifying all the lords of the cerulean planet was only the first step in their plan. After settling the matter with the Lord of the cerulean planet, Zhou Zhou turned around and went to personally choose supplies. More than an hour later, in front of the Gate of Summoning, Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, and the 5 low-tier deity-level advance-grade spaceships the supernova were gathered here. As spaceships of the same level as Galaxy, even though these 5 supernovas were inferior to Galaxy in terms of speed, they far exceeded Galaxy in terms of carrying personnel and supplies. The internal space of the Galaxy could only hold 1 billion people and the corresponding living supplies. However, the supernova could carry tens of billions of soldiers and corresponding living supplies. That was why Zhou Zhou chose to bring supernova instead of Galaxy, which was faster. He had a premonition. In the early stages of this Lord's event, he did not need many speed-type spaceships. By the time they needed a speed-type spaceship, the Eternal Mothership should have already arrived at the cerulean planet. At that time, there would be even less need. An hour later, at exactly 8 o'clock, Zhou Zhou and company stepped into the Gate of Summoning without any hesitation. Just as they stepped through the Gate of Summoning, Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun realized that they were in an empty white world. A line of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Please choose the racial territory you want to return to. 1. Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou chose without hesitation. The next second, an irresistible attraction descended on them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them and the 10 supernova ships behind them instantly disappeared. The Cerulean Planet. This aqua-blue planet did not change much from before Zhou Zhou and the others crossed the high continent. The only thing that made people feel a little strange and afraid was that everything on the Cerulean Planet was in an incomparably quiet stillness. Be it humans, buildings, or even the wind, rain, lightning, and other life forms, matter, and natural phenomena on the Cerulean Planet, everything was in absolute stillness. It was as if time paused. However, in the next second, a huge circular eye condensed from endless pure white light suddenly descended in the outer space of the Cerulean Planet. It was the Supreme Eye. Chapter 1220, completing the first stage of the event mission. Meeting the Insect Lord again. The next second, natural phenomena such as wind, thunder, rain, and lightning suddenly started appearing again. At the same time, the countless humans on the Cerulean Planet who had been frozen in time suddenly seemed to have broken free from the time freeze and returned to normal. When they saw that their surroundings had suddenly become empty, and even their relatives and friends had suddenly disappeared, they were immediately terrified. Son, where's my son? Dad, where's my dad? No. Wasn't old Zhang drinking with me just now? Why is he suddenly gone? Xylee, call me back. I was wrong. Don't be angry. The humans of the Cerulean Planet did not realize that their Cerulean Planet had long been chosen by the Supreme Will as the God-chosen place of the Lord of all races. Countless people of the Cerulean Planet had already gone to the distant high continent and other worlds to compete for the Lord of all races. At the same time, the leaders of the various countries on the Cerulean Planet also realized that something was wrong after hearing their subordinates' reports. More than 80% of the people in the world had actually disappeared into thin air. Even the higher UPS of many countries had disappeared. If this matter was not handled properly, the Cerulean Planet civilization might be regressed 1,000 years ago or even exterminated. They immediately prepared to contact the higher UPS of the other countries who were still on the Cerulean Planet and discuss how to deal with the most difficult problem in front of them. However, they discovered something that shocked them before they could discuss it. 3 unfamiliar suns appeared in the sky. These 3 planets were very close to Earth, about 50 million kilometers away, which was equivalent to the distance between Mercury and the Sun in the original solar system. These 3 planets were very close to Earth, about 50 million kilometers away, which was equivalent to the distance between Mercury and the Sun in the original solar system. Hearing this result, the higher UPS of the various countries immediately panicked. They never expected that they would have to face the calamity of the extinction of the human race on the cerulean planet before they could digest the fact that more than 80% of the population of the cerulean planet had suddenly disappeared. What should we do? All the higher UPS of the cerulean planet asked such desperate questions. For a moment, no one could answer that question. The Chinese leader said in a low voice after some time. Tell this truth to all humans. Things have already come to this point. There's no point in hiding the truth anymore. Even if we humans are about to face a calamity of extinction, we have to at least let us humans die in understanding, not die in a muddle-headed manner. The higher UPS of the various countries were silent for a long time, but in the end, they all agreed with this suggestion. Then, the leaders of the various countries told the people that the Earth was about to be destroyed because of the 3 suns. For a moment, all the humans on the cerulean planet fell into despair. Just as the various countries were about to fall into chaos, an indistinguishable cold voice suddenly sounded in the ears of all the humans on the cerulean planet. The master of your race is about to return to your world. They will lead the human race of the cerulean planet to glory or destruction. A large amount of information suddenly appeared in the minds of all the humans on the cerulean planet. This information introduced the Lord of all races to the humans of cerulean planet who had not participated in the Lord of all races competition. It also explained that the Lord of all races who returned next was the Lord of all races who had participated in the Lord of all races competition and survived until now. Now that they had become very powerful, they would lead the humans of the cerulean planet to participate in the new battle for supremacy. In the next moment, whoosh 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 figures emitting astonishing auras suddenly appeared. As soon as they appeared, they were distributed all over the cerulean planet. The leaders of the cerulean planet also discovered these human lords who had suddenly returned. Just as they were conflicted about how to deal with these returning human lords of the cerulean planet, a calm voice suddenly appeared in the souls of all the human and human lords on cerulean planet. This emperor is the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Next, in order to speed up the process of unifying the cerulean planet, this emperor will temporarily control your thoughts and let you all join this emperor's forces. Don't resist. Before the humans on the cerulean planet could react, Zhou Zhou directly spread his top-notch true god-tier divine sense to the entire cerulean planet. He instantly controlled the thoughts of all the humans on the cerulean planet and made them surrender to him, taking their territories into his Blazing Sun Empire's territory. Boom! Lines of announcements abruptly emerged in front of all the humans on the cerulean planet. Congratulations to the human race on cerulean planet, Lord of the Blazing Sunday. You have successfully united all the human lords on cerulean planet and obtained the dominance of the human race on cerulean planet. You have obtained the first stage standard Lord of Races title and the first stage Race Lord treasure chest. Congratulations to the human race of cerulean planet, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully uniting. Congratulations to the human race of cerulean planet, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully uniting. As soon as the announcement ended, a majestic voice resounded in the myriad worlds. Lord of all races full channel announcement, congratulations to Blue Star human race Lord of all races, for becoming the fastest Lord of all races to consolidate all territories within the racial territory. Lord of all races first order of Lord of the races promoted to the title of the only Lord of the race, Lord of the race. The Lord's Lord of Race treasure chest is promoted to the only treasure chest of the Lord of Race. Lord of all races announcement, congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement, congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Congratulations to the human race of cerulean planet Lord of the Blazing Sunday. You have obtained the qualifications to enter the second stage of the Lord of Races event in advance. Please wait patiently for the first stage of the event to end. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face as he looked at the announcement of the Lord of all races. The first place in the first stage of the event was actually obtained so easily. He was right to take over the territory of all the lords of the cerulean planet. But then again, it only took him less than a minute to rule over all the lords on cerulean planet. If he didn't have a king who could abruptly raise his spiritual force to the level of infinitely close to that of a master god tier, allowing him to instantly control the thoughts of all the human lords on cerulean planet, he wouldn't have been able to complete the first stage of the activity mission so quickly. Even if the other lords wanted to replicate their actions and quickly complete the first stage of the activity mission, they could not do it without this strength. At this moment, a purple stream of light soared into the sky and flew towards the outer space of the cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou was not surprised when he saw this. Then, he had an idea. The purple figure was forcefully teleported in front of him wearing a dark purple sexy dress and had a dark purple crown on her head. She had a pair of dark purple narrow eyes. This charming woman gazed at Zhou Zhou with hatred and fear. Insect Lord, long time no see. Zhou Zhou gazed at her and stated indifferently. Chapter 1221, Reaction of the 10,000 Races. The Master God Tiers who are rushing over. At the same time, just as Zhou Zhou unified all the lords of Cerulean Planet and was the first to enter the second stage of the event and obtain the announcement of the myriad races, the other lords who had just returned to their territories immediately wailed when they heard this announcement. In the territory of the original spirit race, the true spirit star. After the true lord heard the announcement, he shook his head helplessly. Even though I was prepared for this, I still feel a little uncomfortable after hearing it. This guy must have used some great method to forcefully unify all the lords of the Cerulean Planet. And even if I have the support of the race behind me, the upper echelons of the race behind me have already informed all the lords of the original spirit race on my mother planet to submit to me. One can't instantly become the ruler of the races on True Spirit Star. This feeling of helplessness is really uncomfortable. The true lord sighed and looked at the planet that was as big as the sun. This was a planet in the territory of the original spirit race, and also his mother planet. There were about 300 billion life forms living on the True Spirit Star and only a dozen or so lords of the original spirit race on it. The rest of the life forms were only descendants of the original spirit race and members of the affiliated races. The latter were actually slaves who served the original spirit race and the original spirit race. As for why it was called the True Spirit Star, it was actually because the higher UPS of the original spirit race had directly given this planet and the nearby star fields to he after discovering his talent. Then, this mother planet had also been named the True Spirit Star after him. At that time, he was still a baby, but he had already become the star master that countless life forms dreamed of. He didn't think too much about it. He looked up at the starry sky and muttered to himself. Fortunately, it's only the first stage. In this event, the Lord of the Blazing Sun's strength will be greatly suppressed. One still have a chance to take first place. I've been number 2 twice already. I don't want to be number 2 again. Hey! He looked at the starry sky with a strange expression and muttered. Why is this starry sky? Could it be? In a chaotic space formed by chaotic energy. Numerous chaotic divines who were emitting shocking bloodline power were gathered here. Chaos, see, we're finally back. The Chaos Gods race were roaring, singing, and howling. A three-legged golden crow was sitting on a golden throne among the Chaos Gods race. He looked down at the chaotic scene below with a satisfied expression. The Chaos Sea was the place that was truly suitable for the Chaos Gods race to live. Even though the Supreme Continent had sufficient natural energy, it was not as suitable for them as this place. Your Majesty! At this moment, a white elephant with holy patterns flew over from afar and landed in front of him. It respectfully said, Your Majesty, there's a change in the outside world. The Great One Lord raised his eyebrows and said, Bring me there. Yes, Your Majesty. The Shepherd's God race's sanctuary, in the Godly King planet. The heaven-chasing Lord had just brought his subordinates over when he heard the Lord announcements. The heaven-chasing Lord's expression darkened, but he quickly put it away. I've awakened 3,000 divine court realm apertures and have the potential of a divine king. In the future, even if I'm a supreme god realm or even a will-level existence, I have a chance of reaching it. Strength determines everything. When my strength reaches that level, what's a common people's regal? What's a true lord? What's a great one lord? All the glory they once had is nothing to me. You won't win if you are in the lead for a while. You won't win until you laugh at the end. Wait and see. I will be the last lord of all races. The heaven-chasing lord snorted and led his subordinates into the Godly King planet. The myriad spirit continent. This was an incomparably vast continent. There were trillions of races and astrals hidden within. They lived in seclusion like mountain gods. Occasionally, they would perform miracles in the eyes of ordinary life forms and obtain their reverence and worship from this group of life forms. They lived in seclusion like mountain gods. Occasionally, they would perform miracles in the eyes of ordinary life forms and obtain their reverence and worship from this group of life forms. Meanwhile, the spiritual Venerable Lord had arrived at his assigned territory. An epic tier territory in the Heaven Spirit Kingdom. The spiritual Venerable Lord nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that the territory is distributed according to the level of each Lord's territory. When he came yesterday, he had paid a huge price to upgrade his territory from extraordinary tier advanced grade to epic tier elementary grade just to add an advantage for him in this new event. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. My territory is in Heaven Spirit Kingdom and it is full of Heaven Spirit clansmen. I'm also a member of Heaven Spirit Clan. In other words, I only need to control all the Spirit Lords in Heaven Spirit Kingdom and one should be able to obtain the title of the Lord of the race of the Heaven Spirit Clan." The spiritual Venerable Lord muttered to himself. With the myriad spirit races upper echelons supporting him from behind, it wasn't difficult to do this. However, in the next second, the announcement of the Lords of all races resounded in his ears. The spiritual Venerable Lord's face froze, and then he looked helpless. "I knew it. Looks like we can only compete for the subsequent rankings. Although there won't be any rewards, it can still attract some races to join the myriad spirit race. They might even join the spiritual Venerable Lord to prepare for the war for the Lord of all races in the future." He muttered to himself. Just as the Lords of all races were shocked, jealous, indignant, and worshipful of the common people's regal's announcement, a group of people of foreign races with the aura of a Master God tier was also constantly teleporting towards the cerulean planet. Upon careful count, there were actually more than 20 to 30 of them. At this moment, one of the Master God tiers that emitted the aura of stars seemed to have received a piece of news. His expression changed slightly as he said, "That human has already obtained the final reward for the first stage of the Lord of the Races event. So fast. Why are you still a step late? Damn it." When the other Master God tiers heard this, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Some Master God tiers even started cursing without caring about their image. "I'll let him be smug for a while." The leader of the group, a Master God tier expert wearing a seven-colored divine robe and emitting a mysterious aura of fate, said coldly. "He has already left the High Continent. The Supreme Agreement can no longer protect him. When we reach Cerulean Planet, we'll capture that fellow and snatch all of his treasures and opportunities. Then, we'll destroy him on the spot." The other Master God tier, who was glowing with blue light and looked like a deep-sea creature, said sarcastically. "As a main god from a top-notch bloodline race, you actually care about the secrets of a lord of a myriad race." The rainbow-robed expert glanced at him and said indifferently. "The 10 Master God tiers once said that the Lord's law involves the secret of advancing to the Supreme God realm. It's even said that it's one of the basic conditions to advance to the Supreme God realm. Which Master God tier God spirits in the myriad worlds doesn't want it? Isn't this a rumor? Is it actually true?" Another Master God tier of the people of foreign races exclaimed, his eyes burning with passion. For Master God tier existences like them who stood at the peak of the infinite worlds, most things in the infinite worlds could no longer attract their attention. Only when it came to the secrets of the Supreme God realm or higher would they take the initiative and even chase after them like wild ducks. "We have to verify whether it's true or not." The eyes of the seven-colored divine robe flashed with determination and madness. When the other Master God tier God spirits heard this, the expressions in their eyes were similar. Chapter 1222, Killing the Insect Lord. Mythical tier, unique Lord talent. Don't underestimate the other party. Even though that fellow's true strength is only at the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade, once he activates his Lord's Law secret technique, his strength can instantly rise to the Master God tier level. Furthermore, he's not weak among the Master Gods. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance if you die fighting him. The rainbow-robed Master God tier said coldly. "I do. I don't want anything else from the common people's regal, but I must get this Master God tier secret technique. The secret technique isn't anything else. We can share it." "Sure." With just a few words, these Master God tiers seemed to have decided Zhou Zhou's future fate. However, it made sense. They had a total of 33 Master God tiers after all. When they attacked together, other than the 10 Master God tiers, no other Master God tiers would dare to deal with them. Not to mention a small lord of all races like Zhou Zhou. But if we kill common people's regal directly like this, the Supreme won't punish us, right? At this moment, a Master God tier hesitated for a moment and said with some fear. "Has your race received a ban from the Supreme Will?" The colorful robed Master God tier asked. "No. Not only did we not receive the ban, but we also removed some of the restrictions that were placed on us previously, allowing us to send some experts and resources to assist the lords of our race in their growth. Then it's fine. The colorful robed Master God Tier said indifferently, Lord of the race, Lord of the race. If the race faction behind the Lord of the myriad races doesn't participate, then how can this event be called the Lord of the race? Ever since the opening of the Lord of the race event, it represents the war stage of the Lord of the race. We have already entered the war stage of the myriad races and the war of the myriad worlds. We have certain qualifications to attack. Moreover, it's said that the Supreme will values the Lord of the Blazing Sun very much. Now, he's allowing us to deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. I think the Supreme will might have the intention to use us to train the common people's regal. If we win, the Supreme will won't feel pity either, because he only cares about the stronger Lord of all races who can survive the tribulations. We've lost. Death is our price. So let's just do it. The Master God Tier's expression changed several times when he heard this question. Then, he said gloomily and angrily, we actually became the Lord of the Blazing Sun's touchstones. Okay, okay, okay. Then I'll personally shatter the gold in the eyes of this Supreme will and let the factions of the myriad worlds know that the so-called strongest Lord of all races is just a joke in front of a true expert. That's right. The rainbow-robed expert nodded and said solemnly, with the rise of this batch of lords, many lord factions and race factions feel that we, the old race factions, are old factions that are about to go out of fashion. The lords of all races are the future of the new era. There are even some lords and races who want to escape our control and support the birth of a new faction. It's time to wake them up and let them know that the latecomers are the latecomers after all. We are the true masters of the supreme great cosmos. The other Master God Tiers nodded. The reason why they had followed the seven-colored robed expert to surround and kill the Lord of the Blazing Sun was because many such signs had appeared in the factions under their control. And most of the reason for these signs was because common people's regal's reputation was too high. It made them think that a new era was about to descend, and they wanted to become the supporters of the new era. In order to dispel this trend and protect their rule over the supreme great cosmos, they had secretly joined forces to destroy the common people's regal. Most of the hidden dangers would disappear as long as he eliminated the most outstanding lord of all races, the common people's regal. Most of the hidden dangers would disappear. Then, they did not say anything else and rushed in the direction of the Cerulean planet with all their might. Cerulean planet, outer space. Zhou Zhou and the insect lord stood facing each other. The insect lord looked at Zhou Zhou with an indignant expression. The insect lord looked at Zhou Zhou with an indignant expression. Since you knew that this emperor would come back, why did you dare to follow me back? Zhou Zhou looked at her, not understanding why she had returned to the Cerulean planet. Doesn't this fellow know the difference between him and me? Did she come back to court death? You think I want to come back? I was forcefully brought here by the supreme will to participate in this event of the Lord of the race. The insect lord said angrily. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Well, the supreme will would definitely force all the lords of the races to participate in this Lord of the race event. Even if you don't want to, you have to participate. Otherwise, if a lord had evil intentions and deliberately did not participate in this Lord of the race event, wouldn't it be easy for a top-notch lord to be unable to unify all the lords in his race and thus be unable to obtain the title of Lord of the race? Otherwise, if a lord had evil intentions and deliberately did not participate in this Lord of the race event, wouldn't it be easy for a top-notch lord to be unable to unify all the lords in his race and thus be unable to obtain the title of Lord of the race? At the contemplated of this, Zhou Zhou looked at the insect lord with a dangerous and cold gaze. If not for the fact that the Supreme Will's rules were well designed, wouldn't he have been unable to complete the first stage of the Lord of the race event? You almost ruined my plans. When the insect lord saw Zhou Zhou's gaze, she immediately became nervous and afraid. She was too familiar with such a gaze. In the past, he would reveal a similar look when he wanted to kill someone. The difference between the two was that Zhou Zhou's expression was colder, more ruthless, and more terrifying. He was a terrifying figure who could annihilate a clan and trillions of enemies with a flick of his finger after all. Such an existence was extremely rare even in the myriad worlds. At the thought of this, the insect lord shuddered and knelt down without hesitation. Common people's regal, don't kill me. I have a legendary tier lord talent. I'm willing to be your subordinate lord and respect you as my majesty. I'll use my lord talent to work for you. I can do a lot of things for you. I still have many insectoid subordinates. They can all be summoned by me to work for you. I can also increase your genetic level. I can still. The insect lord begged for mercy. Zhou Zhou just looked at her quietly and performed not say anything. Gradually, the insect lord's voice also became softer. In the end, she didn't make a sound. Do you have to kill me? The insect lord asked. Zhou Zhou nodded. The insect lord laughed bitterly. Then, she transformed into a purple stream of light and flew crazily into the starry sky. Zhou Zhou quietly witnessed this scene. With a thought, he saw the insect lord that had just flown away appear in front of him again. Then, without another word, he slapped the insect lord into meat paste. The other party was an insect lord. She had many ways to revive, so she had to be ruthless. However, he quickly frowned. This was because he hadn't heard the kill notification. He sized up the insect lord's corpse and smiled. The Zerg's survival method. She's actually trying to show off in front of my 10,000 Gu Emperor clan's bloodline. Even though the insect race was terrifying, it was just a toy in front of the bloodline of the 10,000 Gu Emperor clan that Zhou Zhou had once absorbed. A pair of blood-colored cross marks suddenly emerged in his eyes as he gazed at the corpse that had transformed into meat paste. The secret technique of the 10,000 Gu scripture. Blood curse. The next second, a tragic cry sounded from the depths of the cosmos. Then, a line of kill notifications emerged in front of Zhou Zhou. You have killed the insect lord of the cerulean planet's human race. Promotion energy plus 2 billion. Loots condensed. Lord talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the king of loots perfect loots. Grade plus 1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of the strongest lord. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Title hint, your spoils of war have been affected by the title of King of 10,000 Kings. The number of loots has increased by 100%. Lord talent notification, you have obtained perfect loots. 280 Mist Core, Epic Tier, 1 World Ring, Mid-Tier Deity. Level Elementary Grade, 4 Divine Artifacts Insect Heart Crown, High-Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade. 4 Racial Skill Books 10,000 Hearts as 1, Enhanceable, 4 Racial Talents Spheres, True God Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Racial Divine Artifact Book of Life, 1 Lord Talent Sphere, Mythical Level Unique, 11 Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, Mythical Level Unique. Chapter 1223, Race Divine Artifact Book of Life. However, Zhou Zhou's heart did not waver at all. Even though the Insect Lord was a talent, he didn't lack talents under him. Furthermore, he had some conflicts with him, so there was no need for him to endure the annoyance and accept this subordinate. Moreover, this person was very ambitious. Just now, he had said that he wanted to serve him, but he had been thinking of accumulating strength and betraying him in the future. Zhou Zhou could see through people's hearts, so he could clearly see through the other party's cautiousness. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. No matter how he begged for mercy, he would be killed in 2 moves. He wouldn't even be given a chance to revive. Then, he raised his hand and beckoned. A large number of loots flew over from the depths of the starry sky and floated in front of him. Then, he began to inspect this fellow's spoils. There was naturally no need to mention the mist cores. Zhou Zhou took out the world ring and clicked his tongue in wonder. A mid-tier deity level world ring? Coupled with the divine artifacts and race divine artifacts that he had just glanced at. It seemed that this insect lord had his own fortuitous encounter. He entered the world ring and checked the spoils of war inside. The outcome surprised him. This was because he discovered that there were quite a lot of spoils of war in the insect lord's world ring. Including billions of mist cores, equipment, skill books, eggs, materials, building blueprints, class change certificates. Zhou Zhou even discovered more than 10 god spirit level treasures, ranging from high-tier deity level to low-tier deity level. Then, Zhou Zhou saw a record of genetic experiments. It recorded many genetic experiments conducted by the Insect Lord. The Insect Lord wanted to use genetic experiments to create super insects with powerful genes. However, according to the records on this recording board, most of the Insect Lord's genetic experiments had failed, so countless life forms had lost their lives. Only 1/10 of the genetic experiments were successful. They created a group of deformed insects with powerful combat strength. However, it was precisely because of this powerful insect that the Insect Lord was so domineering in the insect universe. It also recorded that the Dragon God Lord had once transported a batch of pure-blooded dragons to the Insect Lord. He wanted to use the insect lord's methods to transform the pure-blooded dragons and make them stronger. Unfortunately, there were not many successful examples. In addition, the insect lord had been chased to the insect tribe universe by Zhou Zhou once. In the end, they did not cooperate much. Zhou Zhou put away the recording disc of the genetic experiment and continued to look at the other treasures. After looking at it for a while, he finally saw a treasure map of the race's heritage in the world ring. Its name was God of the Insect Race's Inheritance Treasure Map 3. Only the bloodline of the insect race could be activated. It was a Master God tier insect race God Spirit inheritance. It was divided into more than 1,200 race heritage treasure maps. The Insect Lord had obtained the third one. According to the description, the Insect Lord had already obtained the treasures inside this world ring and the various race resources inside, in addition to the divine artifact of the Insect Heart Crown and the race divine artifact of the Book of Life, were all the treasures contained in Treasure Map 3. As expected, I've obtained a God Spirit's treasure. But I didn't expect it to be a Master God tier treasure. This Insect Lord is really lucky. Zhou Zhou sighed. It was not easy to find a Master God tier treasure. Even though Zhou Zhou had many Master God tier divine artifacts in his hands, they were all obtained by killing enemies. In fact, he had never obtained any true Master God tier treasures. On the other hand, his clone, Zhou Tianming, seemed to have recently received news about the hidden mission of the Master God tier treasure. He was currently searching for clues about this mission in another world. Then, he didn't think too much about it and looked at the next high-tier deity's elementary grade loots, the Insect Heart Crown. This was a divine artifact that could enhance one's divine sense. It could also enhance the control of the Zerg's god spirits over the Zergs under their command. It could also release a divine sense attack that was comparable to the full strength attack of a high-tier deity level advance grade god spirit. To the Zerg god spirits, it was considered a supreme quality divine artifact. However, Zhou Zhou was naturally not interested. Now, the only things that could attract his attention were Master God tier divine artifacts and higher level treasures. No matter how outstanding the effects of a high-tier deity level divine artifact were, it couldn't compare to a Master God tier divine artifact. Then, he looked at the 4 racial growth skill books. 10,000 hearts as 1. Racial skill name, 10,000 hearts as 1. Skill quality, enhanceable. Skill description, the owner of a racial skill can control his incomparably powerful divine sense and establish a mental connection with other life forms to make them submit to him. At most, he can control trillions of living beings to serve him unconditionally at the same time. The stronger the divine sense, the more proficient the 10,000 hearts as 1 ability is, the more living beings he can control at the same time. Conversely, the fewer. The upper limit of my ability is actually a trillion. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the Insect Lord, an enemy he had casually crushed, to have such a top-notch skill. Without any hesitation, he took out a book and chose to learn it. Then, he looked at the next skill. Treasure name, Race Talent Ballheart of the Insects. Treasure grade, True God tier Advance grade. Treasure effect, the Zergs are born with the ability to divert attention to deal with many matters. Among the myriad races in the world, this ability of the Zergs can be said to be the best. After using it, the user could have a talent for distraction and could handle with multiple matters at the same time. The higher the level of development of the heart of the insect's racial talent, the more matters it could handle at the same time. Conversely, the fewer. Treasure description, the racial talent of the Zergs. After use, you will have the racial talent of this race. Note, the upper limit of this talent is the True God tier Advance grade. The ability to be distracted. I have one too. It's just a little worse than the Zergs. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. The Zergs were indeed the best in this aspect. However, he was the possessor of the Chaos human bloodline. He had many bloodline talents and bloodline inheritances in his body. After many talents and inheritances were superimposed, he had long reached an extremely high level in all aspects of his talent abilities. The ability to divert attention was no exception. However, even so, he still picked it up and used it, allowing him to gain another talent. It also allowed him to increase his ability and talent to another level. However, even so, he still picked it up and used it, allowing him to gain another talent. It also allowed him to boost his ability and talent to another level. In any case, this thing did not possess any superimposed upper limit. Then, he gazed at the next loots with some anticipation. It was the Race Divine Artifact, the Book of Life. Race Divine Artifact name, Book of Life. Equipment Grade, Race Divine Artifact. Race Divine Artifact Ability 1 Life Catalog, Blood Ownership Book of Life. The Book of Life will automatically connect to the Territory Stone Tablet / Empire Golden Tablet / Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet. Then, it will record the genes of all living beings in the territory. It will choose the outstanding genes that are suitable for the Lord and integrate them into the Lord's genes, causing the Lord's gene level to continuously boost until he becomes a perfect genetic life form. Note, a perfect genetic life form. In other words, there are no flawed genes in its body, and its genetic potential has reached the Supreme God realm. Race Divine Artifact Ability 1 Genetic Optimization. The Book of Life is linked to the genes of all subjects in the territory. When the subjects produce the next generation of children, this child will inherit the excellent genes of both parents, but not the defective genes of both parents. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. A perfect genetic life form? It could allow one's genetic potential to reach the Supreme God realm. Wasn't the limit of potential an advanced grade Master God tier? This was his first time seeing potential at the Supreme God realm. Chapter 1224, Mythical Tier The Only Lord Talent Book of Genes. Race Divine Artifact Note, Genetic Potential at the Supreme God realm. It refers to the living beings who possess this gene. They can rely on the gene at that level to naturally possess a genetic constitution comparable to the Supreme God realm when they mature. Compared to ordinary Supreme God realm existences, even though such existences have Supreme God realm divine bodies, they lack Supreme God realm divine power and nomological comprehension. Their combat strength is far inferior to the Supreme God realm, even inferior to Master God tier. However, ordinary Master God tier can't destroy the body of this genetic life form. They can be said to be pseudo-Supreme God realm. I see. Then this is at most pseudo-Supreme God realm potential, not true Supreme God realm potential. Then this is at most pseudo-Supreme God realm potential, not true Supreme God realm potential. Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully and asked curiously. Race Divine Artifact Notification, yes. Moreover, because they have the genetic constitution of the Supreme God realm, be it cultivating divine power or comprehending the laws, they are much stronger than ordinary life forms or even top-notch bloodline life forms. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his eyes revealed interest. From the looks of it, this so-called pseudo-Supreme God realm was also very strong. If he had a Supreme God realm divine body, then he would no longer be afraid of the threat of the myriad races of the heavens. In fact, the myriad races of the heavens might even fear him instead. Supreme God realm. Even if it was only a pseudo-Supreme God realm, he was definitely invincible among the myriad races in the world. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately recognized it as his master. Words soon appeared, a feeling of telepathy appeared between him and the Book of Life. At the same time, he could sense that the Book of Life seemed to have extended countless threads that ordinary life forms could not see. These threads connected all the living beings and even god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire and recorded their genes in the Book of Life. As the genes were recorded in the Book of Life, Zhou Zhou also felt his divine body genes improving at an extremely slow speed. Normally speaking, if it was another lord, their genetic levels would definitely increase rapidly with the help of the Book of Life. They would not be as slow as Zhou Zhou. However, Zhou Zhou had the chaos human bloodline and had absorbed the bloodlines of countless races, including top-notch races, to strengthen himself. Coupled with the cultivation of the supreme sacred body in the past few days, various factors had allowed his initial genetic level to reach an extremely high level. Under such circumstances, even if the Book of Life was a racial divine artifact that could absorb countless subject genes of the Blazing Sun Empire and help Zhou Zhou increase his genetic level, there was not much room for improvement. At most, he would just check the gaps and make up for them. Zhou Zhou also understood this, so he did not care about the speed at which his genes were improving. He seemed to have sensed something in no time. He was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. My chaos human bloodline level is also slowly increasing. At this rate, I might really be able to break through the bottleneck of my bloodline without devouring a large number of bloodlines and elevate my bloodline to the true god tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou even felt touched. The chaos human's bloodline bottleneck had been stuck in his mind for too long. He had absorbed countless bloodlines and even many top-notch bloodlines, but he had not been able to break through this bottleneck, allowing he to advance from the high-tier deity level advance human bloodline to the true god tier elementary grade chaos human bloodline. Unexpectedly, through the genetic level, he actually found another path to break through. What a treasure! Zhou Zhou looked at the emerald green book of life in his hand in satisfaction. Then, he placed it into his king's treasure box. In the future, he only needed to continue conquering other territories, collect the subjects of all races, and become his subject. The genes in the book of life would naturally increase, and his genetic level would also increase. Then, he would naturally break through to a higher bloodline level. Then, he looked at the final mythical tier unique Lord Talent Sphere and mythical tier unique Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Book of Genes. Treasure grade, mythical tier unique. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the mythical tier 1 and only Lord Talent Book of Genes. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a mythical tier unique Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou looked at the information and nodded slightly. He remembered that the Insect Lord's original Lord Talent was the genetic map. Now that it had advanced to the mythical tier unique level, it had become the Book of Genes. Then, he chose to absorb it. Words soon appeared. Lord Talent, Book of Genes, mythical tier, unique. Specific talent effect 1 genetic I, the Book of Genes Lord Talent, Book of Genes, mythical tier, unique. Specific talent effect 1 genetic I, the Book of Genes exclusive blessing to the owner of the Lord Talent. With the genetic I, you can see through the genes of any creature that is not higher than you and record them in the gene bank in the Book of Genes. When you need it, you can take it out to check at any time. Specific talent effect 2 genetic seed library, the Book of Genes can store the genes of dead life forms in the genetic seed library and bestow them on living creatures to carry out genetic modification experiments on living creatures. Specific talent effect 3 God's chosen gene, when you are conducting genomic modification experiments, you will receive the blessing of the genetic laws, obtain new genetic modification knowledge, and understand the best genetic modification plan. From there, your genetic modification experiment will be as successful as possible. Specific talent effect 4 Forbidden genetic weapon, you have obtained part of the forbidden awareness of genomic weapons. You can develop a genetic extermination weapon against a race through genetic reverse deconstruction experiments. Zhou Zhou bowed slightly after reading it. The biggest difference between this Book of Genes and the genetic map was the Lord Talent effect of the God's chosen gene. The genetic map did not have the God's chosen gene. Therefore, even if the Insect Lord had a Lord Talent like the genetic map, its genetic experiment only had an achievement rate of about 10%. As for the Book of Genes with the God's chosen gene, it was no exaggeration to say that if it was used for genomic experiments, its achievement rate would reach at least 50%. It might even be higher. Even though there was only a discrepancy of 1 level between the legendary tier Lord Talent and the mythical tier unique Lord Talent, the effects were worlds apart. Towards this, Zhou Zhou knew that very well. Then, he glanced at Cerulean planet, his gaze landing on a blonde man with blue eyes in the Western world. That person was the Dragon God Lord. However, the other party's soul was very weak. He had yet to break free from Zhou Zhou's mind control and was in a daze. This guy has a legendary tier Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he smiled and flew over. Chapter 1225, Mythical Tier Unique Talent The Original Dragon Abyss. On a busy street, the Dragon God Lord was standing there in a daze. As for Zhou Zhou, he stood in front of him and looked at him. He shook his head and couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He slapped him to death. Such a bloody act happened in public, but the surrounding people acted as if they didn't see anything and continued to do their own things. Zhou Zhou had naturally set up this illusion. With a thought, he took out the Dragon God Lord's spoils of war and started reading. Unlike the Insect Lord, the Dragon God Lord did not have many precious spoils of war on him. He did not even have a single divine artifact. The best loots were just a few law skill books and pure-blooded potions that could increase the density of the Dragon God Lord's bloodline. To Zhou Zhou, it was completely worthless. He didn't even bother to look at it. He directly looked at the last 2 loots. A mythical tier 1 and only Lord Talent Sphere. There were a total of 21 mythical tier unique Lord Talent crystal fragments. Good God! If I turn all these Lord Talent crystal fragments into Lord Talent spheres, coupled with the Dragon God Lord's mythical tier unique Lord Talent sphere, I can obtain 3 mythical tier unique Lord Talents at once. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. However, he did not intend to do so in his heart. It was the same reason. There were already many mythical tier Zhou Zhou who had the only Lord Talent. He was no longer interested in adding a few more Lord Talents. Now, what he wanted more was the supreme sacred body that he had cultivated successfully and the Lord talent that surpassed the mythical tier the only level. That was what he wanted. Regarding these loots, Zhou Zhou only planned to use this mythical tier unique Lord talent. He planned to use the remaining Lord talent crystal fragments on cultivating the supreme sacred body. Then, he looked at the treasure information of the mythical tier 1 and only Lord talent sphere. Treasure name, Lord talent sphere original dragon abyss. Treasure grade, mythical tier unique. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have mythical tier unique talent the original dragon abyss. Treasure description, a Lord talent sphere purified by the supreme will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a mythical tier unique Lord talent. Original dragon abyss. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin and began to think. He remembered that the Dragon God Lord's legendary tier Lord talent was originally in the giant dragon mystic realm. Now that it had advanced to the mythical tier unique, it had become the original dragon abyss. Original dragon abyss. Could it be related to that person? He muttered to himself. One of the 10 master gods was the dragon race's master god. His name was the primordial dragon. It was said that the other party was the first dragon born in the supreme universe. He was also the first legendary dragon in the supreme great cosmos. Now, the dragons in the myriad worlds, even those dragon descendants, had to respectfully address this first dragon as their ancestor. He didn't know more information, so he didn't think too much about it and directly chose to absorb it. Words soon appeared. Lord talent, original dragon abyss, mythical tier, unique. Specific talent effect 1 origin of the dragon, the original dragon abyss is the origin of the dragon race. The first dragon race in the endless heavens was born here. Countless dragon races in the future yearned for this legendary tier place. With the Lord talent of the original dragon abyss, you can attract dragons from the outside world, including pure-blooded dragons and non-pure-blooded dragon descendants, to take the initiative to join your territory and become your subject. Specific talent effect 2 dragon summoning, your gate of summoning has fused with the original dragon abyss. You can summon pure-blooded dragons from the original dragon source through the gate of summoning and become your subject. At the same time, you can also upgrade the gate of dragon abyss in the gate of summoning to increase the number of pure-blooded dragons you can summon every day. There is a very small chance of summoning legendary dragons and becoming your subject. Specific talent effect 3 Holy Dragon Knight, you have mastered the cultivation method to nurture a Divine Kingdom Soldier type Holy Dragon Knight. You can nurture a Divine Kingdom Soldier type Holy Dragon Knight through a combination of non-dragon life form and pure-blooded dragon. Specific talent effect 4 Law of Dragon, you have Master God level Law talent Law of Dragon talent. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. The original Dragon Abyss was indeed the only mythical tier Lord talent. Not only could he summon pure-blooded dragon soldiers, but he could also attract the dragons from the outside world to take the initiative to join his territory and become his subject. However, this wasn't what he valued the most. There were 2 points that he valued the most. One was that the original Dragon Abyss had a chance of summoning a legendary dragon. Zhou Zhou naturally had a deep understanding of how ferocious the legendary dragons were. The Light Sacred Dragon Inj-Sol and the Abyssal Holy Dragon Nazario were the only 2 legendary dragons in his territory. Other than him, they were the only 2 existences who had the battle record of defeating a true god below the realm of a pseudo-true god. Even the 2 Shepherd's God race members, Yuan Kong and Ying Ning, could not do this. When they grew to the level of an intermediate or advanced grade true god, they might even be able to defeat a master god tier. Facing such powerful subordinates with potential, Zhou Zhou naturally hoped to have more and more subordinates. Initially, the original Dragon Abyss could satisfy this. The second point was the cultivation method of the Divine Kingdom Soldier type Holy Dragon Knight. Divine Kingdom Soldier types could only be chanced upon by luck. Zhou Zhou now had 3 ways to create Divine Kingdom Soldier types. Other than the Holy Dragon Knights, there was also the Lord of the End's Divine Kingdom Soldier type the Guardian of the End and the Power Heavenly Emperor's Divine Kingdom Soldier type the Power Heavenly God. However, the latter 2 were special soldier types similar to guards, and they could not be mass-produced. For a Divine Kingdom Soldier type like the Final Guardian, Zhou Zhou had conquered so many territories, but there were less than 300,000 people in total. As for the Power Heavenly God that he had just obtained, there was no need to mention it. Only the Holy Dragon Knight, a Divine Kingdom Soldier type, could be produced steadily. It could be uttered that, with the Holy Dragon Knight as a Divine Kingdom Soldier type, his territory welcomed a Divine Kingdom Soldier type that could truly be used in large-scale wars. At the contemplated of this, He could not help but become even more excited and expectant. He looked forward to the moment when the Holy Dragon Knight would deal a fatal blow to the enemy on the battlefield. Then, he carefully recalled the cultivation method of the Holy Dragon Knight. However, what surprised him was that this cultivation method was really quite simple. However, it could also be uttered to be quite difficult from another perspective. Compared to other Divine Kingdom soldier types with complicated cultivation conditions, there was only one condition for cultivating a Holy Dragon Knight. That was to let a living being who was a Holy Dragon Knight in training defeat a pure-blooded dragon head-on without wearing any armor and only relying on its own strength and a weapon that matched its strength realm. As long as they could defeat pure-blooded dragons of the same level, they would be convinced. This pure-blooded dragon would willingly take the initiative to sign the Holy Dragon contract with the Reserve Holy Dragon Knight and let the Reserve Holy Dragon Knight become a true Holy Dragon Knight. Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue when he saw this. As a top race in the myriad worlds, the combat strength of the dragon race was only 30% to 70% of that of the original spirit race. In a head-on battle, even the original spirit race might not be able to defeat the dragon race. Therefore, it was impossible for most life forms to defeat dragons of the same level. But fortunately, the subjects under my command are not ordinary people. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Chapter 1226, the title of the Lord of the Race. The complete sacred spear of Longinus. The ordinary people in his territory were now comparable to some weaker high-level bloodline life forms under the enhancement of many lord talents, racial divine artifacts, titles, special buildings, and so on. If it was a peerless talent in the territory, even the three races, the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos god's race, could compete with each other at the same level. There was even a high chance of winning. For example, living beings with master god tier potential. Even in the original spirit race, there were very few of them. However, in his Blazing Sun Empire, there were already many generals, heroes, and god spirits with potential that had reached the level of true god tier or even master god tier. And potential generally meant that one had strength that far exceeded those of the same level. Therefore, to other lords, defeating a pure-blooded dragon was a difficult requirement. However, to the top potential subjects under him, it was completely possible. When I get back, I'll see how many pure-blooded dragons I can summon every day. Then, I'll immediately start nurturing Holy Dragon Knights. With the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, I should be able to nurture a large number of Holy Dragon Knights in a short period of time. When I increase the number of Holy Dragon Knights to about 10 billion, I'll dare to fight those high-level Divine Kingdom lords. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. When the time came, the only thing that he feared and didn't dare to attack was probably the legendary Overlord-level Lord faction in the myriad worlds. He put away his thoughts of floating. Zhou Zhou began to check the rewards for becoming the first Lord of the race. He first looked at the title of the only Lord of the race in the first stage. Title name, Lord of the Race. Title grade, Unique. Title effect 1 commanding all life, you are the Lord of the race. You have obtained the fate level of Lord of the race. You can give orders to any existence in your race. No matter how this order goes against the laws of humanity, the subject will accept it without conditions and carry it out firmly. Title effect 3, locked. Title effect 3, locked. Title effect 4, locked. Title effect 5, unlocked. Title description, only subjects who are the first to unify all the lords of the race in the Lord of the Race event can obtain this title. Those who have this title are destined to be the lords of the race. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought after reading it. The first effect of this title was actually not very effective on him. Zhou Zhou had the Lord talent of the peaceful times after all. As long as all the humans on Cerulean planet were in his territory, he would achieve the same effect sooner or later. What he cared about was that this title had 5 title effects. Now that the first stage had been unlocked, did that mean that there were a total of 5 stages in the Lord of the Races event? This thought only flashed through his mind. He didn't think too much about it and looked at the only Lord of the Race treasure chest. He opened the treasure chest and saw a broken blood-red steel fork lying quietly in the treasure chest of the only Lord of the Race. Surprise flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. He didn't even need to look at the item's information to know at a glance that the blood-colored steel fork was the last part of the sacred spear of Longinus, which was the part that held the first part, the sacred spear of Longinus. I didn't expect it to be gathered so quickly. You're much easier to gather than the Xian Yuan divine sword. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, without any hesitation, he took out most of the sacred spear of Longinus from the king's treasure box. What needed to be mentioned here was that because the Supreme Will restricted the transfer of resources between the two worlds, Zhou Zhou's king's treasure box and other spatial equipment were also sealed along with his arrival on the cerulean planet. Most of the treasures, equipment, divine artifacts, and potions could not be taken out to be used. They could only use some of the resources within a limited range and special quality divine artifacts. For example, race divine artifacts. Xian Yuan Divine Sword, Sacred Spear of Longinus, Lucky Star, Book of Life, Chaos Deo Sacrificial Cauldron. They were all divine artifacts of special quality. Even so, as a race divine artifact, they had to occupy many resource units before they could bring it back. For example, the Xian Yuan Divine Sword required a total of 1 billion units of black iron tier resources to be brought from the high continent to the cerulean planet. Even though the incomplete Sacred Spear of Longinus was an incomplete racial divine artifact, it still required 500 million units of black iron tier resources to be brought back to the cerulean planet from the high continent. As for true God tier divine artifacts and master God tier divine artifacts, there was no way to bring them back. Therefore, in order to be able to use the Master God tier divine artifacts on cerulean planet, Zhou Zhou specially placed some of the Master God tier divine artifacts and True God tier divine artifacts that he and his clone were used to using on the Eternal Mothership. He let Bai Yun and the others pilot the Eternal Mothership and bring them back together. This way, he could avoid the rules and use Master God tier divine artifacts and other high-level resources and treasures. Speaking of which, after Zhou Zhou took out 2 pieces of the Sacred Spear of Longinus, he slowly fused them together. Just like the previous fusion, the fusion this time was quite perfect. Soon, it fused into a completely blood-red steel fork until the moment they fused perfectly. An accident happened. Boom! A golden red pillar of light suddenly erupted from the Sacred Spear of Longinus. It soared into the sky and shot straight towards the starry sky. Unparalleled blood energy, slaughter energy, and holy light energy filled the pillar of light. Its light illuminated the heavens, and everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. Zhou Zhou's expression changed slightly. He never expected that the Sacred Spear of Longinus, which had just been completed, would cause such a huge commotion. He had wanted to develop it in a low-key manner. Zhou Zhou quickly activated the king and used the chaotic sacred power that was infinitely close to the Master God tier to forcefully suppress the Sacred Spear of Longinus's racial divine artifact phenomenon. Gradually, the light it emitted was suppressed and finally disappeared completely. Zhou Zhou did not feel happy at all. This was because he knew that the flash of light had already exposed his location. He took a deep breath and looked at the complete information on the Sacred Spear of Longinus Race Divine Artifact. He was instantly stunned. Race Divine Artifact Name, Longinus Sacred Spear. Equipment Grade, Unique in the Race. Race Divine Artifact Ability 1 Infinite Piercing Spear, the Sacred Spear of Longinus can pierce through any matter in life without any damage. Race Divine Artifact Ability 2 God-Slaying Bloodstained Spear, the Sacred Spear of Longinus is a god-slaying demon spear. It has a special effect on gods and can break through the defense of any god spirit's divine body. Even a supreme god realm expert will be injured by the spear and the other party will be stained with blood on the spear. Race Divine Artifact Ability 3 Sacred Spear of Longinus, the Sacred Spear of Longinus is the spear of light and destruction of demons. As long as the enemy's body is tainted with demonic aura, the Sacred Spear of Longinus can ignore the difference in strength. It will definitely stab or even assassinate the other party. Even if the other party is in existence at the level of will, it can be destroyed by this spear. Introduction to Race Divine Artifact, the Longinus Divine Spear, a divine artifact of the human race on Cerulean Planet. It is a mortal's heaven-defying spear. Even a supreme existence high in the sky can be stabbed or even assassinated by a mortal with the Longinus Divine Spear. Even a will-level existence can be stabbed or even assassinated. So you're a law-type divine artifact. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Chapter 1227, Arrangements. Zhou Zhou looked at the Sacred Spear of Longinus in his hand and could not help but sigh. He had never seen what a supreme divine artifact was like. However, he felt that even a killing-type supreme divine artifact paled in comparison to the absolute damage laws of the Sacred Spear of Longinus. Getting you is better than getting a supreme divine artifact. Zhou Zhou stroked the Sacred Spear of Longinus, his heart filled with joy. This Sacred Spear of Longinus could be used together with the Xian Yuan Divine Sword and the Regal Sage Dao Sword as common weapons for he and his clones. Even if he grew to a higher level in the future, these enhanceable divine artifacts could still accompany him and be used by him. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. This feeling of danger was like knowing that someone was holding a gun to the back of his head. If he moved slightly, he would be shot without hesitation. Therefore, the hair on his back stood on end. I knew that this trip back to the cerulean planet wouldn't be peaceful. It's probably those race factions and scarlet factions that sent Divine Kingdom Lord factions, high-level bloodline factions, or scarlet factions to find trouble with me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me such a strong sense of danger. The supreme will is really too much. I'm the most outstanding lord of all races under him after all. Why didn't he set some rules to protect the lords of all races during this event? Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. However, he had a trump card in hand, so he wasn't too nervous. Zhou fight, order the entire army to get ready. In a while, we will leave this place with cerulean planet and let the enemies who want to ambush us miss. Zhou Zhou ordered Zhou fight. Fortunately, he wasn't within the range of the transfer slots. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to bring his clone to cerulean planet. Sure. Zhou fight immediately went to do it. 0. In a while, I'll put the cerulean planet and the entire solar system into my Divine Kingdom world. You're in charge of upgrading the technology of the cerulean planet in the Divine Kingdom world. It's best to set up a top-notch planetary defense system for the cerulean planet. It's best if it can defend against attacks at the Master God tier level. Zhou Zhou gave another order to 0. Yes, Your Majesty. 0 said. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately opened a Divine Kingdom passageway and prepared to absorb the cerulean planet into his Divine Kingdom world. His mid-tier deity level intermediate grade Divine Kingdom world was comparable to the middle world of a top true God tier. Accommodating a cerulean planet was as simple as throwing a grain of sand into the Pacific Ocean. However, an accident soon happened. This was because when he was absorbing the cerulean planet into his Divine Kingdom, a faint pure white light appeared around the cerulean planet. The pure white light blocked Zhou Zhou's chaos holy power and easily resisted the attraction of the Divine Kingdom world, allowing the cerulean planet to operate naturally on its planetary orbit as stable as Mount Tai. Surprise flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. Is this light, the supreme will stopping me? As expected. A line of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Hint for the Lord of the Race event. During the Lord of the Race event, it is strictly prohibited to move the Lord's territory into other worlds to avoid the activities of the Lord of the Race and the attacks of other hostile forces. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. So that was the reason. No wonder the Supreme will stopped me. Well, if a Lord of all races, like him, kept his territory in a world-class treasure and hid himself in an extremely remote and hidden place as an old silver coin, then if he was lucky, he could really escape the activity of the Lord of Races this time. The universe was so big after all. If he really wanted to hide, it would not be easy to find him without using some special methods. Never mind. At most, I'll just let my clone teleport with the cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou did not take it to heart. Few things in the myriad worlds could stump him with his current abilities. He was just leaving with a planet. To he, it was a piece of cake. At this moment, Zhou Fight's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's mind. Main body, I'll take the cerulean planet away now. They're getting closer and closer to us. Alright, you can leave. I'll play with them. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Sure. Zhou Fight was naturally not worried about Zhou Zhou. In terms of how much he valued life. Even if the clones were added together, they were still inferior to their main bodies. The cerulean planet. On the happiness peak. Which was the highest peak on the cerulean planet, and it was also the holy land in the hearts of countless climbers. At this moment, there was no one around except for Zhou Fight. After he finished speaking to Zhou Zhou, he half knelt on the ground and touched the ground. Then, with a thought, swoosh! The entire cerulean planet suddenly disappeared. Then, the entire solar system was teleported away by Zhou Fight. He did this because he was afraid of destroying the living environment on the cerulean planet. Otherwise, if he departed with the cerulean planet alone, he might lose the transit environment of the solar system, causing the ecological environment of the cerulean planet to be unbalanced. If he was not careful, it might very well cause a calamity to the cerulean planet. Even though Zhou Zhou was not afraid of this, it was better to avoid it if possible. Only Zhou Zhou was departed floating in the starry sky as the entire solar system disappeared. After losing the solar system, this place had become much emptier. However, Zhou Zhou did not mind. Instead, he gazed at the other two suns in the sky. The two suns, one big and one small, emitted scorching flames and terrifying energy. These two stars had combined with the sun of the solar system to roast the cerulean planet. If General Zhou hadn't moved the entire solar system, including the cerulean planet, the cerulean planet would have become a dead celestial body before long. Zhou Zhou gazed at the two suns and then at the surrounding stars. He sighed. This is indeed not the original universe of the cerulean planet. According to the hint given to me by the cosmic map, this place should be in a super-large boundless universe. It's an active universe specially created by the supreme will for this occurrence to facilitate the lords of all races to compete here. For this event, the supreme will not only created this active universe, but also transferred the territory of the lords of the myriad races from the myriad worlds to this place. How generous! For this reason, when Zhou Fight moved the entire solar system, he did not move out of this active universe. Instead, he planned to move to a star field about 100 million light years away. Even though this way, he could not guarantee that those top races would not be able to find the cerulean planet. However, it was not a problem to drag it out for a while. At this moment, 3 more sounds resounded through the myriad worlds. Congratulations to the True Spirit Star's original spirit race. True Lord, you have successfully united all the lords of the original spirit race on True Spirit Star and obtained the right to rule the territory of the original spirit race on True Spirit Star. You are rewarded with the first stage's standard the title of Lord of the Race and the first stage's Lord of the Race treasure chest. Congratulations, True Spirit Star's original spirit race True Lord, for successfully unifying. Congratulations, True Spirit Star's original spirit race True Lord, for successfully unifying. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. This speed was fast enough. He could be so fast because he had relied on his immense strength to forcefully unify all the lords of Cerulean Planet in an instant. This true lord wasn't as strong as him, and he had unified all the other lords of the original spirit race on True Spirit Star. It was probably the upper echelons of the race behind him. Chapter 1228, The Spiritual Venerable Lord. The Gap in Rewards. Zhou Zhou sympathized with the original spirit race lords on the same planet as the true lord. In the face of powerful races, they did not even have the chance to fight the true lord head-on. They could only give up their status as lords and sacrifice their families for everyone. Not long after the true lord received the reward from the lord of the race, the lordinessment of the other top races also came one after another as if they were competing. Congratulations to the Chaos God's race Lord of the Chaos Sea's Golden Crow Domain Great One. You have successfully unified all the Chaos God's race lords in the Chaos Sea's Golden Crow Domain and obtained the right to rule the race territory of the Chaos Sea's Golden Crow Domain. You are rewarded with the first stage's standard the title of Lord of the Race and the first stage's Lord of the Race treasure chest. Congratulations to the Chaos Sea's Golden Crow Domain's Chaos God's Race Great One Lord for successfully unifying. Congratulations to the Chaos Sea's Golden Crow Domain's Chaos God's Race Great One Lord for successfully unifying. Congratulations to the Godly King Planet's Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord. You have successfully united all the Shepherd's God Race Lords on the Godly King Planet. You have obtained the right to rule the Godly King Planet. You are rewarded with the first stage's standard the title of Lord of the Race and the first stage's Lord of the Race treasure chest. Congratulations, Godly King Planet's Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord, for successfully unifying. Congratulations, Godly King Planet's Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord, for successfully unifying. Congratulations to the Spiritual Venerable Lord of the Myriad Spirit Race of the Heaven Spirit Kingdom for successfully unifying all the lords of the Myriad Spirit Race in the Heaven Spirit Kingdom and obtaining the rule of the Heaven Spirit Kingdom. Reward, the first stage's standard the title of Lord of the Race and the first stage's Lord of the Race treasure chest. Congratulations to the Spiritual Venerable Lord of the Heaven Spirit Kingdom's Myriad Spirit Race for successfully uniting. Congratulations to the Spiritual Venerable Lord of the Heaven Spirit Kingdom's Myriad Spirit Race for successfully uniting. As Zhou Zhou listened to the announcements on the All Races channel, he felt bored and decided to open the Lord channel to watch. In the Lord Announcement channel, all the lords were discussing the Lord Announcement. Psychic Race True Lord Xianzhen, the Spiritual Venerable Lord of the 10,000 Spirit Race is indeed powerful. In my opinion, other than Your Excellency, Common People's Regal, and the 3 major clans, the Spiritual Venerable Lord should be second only to them. He can be ranked 5th. Black Dragon Black Emperor Lord, humph. If it weren't for the fact that our extreme venerable lord was unlucky enough to meet your excellency the common people's regal at the previous event and was eliminated early, how could a mere myriad spirit race lord show off on the announcement? Yellow gold sacred dragon race lord dragon emperor, don't worry, I'll be the next to become the first lord of all races. I amethyst behemoth clan lord Amun, I'll eat you if you continue yapping away. Yellow gold sacred dragon race lord dragon emperor at amethyst behemoth clan lord Amun, do you dare to fight with me? Amethyst behemoth clan lord Amun, hee, what's there to be afraid of? I've never eaten the flesh of a yellow gold sacred dragon race before. One troublemaker ghost lord Kyunkyun, fight! Fight! Broken star race broken god lord, your excellency common people's regal is awesome. Zhou Zhou saw the comments he liked and closed the lord channel in satisfaction. At this moment, the announcement of the Dragon Emperor's unification also resounded in the hearts of all the lords. Zhou Zhou listened to the lord announcement and pondered. As the dragon race with the purest bloodline and the highest status among the dragon race, the golden sacred dragon was known as the dragon god's professional family. Almost all the leaders of the dragon race in the past had been from the yellow gold sacred dragon race. At the same time, he was the only dragon that could naturally give birth to a legendary dragon. The yellow gold sacred dragon possessed many legendary legends even among the dragons. In the early stages of the Lord of all Races competition, the yellow gold sacred dragon race had yet to usher in a strong period, so their reputation could not suppress extreme dragon. Now that the Lord of all Races has entered the stage of war, the Dragon Emperor has gradually risen. In the future, as long as the Dragon Emperor Lord doesn't die, it will definitely be in the top 10 of the 10 races. The dragon race has a successor even after Extreme Dragon. Zhou Zhou thought. He did not doubt the yellow gold sacred dragon's development potential at all. He just did not know if his original dragon Abyss could summon the yellow gold sacred dragon. It would be great if he could summon it. The dragon god army led by the yellow gold sacred dragon could claim to be a direct descendant of the dragon race in the myriad worlds. Their diplomatic relations with the dragon race should also improve rapidly. Then, he thought of something and opened the spiritual venerable lord's channel to send a message. Cerulean planet lord of the blazing sun, oh right, what is your reward for the lord of the race? Zhou Zhou asked directly. The spiritual venerable lord seemed to be shocked by Zhou Zhou's words. Don't you know how to be tactful when you ask such a secret? However, when he thought of the title of the only lord of the race that the other party had obtained and the reward of the only lord of the race, he immediately wilted. There was no need to be tactful when he had something better. He suddenly felt that his reward was a little boring. He did not hide it anymore and directly sent a message to Zhou Zhou. Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord, Standard Lord of the Race Treasure Chest. The reward is a low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact. As for the title effect of Standard Lord of the Race, Your Excellency can directly see it. Title name, Lord of the Race. Title quality, Standard. Title effect 1 You have finally ascended to the throne of the Lord of the Race after a fierce competition between lords. You can issue an order to any existence in your race. As long as the order is reasonable, the other party will immediately carry it out without any hesitation. If you issue an unreasonable order, there is a small probability that the other party will not follow your order, and a very small probability that they will directly defect. Title effect 2, locked. Title effect 3, locked. Title effect 4, locked. Title effect 5, unlocked. Title description, only subjects who are the first to unify all the lords of the race in the Lord of the Race event can obtain this title. Those who have this title are destined to be the lords of the race. Zhou Zhou blinked. Good God! Was the reward between the only lord of the race and the standard lord of the race so different? One was directly rewarded a racial divine artifact. The other reward was a low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact. There was no need to talk about the title of lord of the race. There was no need to talk about the fate of a lord of the race compared to his title. The most ridiculous thing was that not only would the other party not listen to unreasonable orders, there was even a very small chance that they would defect. At this moment, the spiritual venerable lord sent a message. Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord, Your Excellency, what is the only reward for the lord of the race? Can you tell me? Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun, are you sure you want to know? The spiritual venerable lord was stunned. What did that mean? Could it be that the other party's reward was much better than his? He couldn't possibly be rewarded with true god-tier divine artifacts, right? Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord, Your Excellency, Just say it. I can take it. Zhou Zhou didn't say much when he saw this. He directly told the other party that the treasure chest rewarded him with a race divine artifact, and the title effect was directly sent to the other party. And then, the spiritual venerable lord fell silent. Zhou Zhou could not help but mutter. What did I tell you? At this moment, a hair-raising feeling suddenly alarmed him. However, he didn't look flustered on the surface. Instead, he calmly looked up at the starry sky. In the starry sky, more than 30 god spirits emitting terrifying pressure appeared. They were teleporting towards him at high frequency. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the cosmos not far from Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1229, The Fate-Rebelling Master God-Tier God Spirit Olosius. The 33 Master God-Tier God Spirits stood far away, staring at him with undisguised malice. Any life form, even an ordinary Master God-Tier, would probably tremble in fear when faced with this scene. However, Zhou Zhou didn't panic at all. Instead, he teased. Everyone is already an existence that stands at the peak of the myriad worlds. To think that you would actually attack collectively for a small lord of a myriad race like me. Looks like this emperor's life is really quite important to some people of foreign races. The 33 Master God Tiers of the people of foreign races looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. They never expected that this guy would still be so calm even when they were already in front of him. He did not look afraid at all. Thinking that this guy had the battle record of defeating a fake Master God Tier, these Master God Tiers immediately became a little cautious. They even began to observe their surroundings, wanting to see if there were any ambushes nearby. This scene made the 7-colored robed Master God Tier leader furious. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. Was his reputation now so great that a single sentence from him could scare them so much that they did not dare to make a move easily? Not bad, not bad. It seemed that his fearless behavior had finally made his name in the myriad worlds. Seeing Zhou Zhou laugh, the 7-colored robed Master God Tier finally could not hold it in any longer. What are you afraid of? The other party has only one person here, but we have more than 30 supremacies. Even if he is as strong as the 10 Master God Tier levels, he might not be our match. Look at how timid you are. Do you still look like a Master God? He said angrily through telepathy. Only then did the Master God Tiers come back to their senses. They could not help but smile awkwardly. They were able to become Master God Tier, so they were not idiots or rash gods. Seeing Zhou Zhou's fearless look, they naturally subconsciously felt that Zhou Zhou had a trump card that was enough to protect him and even kill him. That was why they had such a performance. This was their experience since they were weak. Generally speaking, they would not lie to them. But now, they felt that their pretending to be smart might be hindering them at times. It was already not bad for a mere lord of a myriad race to have a secret technique that could temporarily allow him to have the combat power of a Master God Tier. How could he let the other party have another trump card to deal with more than 30 of them at the same time? That was too heaven-defying. If he missed the opportunity to become a supreme god realm because of a moment of cowardice, they would regret it greatly later. They looked at Zhou Zhou fiercely at the thought of this. Being too arrogant will be your epitaph in the future. A Master God Tier said coldly. Many enemies have said similar things to this emperor. Zhou Zhou said indifferently, but this emperor has never lost, and they have become the souls of my army. You're actually the main body. The rainbow-robed Master God Tier looked at Zhou Zhou and a glint flashed across his eyes. What? He is the main body. I thought he was a clone that was left here seeing how arrogant he was. Your main body still dares to be so arrogant with us. You've never died, right? If we kill your main body, it will save us a lot of trouble. When the Master God Tiers saw that Zhou Zhou had actually come in his true form, their attitudes changed one after another. It was as if they were determined to capture Zhou Zhou at all costs. When Zhou Zhou saw them in this state, he still had a smile on his face, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Whether or not you have the ability to take my life will depend on you. Zhou Zhou asked. Whether or not you have the ability to take my life will depend on you. He swept his gaze over, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The fate-rebelling Master God Tier God Spirit Olosius. All the races said that you died in the last calamity of fate. I didn't expect you to still be alive. He said. The divine body of the rainbow-robed expert trembled slightly. When the other Master God Tiers behind he heard Zhou Zhou's words, they immediately widened their eyes and looked at Olosius. Many Master God Tiers even avoided he as if they were looking at a plague, afraid that they would be tainted by any trace of him. Aloysius? It's you. The original spirit race actually dares to take you in as their master god tier? Aren't they afraid of being devoured by the laws of fate? The original spirit race actually dares to take you in as their master god tier? Aren't they fearful of being devoured by the laws of fate? The original spirit race probably protected him. Among the myriad races in the world, only the 3 races of the original spirit race have the ability to protect the god spirit in the hands of the supreme god realm. Get away from him. I don't want to be cursed by fate. All the master god tier looked at Aloysius fearfully. The rainbow-robed powerhouse was silent for a few seconds. Then, he took off the rainbow-colored robe that was draped over his body, revealing his face that was filled with hideous scars and his empty eyes. How do you know it's mine? Aloysius asked in a low voice. I was fortunate enough to witness your heroic act of rebelling against fate from the bloodline inheritance of some seniors. Even though you lost badly in the end, once you lose your life, your fate is over. Zhou Zhou sized him up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Your master god tier possession body is not bad. Did the original spirit race provide it to you? Aloysius fell silent. At this moment, he was even a little afraid. 1323. At this moment, he was even a little afraid. Who is this common people's regal? He actually managed to see through him with a single glance? I can see the revelation of my fate from you. Aloysius fell silent for a long time before saying, as long as I kill you, I can achieve my destiny and reach a higher level. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He was now the center of attention of all races. The providence gathered on him could be described as world-shaking. Even the supreme god realm might not be as lucky as him. If a deity who walked the path of the law of fate or the law of providence killed him, it was indeed possible to use this to reach the supreme god realm. Aloysius was the master god tier of the laws of fate. If he could slay him, there was indeed a high chance that he would become stronger. Unfortunately. It's a good idea, but your revelation of destiny should be wrong. This emperor won't die. On the other hand, you guys have to be careful. It's best if you scram now. Zhou Zhou said. Arrogant. You must die today. Aloysius' eyes turned ruthless. Then, he waved his hand. Everyone, attack. Kill the common people's regal. We all have the chance to become supreme god realm experts in the future. He did not say that all the master god tier present might become supreme god realm venerables because of this battle. Would he have the chance to slay Zhou Zhou? However, even though it was only a chance, it was enough for all the master god tier present. Kill. The chance to become a supreme god realm is right in front of us. Common people's regal. You've already obtained too much fame. It's not in disgrace to perish in our hands. Give up resisting obediently and surrender. Since you're going to die, why squander your energy? Zhou Zhou watched quietly as they released all kinds of master god tier law skills and charged at him. Their expressions were calm, and there was no fear at all. As the master god tiers attacked, they were also observing Zhou Zhou. They had never underestimated this common people's regal with astonishing battle results. They knew that since the other party dared to stay here, he definitely had a trump card. They knew that since the other party dared to stay here, he definitely had a trump card. What was this guy doing? Why didn't he resist? Why did he just stand there? Was he taking the move to die? But in the next second, a jade-green figure and a silver-white figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1230, 310 Master God Tier God Spirits. Aloysius Fate Trap. As soon as these two existences appeared, an incomparably terrifying divine might suddenly erupted. In the face of the terrifying divine might of these two existences, more than half of the 33 Lord Gods actually could not stabilize their divine bodies at this moment. Although the other half of the Master God tier relied on their tyrannical strength to not be disturbed, they also revealed shocked expressions. They looked at the nomological attacks that they had released. The 33 Master God tier nomological attacks descended at the same time. Then, the emerald green figure flipped his hand, and an emerald green tree the size of a palm appeared in his palm. Right on the heels of that, an emerald green light that was filled with vitality quickly spread out from this small tree. These lights were like willow branches that intertwined and tangled together. Soon, they formed an emerald green light shield that stood in front of him and Zhou Zhou. And the silver-white figure beside him also made a move. He raised his silver mechanical hand and quickly entered a series of silver codes in the air in front of him. Command, Tower Shield Defense. Command, energy buffer. Command, energy absorption. Command, energy conversion. Command, invalidate damage. Swoosh. Almost in an instant, a huge golden tower shield phantom appeared around Zhou Zhou, the goddess of life, and Zero. The attack of the 33 Master God Tiers instantly landed on the golden tower shield phantom. Then, something that left the gods dumbfounded happened. The joint attack that Aloysius and the other Master God Tiers regarded as a sure kill attack was actually absorbed by more than half when it landed on the surface of the golden tower shield. The remaining half of the attack was easily neutralized when it landed on the emerald green light shield. After receiving the joint attack of these 33 Master God Tiers, the two of them actually didn't seem to have consumed much energy. They even had the time to nod at each other. When the 33 Master God Tiers saw this, they were immediately stunned. Zhou Zhou looked at the two people in front of him and smiled. Then, he nodded slightly and politely said, "Greetings, Goddess of Life, Your Excellency Tritus. Greetings, Machina God, Your Excellency Zero. Greetings, Your Excellency Common People's Regal." Tritus and Mechanical God Zero also greeted Zhou Zhou politely. Even though Zhou Zhou's main body was only at the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade, he had the combat power of a Master God tier. Coupled with the fact that the other party was a Lord Nomological God Spirit who had become a regal and had a chance of becoming a Supreme God Realm or even a Supreme Will Realm in the future, the two Master God tiers did not treat Zhou Zhou as a junior. Instead, they treated him as an equal. On the other side, when Aloysius and the other Master God tiers heard Zhou Zhou call out the names of these two Master God tiers, they were immediately shocked. Goddess of Life Tritus. And the most mysterious Machina God Zero. They're coming. They are actually protecting Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou can actually ask 2 of the 10 Master God tiers to protect him. When the Master God tiers saw that these 2 legendary Master God tiers were actually protecting Lord Zhou Zhou, they were all shocked. Zhou Zhou can actually ask 2 of the 10 Master God tiers to protect him. Even though they were both Master God tiers. Any one of the 10 Master God tiers could be considered a legendary level God Spirit after all. Some of them had never seen it in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, not only did he see them today, but he also saw 2 of them at once. They felt that it was ridiculous. It was just like when he was buying groceries on the streets and met a young hunk bargaining with a vendor by the roadside. The most ridiculous thing was that these 2 top 10 Master God tier existences were actually protecting Zhou Zhou. If this news were to spread, who knows how many life forms and God spirits would be shocked. The myriad races were already in a dilemma. Should they continue to support the powerful old era races or the lords of the new era with unlimited potential led by Zhou Zhou? Originally, most of the races and factions were afraid of powerful races and factions. No matter how famous Zhou Zhou was, they did not dare to give up their positions to join Zhou Zhou for the time being. However, if the news that 2 of the 10 Master God tier existences were supporting Zhou Zhou together spread, the balance of the myriad races in the world would probably be broken. It was broken because of the existence of Zhou Zhou, the Lord of all races. They looked at each other and saw the shock and trance in each other's eyes. They were only here to assassinate Zhou Zhou. Why did it suddenly involve the balance of the myriad races? Fuck. He was in big trouble. At this moment, Aloysius was staring intently at Zhou Zhou. Even though the appearance of the Goddess of Life and the Master God tier had greatly exceeded his expectations, his intention to destroy Zhou Zhou remained unchanged. As long as he could destroy Zhou Zhou, he even had the confidence to advance to the Supreme God realm. So what if there were 2 Master God tiers? So what if they were 2 of the top 10 Master God tiers and had the possibility of advancing to the Supreme God realm? Wasn't he someone who could be needed at will? Therefore, he immediately turned to the Master God tier and shouted. Don't be afraid. So what if the Goddess of Life and the Master God tier are here? We have more than 30 Master God tiers. If we attack together, even if they are 2 of the 10 Master God tiers, they might not be able to withstand our attacks. After we kill Zhou Zhou, we won't fight the other party. The other party can't do anything to us. Don't forget the benefits of killing Zhou Zhou. Now, even these 2 Master God tiers have appeared to protect Zhou Zhou. This is enough to prove how shocking the secrets of Zhou Zhou are. Do you really want to give up the secret on him? As soon as these words were spoken, the Master God tiers' expressions changed slightly, and their gazes toward Zhou Zhou gradually became filled with greed again. Aloysius was right. Looking at them just now, the 2 of them joined forces to guard and barely blocked their joint attack. If the 33 Master God tier attacked together, they might be able to defeat them and take Zhou Zhou's life. When the goddess of life saw this scene, she frowned slightly and her eyes turned cold. She was the goddess of life, best at creating life and also at destroying lives. The 33 Master God tier might not be able to do anything to her even if they attacked together. But she glanced at Zhou Zhou, afraid that he would not be able to take care of Zhou Zhou in the upcoming battle. The Master God tier did not say anything. He silently took out 4 Master God tier elementary grade mechanical guards from his mechanical space. Aloysius' confidence soared seeing how cautious these 2 Master God tiers were. The 10 Master God tiers? In the confront of a group fight, numbers meant advantage. Zhou Zhou. Today, I will take your life. So what if there are 2 of the top 10 Master God tier existences, you'll still have to be careful when facing us, right? Aloysius laughed. 33 Master God tiers besieging 2 Master God tiers, and you're still so smug. Zhou Zhou gazed at him with disdain. No wonder you couldn't become a Supreme God Realm expert. You couldn't even enter the top 10 Master God tiers. That's all you have going for you. Aloysius felt slighted. You're saying this because you don't know how terrifying the 10 Master God tiers are. I don't blame you. You're also saying this because you don't know how terrifying I am. I don't blame you for that either. Zhou Zhou gazed at him with a faint smile. Aloysius didn't understand Zhou Zhou's words, but he didn't mind and voiced ferociously. Unless you can summon another 10 Master God tier level existences today, you can accept the fate of being my food for advancement. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he suddenly looked at him with a strange gaze. Then, he voiced pitifully. So this is the tribulation of fate. Aloysius. You should know something as the Master God tier of fate, right? What? Don't open your mouth, or your words will become true. Zhou Zhou voiced seriously. Then, as his expression changed drastically, he shouted into the depths of the starry sky. Your Excellency, Master God. How long are you going to watch the show? Ha 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 ha. We were discovered by the regal. Under the astonished gazes of all the other Master God tiers, a tall and mighty God spirit wearing a yellow gold armor and carrying a yellow gold bow and a pair of yellow gold axes flew out of the sun and landed in front of Zhou Zhou. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Aloysius. Aloysius, I am the 3rd Master God that you saw today. Congratulations, what you see is not the revelation of fate, but the trap of fate. You're going to fall. He voiced lightly. Chapter 1231, Killed in One Strike. Master God tier. Terrence. How could it be him? All the Master God tier looked at this sacred and mighty figure bathed in the sunlight. For a moment, many Master God tier actually revealed looks of fear. Some Master God tier even wanted to turn around and escape. This was not their fault. This seemingly divine and holy Master God tier was really too famous. Most of the other 9 Master God tiers of the 10 Master Gods kept a low profile and rarely appeared in front of the life forms of the myriad worlds. However, this Master God tier was different. Not only did he frequently appear in the myriad worlds, he even directly or indirectly led many inter-universe wars that covered many universes. And it wasn't just 1 or 2, but dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of universes starting a war together. There were even many Master God tiers who had once been famous. Because they had angered this unpredictable Master God tier, this Master God tier had mobilized his troops in anger. After that, not only had he killed the Master God tier, but even the races and worlds under their command had been tragically exterminated. Many top-notch bloodline races that were once prominent for a period of time were eliminated from the top-notch bloodline races because they had provoked the Master God tier Terrence. Among the 10 Master God tiers, in terms of combat strength ranking and ferocious might ranking, this Master God tier was definitely at the top. Even a race like the original Spirit race was unwilling to easily form enmity with the Master God tier. Your Excellency Terrence. Aloysius looked at Terrence, who had a cold expression on his face. For a moment, he felt his throat dry up. The madness and ambition from before instantly disappeared as if they had been blown away by the wind. If the 30-odd Master God tiers were to combine their attacks, they might be able to suppress the Machina God tier and the Goddess of Life, 2 of the 10 Master God tier existences. However, if there was also a Master God tier. No. Even if there was only this Master God tier, it would be very difficult for them to deal with him if they joined forces. This was the terrifying deterrence of the Master God tier. The main God tier God spirit that used war as its name and nomological path could be said to be the strongest among the 10 Master God tiers. Could this be the end of my fate? He muttered to himself. Terence shook his head when he saw Aloysius' expression. Then, he pulled out a pair of yellow gold axes from his back and raised them high behind him before throwing them out forcefully. The golden one-handed axe turned into a golden divine light that cut through the space along the way, forcefully cutting out a spatial passageway. It charged towards Aloysius with a shocking aura that seemed to tear the sky apart. Aloysius broke out in cold sweat when he saw this. An extremely terrifying sense of danger instantly swept through his body and mind, causing him to immediately retreat from his trance. If he couldn't dodge this axe, he would die. Almost instinctively, he immediately activated his life-saving law skill. His entire body turned into 99 golden lights of fate that shot Indiana all directions. These 99 lights of fate illuminated the endless space-time. Wherever they passed, it was as if they had passed through space-time, making it impossible to know where they were going. This was Aloysius's most important life-saving law skill, Light of Fate. Lights are often symbolic, representing time, burning, light, and hope. These 99 lights of fate also represented Aloysius's 99 chances of survival. As long as one of the 99 lights of fate that could travel through time and space could not be extinguished, he could use it to be reborn. Even though using such a law skill would also greatly exhaust his origin, that didn't matter. The name of the Master God Tier was too famous. He was worried that any hesitation or reluctance from him would result in death. However, Terence sneered when he saw this scene. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The axe that he had thrown out suddenly split into 99 pieces and instantly flew towards the 99 lights of fate, destroying them all. Aloysius died before he could react. The Master God Tiers were instantly stunned when they saw this. Aloysius was the strongest among them, a genuine Master God Tier advanced grade God Spirit. This Master God Tier had actually killed an advanced grade Master God with just one strike? Then wouldn't killing them be as easy as killing rats? All the Master God Tier were terrified. This Master God Tier was indeed the most terrifying Master God among the 10 Master Gods. At the same time, Zhou Zhou was also stunned when he saw this scene. Killing a Master God Tier in one strike. Was this the combat power of the top 10 Master God Tiers who were infinitely close to the Supreme God Realm? His gaze landed on Terence's pair of yellow gold axes. His gaze focused slightly, sensing the aura on them. Master God Tier Divine Artifact. Furthermore, it was a Master God Divine Artifact that was extremely compatible with Terence's laws of war. Then, he roughly sized up the other Divine Artifacts on Terence. He discovered that although the other Divine Artifacts didn't have Master God Tier Divine Artifacts, they were still a set of top-notch True God Tier Divine Artifacts. Zhou Zhou nodded inwardly. No wonder. Master God Tier Terence's strength was already ranked among the top 10 Master God Tiers. Coupled with an offensive Master God Tier Divine Artifact that could make he even more powerful, he had such terrifying combat power. It was indeed not a problem for him to be ranked first among the 10 Master God Tiers. Then, he became happy. The stronger the Master God Tier, the safer he would be. There was no reason for him to be unhappy. At this moment, Terence suddenly looked at His Excellency Zero and His Excellency Tritus, and a rough smile appeared on his face. Your Excellency Zero, Your Excellency Tritus. Are you interested in charging into this group of Master God Tiers with me? The Goddess of Life looked at Terence in surprise. This group of Master God Tier no longer had any fighting spirit. Even if they did not fight, they could only flee in a sorry state. Why did Terence have to chase after them and kill them again? Others said that Terence was very cruel to his enemies. Sometimes, he would even kill his enemies just because of some thoughtless words. However, as one of the 10 Master God Tiers, the Goddess of Life still had a certain understanding of this guy. Other God spirits felt that he possessed been a boorish man who only knew how to fight and kill. However, he knew that the Master God Tier's motives were extremely strong. No matter what he did, he definitely had his reasons. Then what was Terence doing this time? Sure. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded. The Goddess of Life glanced at Zero and nodded after a few seconds of silence. She smiled and said, we really should teach them a lesson. Otherwise, we might have to appear for the Lord of the Blazing Sun many times in the future. Terence nodded. Then, the three of them turned into 3 streams of light and charged towards the 32 Master God Tiers without asking Zhou Zhou. When these Master God Tiers observed that these 3 people were in fact flying towards them, looking like they wished to kill them all, they promptly panicked. Run! Why are you chasing after us? Master God Tears, we were wrong. Please let us go. The Master God Tears begged for mercy as they fled. If I don't kill you, the Lord of the Blazing Sun will have endless troubles in the future. Don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for choosing the wrong time to provoke someone you shouldn't have. Terence stated with a sinister smile. Chapter 1232, Killing Indiscriminately. Zhou Zhou kills the Master God Tier. He quickly rushed into the fleeing 32 Master God Tier. He held the yellow gold with both hands and killing wantonly among the Master God Tier God spirits. Every swing of the axe carried an incomparably terrifying law of war attack. Under the suppression of this terrifying law, a Master God Tier would definitely be injured. In less than 20 rounds, another Master God Tier died at the hands of the Master God Tier. Even though the performance of the Goddess of Life and the Machine God Tier was not as fierce as that of the Master God Tier, they were also quite eye-catching. The Goddess of Life held a small emerald green tree in her hand. As the tree branch brushed past, it reversed the power of the laws of life and drained the life force of the Master God Tiers, causing their divine bodies to weaken and their combat strength to decrease greatly. If it swept past again, these Master God Tiers would not be able to continue fighting. In less than a moment, a Master God Tier elementary grade God spirit was sucked dry by the Goddess of Life. Its divine spark collapsed and it died. And these hostile Master God Tiers did not even touch the skirt of the Goddess of Life. The performance of the Master God Tier was the most eye-catching. This was because the current Master God Tier had actually fused with the 4 mechanical guards that he had just summoned, forming a super huge Master God Tier. The mechanical Master God Tier, who had fused with 4 elementary grade mechanical guards, instantly became extremely terrifying. Although it was not as powerful as the Master God Tier, it was still much stronger than the Goddess of Life. On the battlefield of the Master God Tier, it was like a terrifying war machine. One was not at a disadvantage when facing the frontal attack of the 10 Exalt Gods. It even relied on various technological weapons of civilization to suppress these Master God Tiers everywhere. In less than half an hour, it killed 2 Master God Tier existences. The 3 Master God Tier existences displayed their respective abilities, making Zhou Zhou unable to take his eyes off them and exclaim in satisfaction. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly saw a Master God Tier elementary grade from the people of foreign races emitting the aura of fallen nomological laws. He had actually used some nomological secret technique to silently leave the battlefield. It looked like he was about to escape from this Master God Tier battlefield. As for Master God Tier and the others, they were fighting with the other Master Gods and did not notice, or rather, they had already noticed, but they had no time to care about this fleeing Master God Tier. Their original intention was not to wipe them out. They just wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Master God Tiers of the people of foreign races and let them know the consequences of attacking Zhou Zhou. Therefore, he did not care if a Master God Tier escaped. On the contrary, it was good that he had escaped. They could also help them spread the news that they were protecting the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. It would save them the trouble of Master God Tier coming to find Zhou Zhou every day, and they wouldn't have to appear frequently. Zhou Zhou roughly knew what they were thinking. However, after pondering for a few seconds, he suddenly had an idea. Using him as a tiger to show off his might was ultimately not as powerful as he looked and made the other lords fear him. He had to be more domineering in this battle. At the thought of this, he immediately activated King and allowed himself to enter the realm of a true God Tier advance grade. Then, with a flip of his right hand, he saw the sacred spear of Longinus appear in his hand. He raised the holy spear high and leaned back slightly. He exerted strength in his right hand and then activated all his strength as the power Heavenly Emperor. 1000% strength. Ah, damn it! Zhou Zhou roared at the sky. Terrifying power erupted from his body, transforming into black rippies that shattered the space around him. Furthermore, this shattered area was still rapidly spreading in all directions. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Master God Tier and those Master Gods of the people of foreign races. Hey! Terence looked at the terrifying power that erupted from Zhou Zhou's body and revealed a shocked expression. Then, he smiled and said, "Interesting, interesting." When Tritus, the Goddess of Life, saw the power that erupted from Zhou Zhou, her emerald green eyes flashed with surprise. Master God Tier 0 looked at Zhou Zhou. Countless silver data streams flashed across his eyes. Search complete. The Lost Regal Inheritance Power Heavenly Emperor Inheritance. Then, his gaze landed on the sacred spear of Longinus in Zhou Zhou's hand. After scanning for a second, the silver data in Master God Tier 0's eyes seemed to have found some unreadable data. It actually became chaotic, causing he to freeze. When the 10 Master God tier who were besieging Zero saw this opportunity, they naturally would not let it go. Immediately, divine light exploded in their eyes, and they activated their strongest law skills in unison to attack Zero. However, in the face of the data that he had lost control of, Zero chose to forcefully turn it off. Then, a new silver data stream appeared in his eyes. He activated the defensive command and calmly resisted the attacks of the 10 supremacies as the system report echoed in his mind. The chaotic data flow has been blocked. The backup system has been activated. Taking over Divine Body 0. Taking over the Divine Body has been completed. Latest inspection report: the weapon in the hands of the common people's regal is a race divine artifact that surpasses the level of a Master God tier. It contains the upper limit of damage beyond the limit. When Zero saw the test report, he was shocked. On the surface, he remained calm as he dealt with the 10 Master God tier God spirits in front of him. At this moment, Zhou Zhou finally accumulated his strength. Then, he threw the sacred spear of Longinus with all his might like a javelin. Boom! Wherever the golden red sacred spear of Longinus passed, space shattered as a black great Dao forcefully stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, it flew tens of millions of kilometers away, drawing a black and cold river in the starry sky. The Master God tier of the people of foreign races, who was emitting the aura of the fallen nomological laws, seemed to have sensed danger at this moment. He suddenly turned his head and saw the holy spear that was like the spear of the god of death attacking him. What? Sensing the terrifying threat from the sacred spear of Longinus, his pupils constricted. In his perception, this steel fork that emitted a golden red glow was like a supreme holy artifact that was born to restrain him. As long as he was stabbed, he would die. This thought appeared in his mind. He hurriedly used teleportation to escape. However, the sacred spear of Longinus also pierced through space and followed him closely. In less than 2 to 3 breaths, the sacred spear of Longinus flew behind him and directly pierced his divine body, destroying his divine spark and killing him in the starry sky. Zhou Zhou gave it a thought and the sacred spear of Longinus and the corpse on it instantly disappeared. Then, they appeared in front of him and were placed into his king's treasure box. Zhou Zhou looked calm on the surface. However, he was actually very emotional. He had actually killed a clan protecting existence. In the myriad worlds, there were very few existences that him would fear. At the same time, when the other Master God tiers saw that Zhou Zhou had really killed a Master God with his true God tier advanced grade God, they could not help but be shocked. This fellow had actually grown again. Previously, when he destroyed the fake Master God tier existence, even though it was a little ridiculous, he could still be considered to have won at the same level. But now, not only had he killed a true Master God tier existence, but the other party had also killed a Master God tier as a true God tier advanced grade. The difference between a Master God tier and a true God tier was even greater than the difference between a Black Iron tier and a true God tier. The other party could even kill someone of a higher level. Was it really impossible to kill this common people's regal? They thought in disbelief, but at the same time, they no longer had any fighting spirit. More than an hour later, after most of the Master God tiers fled, the War Master God did not pursue them. Instead, they returned to Zhou Zhou. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for helping this emperor out. I will definitely remember this favor." Zhou Zhou smiled. "You're welcome. Just don't forget our conditions." The War Master God chuckled. The Machina God and the Master God tier of life nodded slightly. "If one really have a way to help you advance to the Supreme God realm in the future, one will definitely do my best to help you advance," Zhou Zhou said seriously. Terence and company nodded. Chapter 1233, Exchanging Master God tier Divine Artifacts. After hearing Zhou Zhou's promise, they were very satisfied. Weren't they helping Zhou Zhou because of this promise? As a regal, the other party's words were naturally credible. However, they also knew that promises were one thing, but whether they could do it was another. How rare was the opportunity to become a Supreme God realm expert. Even if the other party's talent was astonishing, he might not be able to obtain such an opportunity in his entire life. Terence and the others also came to help Zhou Zhou with the intention of investing in the relationship. It was naturally the best to obtain the Supreme God realm opportunity that Zhou Zhou had obtained. If they couldn't get it, they wouldn't lose anything. They had done this kind of investment countless times in the countless years they had lived. It was mainly to cast a wide net and gather more fish. After this battle, very few factions in the myriad races will dare to have designs on you. However, that doesn't make you invincible. They can't use their methods on the surface, but they have many hidden methods. Wisdom Master God Tier Totbirth suddenly said to Zhou Zhou, according to the people of Cerulean Planet, this Lord of all races competition is like a game of Go. However, it's not only the factors inside the chessboard that determine the outcome, but also the factors outside the chessboard. I'll keep that in mind. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. Totbirth nodded when he saw this. By the way, Lord of the Blazing Sunday. War Master God Terence, who was by the side, suddenly grinned and said, you should have a Lord talent that increases the probability of corpses dropping items, right? Right. Zhou Zhou did not hide anything and nodded. At this time, his Lord talent was already known by many races. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that War Master God knew. Then can I use these 4 Master God tier corpses to exchange for 4 Master God divine artifacts? The War Master God chuckled and brought out 4 Master God tier corpses. Oh yes! Each of these 4 Master God tier corpses has a true God tier. The War Master God specially reminded. Totbirth and Zero didn't say anything. They just silently took out 5 Master God tier corpses. 3 of them belonged to Master God tier 0, while the other 2 belonged to the Wisdom Master God tier Totbirth. Mine also has true God tier divine artifacts. Totbirth said. Mine, too. Zero said. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Then, he nodded awkwardly and said, all right, I can exchange. In fact, he was already overjoyed. This was a total of 9 main God tier corpses carrying true God tier divine artifacts. Not counting the other Master God tier level loots, just the Master divine artifacts after the true God tier divine artifacts quality +1 could obtain a total of 36 Master God tier divine artifacts with the enhancement of his spoils of war. He thought about the 36 Master God tier divine artifacts that he was about to obtain. Even with Zhou Zhou's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel excited. Compared to so many Master God tier divine artifacts, what was a mere 9 Master God tier divine artifacts worth? At the same time, after hearing Zhou Zhou agree, even though the War Master God did not say anything, a hint of shock flashed across his eyes. He had only heard some news, so he wanted to give it a try. He did not expect to get such an outcome. 4 Master God tier corpses represented a total of 4 Master God divine artifacts. The other party could even take it out? Totbirth and Zero were also shocked. Then, they couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Thankfully, they had agreed to Terence's request and killed a few more Master God tiers with him. Otherwise, wouldn't they not have been able to obtain the Master God tier divine artifact in Zhou Zhou's hands? Change now. Terence handed the 4 Master God tier corpses to Zhou Zhou without hesitation. When Zero and Totbirth saw this, they hurriedly handed the Master God tier corpse to Zhou Zhou. After Zhou Zhou received it, he immediately placed it into his king's treasure box. Then, he looked at the 3 Master God tiers and said, what position do you want to have as a Master Divine Artifact? Terence, Totbirth, and Zero could not help but look at each other. This. He can even choose his own specific location? Shouldn't you be giving whatever Master God tier Divine Artifact you have? Or could it be that this fellow had already gathered all the Master Divine Artifacts in various locations? Give me a Master God tier armor. For the other 3, give me a Master God tier Divine Artifact that can strengthen Divine Sense attacks. As for the other 2 Master God tier Divine Artifacts, just don't give me any weapons. War Master God Terence was the happiest. He didn't think too much about it. He only thought for a moment before stating his needs. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou with a burning gaze. He already had a top-notch offensive Master God tier Divine Artifact. If he claimed to be second in terms of offense, no Master God would dare to claim to be first. Therefore, he didn't lack weapons. He lacked a Master God tier armor that could protect his life. If he had a Master God tier armor that could protect him from fighting wantonly without worrying about being injured, coupled with the top-notch Master God tier weapons he already had, then, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his combat strength would immediately increase by more than 2 to 3 times. In addition, his mental attack was too one of his strengths. Even among Master God tier, he was famous. That was why he wanted to strengthen this point. He didn't care about the other Master God tier Divine Artifacts. Facing the burning gaze of the War Master God Terence, Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds before taking out a full-body armor that was colorful and engraved with all kinds of poisonous insects. Its overall shape was like a poisonous scorpion. Your Excellency! This is the Master God tier elementary grade armor, the Voodoo Divine Armor. He has the defensive power of a Master God tier elementary grade. At the same time, he can also attack your nomological laws with a kind of voodoo attack at the Master God tier elementary grade, causing the enemy to be poisoned while being attacked by your nomological laws. In the myriad worlds of the universe, only this Voodoo Divine Armor possesses this voodoo poison. Only you, who possesses the Voodoo Divine Armor, can detoxify it. In addition, the enemy who attacks you will too be forced to be infected with voodoo because of the recoil. When the voodoo poison acts up, it can be said to be devouring your heart. I believe that your enemies will definitely feel fear when they fight you inside the future. Just as Zhou Zhou finished his introduction, the Voodoo Divine Armor inside his hand was snatched away by Terence. The other party looked at the Voodoo Divine Armor inside his hand as if it was a treasure. One of his hands touched the surface of the Divine Armor, and as he touched it, his expression became more and more infatuated. After a long time, he reluctantly retracted his gaze and turned to look at Zhou Zhou. Okay. This is indeed a Master God tier elementary grade armor. Even though the law of poison isn't my forte, it doesn't matter. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect to really obtain a Master God tier armor. Ha ha ha. He raised his head and laughed wildly. Then, he turned to look at the Wisdom Master God and the Machina Master God. Taught birth, 0. Let's spar later. The Wisdom Master God's face darkened. This lunatic wanted to make an example of them as soon as he obtained the new Master God tier divine artifact. Chapter 1234, Wisdom Demon Crown. To Earth. Zhou Zhou also smiled secretly. This War Master God was also straightforward. He had at least politely addressed him as Your Excellency before obtaining the Master God tier divine artifact. As soon as he obtained the Master God tier divine artifact, he didn't even address him as Your Excellency and directly called him by his name. As expected of the most belligerent Master God tier among the 10 Master Gods. 0 was very quiet. It did not agree or deny Terence's request. Zhou Zhou took out 3 more Master God tier divine artifacts. Your Excellency Terence, this is the Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact Void Arrow that you want to strengthen your divine sense attack ability. The other 2 Master God tier divine artifacts are the Master God tier divine artifact Void Nether Ring and the Master God tier divine artifact Heavenly God's Wings. The War Master God's eyes lit up as he looked at the 3 Master God tier divine artifacts. After receiving them from Zhou Zhou, he immediately examined them carefully. After a while, he revealed a satisfied smile at Zhou Zhou. I'm very satisfied with these 4 true God tier divine artifacts. As expected of the Lord chosen by my mythical tier, the only Lord talent. You're such a surprise. Terence said in satisfaction. He did not expect that he would be able to exchange for 4 Master God tier divine artifacts with just 1 attack. This was much more beneficial than he starting a cross-border war. For a moment, he even wanted to follow Zhou Zhou and use some legitimate methods to find an opportunity to obtain more Master God tier divine artifacts from him. However, after some thought, he gave up on this tempting idea. The 10 Master God tiers had special statuses. If not for Zhou Zhou's mythical tier unique Lord talent, logically speaking, they wouldn't have appeared here to help Zhou Zhou defeat the enemy. Apart from the current situation of an enemy invasion, it was impossible for they to help Zhou Zhou in any other situation, let alone follow him and help he at any time. Even if they were Master God tiers, they couldn't do it even if they wanted to, the Supreme Will would not allow it. On the other side, Zhou Zhou also gave the Wisdom Master God and the Machina Master God their respective Master God tier divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou also gave the Wisdom Master God and the Machina Master God their respective Master God tier divine artifacts. Like the War Master God, the 2 of them only had 1 Master God tier divine artifact. The 5 Master God tier divine artifacts that Zhou Zhou had given them had indeed overturned their understanding. Thank you. 0 said. This is what Your Excellency deserves. Zhou Zhou smiled. 0 said nothing. If that's the case, we won't stay any longer. I hope that you can advance your Lord faction to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction as soon as possible. Only then will you be truly bound to us. The War Master God said meaningfully. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He sensed that there was a hidden meaning in the other party's words. But just as he was about to ask more, the War Master God stopped him with a look. You'll know when it's time to know. The War Master God smiled. Following that, he didn't say anything else. He summoned his golden divine chariot again and drove it into the depths of the cosmos. The Wisdom Master God and Machina Master God bade farewell to Zhou Zhou and left in their own ways. After the two master gods left, the smile on Zhou Zhou's face gradually faded. He looked calmly in the direction where the wisdom master god had left. After some thought, his divine body instantly disappeared from the spot. In the high continent, blazing sun empire, imperial capital, shrine world. On an empty golden throne. Swoosh! A figure appeared on the throne. It was Zhou Zhou. He flipped his right hand, and Bodhi Supreme appeared in his hand. Very cautious. The Bodhi Supreme teased as soon as it appeared. The Wisdom Master God didn't notice you, right? Zhou Zhou asked. Don't worry, Bodhi Supreme said confidently. Even though the Wisdom Master God is indeed very good at sensing this aspect, under my cover, he will definitely not discover the Wisdom Demon Crown I hid. Zhou Zhou nodded. Wisdom Demon Crown. This was a special treasure that he had obtained from Ji Yun. Later, Bodhi Supreme said that a portion of Totbertha's crazy soul was imprisoned in the Wisdom Demon Crown, and this portion of his crazy soul was related to a secret of Totberth. In order to prevent himself from being noticed by the Wisdom Master God because of this Wisdom Demon Crown, Zhou Zhou had handed he over to Bodhi Supreme for safekeeping, and it had continued until now. That's good. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked curiously, what's the secret of Totbertha's crazy soul in the Wisdom Demon Crown? When it's time for you to know, you'll naturally know. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou frowned. This again? He thought for a while and performed not ask further. He retracted the Bodhi Supreme and then teleported away from the throne. 12,000 light-years away from the original location of Cerulean planet. Zhou Fight had just teleported the entire solar system here. This is it. This will be our new base from now on. Immediate deployment. We must build a planet's defense system that can withstand Master God Tier's offensive in the shortest time possible. He said to Bai Yun and the others. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun uttered respectfully. Zhou Fight nodded. At this moment, a figure transported in front of Zhou Fight. It was Zhou Zhou. Greetings, Your Majesty. Bai Yun hurriedly said respectfully when she saw the main body head over. Zhou Zhou nodded and said, next, this emperor will change our identities. Inform the soldiers under you to be prepared. In the future, when you go out to fight, don't reveal that we are the Blazing Sun Empire's army. Act with your new identities. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun nodded and immediately went to do this. Zhou Zhou's expression was solemn as he considered to himself. I want to use the second identity created by the Lord Talent, Twin Body. As soon as he finished speaking, a text notification appeared. Lord Talent notification, you have activated the identity of the Immortal Lord, Lord of Beginner Empire, ... Zhou Zhou gazed at his clothes. The Emperor Dragon robe he was wearing was currently emitting a faint black and white light. After a while, the light dissipated, and he saw a green bamboo-patterned Emperor robe appear on his body. Then, he gazed at the regal Sage Dao sword at his waist. His regal Sage Dao sword had also turned into a green Emperor sword. This green Emperor sword emitted a dense aura of the Law of Wood. It performed not look fake at all. However, Zhou Zhou knew that his nomological aura of wood was only a disguise. He was actually completely a regal nomological existence. If I wasn't in my original form and saw my current appearance, I would definitely think that I'm not the Lord of the Blazing Sun but some other human lord. Even a Master God Tier wouldn't be able to tell that my true form is the Lord of the Blazing Sun under my disguise. This Twin Lord Talent is really terrifying when it comes to changing one's perception. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, his eyes lit up as he muttered to himself in anticipation. With the Twin Body Talent, Cerulean planet shouldn't be in danger for the time being. Moreover, the Cerulean planet is guarded by Zhou Fight and Zhou Marshall's clones. Time to go back to Earth and take a look. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He flew to Cerulean planet and went to Earth through the Gate of Summoning. Chapter 1235, Return to Earth. Earth, in outer space. Zhou Zhou floated there and looked at the blue planet with a complicated expression. It was as if the surrounding satellites did not see Zhou Zhou at all. There was no reaction at all. Naturally, the countries on Earth did not discover this returnee who had just returned from another world. After a long time. Earth, I'm back. Zhou Zhou said as he looked at the planet he was most familiar with. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that when I returned, things would have changed. He looked at Earth. Unlike before he left, this place was already filled with traces of time. Many of the things that he was once familiar with were no longer on Earth. Or rather, they had already been updated. The current technological level on Earth was much higher than before he reincarnated on Cerulean planet. Is it already 2048 on Earth? He muttered to himself. After he reincarnated to Cerulean planet, 25 years passed. These 25 years did not affect Earth because he was a transmigrator. Instead, it allowed Earth to develop naturally for 25 years. 25 years was enough to change a lot of things, for example, technology, the people he loved, and the people who loved him. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou took a step forward and disappeared into outer space. The next second, he appeared on the street of an ordinary town on Earth. The crowded streets that once represented simplicity, commonness, and hustle and bustle had added many new technologies, brands, shops, and tall buildings, but the familiar feeling had not changed. Sensing this familiar feeling, Zhou Zhou felt inexplicably relieved. A smile subconsciously appeared on his face. Following that, he strode towards his grandparents' residence. The pedestrians passing by did not seem to notice the existence that was completely different from them. They continued to walk on their own path, chatting and laughing with the people beside them. He did not see this wanderer who was in a hurry to go home at all. In a new residential area, Zhou Zhou stood at the entrance of the neighborhood and looked at the newly built unfamiliar neighborhood. He raised his eyebrows slightly and calculated with his mind. The result made him heave a sigh of relief. His grandparents were still alive, but because of the development of the new district, they had moved to another place after receiving the demolition money. Zhou Zhou glanced at the newly built residential area before turning around and walking towards another residential area. The New Hope community. Zhou Zhou looked at the somewhat old neighborhood and entered. Then, according to his divination results, he walked to the second floor of Building 3 of Block 6 and quickly arrived at the door of the room. The common people's regal, who had always remained calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him and could suppress all the lord of all races in the world and even exterminate them, suddenly felt nervous as he stood in front of his house. It was ridiculous. However, this was what it meant to be close to home. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and scanned the room with his spiritual will. Then, he saw his grandparents sleeping in the room. He was taken aback. Then, he pondered for a few seconds and walked through the door into the house. Then, he came to his grandparents' room and looked at the old couple. 20 years have passed and the two elders looked even older, and there were more age spots on their faces. Moreover, one could see the weakness, fatigue, and illness on their faces. However, the two elders were already lucky enough. 20 years had passed, and the two elders were already in their 90s. In any country, in any historical period, or even in this era where technology had greatly improved, he could be called a senior. Still, you've suffered all your lives. Now is the time to enjoy life. You have to stay with me for the rest of my life. Zhou Zhou smiled. Following that, he flicked his finger and saw two wisps of vitality appear out of thin air. Then, they landed in the two elders' bodies and began to nourish them silently. The fatigue and morbidity on the faces of the two elders, who were sleeping soundly, quietly dissipated. The redness on their faces unconsciously relaxed, and a smile naturally appeared on their faces. Zhou Zhou nodded to himself. The two auras of vitality that he had just released had an eternal characteristic. They would constantly release vitality, allowing the two elders to live forever. When in danger, these two vital energies would protect the two elders and send a message to him at the same time. This way, he would be at ease. As for strength or even becoming a god, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It could be done slowly. There's medical prosthesis in your bodies. Zhou Zhou suddenly realized this when he was using vitality to treat the two elders' bodies and could not help but shake his head. Even though medical prosthetics can treat illnesses, they're still external objects after all. They can't be harmonious with the body. There's no problem with this thing for a short period of time. It can even make the body free of illnesses. However, over time, it might cause more illnesses. Perhaps future technology in a few hundred years might solve this problem, but medical chrome is still not very good now. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou activated the chaotic sacred power and deprived the two elders of their prostheses. Then, he used the vitality energy to restore the place where the two elders had been replaced by the prostheses. Zhou Zhou flew straight into the sky after doing all this and confirming that the two elders were fine. Through the mental divination, he divined the person who had taken care of the two elders over the years and blessed them with longevity and health. He divined the people who had bullied the two elders over the years and gave them the corresponding punishment, and then he split out a portion of his divine consciousness and made it take on his appearance. From now on, you'll take care of my family on earth for me when I'm not around. When I come back, you can just return. Zhou Zhou said to his divine sense clone. The divine sense clone was different from the clone created by the doppelganger technique. The divine sense clone was completely a part of the main body. There was no difference between them at all. It was equivalent to a clone that the main body had sent out a thought. Zhou Zhou was naturally relieved to use it. I'm you, and you're me. They are our grandparents. The divine sense clone smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, the divine sense clone turned into a stream of light and flew back to the town to reunite with his grandparents. Zhou Zhou began to look up the information of his ex-girlfriend. He discovered that his former girlfriend on Earth had become a rich woman. However, for some reason, she was still single. She has become a little rich woman. This can be considered fulfilling her previous dream, right? Zhou Zhou could not help but laugh. Then, he looked at her, who was working hard in front of the computer, and his expression gradually turned gentle. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that the common people's regal who could kill Master God spirits with a single strike could actually show such an expression now. Chapter 1236, Advancing to High-Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade. After a long time. I'll see her sometime. Zhou Zhou thought. He naturally wouldn't give up on his little girlfriend on Earth. This was because he could sense that even after 20 years, her love and longing for him had become deeper and more restrained, unknown to outsiders. It was the same for him. Zhou Zhou silently flicked out a trace of vitality and fused it into her body. The girl who was working in front of RHE computer was stunned, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. Why is my body suddenly in such a good state? 11. I wasn't even this healthy when I was years old. Then, she looked at the sky and muttered to herself. Are you protecting me? I'm not giving up. I am still living a good life when you are not yet. It's just that sometimes I miss you very much. At this moment, the phone beside her suddenly rang. She looked over. When she saw the caller ID, her body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Then, she immediately took it. Hey! Zhou Zhou closed his eyes in the sky while on the phone. After a long time, he reluctantly ended the call. A long separation makes the heart grow fonder. I have to hold a grand wedding for her in the future. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he flew into the cosmos again and looked down at the azure planet. His expression calmed down. This emperor has already become a regal. It's time for the earth to be renewed. Let's have a revival of spiritual energy. Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand, and a complete true God tier elementary grade divine spark appeared in his hand. This complete divine spark emitted a rich aura of the law of life. It was clearly a true God tier divine spark of the law of life. With the true God tier divine spark of the law of life as the core of Earth's spiritual energy recovery era, it should be able to cause a great evolution of life on Earth. Zhou Zhou said to himself with a smile. Then, he threw this divine spark into Earth and the core. Zhou Zhou felt that Earth's promotion energy index had begun to increase rapidly. Soon, it had reached the point where a superhuman could be born. Grandpa, Grandma, and my girlfriend should be the ones who are most compatible with this true God tier divine spark with RHE wisp of vitality I left for them. If I'm not wrong, the first batch of superhumans should be Grandpa, Grandma, and my girlfriend. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he cast a law skill on RHE entire Earth. This law skill was called the Mind Calming Spell. It was a true God tier law skill. Its function was to calm the negative thoughts of life forms, such as killing, violence, fear, and so on. It also allowed life forms to enter a calm state as much as possible. Living beings who entered a calm state could maximize their potential and absorb the promotional energy in the air to become extraordinary as soon as possible. This way, not only could it minimize the killings caused by the recovery of spiritual energy, but it could also allow more extraordinary individuals to be born on Earth faster, allowing Earth to enter the extraordinary tier era. After doing all this, Zhou Zhou casually bestowed a grey stone tablet that reached the sky and landed on the Emperor Qin mountain in RHE country. This throne tablet recorded a series of cultivation techniques from the Qi refinement realm, Black Iron tier, to the Ascension realm, Legendary tier. The cultivation techniques came from RHE human Qi refinement civilization. Zhou Zhou had kept it so that the humans on Earth would have ready-made cultivation techniques to cultivate after entering the extraordinary tier stage, it would save them the trouble of only relying on their physique to absorb it naturally. As for cultivation techniques at the true immortal realm, low-level deity tier, or above, Zhou Zhou temporarily didn't bestow them. However, he had left an ascension teleportation array on this sky-penetrating stone stele. Once a human on Earth advanced to the ascension realm, the sky-penetrating stone tablet would sense their existence and invite them to ascend to the Blazing Sun Empire on High Continent to become the worshipped god spirit of the Blazing Sun Empire. Once such a genius cultivator really appeared and ascended to his side, Zhou Zhou would naturally not treat him badly. After doing all this, Zhou Zhou sat cross-legged in space and quietly looked at the blue planet below. Gradually, a terrifying god spirit pressure arose from his body. Furthermore, the pressure of this god spirit pressure continued to increase. Thankfully, Zhou Zhou had diverted a portion of his consciousness to forcefully restrain the naturally overflowing divine pressure around his divine body. Otherwise, once the natural divine pressure landed on Earth, it could instantly destroy it. A moment later, the god spirit pressure on Zhou Zhou's body suddenly increased greatly. Mid-tier deity level advanced grade. He had actually broken through the bottleneck of the god spirit and entered the level of a mid-tier deity level advanced grade after he had done a series of things to Earth. This did not stop. After Zhou Zhou had just advanced to RHE level of a mid-tier deity level advanced grade, his divine pressure was still increasing. Another half an hour passed. Boom! High-tier deity level elementary grade. It was as if Zhou Zhou did not feel his advancement. He was still looking at his mother planet that he had missed for many years. What was shocking was that even though the god spirit pressure on him had weakened a little, it was still steadily increasing. More than an hour later. Boom! The 9-colored divine light on Zhou Zhou's body exploded again. Countless laws were hidden within, forming a huge divine kingdom, starry sky like stars. He had officially entered the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. At this moment, the aura of advancement on Zhou Zhou's body slowly weakened and disappeared. Finally, it completely returned to calm. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's divine spirit realm had officially stabilized at the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses after a while. He sensed his god spirit realm and revealed a smile. Then, he muttered to himself. I didn't expect that returning to my hometown would become my obsession. Now that my obsession has been completely resolved, my nomological comprehension is no longer flawed. It's precisely because of this that my divine spirit realm has soared greatly, directly rising from the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade in one go. It has increased by a whole level. I'm only one high-tier deity level advanced grade away from the true god tier realm. Zhou Zhou pondered. When he reached the true god tier, he would not need to borrow the power of RHE Moon Demon or the power Heavenly Emperor and should be able to directly raise his strength to the Master God tier level. In addition, there was the Moon Demon, the power Heavenly Emperor, and the Master God tier Divine Artifact. It was not impossible for the 10 Master God tiers to fight. Then, he took one last look at Earth before turning around and disappearing into the cosmos. In the galaxy where the cerulean planet was located. Not long after Zhou Zhou returned, he received a report from Wu Tu. Reporting to Your Majesty, the information on the surrounding starfields has been explored. This is all the information. Wu Tu said respectfully, and then he turned on the projection and let Zhou Zhou watch. Zhou Zhou looked at it. The star domain they were in was called the Heron Star Domain. The entire star domain was more than 20,000 light-years in diameter. Even though it was located in a remote place, it was rich in resources and had many inhabited planets. It could be considered a secondary fertile star domain. The one ruling this star domain was a true god-tier existence called the Heron Star Lord. Let's take down Heron Star Lord first. Zhou Zhou's simple words decided the other party's fate. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu replied respectfully. Chapter 1237, Current Situation of the Lord of Cerulean Planet. Blood Moon Sun. Event-exclusive Divine Artifact, the Universe Star Map. Zhou Zhou looked at the layout of the Heron Star Domain and finally nodded in satisfaction. The new place of survival and expansion that he had chosen was really not bad, be it in terms of resources or other aspects. It was much better than the original location of the solar system. Tell the soldiers to prepare. After the initial defense is completed, we'll prepare to go out and expand the territory of our mortal empire. Zhou Zhou said. He deliberately emphasized the words mortal empire. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu immediately understood and said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at the next report. Then, he realized that this information was about the current situation of the human lords on Cerulean planet. Currently, there were more than 2.6 billion lords on the Cerulean planet, and the lords who survived were basically all above the yellow gold tier. Moreover, most of the lords were under the command of various Cerulean planet lord alliances and lord kingdoms. There were very few lone lords who did not belong to any lord faction. Even if there was, after the unification of the race masters today, they basically no longer existed. All the lords of Cerulean planet could be considered the subordinates of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The only difference was whether it was enhanced by Zhou Zhou's lord talent. These few lords of Cerulean planet who joined later were destined to not be able to enjoy the enhancement of his lord talent because they were not affiliated kingdoms or had not signed a master-servant territory contract. Zhou Zhou had no choice. Who asked them to arrive late? Since they liked to enjoy the freedom of a lone lord, they had to bear the benefits of not having the protection of a lord. The overlord of Cerulean planet, who had been forcefully pulled over by him, was not qualified, nor could he enjoy the enhancement of his lord talent. Zhou Zhou did not care about such a small matter. Instead, his gaze landed on the total number of lords on Cerulean planet. Are there only 2.6 billion lords left on the Cerulean planet? Zhou Zhou sighed. He remembered that during the novice lord test, there were more than 8 billion lords on the Cerulean planet. Unexpectedly, after a few activities, more than 5 billion lords of the Cerulean planet had died. Only 2 billion were left. This must be the cruelty of the Lord of all races contest. Zhou Zhou sighed. However, he was not surprised by this number. He was a ruthless person who had wiped out an entire race after all. Compared to the extinction of some races, the Lord of Cerulean planet was much better than the lords of other races because of him. If he had not traded a large number of goods in the marketplace to increase the strength of the lords on Cerulean planet, the number of lords on Cerulean planet would definitely be much fewer than today. He continued reading and accidentally saw the information sent by the Blood Moon Sun. According to the information, the Blood Moon Sun realized that after Yuzhen Da found out about Zhou Zhou's recent battle results, he finally realized the difference in strength between him and the common people's regal. He immediately calmed down. After calming down, Yuzhen Da finally decided to temporarily give up on the idea of revenge and return to the Titan Divine Domain to think about it at length. After the Blood Moon Sun discovered this matter, he naturally would not let this true god tier of the Titan gods off easily. His death back then was caused by the Titan god race. Even though Yuzhen Da was not the murderer, he had helped the murderer kill the Blood Moon Lord back then. It was impossible not to take revenge for such a blood feud. He had yet to recover his Master God tier realm, so he naturally could not kill the Master God of the Titan God race who had killed him. However, it wasn't a bad idea to collect some interest from this killer. Therefore, the Blood Moon Sun took advantage of the fact that Yuzhen Da had hurriedly returned to the Titan God race and Heartless was paying attention to his surroundings to suddenly assassinate him. The battle between the two began. In the end, the Blood Moon Sun relied on the advantage of being the first to kill Yuzhen Da. Coupled with his Master God tier combat experience and Master God tier will, he successfully killed Yuzhen Da. At this point, Yuzhen Da and his son had both died. In this report, the Blood Moon Sun asked if he should publicize that he had killed Yuzhen Da. If he did not publicize it, the Titan God race might very well blame this on Zhou Zhou. If it was made public, the Titan God race would at most blame this on him. They would not even implicate the Blood Moon clan behind him. The Blood Moon clan had already pledged allegiance to Zhou Zhou, and the Blood Moon Sun had left the Blood Moon clan before the Blood Moon clan pledged allegiance to Zhou Zhou after all. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was a high probability that the two had nothing to do with each other. There was also a high probability that the Titan God race would not send troops from thousands of miles away to deal with Zhou Zhou by force. After Zhou Zhou saw this information, he pondered for a few seconds and suddenly had a new idea. He immediately contacted the Blood Moon Sun and told him that he didn't have to do anything. The outside world could suspect him however they wanted. Even if he was really blamed for this, he wasn't afraid. As for the Blood Moon Sun, Zhou Zhou persuaded him to come to the Blazing Sun Empire and become the Sub-Master God tier. As long as he agreed to him, Zhou Zhou was willing to provide him with all the restorative items to restore his Master God tier powers. He could even give him a Master God tier divine artifact. After sending these messages, a smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. With the existence of the Master God tier divine artifact, Zhou Zhou did not believe that the other party could resist such temptation. If the other party really agreed to come to his Blazing Sun Empire and become a quasi-Master God tier revered elder, Zhou Zhou would use a large amount of resources to restore the other party to the strength of a Master God tier. Then, his Blazing Sun Empire would have a true Master God tier revered elder. This offering was much more stable than the War Master God. At that time, he would equip the other party with a full set of Master Divine artifacts. The Blood Moon Sun, who was a low-level Master God tier, should not be afraid at all even if he faced an advanced grade Master God. Then his Blazing Sun Empire would truly be stable. He was not afraid of any threat for the time being. After Zhou Zhou finished reading the remaining information, he chatted with Wu Tu for a while before letting him leave. More than 3 hours later, under Zero's full strength arrangements, a planet defense system that could withstand the attacks of a true God tier was officially completed. Next, he only needed to wait for the Eternal Mothership to descend and obtain the materials for the construction of the Master God tier planet's defense system. Then, he could upgrade the planet's defense system on Cerulean planet from the true God tier to the Master God tier. At this moment, Zhou Zhou did not stop advancing at all. He immediately gathered the entire army and prepared to take down Heron Star Lord. The Heron Star Domain. The 5 supernovas were flying towards the Heron continent where the Heron Star Lord was. The Heron continent was a middle world level continent created by true God tier. That was his base camp, and the Heron Empire was also on this continent as the leading star. In the command room, Zhou Zhou looked at the dark blue star map that was similar to the starry sky in front of him. This was the special divine artifact, the Universe Star Map, that was specially awarded to him because he was favored by the Supreme Will. Divine Artifact Name, Universe Star Map. Grade of Divine Artifact, Event Exclusive Special. Divine Artifact Law, all factions in the exclusive universe, including but not limited to lords of all races, local lords, scarlet factions, cosmic organizations, mystic realm factions, will be marked in real time in the Universe Star Map for the Lord of the Star Map to check their real-time location. Note, after the event ends, this Universe Star Map would break free from the restrictions of activity, also become a regular support type divine artifact. There was only one function of this event's exclusive divine artifact, but this only function was very practical. Zhou Zhou could observe the distribution of factions in the Heron Star domain, also occasionally take a look at the locations of the lords of the other races through this Universe Star Map, for example. After he was ready to attack the Heron Star Lord, he began to attack the lords of all races. At that time, he would become a hunter with a full Universe Star Map, also the lords of all races and even other factions would become his prey. Chapter 1238, True God Tier Heron's Shock. Heron Continent. High up in the sky, where 5 supernovas were, soldiers flew out and quickly lined up. In a short while, more than 50 billion soldiers and more than 50 god spirits flew out. They formed a shocking army that blotted out the sky. A huge shadow descended from the sky and enveloped the Heron continent. Zhou Fight was the last to fly out of the supernova. He looked at the Heron continent below and realized that it was an ordinary Western illusion-type continent. The civilization was mainly a magical civilization, supplemented by some totem extraordinary tier systems, bloodline extraordinary tier systems, witchcraft extraordinary tier systems, and other extraordinary tier systems. Together, they created the comprehensive extraordinary tier system of the Heron continent. There were countless nations on the entire continent, and almost all of them were religious nations. Naturally, they believed in their true God Heron. Continental and faith. It's managed pretty well. Zhou Fight commented in his heart. Then, he directly activated King and raised his strength to the level of a top-notch true God tier advanced grade. Then, he silently activated the terrifying power of the Power Heavenly Emperor and raised his combat strength to the level of a Master God tier. Boom! An incomparably shocking pressure erupted from Zhou Fight's body and swept towards the surroundings. At this moment, Zhou Fight did not restrain his pressure at all. He released his pressure to his heart's content and descended on the entire Heron continent, as if announcing his arrival to the entire Heron continent. Rumble! At this moment, the entire Heron continent seemed to be unable to withstand Zhou Fight's pressure and actually trembled slightly. Countless living beings and even god spirits of the Heron continent were terrified at this moment. A depressing haze appeared in their hearts, as if there was an extremely terrifying existence living high in the sky above them, suppressing the entire Heron continent. In Heron Shrine in the central region of the Heron continent, the Heron Star Lord, who was sitting cross-legged on the throne with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Fight. Who is this? A solemn look flashed in his eyes. Heron hesitated for a few seconds before standing up. Then, his divine body turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards Zhou Zhou. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also felt his strength and thought to himself. When using the identity of a mortal lord, use the king and the power heavenly emperor the entire time to maintain your combat strength at the pseudo-master god tier level. Let the infinite worlds think from the beginning that I'm a super expert with peerless talent who can unleash combat power comparable to a master god tier at the true god tier stage. This way, those top bloodline races won't associate my identity with that of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Otherwise, if one also used a secret technique to increase my strength by a large margin, allowing a mortal lord to directly advance from the mid-tier deity level to the master god tier level, it would be too easy to tell that one am the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Even if one have the twin body lord talent, those enemies who can mislead me and don't treat me as the Lord of the Blazing Sun will probably think that I'm related to the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Otherwise, how can there be such a coincidence in the world when we're all humans and have grasped heaven-defying laws and secret techniques to increase our strength? Zhou Fight thought to himself. Thankfully, when he was outside, activating the king and the power heavenly emperor the entire time was not a huge drain on him. Maintaining normalcy was no problem at all. At this moment, a golden light flew over from afar and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. After the light dissipated, he saw Lord Heron among them. When Lord Heron saw these 50 billion soldiers, more than 50 god spirits, and Zhou Zhou, who was above all the soldiers and god spirits, he couldn't help but frown. They did not come with good intentions. However, after sizing up Zhou Fight for a long time, a question mark appeared in his mind. Who is this guy? Why don't I remember anything about him? There didn't seem to be such an expert among the surrounding top factions. Heron was very cautious even though he had no impression of Zhou Zhou because he felt a terrifying sense of threat from the other party. It was as if the other party could easily crush him with a single move. Esteemed guest, why have you suddenly descended on my Heron continent? True God tier Heron asked cautiously. I'm the lord of the human race. One came because my territory is in your Heron star domain. I want to take over your Heron star domain and become one of the territories of my mortal empire in order to make it easier to manage in the future. Zhou Fight said calmly. His words were very direct and hurtful. Aren't you being too direct even though you are powerful? So you're only here to inform me, not to discuss with me and ask for my permission, right? The Heron Star Lord felt a great humiliation. He was a true god tier god spirit after all. He ruled over thousands of god spirits, hundreds of billions of professionals, and trillions of subjects. He was usually very respected by everyone. Even if they met other true god tiers, everyone treated each other equally and friendly. Very few true god tiers would be so rash when they came up to speak. This was the first time he had met a true god tier like Zhou Fight. He was very angry now. He had even neglected the fact that Zhou Fight had just mentioned the identity of the Lord of all races. I would like to experience your excellency's methods. True god tier Heron laughed angrily. I'd like that too. Zhou Fight smiled. A moment later, Heron Star Lord, who had a swollen face, stood obediently on the spot. The corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. Zhou Fight patted him on the shoulder with a kind expression and said the coldest words in the gentlest tone. Are you convinced? 1-1 convinced. The Heron Star Lord hurriedly said, convinced by Zhou Fight's physical persuasion. Then I'll be the master of the Heron Star domain in the future. Is there a problem? No problem, no problem. You really did promise me sincerely, didn't you? Of course, of course. Very good. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction. Then, he patted the other party's shoulder and said, don't worry, you will still be in charge here. This emperor won't interfere too much. However, if you don't manage it well, be careful that this emperor will send someone to replace you. I will definitely manage it well. True God tier Heron's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said respectfully. He even started to address himself as a subject. He also did not expect that he would be able to retain his authority over this place. In that case, wouldn't it be not much different from before? It was just that there was an additional emperor above his head. What's the big deal? True God tier Heron didn't even think about anything that he couldn't manage well. He had always been good at managing the subjects. They were his believers after all. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly, seeing how happy he was. Then, he threw him a world ring and said. Since you've already become a true god tier of our mortal empire, this is your present for your appointment. Every one of my true god tier god spirit would get one. True god tier Heron was stunned for a moment. Then, he entered the world rings with his spiritual will and discovered a set of true God-tier divine artifacts with gold laws and the gift and exchange instructions inside. Zhou Fight ignored true God-tier Heron's ecstatic reaction and directly said, "I allow you to join our mortal empire and become a true God-tier of the mortal empire." True God-tier Heron recovered from his ecstasy and hurriedly said, "One will definitely." Before he could finish speaking, a lot of new information appeared in true God-tier Heron's mind. He was stunned, and then he looked at Zhou Fight in shock. "Your Majesty, we are," he said in shock. Chapter 1239, Hegemony Points. Obscure Lord Shop Points. "We act in the name of the mortal empire during the event." Zhou Fight said calmly. "Yes, Your Majesty." True God-tier Heron suppressed the shock, excitement and nervousness in his heart and hurriedly said. He never expected that the Lord faction he had joined was actually the legendary Lord faction of the common people's regal. No wonder. I was wondering which Lord faction of the factions actually had a Master God-tier Lord overseeing it. So it is the Blazing Sun Empire of the common people's regal. Then it is fine. However, it is really strange. Why didn't I think of this when I heard His Majesty say that His Majesty is the Lord of the human race? True God-tier Heron was curious, but he did not dare to ask further. After Zhou Fight settled the Heron Star domain, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. Lord of the Race Event Notification, congratulations, you have successfully conquered True God-tier Heron and his forces. You obtained 100 million hegemony points. Lord of the Race Event Notification, you obtained 200 million obscure lordship points because you were the first to conquer the intermediate grade Empire tier forces in the first stage of the event. Zhou Fight's eyes lit up when he saw the notification. That was indeed the case. During the first stage of the event, he could start to conquer other lord factions and obtain some unexpected rewards. Well, under normal circumstances, the first stage of the Lord of the Race event was the time for the lords of the various races to fight among themselves. It was not the normal time for an invasion. He had ended the internal strife in advance and started to go out to conquer other lord factions in advance. No matter what, he should be rewarded. Hegemony points? And obscure lord shop points? Could this be the content of the activities of the lords of the races in the later stages? Zhou Fight was curious. Then, he stopped thinking about it. If he had the time, he might as well conquer more lords. Then, he did not waste any more time. After exchanging a few simple words with True God-tier Heron, he led the army and flew towards the nearest lord of all races nearby. The closest territory to the Heron continent was the territory of the lords of the Wind Spirit continent. At this moment, the Wind Spirit continent was in chaos because of the competition for the title of the first stage's lord of the race. The lords of all races of the Wind Spirit race fought against each other on this continent that did not have a large territory. When the races behind them saw this situation, in a moment of desperation, they wanted to imitate the humans and other top races and forcefully choose the strongest lord of the Wind Spirit race to directly complete the first stage of the Lord of the Race event. However, something went wrong when they chose the strongest lord of the Wind Spirit race. This was because the upper echelons of the Wind Spirit clan were not united. Some of the higher UPS wanted to choose this lord of all races to be the strongest lord of the Wind Spirit race. Some of the higher UPS wanted to choose the Wind Spirit lord to be the strongest lord of all races. For the sake of each other's interests, the higher UPS argued endlessly and even fought in secret. The battle between the lords of the Wind Spirit race and the other races had yet to be resolved. The upper echelons of their race were about to fight. The reason for this situation was mainly because there was no one in the upper echelons of the Wind Spirit race like Zhou Zhou who could decide everything with a single word. When they made decisions, they all had their own opinions and refused to submit to each other. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if they could agree. After Zhou Fight came to the Wind Spirit continent and learned of this situation through the information gathered by Zero, he could not help but laugh. They were still fighting among themselves at a time like this? However, he immediately reacted. Perhaps there were only a few examples of people like him and the other top races who could quickly unify their opinions and choose the strongest lord of all races. And situations like the Wind Spirit race, where they argued endlessly and even killed each other for the benefit of the strongest lords of the myriad races, were the most usual in the first stage of the Lord of the Race's activity. He shook his head and flew out of the supernova. After briefly showing his muscles, all the lords of the Wind Spirit race and the upper echelons of the Wind Spirit race were instantly stunned. Human. Mortal Empire. Since when did the human ethnicity have such a powerful lord of all races other than the common people's regal? He had already established an empire, and it was not inferior to the Blazing Sun Empire. The Blazing Sun Empire ruled by the common people's regal was only an intermediate-grade empire. Under the influence of the twin-body lord talent, these wind spirit clansmen did not think of the mortal lord and the mortal empire in front of them as the lord of the Blazing Sun and the Blazing Sun Empire. They had different appearances, different soldier types, different lord weapons, and different auras. Who can this lord be? That was what they subconsciously thought. New notifications appeared after Zhou Fight took down all the lords of the Wind Spirit continent. Lord of the Race event notification, congratulations, you have successfully conquered True God Tier Feng Wan and his forces. You obtained 100 million hegemony points. Lord of the Race event notification, you obtained 200 million obscure lordship points because you were the first to conquer the intermediate grade empire tier forces in the first phase of the event. Notice, congratulations, you have successfully conquered all the lords of the Wind Spirit race. You have received 1000 hegemony points. Lord of the Race event notification, you obtained 200 million obscure lordship points because you were the first to conquer the intermediate grade empire tier forces in the first phase of the event. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction after reading it. 1 conquest, 2 gains. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in his mind. There shouldn't be any major problems on the Cerulean planet. You'll be in charge for the time being. I have something to do. I have to go back to the High Continent. I'll come back immediately if there's an emergency. Zhou Fight smiled and said. Don't worry, main body. Very few existences can threaten us as long as the Supreme God Realm and stronger experts don't appear. Focus on your work. Don't worry about us. Okay. Zhou Zhou replied simply and returned to the Cerulean planet. Then, he returned to the High Continent through the Gate of Summoning. After Zhou Zhou left, Zhou Fight used the universe star map departed behind by Zhou Zhou to begin his large-scale expansion. He divided the troops into 100 small armies and attacked the lords of all races at once. After the lord of all races came to the High Continent, their power was severely weakened. Facing Zhou Fight's attack, they had no ability to resist at all and fell under the iron hooves of the mortal empire. As more and more lords fell, the reputation of the mortal empire spread to the ears of the lords of all races. At the same time, in the Blazing Sun Empire, Blazing Sun Imperial City, High Continent, Zhou Zhou had just returned when he received a piece of news. Oro Fa had returned with Jik and Seely. Chapter 1240, The Excited and Angry Oro Fa. The Blazing Sun Imperial Capital. The Central Emperor Palace, located at the center of the Blazing Sun's capital, which was the place where court meetings were usually held to receive foreign guests. At this moment, Oro Fa, Jik, and Seely were here. Zhou Manage was sitting on the throne not far away from them. Zhou Manage looked at Jik and Seely and felt the genuine god-tier professional's aura on them. He couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Your Excellency Oro Fa. Zhou Zhou turned to Oro Fa and smiled. You're too kind, Your Excellency. They are my disciples and granddaughters to begin with. They contributed to nurturing them. Why would they need to say the word hard work? Oro Fa hurriedly said. After the Battle of Aus, the shocking fact that the common people's regal in front of him had the combat power of a master god tier had already spread to the myriad worlds. The Sun Divine Court where Oro Fa was no exception. Even the two supreme existences of the Sun Divine Court and the Great Lunar Court personally praised Zhou Zhou, the common people's regal, after learning of his deeds. He was an unprecedented peerless lord. Any master god tier had to be polite to a top-notch lifestyle god spirit like Oro Fa, even though Oro Fa was only a top-notch true god tier divine artifact forger. However, they would just be polite. It didn't mean that he was more honorable than a master god tier. A true master god tier existence had a much higher status than him. When he found out that Zhou Zhou had the combat power of a master god tier, and that even Regal Great Solar and Regal Great Lunar were extremely polite to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, Oro Fa no longer felt any arrogance toward Zhou Zhou. Therefore, his current attitude was very humble. He even subconsciously tried to curry favor with him. When Zhou Manage saw Oro Fa's obvious change in attitude, he was a little surprised. Then, he thought for a moment and understood the reason. He smiled faintly and suddenly asked. I wonder what plans Your Excellency has for the future. Oro Fa was stunned for a moment before falling silent. After a long while, he whispered. I plan to return to the Sun Divine Court and continue to sharpen my forging skills. I hope to have the chance to advance to the level of the creator of artifacts in the future. The creator of artifacts. Zhou Manage raised his eyebrows and sized him up. Then, he shook his head in his heart. He could see that Orofa's potential was indeed at the Master God tier level. However, having the potential of the Master God tier level did not mean that he could definitely advance to that level of extraordinary tier profession. And Orofa could not be promoted to the Master God tier creator of artifacts profession from his perspective because he had too many connections in his heart. These connections allowed him to have more, but they also made his talent in artifact refinement mediocre. Yes. Orofa couldn't tell what Zhou Manage was thinking. He looked at Jik and Seely after saying that. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He said respectfully to Zhou Manage. Your Excellency Regal, I'll leave these two juniors to you. I don't have any other requests. I just hope that the two of them can be safe and sound. Your Excellency, you don't have to worry about that. As divine artifact forgers, Jik and Seely spend most of their time creating and repairing equipment at the rear. Basically, they won't be in any danger. Even if they do encounter any danger, as long as our Blazing Sun Empire is still around, nothing major will happen to them. When Zhou Manage said this, his tone was very calm, but this calmness contained unparalleled and unquestionable confidence. Even Orofa was infected by the confidence in Zhou Manage's words. He relaxed and nodded with a smile. Then I'm relieved. Oh yes. This is the pseudo-racial divine artifact shadow canopy that Your Excellency gave me last time. I've completely repaired it, and the effect is even stronger than before. Please take a look, Your Majesty. After Orofa finished speaking, he flipped his right hand and saw a divine object that emitted a faint black light like a black veil appear in his hand. It was the pseudo-racial divine artifact shadow canopy. With a thought, Zhou Manage saw the shadow canopy teleport in front of him. Zhou Manage took it and looked it up and down. Then, he smiled. He praised Orofa. As expected of the god of forging and sun, Your Excellency Orofa. This emperor is very satisfied with this restored pseudo-racial divine artifact. Your Excellency, this pseudo-race divine artifact has already accumulated a large amount of power of faith. If there's a certain opportunity, this pseudo-race divine artifact might be able to transform into a true race divine artifact. Orofa said. Zhou Manage nodded. Then, they chatted for a while. Orofa turned around and looked at Jik and Seely with reluctance. Then, he looked at Zhou Manage and stated respectfully. Your Excellency, it's getting late. I should return to the Sun Divine Court. If Your Excellency still needs to repair true God-tier divine artifacts or racial divine artifacts in the future, you can look for me through Seely and Jik. If I can't repair them, I can ask the divine artifact forgers I know for help. That would be great. Zhou Manage smiled. Orofa nodded. Then, he glanced at the Imperial Palace and was about to leave. At this moment, Zhou Manage's voice suddenly sounded behind him. By the way, Your Excellency Orofa, I wonder if Your Excellency has considered the matter that this emperor mentioned last time. Orofa turned around and respectfully said. I know Your Excellency's good intentions, but I've been in the Sun Divine Court for many years. It can even be stated that I've been in the Sun Divine Court for most of my life. I really can't suddenly let go of all these and turn to Your Majesty now. However, if Your Majesty needs anything, you can look for me through Jik and Seely. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. In that case, there's actually no difference whether I join Your Excellency's Blazing Sun Empire or not. Things had become different. Orofa did not dare to be as arrogant as last time, so he had already rejected her as tactfully as possible. The organization I'm in is the Sun Divine Court, and you're only the ruler of an Empire-tier Lord faction. Even if you're powerful and have a bright future, I'm already standing at the end of most life forms. Why should I give up everything to join you? Zhou Manage fell silent seeing this. When Orofa saw this, he wanted to turn around and leave again. Your Excellency Orofa, you probably want to advance to the level of creator of artifacts, right? Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. Orofa stood still and said helplessly and complicatedly. Which weapon cultivator in the endless heavens doesn't want to reach the extreme realm of the creator of artifacts? However, in this emperor's opinion, Your Excellency's chances of accomplishing this are slim. After Zhou Manage completed speaking, he pretended to shake his head regretfully. Orofa suddenly turned around and stared at Zhou Zhou. He stated angrily. What do you mean, Your Excellency? As a true god-tier divine artifact forger who was loyal to the art of craftsmanship, he definitely could not tolerate others saying that he could not reach the realm he dreamed of. This was because he had been trudging along this path to begin with. As he advanced, he often doubted if he could do it. If he met the other party who stated such things again, it would be no different from adding insult to injury. He was really afraid that he would believe such words. Then, he would appear unchanged on the surface, but in fact, he had already lost the pursuit in his heart. It was worse than killing him for such a god spirit. Furthermore, his teacher had previously stated something similar to him. Under the double questioning, even if the opponent was the common people's regal that he couldn't deal with, he couldn't control his emotions. Chapter 1241, Impurity. Promise. Beside them, Jik and Seely looked at their teacher and grandfather with some unfamiliarity. Why did this old man who was worthy of respect suddenly become a little unfamiliar at this moment? His Majesty had only expressed his opinion. Why did their teacher/grandfather suddenly seem to have been provoked and become extreme? Zhou Zhou smiled and said, "Your Excellency, don't be angry, this emperor has yet to finish my sentence. Your Excellency, do you feel that you are not as concentrated as before when forging divine artifacts recently? Do you feel that the current you is very different from the previous you? Do you feel that in some aspects, the current you is even inferior to the previous you? Do you feel that you are improving less frequently than when you were weak? Do you even feel that you are more mediocre than before?" Oro Fa couldn't help but widen his eyes when Zhou Manage started talking. The more Zhou Manage spoke, the more shocked he became. When he reached the end, he fell silent. Seeing this, Zhou Manage smiled and said, "Your Excellency seems to have noticed it. You have the precious wealth, status, power and fame that countless life forms dream of. In the eyes of other living beings, you are already standing at the end of their dreams. However, it is precisely because of these things that you have begun to fall into ease. To put it bluntly, you have already been dragged down by this wealth and are no longer as pure as before. Pureness might not be important to other things, but it's very important to forging skills. In fact, if you want to reach the peak of your skills, pure success is one of the most important determinants of your skills. Your Excellency Oro Fa, you have the talent of a master god tier. In fact, you already have the admission ticket to the door of the creator of artifacts. However, if you are too attached to the flowers and plants on the road, the admission ticket might expire and be invalid." Oro Fa opened his mouth wide and looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze. At this moment, Zhou Zhou in his eyes seemed to have become the figure of his teacher. The words of that time seemed to resound in his ears again. "Disciple. Put it down. What you care about has become a shackle to imprison you." Oro Fa originally thought that his teacher was saying that he was too concerned about pursuing the creator of artifacts and had neglected whether his talent was enough to pursue this dream. From the looks of it, his teacher probably didn't mean that at all. It was just like what Your Excellency, the common people's regal, had said. What he cared about was the status, power, fame, identity and resources he had in the Sun Divine Court. These things had made him who he was today and also made he feel at ease and lazy, allowing these things to imprison him. After a long silence, Oro Fa smiled bitterly and said, "How could I not know about these things? However, knowing is one thing, being able to walk out of it is another. Do I have to give up everything I have in front of me and only continue to pursue the creator of artifacts?" Zhou Manage said. "That depends on Your Excellency Oro Fa's choice. Besides, you don't have to give up everything. In addition, this emperor can remind you that if you really become the creator of artifacts, you will only have much more than what you have now. If you're troubled by the difficulties and don't become the creator of artifacts, you're actually still a true god-tier divine artifact forger. You can actually get back what you lost. Let's see if Your Excellency dares to make this choice." When Oro Fa heard this, a conflicted expression immediately appeared on his face. Zhou Manage looked at him for a long time without making a decision. He finally revealed his trump card and his ultimate goal for saying so much. "Your Excellency Oro Fa, join this Emperor's Blazing Sun Empire. If Your Excellency Oro Fa is willing to join this Emperor's Blazing Sun Empire, this Emperor guarantees that you will become the creator of artifacts in the future." Zhou Manage said. "Are you serious, Your Excellency?" Oro Fa was stunned for a moment before saying in disbelief. Even the legendary Supreme God realm might not guarantee that a true god-tier divine artifact forger could turn into a creator of artifacts in the myriad worlds. That was because master god tiers were all gods who had walked their own nomological path. Every Master God tier's nomological path was unique. Hence, it was very difficult for true gods to turn into Master Gods with the help of other god spirits. He could only rely on himself on this path. Therefore, he found Zhou Manag's words unbelievable. Could this common people's regal be able to do this? However, judging from how the Supreme Will favored this lord, it did seem possible. His heart immediately stirred upon thinking of this. This emperor's words are absolutely true. Zhou Manage smiled. What a joke! He had already promised the War Master God to help them advance to the Supreme God realm in the future. He had already agreed to this ridiculous request. Why would he be afraid of a request from a creator of artifacts who had advanced to the level of a Master God tier? He could just find a Master God tier creator of artifacts and kill him. He could just give him the Book of the God Spirit. Then I'm willing to join His Majesty's Blazing Sun Empire. After hearing Zhou Manage's words, Oro Fa thought for a long time before finally agreeing. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief after making this decision. He felt like he had let go of something. At this moment, Zhou Manage grinned and said, "There's no hurry. First, settle your matters in the Sun Divine Court before coming to this emperor to take office." "Oh yes. This is your reward." Zhou Manage threw a world ring over. After Oro Fa received it, his divine sense entered it and discovered that not only was there a complete set of true God tier advanced grade divine artifacts, there were also a total of 100 sets of true God tier divine artifacts forging blueprints. At this moment, even a true God tier divine artifact forger like Oro Fa, who came from a top lord faction like the Sun Divine Court, was stunned. Regardless of whether it was the 6 true God tier divine artifacts or the 100 forging blueprints of the true God tier divine artifacts, they were not a small sum to him. He did not expect to receive such a generous gift as soon as he joined the Blazing Sun Empire. The nervousness and uneasiness in Oro Fa's heart because he was about to leave the Sun Divine Court abruptly dissipated a lot. Not only because of the true God tier divine artifacts and the forging blueprints, but also because of the strength and future potential of the Blazing Sun Empire. "Thank you, Your Holiness," Oro Fa said respectfully. Zhou Manage nodded. Then, they chatted for a while before Oro Fa bade farewell and left. He wanted to return to the Sun Divine Court and settle the procedures for resignation. "Your Majesty, will my instructor be all right?" Jik could not help but worry. Seely, who was beside him, had the same worried expression. "Don't worry, this emperor has already calculated that he will return safely." Zhou Manage smiled. Jik and Seely heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, in the ruins of the original Elven Empire, Zhou Zhou and the resurrected Nadia were standing in the ruins of the Imperial Palace. In front of them was a tombstone that had just been built. It was Elizariel's cenotaph. Chapter 1242, Conversation with Collier. Zhou Zhou stood behind Nadia, who had just been resurrected, and looked at the former capital of the original Elven Empire. The once glorious and noble Imperial Palace had already turned into ruins, and all the treasures and wealth inside had been plundered. Even the throne that Eli's Ariel had once sat on had been divided into several parts and forcefully shattered and taken away by the fleeing subjects of the original Elven Empire. He looked towards the east. The elven mother tree that had once been as huge as the sky had also disappeared at this moment, leaving behind a terrifying deep pit that covered an area of hundreds of square kilometers and looked like an unfathomable abyss. It hasn't been long. Things have really changed. War can allow a country to accumulate wealth by leaps and bounds. It can also make a country disappear in a few days. Zhou Zhou shook his head silently. At the same time, he quietly felt the Lord Law circulating in his heart. He sensed it for a long time before looking at Nadia in front of him. At this moment, Nadia was kneeling in front of Elizariel's cenotaph in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. "Eli's Ariel, oh Eli's Ariel. It's already better than many emperors for you to have such a heroic general loyal to you in your life." Zhou Zhou thought to himself as he looked at Nadia's back. At this moment, Nadia moved slightly. Then, she turned around and bowed to Zhou Zhou. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for bringing me here to see Her Majesty one last time," he said. His voice was a little low, and it was no longer as lively and relaxed as Zhou Zhou remembered. "Why are you saying this even though we have his friendship?" Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he said seriously. For the sake of the Empire and its people, Eli's Ariel had already made up her mind. "I felt that even if I could reverse time to revive the revived Eli's Ariel would probably still choose to commit suicide again, so I didn't revive him. I understand, Your Excellency," Nadia nodded. Then, he looked at Elizariel's grave and said in a low voice, "You're right. If you revive he without his consent, he might commit suicide again. Her Majesty Eli's Ariel is such an emperor." Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, the two of them stayed here for a while before leaving together. On the way back, Nadia suddenly looked at Zhou Zhou and said, "Your Excellency. Now that the original Elven Empire has been destroyed and Her Majesty Eli's Ariel has passed away, I no longer have a country to return to. I wonder if Your Excellency is willing to take in a countryless elf like me, Nadia." Zhou Zhou interrupted her and said with a smile, "I need you. Come help me." Nadia was stunned for a moment before she nodded firmly. She knew that her meager strength was actually useless to Zhou Zhou. He only said these words to make herself feel more comfortable joining the Blazing Sun Empire. He didn't need to do this at all with his strength and status. However, he still put away all to help her. It was obvious how much he valued her. Even if the relationship between the two of them was just a chance encounter in the time ruins. Recalling what this Your Excellency had done for her in the past, Nadia couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Zhou Zhou had done too much for her. She was alone and had nothing to repay him with. She could only repay him like how she worked for Eli's Ariel with her life. She would have no regrets even if she died. It was a pity that the other party already had a family. Otherwise, I could still. As soon as this thought appeared, Nadia, who was panicking, dismissed it. A moment later. In the Blazing Sun Imperial capital. After Zhou Zhou returned with Nadia, he got someone to arrange her residence. While he returned to the shrine. After some thought, he opened the friend list on his personal terminal and opened a friend's video call. In less than 10 seconds, the other party took it. A purple behemoth emperor exuding a domineering aura was in the video with an extremely respectful expression. It was the emperor of the behemoth divine kingdom, Collier. "Collier greets your majesty." Collier bowed. "Collier, have you found the true god-tier master servant territory contract?" Zhou Zhou asked. "There's already news. We've already sent our subordinates to buy it. The true god-tier master servant territory contract will be sent over tomorrow at the earliest." Collier immediately said. "Tomorrow?" Zhou Zhou stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, after the master servant territory contract is delivered tomorrow, our two countries will immediately form a contract and become master subordinate territorial relations, and the behemoth divine kingdom will be the emperor's subordinate divine kingdom." Of course. Collier had mixed feelings, but he said respectfully on the surface. "Prepare yourself. Once the contract is formed tomorrow, this emperor will let you fight with the empire's army." Zhou Zhou suddenly said. "Already?" Collier was shocked. Wasn't it a little too rushed to combat as soon as they formed a contract? The first stage of the Lord of the Races event is only 3 days in total. How long do you want to drag it out? Zhou Zhou glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't use the concept of time to define the Lord of all races in front of you. Be careful not to fall asleep and wake up to find that your behemoth divine kingdom has been destroyed for hundreds of years." Zhou Zhou glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't use the concept of time to define the Lord of all races in front of you. Be careful not to fall asleep and wake up to find that your behemoth divine kingdom has been destroyed for hundreds of years." "I understand. I will never make such a mistake," Collier hurriedly said. He naturally knew that Zhou Zhou was right. With the support of the Supreme Will, the growth of the Lords was very fast, far exceeding the imagination of the local Lords in this Lord of all races contest after all. In the past, there were examples of kingdoms and even empires being born in such a short period of time. However, there would definitely not be as many examples as there were now. The Supreme Will was naturally using the activities and rewards he had set up to add fuel to the fire. Zhou Zhou did not say anything when he saw this. Instead, he grinned faintly and said, "You have to be prepared. Currently, even though there are many Lord factions and even race factions that have submitted to this Emperor, there has never been a case of a Divine Kingdom Lord faction coming to submit. You could be said to be the first person to do such a thing. You're under a lot of pressure. In addition, the enemies this Emperor will deal with tomorrow are not simple either. You have to do your best to make preparations. Otherwise, once there are serious casualties or something like that, although this Emperor will revive you all equally, you will be recorded in the credit book." Collier's heart trembled, and he agreed heavily. "I will do my best to prepare." Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he didn't say anything else and hung up the video call before looking into the distance and revealed a faint smile. The various races in the outside world should soon know that my Blazing Sun Empire has 3 top-notch Master God-tier existences protecting it. In addition, after tomorrow, information of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom choosing to join me will spread. The combination of the two is enough to cause a stunning storm among the myriad races in the world. It will let all the lords and races know that this era has shifted because of me as the Lord of all races. Chapter 1243, Upgrading the Original Dragon Abyss. Time Divine Dragon Kaido. Before this, many top-notch lord factions and race factions were wavering in the new and old eras, not knowing which position to choose. Only some weak races and lords have joined me until now. Even though there are many of them, they are far from qualitative change. They can't help me much for the time being. After tomorrow, there should be some top factions willing to stand on my side. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. His expression was calm as usual. In fact, he was already burning with ambition. He wanted to rely on his own strength to unite many lords and races to overturn this era of top-notch bloodline races reigning supreme. As for relying on his own strength to become enemies with the myriad worlds, no lord would have such thoughts. Of course, if he continued to become stronger, it wasn't impossible for he to become enemies with all the races in the world alone. Why did he have to choose the most difficult path when he could easily reach the finish line? The matter of becoming stronger could be done after reaching the end point. Then, he came to the Gate of Summoning. After carefully looking at the construction information of the Gate of Summoning, he quickly discovered the Lord Talent information of the original Dragon Abyss. Building name, Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Construction effect, you can summon 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Pure-Blooded Dragon every day from the original Dragon Abyss and become a subject under the Lord. There is a 1% chance of summoning a Legendary Dragon. Construction upgrade, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of fine sand, 10,000 units of metal, 10,000 units of stone, 1,000 Black Iron Tier Mist Core, 100 Basic Elemental Gems, territory upgraded to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Zhou Zhou couldn't help but click his tongue after reading it. The strength of this Lord Talent was a little heaven-defying. Summoning a pure-blooded dragon every day? Wasn't this equivalent to having 1 Nazario a day? Zhou Zhou knew very well how strong Nazario was at the early stage. It could even be said that if not for Nazario being his strongest combatant in the early stages, even if he could reach his current level, he would definitely be much slower. As for the 1% chance of summoning a legendary dragon, there was no need to mention it. It was no exaggeration to say that a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Legendary Dragon was equivalent to 100 Black Iron Tier Nezarios. If someone is lucky enough to summon a Legendary Dragon on the first day of the Lordship, then even if I have the combination of the King of Lutes and Nazario, I might still be able to defeat them. Zhou Zhou sighed. Fortunately, he didn't. Then, his gaze landed on the building upgrade conditions. It had to be said that the requirements for upgrading this building were quite ridiculous. Not only did he need a lot of materials, he had just advanced from Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade to Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, and he was already asking for basic elemental gemstones? Even a top-notch lord with the original Dragon Abyss would not be able to accumulate so many upgrade resources in a long time, right? He shook his head and then threw in 40,000 units of basic resources, 10,000 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, and 100 basic elemental gems. A dark purple light came from the Gate of Summoning. Then, the information of the buildings in the original Dragon Abyss was updated. Building name, Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Construction effect, you can summon 2 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Pure-Blooded Dragons from the original Dragon Abyss every day and become a subject under the Lord. There is a 1% chance of summoning a Legendary Dragon. Construction upgrade, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of fine sand, 50,000 units of metal, 50,000 units of stone, 5,000 Black Iron Tier Mist Core, 500 Basic Elemental Gems, territory upgraded to Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Zhou Zhou still did not select to summon and continued to spend resources to level up. Words soon appeared. After 2 more upgrades, he had upgraded the original Dragon Abyss to the Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Building name, Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Construction effect, you can summon 3 Green Bronze Tier elementary grade pure-blooded dragons and 1 white silver tier elementary grade pure-blooded dragon from the original dragon abyss every day to become a subject under the Lord. There is a 2% chance of summoning a legendary dragon. Construction upgrade, 1 million units of wood, 1 million units of fine sand, 1 million units of metal, 1 million units of stone, 100,000 black iron tier mist core, 10,000 basic elemental gems, territory upgraded to green bronze tier intermediate grade. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Zhou Zhou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The might of the original dragon abyss had truly shocked him. Without any hesitation, he continued to select to upgrade. A large number of resources were quickly consumed. After more than an hour, he finally advanced the original dragon abyss to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. At this level, the original dragon abyss could no longer proceed to advance due to the limitations of its territory. Only then did Zhou Zhou look at its latest establishing information. Building name: Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level: mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Construction effect: every day, you can summon 60 million green bronze tier intermediate grade dragons, 6 million white silver tier intermediate grade dragons, 600,000 yellow gold tier intermediate dragons from the original dragon abyss. 6 high tier deity level dragon gods will become subjects under the Lord. There is an 11% chance of summoning legendary dragons. Construction upgrade: 1,000 trillion units of wood, 1,000 trillion units of fine sand, 1,000 trillion units of metal, 1,000 trillion units of stone, 1 billion intermediate deity level divine crystals, 1 billion basic elemental gems. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? After reading it, Zhou Zhou fell silent. He let out a long breath following a long while. Summoning more than 60 million pure-blooded dragons in a day. I've learned something new. It hasn't been long since I summoned all the dragons in the original dragon abyss. This lord talent was so ridiculous that Zhou Zhou began to worry if there were so many pure-blooded dragons in the original dragon abyss. With the methods of the supreme will, such a thing shouldn't happen. Zhou Zhou shook his head and did not think too much about it. He chanted the summoning in his heart. At the same time, he ordered the original dragon abyss to transfer all the 60 million pure-blooded dragons summoned to the inner world of Cosmos Emperor in his territory. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, a large number of pure-blooded dragons descended into the Cosmos Emperor's inner world. Wind Dragon, Fire Dragon, Emerald Dragon, Lava Dragon, Shadow Dragon, Undead Dragon, Mountain Dragon, Light Spirit Dragon, Wind Thunder Dragon, Formless Dragon, Fierce Claw Dragon, Dark Dragon, Green Bronze Tier Dragon. All kinds of pure-blooded dragons descended into this boundless space. There were more than 6,000 of them, looking quite spectacular and shocking. Among the many pure-blooded dragons, a special dragon was quite eye-catching among them. This dragon was more than 100 light years tall and majestic. He was silver-white in color, and there was a silver holy crown on his head. His body was surrounded by time phantoms. The time phantoms were like a supreme divine robe draped over his body. On it, there was a faint illusory scene of the past and future of various worlds. An aura that Zhou Zhou was familiar with appeared on his body. Zhou Zhou saw the dragon through the internal world projection of the spaceship. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as his eyes revealed a look of shock. Time Divine Dragon Kaido. What kind of luck is this? How did I summon this big shot on my first try? He muttered to himself. Chapter 1244, God of Books. Want to write an autobiography? Zhou Zhou looked at the silver-white legendary dragon with shock in his eyes. This legendary dragon Big Shot was considered a legendary existence even among the legendary dragons. It was said that not only was the other party knowledgeable, he could also see through the future of life forms. What he loved the most was to travel through the various timelines and see the evolution of the world's life forms in each timeline. From there, he could comprehend the laws of time. Many legendary dragons had to show their respect to Kaido. Moreover, they had more or less received the favor of the Time Divine Dragon during their growth. Among the legendary dragons, only the original dragon, the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God, and a few other top legendary dragons could suppress the other party in terms of status. Just as Zhou Zhou was in shock, the Time Divine Dragon in the Cosmos Emperor's inner world glanced in Zhou Zhou's direction before disappearing. The next second, he appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Time Divine Dragon, Kaido, greets Your Excellency Common People's Regal. Kaido chuckled. Your Excellency Kaido. Zhou Zhou returned the greeting politely. The Kaido in front of him was only at the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. This was naturally not the other party's true strength, but was probably because he wanted to adapt to the rules of the original Dragon Abyss that this big shot specially reduced his strength to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. If the other party wanted to recover the strength of a Master God tier at his peak, he could probably do it with a thought. At this moment, Kaido spoke again. I traveled through time and came here for one matter. I was entrusted by a good friend who would like me to write a book for your majesty, an autobiography, and then keep it in his library. Oh. Zhou Zhou was a little curious. May I know who is your excellency's good friend? He claims to be the god of books. His greatest hobby is to write, read, and collect books. Kaido smiled and said, I met him by chance and became good friends with him. He specially instructed me that if you are unwilling, he is also able to write an autobiographical book about you, Regal, by collecting information and myths. I wonder what does your excellency Regal think about that? By the way, my good friend also said that if your majesty is willing, after the book is completed, he will give you a gift. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate when he heard that. He smiled and said, it's not impossible to write a book as long as you don't pry into my privacy. However, this is my autobiography after all. I want to take a look after the book is completed. I want to delete it if there's anything inappropriate. This is your excellency's right, Kaido said with a smile. Most of the content recorded in your autobiography is about your personal experience and some interviews. There won't be any privacy that you don't want to see. In that case, I have no objections. Zhou Zhou nodded. It was nothing more than a book that recorded his experiences. It was no big deal. I'll have to trouble you for a while in the future. If there's a need, I can use my old bones to fight for your excellency. Kaido smiled. That's great. Zhou Zhou smiled and said, I'll have to rely on your excellency to take care of me in the future. This your excellency should be a top-notch Master God tier existence who was a Master God tier advanced grade. Even though they weren't the top 10 Master God tiers, they were considered one of the best Master God tiers apart from the top 10 Master God tier experts. With your excellency by his side, Zhou Zhou felt extremely safe. After that, he opened the door to the army and incorporated the 60 million pure-blooded dragons, including Kaido, into the Dragon God army. As the Dragon God army had never had a true god expert, in addition to the fact that they were all pure-blooded dragons, there were very few of them. Therefore, they had always been the weakest army under him. Now, with the addition of more than 60 million pure-blooded dragons and the Master God tier Kaido, the Dragon God army's strength was no longer inferior to the Blazing Sun army. Then, he thought for a moment and said, Your Excellency Kaido, there are still 2 to 3 hours left today. I plan to bring my troops out to train and conquer a few territories. Would your excellency like to come along? The main reason was that he and the Insight defection of the Star Alliance masters under him had yet to be used. He wanted to use the remaining time to instigate the Insight defection. Sure. Kaido smiled and nodded. He would show his point of view to his majesty since he wanted to perceive his abilities. In that case, he would show it to this Regal. He looked at the Regal and felt the rich light sacred dragon bloodline and the aura of the other legendary dragons. He sighed inwardly. This Regal really had a deep relationship with the dragons. It was actually related to so many legendary dragons. In the current era of the Lord of all races, it was unknown if this relationship was good or bad. He could take this opportunity to follow this Regal and see his prospect and the fate of the myriad worlds. Kaido, who walked the law of time and cultivated the law of fate at the same time, was very curious about Zhou Zhou's fate and future. Zhou Zhou quickly set off with the army. The number of troops and god spirits that Bai Yun and the others had taken away only accounted for half of the total number of troops and god spirits under him. Therefore, half of them were left behind in the Blazing Sun Empire to be in charge of going out to fight and protect the territory. However, it was only half of them. There were a total of 500 trillion soldiers, more than 1 million god spirits, and more than 700 true god tiers. In addition, Bai Yun's main body was taking the Eternal Mothership to Cerulean Planet, and her clone was following Zhou Zhou through the Gate of Summoning. Now that Bai Yun was already a true god tier expert, it was easy for her to create a low-tier deity-level elementary grade clone that could not last long. As for the Time Divine Dragon, Kaido, even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but exclaim in his heart when he saw Zhou Zhou's army. This number of troops and god spirits was too ridiculous. Even some Divine Kingdom Lord factions might not have so many soldiers and god spirits. It was hard to imagine that this was a force that lords of all races could have at this stage. However, it was precisely because of this that this human lord in front of him had made a name for himself as the common people's regal. There were only wrong names and no wrong titles. Not to mention the title of regal personally given by the supreme will. Kaido pondered for a few seconds. Then, he saw a silver light flash on his body. He had turned into an old man in a silver divine robe. He took out a book and a pen out of thin air and commenced to write on the book. Zhou Zhou was slightly surprised to perceive this. It started just like that? He didn't mind and continued doing whatever he wanted. Your Majesty. Luo Sheng, who had already become a true god-tier expert, strolled up to Zhou Zhou and uttered respectfully, we still have about 56 seconds before we reach the high-level Scarlet Empire Blue Dew Empire which is adjacent to our territory. High-level Scarlet Empire. Zhou Zhou raised his brows slightly and asked in confusion, was there such a high-level Scarlet Empire around our territory in the past? Why don't I have any impression of it? As the ruler of a country, he knew very well who the countries around his country were. However, he had no impression of the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire at all. Chapter 1245, Activate the 10,000 Spirit Saint. Your Majesty, this high-level Scarlet Empire was born during the King of 10,000 Kings event and it's not the only one. There are many such high-level Scarlet Empires, and their territories are all connected to our Blazing Sun Empire. The reason why so many Scarlet forces could rise so quickly is mainly because they were born from a calamity like the calamity of the myriad races. The Scarlet invasion forces that came from the Crimson Great Cosmos left a large number of resources and Scarlet remnant forces that couldn't retreat in time before they left the High Continent. It was these forces that formed the new Scarlet Lords. And originally, most of the lords around our territory retreated in advance to find new territories because they were afraid of us and were afraid that we would invade them. Even though we tried our best to occupy the ownerless areas that they left behind, there were still some areas that we couldn't occupy in time. These Scarlet Lord forces took advantage of the situation and occupied these ownerless areas to establish a new Scarlet Lord force. Luo Sheng explained. I see. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. Then, he smiled. The other Lord factions are so afraid of us that they fled. When these Scarlet factions saw this situation, not only did they stay far away from me, but they actually dared to occupy those ownerless areas and dominate under my nose. You're really bold. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Your Majesty, even though these ownerless areas are abandoned, there are still a large number of buildings without blueprints on them. As long as these buildings are placed in the building blueprint, they will recover their functions and can be used directly. This is indeed a great temptation for some Scarlet Lords who don't have a kingdom or territories. In this era, there are many lords who are bold. Luo Sheng smiled. In this era where the Lord of all races, the Supreme Will, and the Crimson Overlord were enemies, those who were timid would not dare to be lords. Anyone who had been a lord for a long time would be very bold. That makes sense also. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Then, he said. In that case, let's destroy these fellows who have occupied our territory and subdue our territory. Those ownerless regions had appeared because of him and the Blazing Sun Empire. In Zhou Zhou's eyes, they were left to him by the lords of the people of foreign races who had retreated because they were afraid of him. How could he allow his territory to be occupied by Scarlet Fog monsters? AUS had been chased away by him. How could he tolerate this? Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Sheng said solemnly. He shared the same thoughts as Zhou Zhou. That was to never allow the Blazing Sun Empire's territory to be contaminated by external enemies. The Cosmos Emperor had already arrived at the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire. At Luo Sheng's order, all the soldiers, heroes, and god spirits flew out of Cosmos Emperor and stood in the sky, looking down at the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire. Nearly 50 billion soldiers, a million god spirits, and more than 700 true god tier stood in the sky, casting a huge shadow on the territory of the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire. Zhou Zhou observed the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire below. After a few seconds, he raised his eyebrows slightly and clicked his tongue in wonder. It seems that they're not all fools who only know how to occupy territory. They still know to guard against us. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Luo Sheng also looked down at the territory of the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire. When he saw the situation inside, he was immediately shocked. He said in disbelief. Why are there so many Scarlet soldiers and Scarlet god spirits? Did they join forces? I think so. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked for a while before saying, there are about 300 trillion Scarlet soldiers, 1.5 million Scarlet God Spirits, and more than 300 true God Tiers. At least 100,000 Scarlet Lord forces have gathered here, and there's no lack of Scarlet Empire Tier Lord forces. It's hard for them to gather so many Scarlet Soldiers and Scarlet God Spirits. He clicked his tongue in wonder. With so many Scarlet Soldiers and true God Tiers, they could fight against a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. He originally thought that this trip was just an ordinary incite defection activity. He didn't expect to meet a good opponent. Good, good, good. The more the merrier. The more you come, the more satisfying it will be for me, the 10,000 Spirit Saint. How did they react so quickly? How did they know that we would come to our door first and set up our troops here in advance? Luo Sheng was a little surprised. Your Excellency is most likely to attack the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire first because the Scarlet Empire closest to the Blazing Sun Empire's borders. In addition, the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire's king is the strongest Scarlet True God Tier among them, so he has the authority to gather all the Scarlet Soldiers and God Spirits here. Kaido's eyes flashed with the light of the law of time. Luo Sheng nodded in realization. At this moment, the Scarlet Army below also discovered the Blazing Sun Army that was moving unhindered in the sky. The Blazing Sun Empire is here. This is much more terrifying than our military strength. There are so many God Spirits and true God Tiers. It looks like we can't defeat them. Run. If we stay here, we'll die. A bunch of idiots. Ah. Humph. Those who dare to say that they want to escape will be killed without mercy. When the Scarlet Army below noticed the Blazing Sun Empire's army and God Spirits, most of them immediately panicked. Even though the military strength of both sides was not much different at this moment, the Blazing Sun Empire and the common people's regal were famous. Even the Scarlet invading army led by an existence like AUS had been defeated by them. These little armies still had some self-awareness. They knew that even if both sides had similar military strength, it would be very difficult for them to defeat the other party. At this moment, the ruler of the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire, True God Blue Dew Scarlet, had spoken. The Blue Dew True God Tier's true form was formed from the Blue Dew True Water of the elemental realm. It looked completely blue, but its eyes were scarlet. He looked at the flustered red army and stated coldly. Where can you run to? We only have one way out now, and that is to kill our way out. All Scarlet Soldiers, Scarlet Heroes, Scarlet God Spirits, and Scarlet True God Tier. On my command, attack with me. He shouted at the end. Then, he was the first to charge towards the army of the Blazing Sun Empire. Countless Scarlet True God Tiers, Scarlet God Spirits, and Scarlet Soldiers followed closely behind. Zhou Zhou nodded his head and activated the 10,000 Spirit Saint the moment they exchanged blows. Prompt, you have activated your mythical tier unique Lord talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord talent notification 1. A total of 351,568,568 Black Iron Tier Scarlet Soldiers, 217,501,107,500 Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Soldiers, 165,500,124,738 White Silver Tier Scarlet Soldiers, 114,352,503 Legendary Tier Scarlet Soldiers, 861,503 Low-Tier Deity Level Scarlet God Spirits, 522,306 Mid-Tier Deity Level Scarlet God Spirits, 151,250 High-Tier Deity Level Scarlet God Followers, and 150,000 High-Tier True God Followers. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The 10,000 Spirit Saint had directly incited 1,565,250,160,540 Red Soldiers, 1,535,059 Scarlet God Spirits, and 151 True God Tiers. Now, the number of troops under him had already reached 1,148,754,558.13,003,446 soldiers, 3,575,525 God Spirits, and 1,713 True God Tiers. My troops have officially broken through the quadrillion level. Zhou Zhou was excited. Chapter 1246, The Editor's Preface of the Time Dragon God. On the battlefield, the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire led more than 3 trillion Scarlet Alliance troops, and there was an internal strife in an instant. Half of the Scarlet Soldiers, the Scarlet God Spirit, and the Scarlet True God tier suddenly turned around and attacked their comrades with a fierce and fanatical expression and were caught off guard. More than 20 trillion Scarlet Soldier God spirits were either dead or injured. This internal strife directly reduced the Blue Do Scarlet Empire's available military strength to more than 120 trillion. On the other hand, the Blazing Sun Empire's combat strength had reached an astonishing 600 trillion. Coupled with the internal tension caused by the internal strife, the soldiers of the Blue Do Scarlet Empire's alliance army began to distrust their comrades. Their overall combat strength had decreased by more than 50%. On the other hand, the morale of the Blazing Sun Empire's army was rising. The situation on the battlefield instantly leaned towards the Blazing Sun Empire. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Blazing Sun Empire's victory was already set in stone. What followed was just a matter of time. When True God tier Blue Do saw the obvious difference in morale, despair flashed across his eyes. Why were they at such a huge disadvantage when the war had just begun? Could this be the terrifying aspect of the common people's regal and the Blazing Sun Empire? At this moment, Scarlet True God tier Blue Do and the other Scarlet True God tier suddenly understood why AUS had lost to this human lord despite having such a terrifying army. However, Scarlet True God tier Blue Do quickly realized that his despair had only just begun. As soon as the soldiers of both sides came into contact, the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers and Forbidden Mages of the Blazing Sun Empire quickly displayed their superb combat strength that far exceeded the Empire tier soldier types. They directly suppressed the soldiers of the Scarlet Empire's allied army on the Blue Do Scarlet Empire's side. Seeing this, Blue Do and Scarlet True God tier felt even more despair. If the Scarlet Alliance army still had a 10% chance of winning, after the Blazing Sun Empire's soldiers displayed their superpowers, the probability of them winning was 0%. Half an hour later, peace returned to the battlefield. The Blue Do Scarlet Empire was completely wiped out. The Blazing Sun Empire's army won a complete victory and began to clean up the battlefield. What a crushing war! Kaido shook his head. The difference was too great and he had yet to make a move. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the soldiers in the distance were carrying the corpses of the dead soldiers and flying towards Cosmos Emperor. Your Majesty, what are they doing? Kaido felt that he could take action in this aspect, so he pointed at them and said. There's a resurrection altar on Cosmos Emperor. They brought the dead soldiers to revive. Zhou Zhou took a look and shook his head with a smile. These guys fight like lunatics. They clearly have free revival opportunities, but they still died more than twice. It's to the extent that they have to use the resurrection altar to revive. Resurrection altar. Kaido thought for a moment and said. Is it the resurrection altar created by Your Excellency Tritus? That's right. Zhou Zhou nodded. Kaido was indeed one of the most knowledgeable existences in the myriad worlds. He had actually guessed that it was the goddess of life just by hearing him say that. As far as I know, using this resurrection altar seems to require extremely rare faith nerves to use. Could it be that Your Majesty wants to use a huge amount of faith nerves to revive these fallen soldiers? Kaido asked. Of course. Zhou Zhou nodded. They are all this Emperor's soldiers. How can this Emperor watch them die? Your Excellency Kaido, you've just arrived in the Blazing Sun Empire, so you might not be aware of it. Our soldiers have always been like this. If they die, they'll be resurrected. This kind of thing has been happening for a long time. Among the soldiers under this Emperor, there are many talented people who have died dozens or hundreds of times. Currently, they are all still alive and well. Many soldiers have even become god spirits in this kind of life and death tempering. It's precisely because of this resurrection method that this emperor has maintained a zero mortality rate in the war for a long time. At the end, Zhou Zhou's expression was rather arrogant. He rarely showed such an expression to outsiders. However, when it came to the zero mortality rate in war, he was rather pleased with himself. This was indeed something to be proud of. A lord like him who could maintain a zero mortality rate was probably unprecedented. There shouldn't be anyone like him in the future. After Kaido heard Zhou Zhou's words, a hint of shock finally appeared on his usually calm and indifferent expression. The zero mortality rate of war that had been maintained for a long time? Let alone hearing about such a thing, he didn't even dare to think about it. Among all the lord factions he knew, there was no lord faction that could create a record of 0 deaths in war because this was simply an impossible record. How could no one die in a war? This was common knowledge that all the lords knew. Even the goddess of life and the master god tier of death, who controlled the two laws of life and death, would definitely not be able to do such a thing. The lord in front of him, no, the common people's regal, had done it. After a long silence, he suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He slowly asked, then, doesn't that mean that the subjects in His Majesty's territory have never experienced the tragedy of a broken family because of war? That's true. Zhou Zhou said with a faint smile, as though this was an extremely ordinary matter for him. Furthermore, because our army has a good reputation, good treatment and a sense of security and honor, countless subjects in the country are crazy about joining the army. Even women, children, and the elderly, these subjects who are not suitable to participate in the war, want to join the army and fight for our Blazing Sun Empire. To our enemies, combat is an incomparably terrifying nightmare. But to our subjects, war? They are never afraid. They even want to participate enthusiastically. Then did they join? Kaido asked. The smile on Zhou Zhou's face gradually faded. He said indifferently. The young men of the Blazing Sun Empire aren't dead yet. It's not their turn to join. War is ultimately a bad thing. Our Blazing Sun Empire is just a special example. The living beings in other places in the myriad worlds are still in deep trouble because of the war. One day, this emperor hopes that this emperor can personally end this war. When he stated this last sentence, Zhou Zhou's voice was very low, as if he was talking to himself. Then what will happen to His Majesty's undead army after this war that affects the myriad worlds ends? Kaido seemed to have sensed something and asked. If the myriad worlds really welcome peace, I will disband the soldiers under my command, or even disband my empire. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He seemed to have thought of this long ago. I will give my soldiers, generals, heroes, and god spirits sufficient pensions and guarantees. Then, I will let them do whatever they want. Yes, the premise is that they don't harm the world. In short, if the combat ends, they should welcome their own lives and not follow me as their master and continue to do things for me. They should have their own lives, their own dreams, their own families, their own lives. It's not like now, where we're forced into the maelstrom of war. As for me, I'll live with my wife, play games with Jochunman, travel around the world with Wu Tu, see all kinds of customs in the myriad worlds, and many other things. That will definitely be very interesting. Kaido looked at Zhou Zhou, who was smiling to himself, and could not help but be stunned. After a long time. Only then did he come back to his senses. After thinking for a long time, he opened the wordless book in his hand and wrote these lines of words on the first page. Preface by Editor. The common people's regal is the strongest, most handsome, most special, and strangest lord I've ever seen. He doesn't like war, but he has become the king of war of the new era. He loves his wife, but he rarely meets his wife. While he likes to play games, he rarely touches them on weekdays, and yet he has a huge virtual game empire under his command. He wants to see the customs of all the races in the world, but he stays in his imperial capital every day, guarding his subjects and territory. He has everything that other living beings envy, but it also seems to be very far away from what he has. This common people's regal has stirred up endless killings. It's normal for he to be exterminated, but in his country, it's a piece of peace and prosperity. Everyone seems to live in a paradise. He hopes to end this endless combat between worlds. This wish was something that those high and mighty old lord factions couldn't achieve even after scheming for countless years. However, this human lord who had been in the high continent for less than a year, had stated it firmly. What does he seem to be carrying? Perhaps it's his desire, or the responsibility of an emperor, or the innocent gaze of an innocent child oppressed by combat by the roadside, or perhaps something else. I, the Time Divine Dragon Kaido, will record all of this with the brush of time and present it to myself and the readers. Chapter 1247, Time Divine Dragon Kaido Strikes. Super large-scale time reversal. Kaido closed the book after he finished writing the editor's introduction. What followed was the main text. He had to think carefully before writing. He looked up at Zhou Zhou with a faint smile. He was getting more and more interested in this common people's regal who had a close relationship with the dragons. He was just being entrusted by a good friend to help him write an autobiography for common people's regal before he arrived. Now, he really wanted to see the future of this existence. Could such a human regal, who was filled with childish dreams, really do what he wanted to do and become the person he wanted to do? The Time Divine Dragon was interested to know. Actually, whether it was childish or not depended on the facts. If someone said it but couldn't achieve it, then one could be said to be childish. However, if someone not only said it out loud, but also did it, then no matter how naive and unbelievable this matter was, that person would be looked up to. However, Kaido didn't forget his business. Your Majesty, I can actually contribute to the resurrecting of the soldiers. Kaido pointed at the corpses of the dead soldiers and said with a smile. This emperor would naturally be more than happy if your excellency can make a move. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before smiling. Naturally, he trusted his excellency's words. According to the records of the dragon bloodline in his body, it was said that he had even done a magnificent feat of reviving a legendary dragon. In terms of resurrection ability, he was not much inferior to the two master god tiers of life and death. Kaido nodded and flew above the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire and Cosmos Emperor. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he also ordered the soldiers who were carrying the corpses to put them down. The soldiers immediately put down the corpses of their comrades and waited for further orders. Kaido could not help but praise in his heart when he saw this. What a disciplined army! Then, his expression turned serious as he silently chanted a spell. A miraculous river that reflected countless space-time phantoms and spanned the space-time of various worlds quietly reappeared from space as a low, complicated, and mysterious incantation was being chanted by Kaido. Surrounding this magnificent river was a boundless red floating continent. Long river of time and space, eternal mainland. Legendary tier space-time divine dragon was born in the long river of time and space. It should be true. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself when he saw this scene. Speaking of which, after the river of time and space and the eternal continent appeared, the river of time and space began to flow slowly in the eternal continent, as if what Kaido summoned was not a phantom but a real existence. At this moment, the incantation in Kaido's mouth suddenly became hurried and high. The next second, something that shocked countless life forms happened. The river of time and space actually began to flow back slowly under Kaido's incantation. Even though it only flowed in reverse for a moment, it still produced a large amount of power of time and space at that moment. This power of time and space descended within a radius of billions of kilometers of the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire. Within this range of billions of kilometers, all the dead soldiers were resurrected in the blink of an eye. The injuries on the injured soldiers quickly reversed until their injuries disappeared. Even the terrain that had been changed because of the war and the buildings that had been destroyed were reversed in time and quickly returned to normal. Moreover, the power of time and space had a selective recovery. For example, the Scarlet soldiers killed by the Blazing Sun Empire's soldiers did not recover with the flow of time. They were still in a state of death. Seeing that everything had recovered, Kaido chuckled and stopped casting. Then, he said to Zhou Zhou. I hope your Majesty is satisfied. I'm satisfied. I can't be more satisfied. Zhou Zhou looked at Kaido in surprise. This time reversal not only revived his soldiers, but also restored all the buildings damaged by the war. Now, they could directly send residents and professionals to the capital of the Blue Dew Scarlet Empire. They didn't even need to do any repair work. This saved them a lot of trouble. It had to be known that for the victors of the war, restoring the damaged city facilities after the war was the most troublesome and expensive thing. Even Zhou Zhou was no exception. He didn't care about spending money. What he cared about was that repairing the damaged city's facilities would consume some manpower and time. Now that the space-time divine dragon was here, this problem did not exist. He secretly sized up Your Excellency Kaido and realized that he didn't seem to have expended any energy at all after using this time reversal. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. This Your Excellency's attainments in the law of time were much more terrifying than he had imagined. Your Excellency, how many times can you use such a extended nomological skill in a day? Zhou Zhou asked. It's just going against the flow of moment within a radius of billions of miles. For me, I can use it however many times I want in a day. Kaido smiled faintly and said, I can reverse time in a boundless universe at best. To me, it's very easy to use this small time reversal dozens or hundreds of times a day. Your Majesty, don't worry. He was being humble. One of the things he often did was also his greatest ability was to travel through various timelines and even restart the entire world's timeline to reach the time point he wanted. Even though the worlds where those timelines were located were all subsidiary small universes that were attached to the supreme great cosmos and could produce countless lives and deaths in the moment frame of a thought, it was still an astonishing method that many true god tier were far from being capable to do. That's great, Zhou Zhou uttered with a smile. In that case, Your Excellency, please follow the army and use this time reversal law skill after the war. This law skill is very significant to our Blazing Sun Empire. I'm already Your Majesty's subject. Your Majesty, you don't have to be so polite. Just give me your orders. Kaido chuckled. He naturally did not forget that although this humble common people's regal in front of him was young, he already had the combat power of a Lord God tier that was comparable to him. Once the two of them fought, even if he had many means, he might not dare say that he would definitely win. Coupled with his current identity as Zhou Zhou's subject, he truly treated Zhou Zhou as his majesty. Zhou Zhou understood Kaido's meaning. He thought for a moment and nodded. After a while, after cleaning up the battlefield, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment. In order to let the Lords of the Star Alliance use their insight defection as rapidly as possible, he simply divided the 6 trillion plus troops into more than 300 groups. He let the Lords of the Star Alliance each lead more than 2 trillion soldiers and their own troops to the enemy forces around the Blazing Sun Empire's territory to carry out a separate insight defection. This way, he should be capable to use his insight defection in the shortest moment possible. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he immediately sent troops to convey his thoughts. In a short while, the Blazing Sun Empire's army split into more than 300 troops and headed to the various borders to oppose the lords. This method was indeed extremely efficient. In less than an hour, all the Star Alliance masters successfully instigated the insight defection and returned with the soldiers. Chapter 1248, Mythical Tier, the only Lord Talent God of Agriculture, Shinan's Blessing. After some calculations, they had brought back about 120 billion Scarlet Soldiers, 625 God Spirits, and 12 true God Tiers. The benefits this time could be said to be far inferior to the insight defection results obtained by the Scarlet Army that had previously instigated AUS. However, Zhou Zhou was not surprised. How could the scattered soldiers around the Blazing Sun Empire compare to OS's Scarlet Alliance army? Moreover, the Scarlet Alliance army that he had just defeated was the vast majority of the troops that they had gathered. After sending out these troops, there weren't many left in their respective countries. It was already beyond his expectations that he could instigate insight defection to gather so many Scarlet Soldiers and Scarlet God Spirits. It was already late at night. Although Zhou Zhou's army was no longer afraid of the Scarlet Fog at night due to the Lord Talent of the Scarlet Natural Enemy, in order to let the soldiers rest and adjust, Zhou Zhou still brought them back to the Blazing Sun Empire to continue the battle tomorrow. In the Blazing Sun Imperial capital. After Zhou Zhou returned, he immediately went to the shrine and turned his attention to Zhou Fight on Cerulean planet. Then, he learned that after Zhou Fight conquered True God Heron and the Lords of the Wind Spirit race, he conquered 3 True God tier Lord factions and a total of 112 Lord factions. He obtained a total of 310,600,000 hegemony points and 154,200 obscure Lord shop points. The 3 True God tier Lord factions that had the protection of True Gods contributed the most hegemony points. The 3 True God tier Lord factions alone contributed a total of 300 million hegemony points. The remaining 106,000 hegemony points were contributed by the Lords of the myriad races. As for the obscure Lord shop points, all the factions contributed similarly. It could be seen that the hidden shop points did not value the strength of the enemy faction that they conquered. What they valued more was the number of enemies they conquered. In the following period of time, Zhou Fight and the rest did not plan to rest either. Instead, they prepared to continue attacking all the surrounding Lord factions. This was because the active universe that Zhou Fight was in was a new super-large boundless universe created by the Supreme Will. For the time being, there was no threat of the Scarlet Fog. Therefore, be it Zhou Fight or the Lords of the other races, they would obviously not let go of this good opportunity to develop at night. The other Lords who should fight for the first stage of the Lord of the race continued to fight for this position. Zhou Fight naturally took advantage of this time to continue to conquer the enemy forces and accumulate hegemony points and obscure Lord shop points. Zhou Zhou naturally agreed to Zhou Fight's idea. Then, he chatted with Zhou Zhan for a while. He mainly wanted Zhou Fight to pay attention to collecting space-time elemental gems so that the Blazing Sun Empire on the high continent could advance. Then, he cut off the connection. Following that, Zhou Zhou entered the world of reincarnation and continued to comprehend the Lord's laws. He had to raise his strength to the True God tier level as soon as possible. At that time, Zhou Zhou's personal strength would undergo a qualitative change. Even without using the power of the Moon Demon or the Power Heavenly Emperor, he could rely on his law skill, King, to possess true Master God tier combat strength. In addition, the Power Heavenly Emperor, the Supreme Sacred Body, the Master God tier Divine Artifact, and many other aspects had enhanced his strength. When the time came, he was even confident that he would not be defeated by the 10 Master God tier existences. Time flew by. Words soon appeared. They arrived the next day. In the reincarnation sacred palace, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. He sensed his supreme sacred body and frowned slightly. After exhausting all the Lord Talent crystal fragments and Lord Talent spheres, the progress of upgrading the intermediate True God Tier Supreme Sacred Body to an advanced True God Tier Supreme Sacred Body has only increased by half. Looks like I still need 2 days to raise the Supreme Sacred Body to the level of a True God Tier Advanced grade. I really hope to reach the low-level Master God Tier Supreme Sacred Body as soon as possible. When the time comes, I should be invincible among Master God Tier. Even if the 10 Master God Tiers attack me together, they won't be able to do anything to me. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Then, he looked at the new Lord Talent that he had awakened during his cultivation. As expected, it was also the mythical Tier 1 and only Lord Talent. Lord Talent, God of Agriculture Shinan's Blessing, Mythical Tier Unique. Talent Effect 1 Blessing of the God of Agriculture, your territory is blessed by the God of Agriculture, Nong Xi. In your territory, the production of all crops will increase by 10,000%. All agricultural lifestyle professionals can obtain promotion energy by planting and harvesting crops. The promotion energy obtained will also increase by 10,000%. Talent Effect 2 God Tier Cultivation. The agricultural lifestyle professionals in your territory have a 5% chance of cultivating crops with +1 quality when cultivating agricultural crops. There is a 1% chance of cultivating crops with +1 quality and benign mutations. Talent Effect 3 Son of Agriculture. When you and the agricultural lifestyle professionals under you reach the limit of your potential, you can break through the limit of your potential and reach a new profession realm by focusing on agricultural theory and practical knowledge. Talent Effect 4 Food is the priority of the people. Any living being who eats the crops produced in your territory will experience the feeling of happiness from it, greatly increasing the probability of them eating it multiple times. Specific Talent Effect 5 Master God's Protection. The development process of your Lord's faction will not be hindered by other Master God level powerhouses. The Machina God, 0, will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction, stopping or killing any Master God level powerhouses who dare to come and have malicious intentions. Specific Talent Effect 6 Protector of the Divine Kingdom. When your Lord's faction advances to the beginner level Divine Kingdom, the God of Agriculture, Shinan, will automatically join your Lord's faction and become a loyal worshipper of your Master God Tier. However, you have to promise him that you will let he join the battlefield as little as possible and have your own time to study the upper limit of agricultural development. After reading it, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he muttered to himself in puzzlement. I don't remember the God of Agriculture, Shinan, being one of the 10 Master Gods. Even though the God of Agriculture, Shinan, is also a high-level Master God, and is also a God blessed by the heavens, he is considered to be the weakest among all the Master God Tier Advanced Grade God Spirits. He can't join the ranks of the top 10 Master Gods at all. In addition, this God of Agriculture's requirements are low enough. He only wants to join the battlefield as little as possible and give him moment to study the upper limit of agricultural development. He doesn't want to advance to the Supreme God realm at all. As he who possessed many bloodline inheritances, he naturally knew who the 10 Master God Tiers were. They were the War Master God Terence, the Machina Master God 0, the God of Death Thanatos, the Goddess of Life Tritus, the Wisdom Master God Totbirth, the Master God of Light Hilu, the original Master God Tier Source, the Primordial Dragon First Venerable, the King of all Gods De Huang, the Chaotic Beast God Heaven Curse Beast. There was no God of Agriculture, Shinan among them. Wait, there's indeed no prefix of the 10 sacred blessings in the prefix of this Lord Talent name. Could there be other Lord Talents, other than the 10 God series of Lord Talents that possess other God Spirits' blessings? Zhou Zhou had a guess. He thought for a moment and guessed that he became right. This became because when he was looking at the Lord Talent list of the Star Alliance Masters, he had indeed seen some Lord Talents that were blessed by God Spirits. However, most of their grades were Black Iron Tier, Green Bronze Tier, and White Silver Tier. They did not even have the Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent. In addition, their talent effects were very ordinary, so Zhou Zhou subconsciously ignored them. Only today, when he noticed this mythical tier unique Lord Talent, did he remember. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate. Just as he became about to leave the reincarnation sacred palace to recruit new soldiers, Nadia arrived up and told he a piece of news. The Blood Moon Sun became back. Chapter 1249, the first worshipped quasi-master god Blood Moon Sun. The Blazing Sun Empire, Imperial Palace. Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the Blood Moon Sun below with a faint smile. What have you been doing these past few days? Did you learn anything? Your Majesty, I haven't found the opportunity to restore my Master God tier strength yet. However, I accidentally bumped into a few Titan True God tiers, so I took care of them along the way. It can be considered as repaying some of the interest that the Titans owe me. The Blood Moon Sun shook his head and said. Zhou Zhou smiled. Even the Titan God race would find it troublesome to be targeted by a main God level expert whose strength had fallen to the True God tier realm. When the Blood Moon Sun recovered to the level of a Master God tier one day, even the Titan God race would have to take the Blood Moon Sun seriously. A Master God level expert could be considered a top-notch expert even in the Titan God race after all. Any top bloodline race would not dare to underestimate such an expert. Have you considered the message this Emperor sent you previously? Even though Zhou Zhou had already guessed the answer to this question, he still had to go through the process of asking. Your Excellency Regal is willing to look up to the Blood Moon Sun and doesn't mind his troubles. The Blood Moon Sun is more than grateful to your Excellency for taking him in, so why would he refuse? Blood Moon Sun greets your Majesty. The Blood Moon Sun said respectfully. You have to think carefully. The only enemy you are facing now is the Titan God race. But if you join this Emperor's camp, the original Spirit race, the Shepherd's God race, the Chaos Gods race, and other top bloodline races will all view you as an enemy. At that time, you will only be in more trouble. Zhou Zhou smiled at the Blood Moon Sun. I actually feel that there's not much difference between offending one Titan God race and offending more top-notch bloodline races. Most importantly, I feel that Your Majesty's Blazing Sun Empire is worth joining. Your Majesty is also worthy of my loyalty. That's why I want to join. I didn't have to. In addition, many races now think that a new era is about to begin because of His Majesty's appearance. Perhaps in the future, those top bloodline races will be wiped out by His Majesty. Speaking of which, Your Majesty, you also know that I was killed by a top bloodline race like the Titan God race back then. Actually, I've long been unhappy with those high and mighty races who think that they're the masters of the endless heavens. If Your Majesty really intends to destroy those top bloodline races, especially when it comes to the Titan God race, I'm willing to do my best to be Your Majesty's vanguard. The Blood Moon Sun said seriously. His tone contained astonishing resentment. It could be seen that he hated the Titan God race, who had killed he until he only had a remnant of his will. Okay. This Emperor agrees to your request. Zhou Zhou stood up from his throne and agreed to the Blood Moon Sun with a smile. After what happened between Uriel and Yuzhanda, Zhou Zhou knew that there was basically no possibility of reconciliation between him and the Titan God race. Either him or Zhou Zhou would survive. Since that was the case, naturally, Zhou Zhou would not choose to die himself. Then, he could only ask the threat of the Titan God race to disappear from the forest of races after he completely rose. From now on, you will be this Emperor's first worshipped quasi-master God tier. All of your treatment is the same as that of a worshipped master god. It's just that there's the word quasi in your rank. After you completely recover your master god tier strength, you can remove this quasi word and become the true worshipped master god of the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Zhou asked. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Blood Moon Sun was moved and said excitedly. He never expected that His Excellency, the common people's regal, would be ready to treat him as a worshipped master god before he even regained his powers. How much trust did he have in him? At this moment, the Blood Moon Sun felt ashamed of the bad guess he had made about Zhou Zhou's intention of inviting him over. According to tradition, if a worshipped true god joins our country, this Emperor will give them a true god tier divine artifact and lend them 5 true god tier divine artifacts from other positions. You are the first quasi-worshipped master god in our country. Even though you currently have the power of a top true god tier, this Emperor also intends to give you a Master God tier divine artifact. This way, when you recover your Master God tier strength in the future, you can use it directly. Take a look. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, a world ring appeared in front of the Blood Moon Sun with a thought. The Blood Moon Sun did not take it immediately but looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze. What did he just hear? His Majesty was going to give him Master God tier divine artifacts. His Majesty must be joking, right? Master God tier divine artifacts. The vast majority of Master God tiers did not possess a single Master God tier divine artifact. Even the premier Master God tier existences like the 10 Master God tiers only had 1 or 2 Master God tier divine artifacts on them at most. Then, they would use them together with true God tier divine artifacts. The vast majority of Master God tiers did not possess a single Master God tier divine artifact. Even the premier Master God tier existences like the 10 Master God tiers only had 1 or 2 Master God tier divine artifacts on them at most. Then, they would use them together with true God tier divine artifacts. His Majesty actually spoke that he would give such a divine artifact to him? He was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. He received the ring with a trembling hand and looked inside. Then, he was stunned. This was because this world ring was actually a boundless universe-level world ring. In this world ring, were 7 divine artifacts. 6 of them were true divine artifacts that could form a set of divine artifacts. What surprised him was that the attributes of these 6 true God tier divine artifacts happened to be Yin-type true God tier divine artifacts. They were extremely compatible with his Law of the Moon. It could be spoke that as long as he wore these 6 true God tier divine artifacts that matched his own law attributes, his combat power would instantly soar by more than 100 times, and he would become the top true God tier existence among the advanced grade God spirits of true gods. That's not the point. The main point was the divine artifact that was surrounded by the 6 true God tier divine artifacts. It exuded a Master God tier divine artifact level pressure that suppressed the surrounding 6 true God tier divine artifacts, causing them to tremble. He looked like a real great lunar star. It was even slowly changing, from a full moon that emitted a resplendent light to a crescent moon that converged all the light. From bright to dark, from dark to bright, it formed a cycle. A majestic aura of laws emanated from its body. The blood moon sun could not help but hold his breath when he saw the moon. His eyes were filled with shock. Master God tier divine artifact. It really is a Master God tier divine artifact. Even the 10 great Master God tier existences would go crazy over such a Master God tier divine artifact, right? The blood moon sun muttered. He still did not know that the common people's regal in front of him had just sent 3 of the 10 Master God tier existences several Master God tier divine artifacts not long ago, allowing them to return with a full harvest. Compared to the Master God tier advanced grade Master God divine artifact they had obtained, the Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact in front of him, the illusory moon sacred ring, was actually only pretty ordinary. However, it was also this ordinary divine artifact that gave the blood moon sun a huge shock. Chapter 1250, Summoning the Dragon Race Again. Collier called. Your Majesty, is this really for me? The blood moon sun could not believe it and was still doubting reality. It's in your hands. Why don't you believe me? Zhou Zhou smiled and said, however, you can't use this Master God tier divine artifact yet. Leave it in the world rings for now. When you recover your strength and can use it again, you can take it out. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Zhou smiled and said, however, you can't use this Master God tier divine artifact yet. Leave it in the world rings for now. When you recover your strength and can use it again, you can take it out. A text notification that the blood moon sun's loyalty had skyrocketed appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. However, he was used to it and no longer cared. By the way, tell this emperor what divine medicine you need to recover your strength. Zhou Zhou turned to ask this question. Okay. When the blood moon sun heard this, he did not hide anything and told him all the divine medicines he needed. He even mentioned some low-level and high-level substitutes. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment. If I don't use the divine herbs at the true God tier level, I can use the high-level divine herbs at the Master God tier level to replace them. Coupled with an array formation that has 10 times the speed of time, I can recover my full strength in 7 days. A substitute for a Master God tier high-level divine medicine, right? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and opened his king's treasure box to take a look. Now, his king's treasure box could be considered a true king's treasure box. Countless treasures piled up like mountains were stored in the huge deathly demi-plane. It even felt like it was overflowing. The weakest among them were special grade treasures, and the most common ones were true God tier treasures. Even the smallest number of Master God tier treasures could be described as a vast amount. As for treasures below the high tier deity level, they weren't even qualified to enter his king's treasury. Zhou Zhou picked and chose. From the treasures at the Master God tier level, he easily found the 7 divine herbs that the blood moon sun needed. These 7 divine herbs were not even unique. With the enhancement of the Lord talent and title, there were hundreds of each divine herb. Zhou Zhou casually put them into a Master God tier world rings and prepared to hand them to the Blood Moon Sun. As for why they had to use Master God tier world rings, it was mainly because only spatial items of this level could store Master God tier treasures. Otherwise, if they were to exchange for true God tier or even lower level world rings and forcefully put in Master God tier items, this world ring would explode in minutes. Then, he looked at the sea of treasures that was about to fill the entire half-plane and could not help but fall into deep thought. Speaking of which, my king's treasure box seems a little small. I hope that the next time the Supreme Sacred Body awakens a new mythical Tier 1 Lord Talent, other than the Lord Talent of the 10 Gods series, it will help me upgrade the king's treasure box. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. Not only would the Supreme Sacred Body change according to the environment, the corresponding Lord Talent would also be produced according to the needs of the owner of the Supreme Sacred Body. Therefore, even though Zhou Zhou seemed to be talking to himself, he was actually discussing his needs with the Supreme Sacred Body. Then, his consciousness returned to the present world. He then threw the world ring containing the divine medicine to the Blood Moon Sun. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Blood Moon Sun caught it respectfully and entered it with his consciousness. The first thing he saw was the Master God tier divine medicine. The Blood Moon Sun was dumbfounded. They were really giving Master God tier level divine medicine. Were Master God tier treasures so common in this world? He looked at His Majesty in disbelief. What kind of existence was His Majesty? How could he casually take out so many Master God tier treasures? Could it be that on the surface, His Majesty was a lord of all races, but in reality, he was a certain supreme god realm or even a will existence who had come to the lower realm to play? When Zhou Zhou saw that the Blood Moon Sun still wanted to say something, he waved his hand. "You can leave first and recover your strength. When you recover your strength, it won't be too late to fight with me." "Yes." The Blood Moon Sun opened his mouth, but in the end, he left with a stomach full of shock and guesses. After the Blood Moon Sun left, Zhou Zhou flew out of the palace and came to Mugu, waiting for Wu Xian to come out. After chatting for a while, a golden stream of light flew out of the Scarlet Broodmother and landed in front of Zhou Zhou. "The Legion Commander of the Homeland Defense Army, Wu Xian, greets His Majesty." "MHM." Zhou Zhou nodded. "Is everything settled?" "Your Majesty, please take a look," Wu Xian said. Then, he unveiled his palm and saw 3 rings lying quietly on his palm. Zhou Zhou took a look and nodded. Then, he took the 2 world rings containing the loots and recruitment books and left the last one for Wu Xian. "This emperor will go to the gate of summoning to recruit new recruits. Go to the recruit team and use the 240 trillion class change certificates." Zhou Zhou asked. "Yes, Your Majesty," Wu Xian said respectfully. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he turned into a stream of light and left. Wu Xian followed closely behind. In front of the gate of summoning, Zhou Zhou communicated with the world rings in his hand and threw all 240 trillion recruitment books into the gate of summoning. Then, he spent 100 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine crystals to summon 240 trillion new recruits in one go. After getting 0 to arrange these new recruits, Zhou Zhou began to summon normally again. In the end, he summoned a total of 22,123,655 people, including 11 god spirits. He summoned 468,655 more people than usual. After getting the staff to arrange for these new subjects, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and began to summon the original Dragon Abyss. Words soon appeared. 66,666,666 pure-blooded dragons instantly appeared on Cosmos Emperor as a dark purple light lit up in the gate of summoning. From the green bronze tier elementary grade fire dragon to the mid-tier deity level intermediate sacred fire dragon god, as well as various other pure-blooded dragons, they could be said to have everything. However, after Zhou Zhou looked around, his expression turned regretful. This was because he didn't see the legendary dragons. What a pity, there's a 10% chance that we didn't encounter it. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Could it be that the first time he summoned the Time Divine Dragon was a benefit for newcomers? Zhou Zhou didn't think too much about not summoning the legendary dragon. After sensing regretful for a while, he didn't care anymore. He then arrived to the Lord's shop to see what the goods were like. In the end, the goods today were so-so. Zhou Zhou took a look and lost interest. The products these few days are not good, old Zhou. Zhou Zhou could not help but complain. Your Majesty, your standards are too high. Zhou Zhenmin smiled bitterly, helpless against His Majesty's complaints. The Lord's shop was gradually unable to satisfy his needs as this Lord's level increased. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he shook his head helplessly. Well, to the current him, as long as one was at the true God tier or below, they could be considered average. Only Master God tier or Supreme God realm treasures could catch his eye. Even though the Lord's shop was the only mythical tier Lord talent, his upper limit was only the Master God tier. Zhou Zhou was no longer in short supply of goods at this level. I have to quickly create a Master God tier Lord talent. I can't stop cultivating the Supreme Sacred Body. Zhou Zhou murmured to himself as he casually purchased these 3 items. Even though he wasn't interested, he was already here. At this moment, a call suddenly appeared on Zhou Zhou's personal terminal. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He took a look and realized that it was from Collier. He selected up the call.